Lele, after work today, do you want to go shopping for a bit? Sure, Sister Wong. How come you have time to go shopping today? Aren't you spending the evening with your child? He's resting today, so I can finally slow down a little. Otherwise, one of these days he'll really end up with high blood pressure. True, kids nowadays are all so cunning and clever. So where do you want to go and wander around? There's a newly opened food street. I heard everything is 20% off for the first week. Want to go take a look? Sounds good, let's go have a look. With that, the two of them walked out of the company together and took a taxi to the newly opened food street. Both worked as fashion designers at the same company. Lele, 24 years old, and only 2 years out of university, had been assigned to learn under this senior colleague known as Sister Wong, who was considered half her mentor. Their relationship had grown rather close. After finishing dinner at the new food street, the two parted ways and headed off in different directions. On her way home, Lele noticed a street stall selling accessories and jewelry. The pieces were not expensive, only a few dozen yuan each. She thought of how she had been working for quite a while without ever buying herself a gift. Since she had happened upon this stall today, she decided she might as well treat herself. She browsed back and forth across the display until a silver butterfly-shaped ring caught her eye. She felt it was quite pretty, so she tried it on. It fit her finger perfectly. What a coincidence, almost like fate. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She bought it on the spot, tore off the tag, and wore it home. When she got home, she went straight into the bathroom to shower. In the middle of her shower, she forgot to take off the ring, and the butterfly ornament scratched her skin, drawing a bit of blood. To her astonishment, the ring actually absorbed the blood. The sight gave Lele such a fright that she even forgot about the pain. She stared in amazement at the newly bought butterfly ring on her finger, thinking to herself, it can actually recognize a master through blood. Could this be a space ring? With that thought, she wanted to test it, silently chanting the word enter in her heart. It seemed it really was a space, though it appeared to be only a simple storage dimension. She wondered whether it could preserve things fresh, her thoughts drifting off in all directions. Acting on her thoughts at once, Lele quickly rinsed off, then hurried out of the bathroom and went to the kitchen. She filled a cup with hot water and placed it into the ring's spatial dimension. While waiting, Lele quickly grabbed pen and paper, intending to plan how to arrange the space. Seeing that the interior was square and completely empty, she felt she would need to install some shelves to make storage more convenient. According to the logic of web novels, the appearance of a space usually meant either an apocalypse or a transmigration. Planning by the categories of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, she had no idea whether her savings would be enough. Lele was just an ordinary girl with average intelligence, an average face, and an average height, having only worked for 2 years. The only thing that seemed to match the standard template of a novel's female lead was that she was an orphan with no attachments. Even so, her savings were not much, only 100,000 yuan. In daily life, she was quite frugal, for with no one to rely on, her savings were her greatest source of security. Now the most important thing was to spend her money where it mattered most: rice, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea. None of these could be missing. Then there were basics like pork, chicken, fish, and eggs. There were also noodles, white sugar, brown sugar, rock sugar, milk, candies, and milk powder. These were not essential, so she set a budget of 1,000 yuan for them, planning to buy in bulk at a wholesale market. Next came clothing, fabric, cotton, shoes, quilts, soap, and laundry soap. As the sheet of paper gradually filled up, Lele grew a little anxious. It seemed her money would not be enough. There were many things she simply could not afford. When she felt enough time had passed, she willed the cup inside the space to come out. The cup appeared in her hand. She felt the temperature of the cup and found it was just as hot as when she had put it in. She thus concluded that the space must be capable of preserving things fresh, so she would not have to worry about food spoiling, which would save her a great deal of trouble. She still had work the next day, so she decided to wait until the weekend to go out and buy supplies, and in the meantime, she would order some daily necessities online over the next 2 days. She had finally made it through to the weekend. In a rush, Lele ran out of the company and took a taxi to the agreed location. Although she had been at work these past 2 days, she had not been idle. She kept searching on her phone for the largest nearby grain and oil wholesale market and consulted vendors online, so she would have a clear idea of wholesale prices and not be easily fooled. She also needed to rent a medium-sized warehouse nearby and had been directly communicating with potential landlords online. After great effort, she finally contacted someone willing to rent it for half a month for 1,000 yuan. It had not been easy, and she could not afford for this arrangement to fall through. When Lele hurried to the appointed address, she found the place somewhat remote, but there were no surveillance cameras, which would make it convenient to move goods into her spatial storage. It was also quite close to the grain and oil wholesale market she had found online. Very satisfied, Lele signed the contract with the landlord on the spot and finalized the rental. She then went to the grain and oil wholesale market, starting with a grain shop. She bought 1,000 jin of rice, 1,000 jin of millet, 1,000 jin of flour, and 500 jin each of red beans, mung beans, and soybeans, spending roughly 15,000 yuan. Next, she went to a shop specializing in cooking oil and bought 10 5-liter barrels of each kind of edible oil, spending about 5,000 yuan. She then visited a seasoning shop, buying 10 cases of salt and large burlap sacks of ginger, garlic, and other condiments, each sack weighing about 200 jin. She also bought soy sauce, rock sugar, brown sugar, and white sugar, 200 jin of each, spending another 5,000 yuan in total. After that, she went to a store selling kitchenware and bought 5 full sets of pots, bowls, and utensils needed for cooking, as well as several large stainless steel basins for holding cooked congee. She added various other miscellaneous items, spending around 3,000 yuan more. Almost forgetting the most important, shelving, she hurried to a hardware store and bought stainless steel racks for 2,000 yuan. She felt money truly vanished in the blink of an eye. 30,000 yuan was gone, just like that. She left her contact information with all the shop owners and asked them to deliver everything to the warehouse the next afternoon at 3. Seeing that it was still not too late, she went to the slaughterhouse and bought 2 pigs. She had the pigs slaughtered and arranged for them to be delivered to the warehouse the next day as well. She then checked a deli-type grocery store and bought generous amounts of chicken, fish, and eggs, 500 of each, considering them nutritious foods that would make it easier to vary future meals. After circling around, Lele felt she had bought almost everything she needed, and since it was getting late, she took a taxi home. Downstairs, she stopped by a pharmacy and spent nearly 1,000 yuan on commonly used medicines, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, Yunnan Baiyao, antiseptic solution, white gauze, and the like. Back home, she felt completely drained. It had been a long time since she had exerted herself so much physically. Checking her savings, she saw only 40,000 yuan remaining. She had spent a little over 50,000 today. In the previous 2 days, she had also ordered daily necessities online. Tissues, sanitary pads, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, unscented shampoo, and body wash, spending about 10,000. She had compared options for quilts and fabrics online, as well buying pure cotton or coarse cloth that was not too expensive and managing to settle all of that for another 10,000. Thinking of how she could not sew clothes by hand, she bought a foot pedal sewing machine from the 70s or 80s along with matching tools and threads. As she washed up, she mulled over whether she had missed anything and planned to buy some cooked food the next day. She reminded herself that she still needed seeds and books, as well as coarse grains and staples like potatoes and sweet potatoes. After sketching out a rough plan, Lele went to bed early. The next weekend morning, Lele woke up early and first went to a nearby breakfast stall where she ordered 100 baozi, 100 mantou, and 100 flour rolls. The stall owner was delighted by such a large order, and they agreed she would pick them up at 5 in the afternoon packed in insulated containers. She then bought a baozi and a cup of soy milk for herself and headed to a bookstore. There she purchased cookbooks of home-style dishes, guides on planting and weaving, books on raising poultry, making desserts, and a plant encyclopedia. Anything she felt might come in handy, she bought a copy, since they were not very expensive. After finishing at the bookstore, she went to a farmer's market to buy common vegetable seeds and staples such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. She had everything delivered to the rented warehouse. Checking her remaining balance, she saw only 18,225 yuan left, though most of the supplies were now in place. She went out and bought shoes, sneakers, canvas shoes, slippers, cotton boots, and rain boots. 3 pairs of each in sizes 34 to 39, thinking she could rotate them as needed. After wandering around for a long time, she grew tired and suddenly thought she should buy a bicycle which could serve as transportation if she ever traveled back to ancient times. She also bought undergarments, socks, hand cream, skincare products, and various small odds and ends, picking up a bit of everything until she had only 5,000 yuan left, at which point she forced herself to stop. She went straight to the warehouse to wait for the shop owners to deliver goods one after another. While waiting, she checked again to see if she had missed anything. With payday approaching, there were still many things she wanted to buy, but since she did not have enough money, she could only purchase the most. In this way, her 2-day break vanished in an endless cycle of buying and stocking. Monday happened to be payday. With the freshly received 8,000 yuan salary in hand, she realized she had not bought fruit or enough vegetables, and she still needed to store water for emergencies. If she ended up being transported to a famine year, these things could very well save her life. After work, she went again to the vegetable market and bought a large quantity of vegetables, fruit, and bottled mineral water, spending her 8,000 until only 2,000 yuan remained. If she never did end up traveling to another time, those 2,000 yuan would still be enough for her to live on until the next payday. After that, the days passed slowly in this manner, and the daily necessities she had ordered arrived one after another. Like a little hamster, Lele stored everything bit by bit into her spatial space, gradually filling it up, and with it her heart as well. Children born as orphans seemed naturally lacking in any sense of security. Before, it had been money that reassured her, and now it was stockpiled supplies. More than a month went by, and just when she thought she would never actually travel to another world, and that this spatial ability might be nothing more than a coincidence, she suddenly had a dream. In it, the sun scorched the earth, and everywhere she looked was barren desolation. Startled awake by this nightmare, Lele hurriedly stuffed everything in her room into the space, then took several plastic barrels out from the space, and went to the bathroom to fill them with water. She was afraid something might suddenly happen to her, and she would be transported away, yet even after she waited a long while, not seeing on her phone that it was getting late, she took 2 baozi out from the space and ate them as she headed straight to work. However, just as she reached the company entrance and was crossing the street, she saw a cargo truck lose control and hurtled directly toward her. Lele was so terrified she seemed petrified, her legs turning to jelly so that she could not move at all. Bang! Her final awareness was of the screams of bystanders and of her own blood. Lele's first conscious sensation was hunger, a gnawing emptiness that left her limbs weak and her heart racing. She felt as if she might starve to death. Without opening her eyes, she reached into her space and retrieved a chocolate candy, placing it in her mouth. After waiting a while, feeling somewhat revived, Lele opened her eyes to a dilapidated earthen wall. The room was dim, and she lay on a simple wooden bed covered with straw. With every movement, the bedboard creaked loudly. Someone seemed to be nearby, as she could hear stomachs rumbling, snoring, and teeth grinding. Lele felt a bit disoriented, as she had apparently traveled through time, but where exactly had she ended up? She quickly checked herself. Her gender remained female, her wrists were slender, and her hair was tied into 2 small buns. She must have traveled to an era, though she didn't know when. She prayed it wasn't during the 3-year famine, or she would suffer greatly. Moreover, she had no memories of this body. Closing her eyes, she sensed her space. The supplies were still there. No panic. With her space, she could survive anywhere. After all, she had been an orphan in her original world, so she would adapt to circumstances. Traveling through time was better than enduring an apocalypse. In the apocalypse, a survival novice like her would have little chance of living, but now with supplies, if she could quietly make it to the 21st century, buying some property, and becoming a landlady would be quite satisfying. After comforting herself, Lele drifted off to sleep. In her dream, she lived the short life of the little girl whose body she now inhabited. The girl was also named Lele, 6 years old, from a large family: grandfather Su Yongchang and grandmother Su, uncle Su Jiqiang, and Aunt Wang Zhaodi, father Su Jigua, and mother Su Ernio, Aunt Su Xiaolan, and uncle Su Jijun, twins, just turned 18, and 2 male cousins, Su Wenbin 12, and Su Wendy 11, a female cousin, Su Huanhuan 9, her biological sister Su Cici 8, and her younger brother Su Wengang 3. In the little girl's limited memory, she was perpetually hungry, foraging for food, while looking after her brother. She had never attended school, and couldn't read, so she didn't know the year. She had never been to town, only knew that her village was called Hongqi Brigade Su Family Village, overheard during a movie screening at the commune last year. Other memories were vague, but the constant search for food across the mountains was vivid. Gradually, she heard someone rustling as they got up. Lele woke with a start. Having dreamt all night, she slept restlessly and was roused by the slightest sound. In the dim morning light, her 2 older sisters who slept beside her were already up. She recalled that in this era, every household rose early to prepare breakfast. She remembered breakfast: wild vegetable porridge with pickled vegetables or salted radish. Lele felt utterly despondent. Such watery gruel, more water than grain, and terrible tasting. After one trip to the latrine, she was hungry again. In the 21st century, this could pass as a diet meal, but now, starving daily, she longed for the delicacies of the 21st century. Dwelling on it was pointless. With her space, she wouldn't starve. The priority was to determine the current year. Little Lele couldn't read, but she remembered a calendar featuring Chairman Mao hanging on the wall in the main room, which showed the date. At that memory, Lele couldn't stay in bed. She scrambled up, ran to the main room, and saw the date: August 20th, 1960. Damn it. It was indeed the famine. No wonder she woke up so hungry. Could the original owner have starved to death? According to the little girl's memories, hunger was constant. No rural family had enough to eat. Previously, they could manage 6 tins full, but in the past year it had dropped to 2 tins, mostly water. Meals were wild vegetable paste and rice bran with occasional coarse grains. They were only eating this to stay regular. Otherwise, they'd be eating dirt. Various roots and bark had been consumed for a while. But at least another year of famine lay ahead, and life would only get harder. The original girl was just 6. In these hard times, the Su family was ordinary rural folk, slightly favoring boys, but not severely. After all, in the 1960s, countryside boys were labor and ate more, which was normal. They weren't overly harsh to girls, and there was food, but only when rations weren't so tight. Now, after over a year of famine, most households had no surplus. Girls were often the first to be sacrificed. The older sisters were fine. They were older, nearing marriageable age, and could help with chores. But the little girl was useless, unable to work properly, and female, so she was just an extra mouth. She would likely be the first to be abandoned. Her parents prioritized her son. The little girl had already gone 4 days. For the past few days, she had only been given a bit of porridge. Last night, she likely couldn't hold on and starved to death, and then I took over. Thinking this, Lele silently said, "Little Lele, don't worry, you'll live well for you. I hope in another world you have loving parents and family with food and clothing." Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body, and Lele knew the little girl's last regret was gone. Now it was Lele's own life. She downed the bowl of porridge and prepared to leave. Before she went out, Granny Su handed her a small basket to gather wild vegetables. Others went to work or tidied the house. Those free also went out to forage. Stepping outside, she saw parched land, dust flying with only a hint of green in the distance. Around her were numb faces and dark-skinned, stick-thin children. The sight sent a chill through Lele. The hunger was terrifying. Everyone looked like skeletons. She grew more cautious. Even with her food supplies, she couldn't starve, but she couldn't stand out too much from the others, or it would be hard to explain. The food in her space could last her through the famine if she ate alone, but the Su family was large. She couldn't ignore them completely. They weren't separated yet, and she had parents. Since she had borrowed this girl's body for a second life, she should help in some way. But how? The grain from the future was completely different from now. She wondered how those time-traveling protagonists in novels managed to trade on the black market without being discovered or robbed. Before Lele could figure it out, she felt scorched by the sun. The porridge she had just eaten was already digested, and her stomach growled again. But people were everywhere, all heading up the mountain to dig bark and gather wild vegetables. She had to endure. Finally, entering the mountain, she separated from the group, found a shady spot under a tree, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and quickly pulled a steamed bun from her space, devouring it ravenously. She also took a bottle of milk and drank it, feeling alive again. But sensing a lingering smell, she took out a bottle of mineral water to rinse her mouth and disperse the scent. Lele craved meat, but people nowadays had noses like dogs. That morning, she heard her 2 sisters talking, saying they smelled something sweet like candy. Lele was terrified. People in this era were too sensitive to the scents of meat and sugar. She had to be even more careful, and that caution would save her a lot of trouble later. After eating and drinking her fill, Lele rested a while to regain some strength before slowly making her way up the mountain to rejoin the group. The foot of the mountain had been stripped bare. This was a relatively large hill belonging to the Red Flag commune, but it was no deep wilderness devoid of large beasts, only small animals. Now with the famine, even small animals were rarely seen. There were still some plants, wild vegetables, and tree bark to be found. As she walked, Lele compared the memories of the original little girl to identify what was edible and what was not. Whenever she spotted something edible, she picked it and placed it into her small backpack, so she could bring it home and avoid a scolding for returning empty-handed. There was also the risk of having no food. Although she wasn't lacking in provisions, she had to keep up appearances. Thus Lele followed the group, gathered a backpack full of wild vegetables, and headed home. She had naively assumed there would be at least some fruit on the mountain, but the reality was that discovering anything good triggered a war, with people fighting like dogs over it. Lele was truly astonished at the sight. Those women, for the sake of a few wild vegetables or fruits, would curse each other and even pull each other's hair. Watching this, Lele dared not move. She could only pick up the scraps left behind by others. After all, she was only 6 years old, just a tiny tot. Once her backpack was full, she hurried home, fearing that even this meager collection might be snatched away. On the way back, she had already seen several children fighting over food. At this time, every grain of food was a matter of life and death. To survive, people were practically beating each other to a pulp. Lele felt that this trip had been far too thrilling and life-threatening. It was best to just go home. In the following days, Lele stayed at home to look after her younger brother and do some light housework. She had no desire to go out again. Even if it meant going hungry, she would endure as long as she didn't starve to death. When the hunger became unbearable, she would secretly eat a little bread and drink some milk, but only when no one was around, and she had to rinse her mouth afterwards. She dared not eat anything with a strong smell. Who could understand the agony of hoarding a stash of food but being unable to eat? She was just an ordinary person without any protagonist's halo. Moreover, she was far too young to accomplish anything else. After working at home for a few days, she began to grasp the situation. Although the family couldn't eat their fill, they weren't starving to death either. There should still be some food reserves. After all, Grandpa and Grandma Sue had fled from famine in the 1940s to settle in the Red Flag commune, where they married and had children. They had a strong sense of crisis and must have stored some grain, but not much. They probably hadn't anticipated the famine lasting 3 years. With 2 years' worth of provisions originally prepared, only about half a year's supply remained. If they could get another 1,000 gene or so of sweet potatoes or potatoes, they might just make it through this 3-year famine. According to historical records, the famine of the 1960s would begin to ease next year once the autumn harvest came in. She just needed to find a way to bring out the food legitimately. Lele scratched her hair, feeling utterly perplexed. Her body was too small to do anything. The black market was out of the question, and the surrounding hills weren't large enough to hide food. Just as she was at her wits' end, she overheard her eldest cousin, Sue Winbin, say to her uncle, "Dad, when the new semester starts, I don't want to go to school anymore. They'll come home and farm." "No, you must at least finish junior high school." Uncle Sue refused firmly. "But the family probably has no money left," the cousin insisted. "Don't you worry about that, child. He'll think of something." Seeing his eldest son's unconvinced expression, Su Jiqiang patiently explained the reasoning to him, hoping his son wouldn't end up like himself, relying on the heavens for a living, scratching a livelihood from the dirt. When faced with a situation like this, the whole family had to scrimp and save, constantly fearing starvation. That's right, school. The Red Flag commune had only one school covering both primary and junior high, while senior high was in the city. The eldest cousin, Su Winbin, was 12 and should be starting junior high this year. The academic system at the time seemed to be 522. This wasn't the era of 9-year compulsory education. Junior high also cost money. For rural families, the tuition was a considerable expense, with a semester fee of 6 yuan. In the Su family, only the 2 sons of the eldest branch were attending school, both about to enter junior high. That meant 12 yuan just in tuition, which was about a third of a rural family's annual income. With the famine, the money had mostly been spent on grain, leaving the family unable to afford schooling. That was why the eldest cousin wanted to drop out. But judging by Uncle's demeanor, he intended to borrow money for the education. Both cousins had decent grades and had been admitted to junior high. Cousin Huan had only studied for 2 years, just enough to recognize some characters before dropping out. The family couldn't afford to support her, and her grades weren't as good as her brother's. From Lele's perspective, it was only natural. How could anyone find time to study while doing so much housework every day? Her sister Cece was now in 3rd grade with mediocre grades. In the countryside, girls were valued for their ability to bear children and manage household chores. Having made up her mind, after finishing dinner that evening, she went to her parents' room. "Father, Mother, I am already 6 years old. I want to go to school. Brother and sister both go to school, but I don't. Know if you leave, who will look after your little brother? Don't you know how busy we are, right? You're not sensible at all." Mother Sue refused outright. Lele had anticipated their disagreement, but not this reason. She argued, "Isn't eldest cousin at home? And little brother is older now, he can play by himself. Your eldest cousin has plenty of her own things to attend to. I can't rest easy. How about this? After your sister finishes 1 more year of school, you can go then. That way you can swap with her. She won't need to study anymore and can take care of your brother." Seeing that Mother Sue was unmoved, Lele turned to Father Sue, who also said, "Lele, you're still young. Go in a couple of years, learn a few characters, just enough not to be illiterate." Lele looked at their dismissive expressions, their priority always on her younger brother Su Wanong, and felt a deep disappointment. She realized she had been too naive, thinking that coming to this era would only mean hardship in life, but the real obstacle was the mindset. It was one thing for parents to favor sons. In the countryside, farming required sons, and that was understandable. But weren't daughters also their children? Was it only to take care of her brother and later to fetch a bride price? Lele couldn't accept this. It was at this moment that something shifted within her. Previously, she had racked her brains on how to subtly bring out supplies to help her family survive the famine years, but now that thought vanished. It wasn't that she couldn't delay schooling, but it couldn't be because of her brother. That reason was unacceptable to her. After all, she was not their biological daughter. From an outsider's perspective, this might seem trivial, but as the one involved, it was different. People are selfish and hypocritical. Nevertheless, she said nothing and returned to the room she shared with her sisters to sleep. In the days that followed, she went on as usual, doing what household chores she could, looking after her brother, and when hungry, finding a place to eat extra, taking care of herself without burdening the family. But the porridge she was given grew thinner and thinner. If not for her space, she would have been as skinny as her sisters. Still, Lele dared not eat too, while fearing her appearance would change too noticeably. Only when she was unbearably hungry did she sneak a bite, but she always kept some candy on hand. It was enough to replenish some energy and keep her from starving. Times were getting harder for every household. A few days earlier, her aunt had been exchanged for 200 jeans of sweet potatoes and married off to the youngest son of the neighboring brigade leader. With the poor harvest, weddings were simple, but the family's grain was insufficient, delaying her uncle's marriage. It seemed no matchmaking could happen for the next 2 years. Still, with the grain they had, they could hold out a little longer. Time passed in a state of near starvation. They slowly endured, and the Sioux family managed to survive the famine without losing a single member. In the autumn of 1961, the harvest was bountiful. Lele was now 7 years old and about to become a first-grade primary school student. Over the past year, seeing her family emaciated from hunger, Lele had suggested going to the county town to see if they could trade for grain, asking the adults to take her. But the family dismissed her as a child, ignoring her words, saying she had been acting up lately. They claimed no household had grain, and the city was worse than the countryside. At least in the countryside, you could forage in the mountains, while in the city, you could only eat dirt. They also said she was no longer as sensible as before, always coming up with bad ideas. She even got slapped twice. Lele felt both disappointed and furious. After that, she stopped making any moves and obediently played the part of a child. This taught her that novels were full of lies. In real life, there weren't so many lucky breaks. You couldn't treat others as for the rest of the famine. Aside from secretly finding food for herself and occasionally feeding her little brother, she gritted her teeth and endured. After surviving the famine, Lele had lost the naivety she had when she first transmigrated. She no longer believed that with her space, everything would go smoothly. Her secret meals had made her complexion slightly better than her family's. Her eldest and second sisters pressed her, asking if she had found something good to eat, demanding she hand it over. They ransacked her sleeping areas several times. Once she was even followed, which gave her a fright. Fortunately, she had her space and had been extremely cautious since arriving, so she wasn't caught sneaking food. She could only make excuses that she ate less because she was small and sometimes found things while foraging outside, which stopped her sisters from pressing further. Before school started this year, Lele approached Father Sioux and Mother Sioux again about attending school. After discussing it, the parents decided to have second sister Cece drop out, so Lele could go. But second sister was very unwilling and kept making sarcastic remarks at home, saying that third sister was young and should let her older sister go first. Delaying a few years was fine. Lele wasn't fooled and argued with Cece. Cece tried to hit her, but Lele wouldn't back down. Though Lele was a few years younger, her soul was an adult, and unlike the other Sioux family members, she hadn't been weakened by hunger. She fought back. It took little brother Wang running to fetch the adults to separate the two girls. Both were punished equally. Cece tried to persuade their parents to let her finish primary school, arguing that a primary school diploma would help her find a better husband, and she hinted that she would repay the family in the future and not forget her roots. But the family's resources were limited, and everyone had to compete. They also had to save money for their son's education, and for girls, 2 years of schooling to learn a few characters was enough to avoid illiteracy. As for third sister, if she would let her sister go first and not attend school, then letting second sister finish primary school was acceptable. They could only support one. Seeing the household nearly torn apart over schooling and bearing the resentment of her parents and grandparents, who implied she was being unreasonable. They said the family had no money to support 2 girls in school. But having already delayed a year, Lele refused to compromise again. She hadn't been idle during the past year without school. She had prepared for this situation. She collected cardboard to sell as scrap, pulled reeds from the lake and Sioux family village to sell, and in summer picked honeysuckle to dry and sell. After a whole year of hard work, she had saved 2 yuan, just enough for 1 semester's tuition and book fees. The final decision reached was that both would attend school for 1 semester. Whoever achieved better grades would continue their studies, while the other would return to work in the fields. After all, they could only afford to support 1 girl. Finally, when the school term began, Lele stood at the entrance of Red Flag Primary School, her heart brimming with a myriad of emotions. It had been no easy feat. In this lifetime, she had come perilously close to being denied an education, left illiterate. Lele had been a university student in her past life, so she held no particular obsession with schooling. After all, she was not illiterate. However, she needed education to elevate her standing in the Sioux family and to alter her destiny of scratching a living from the soil. Farming was out of the question, or just helping with the autumn harvest had felt like shedding a layer of skin. It was now the end of 1961, the famine had barely passed, and there was still over a decade before the reform and opening up. If she were to remain a farmer for the next 10-odd years, marrying and bearing children at 18, Lele refused to accept that. She wanted change. She would become a city dweller. In her past life, she was a city child who couldn't tell rice seedlings from weeds. Though she had the original owner's memories, that child had been too young to have done much labor. Yet this year, working for the family, frequently going to the fields to pull weeds, and even saving up her own tuition fees, she had simply had enough. Only through education could she alter her fate. She set herself a small goal to become a city dweller. Lele, are you going to the city for high school? The speaker was Zhang Jejia, Su Lele's junior high school deskmate, whose parents both worked at the county textile factory. She was one of Su Lele's closer companions. After all, Su Lele had skipped grades to enter junior high, making her 3 or 4 years younger than her peers. No, I applied for a technical secondary school, not high school. Jejia, you know me. My family's from the countryside, so I have to rely entirely on myself. That makes sense. Graduating from technical school means a job assignment right away. It's good, but it's a pity. You're so smart. If you went to high school, and then to university, how wonderful that would be. Zhang Jejia said regretfully. There's nothing to regret. My goal is to enter the city. Attending technical school and securing a stable job, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has their own choices. Su Lele feigned indifference, though inwardly she knew that universities would soon be suspended. At this moment, technical school was a better be. That was her inner thought, but she couldn't voice it aloud. Instead, she had to cultivate a persona of someone determined to enter the city and work for state-supplied grain. Time at school always passed swiftly. 5 years had gone by since that first day. The earlier agreement to judge by grades after one semester ended with Su Lele victorious. After all, she was an adult at heart and had an edge over the native children in learning. After losing second sister, Su went home to work in the fields. However, this drove a wedge between the sisters, plunging their relationship to freezing point, and it never thawed afterward. In second sister's heart, Su Lele was a villain who had stolen her chance at education. But she never considered that even if she had won, she wouldn't have been able to study for long. The family would have done the math. Rural girls were only allowed 2 years of schooling to avoid being illiterate, just enough to secure a good marriage. People indeed bully the weak and fear the strong. Now Su Lele was a junior high graduate. She had spent 5 years skipping grades to finish junior high and had just been admitted to a city technical school with full tuition waivers. Upon graduation, she would be a guaranteed city dweller, since technical schools at that time offered job assignments. Because of this, the second branch of the Su family now stood tall with pride. Grandpa Su and Grandma Su had become remarkably kind to Su Lele, who had previously been seen as a financial drain, a worthless girl. Now she was considered a learned person with prospects. Yet Su Lele didn't mind the family's shifting attitudes, as she treated it as a mere exchange of interests. The Su family village was on the verge of having its first city dweller. It was a society of personal connections, and one never knew when help might be needed. Consequently, everyone's attitude toward the Su family had improved considerably. When Su Lele returned home, she found the entire family waiting for her. She paused for a moment, then greeted them with a smile as she stepped through the door. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, Mom, Dad, and back. Lele's back. Come in and sit for a while. Dinner's almost ready, said Aunt Wang Zhaodi, unusually warm. Lele, you must be tired. Take a seat. Well, eat soon, Grandma Su said, pulling Su Lele to sit beside her. Little brother joined in the excitement. Third sister, did you bring me any candy? I did. They'll give it to you after dinner. Eat first. After the family finished their meal, they settled in the yard to rest, the perfect time for conversation. The patriarch of the Su family spoke directly. Lele, have you sorted out your school matters? Yes, Grandpa. It's a technical school in the city studying accounting. Accounting is good. How many years will it take? It's a 3-year program. Excellent. 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 Grandpa Su smoked his tobacco leaf, deeply gratified. So, does that mean you'll become a... Uncle Su was also overjoyed. Not yet, Uncle. I need to graduate from technical school first, and they say I have to get certified. Su Lele said calmly. No worries, Lele. With your smarts, you'll definitely succeed. Hearing her uncle's blind confidence in her, Su Lele was at a loss for words. Such was the result of 5 years of study. She didn't need to say much. Her family would fill in the gaps themselves. Third sister Candy. Little brother Su, when having just finished his meal, immediately demanded treats. Su Lele took 2 orange candies from her pocket and handed them to him, cautioning, eat just a little, it's almost bedtime. Rinse your mouth afterward. I know, third sister. You're so naggy, the little brother said impatiently. Seeing this, Su Lele said no more. She had been in this household for 6 or 7 years now. This little brother was the apple of the second branch's eye, somewhat spoiled by his parents into being unruly. By now, Su Lele had gained self-awareness. This was, after all, a real rural village in the 1960s. The plots from novels, taking charge of the household, simply didn't exist unless one had the ability. Even then, she couldn't compare to a son. The exceptions of preferring daughters over sons were exceedingly rare and basically non-existent. The status Su Lele now enjoyed, where her words carried weight, had only emerged in the week since she was admitted to technical school. Taking control of her own destiny, her marriage, her life. That was still a distant goal. She could only proceed step by step. After staying at home for about 20 days, Su Lele made another trip to school to visit her homeroom teacher and some subject teachers. Then she made plans with her deskmate Zhang Jejia to go shopping. Zhang Jejia's parents were both working, and since Su Lele had tutored her before, the Zhang family often invited her for meals, so Su Lele was quite familiar with them. But Zhang Jejia didn't pass the vocational school entrance exam and could only attend the county high school. They were about to part ways, unsure when they'd meet again, so they decided to gather now. Then she worked at home for a few days and received the admission letter from the city's vocational school 2 days later. 2 days before school started, she packed her bedding and went with her father to the county to catch a long-distance bus. The fare cost 15.8 yuan, nearly a fifth of the old Su family's income. Truly expensive. The ride would take 10 hours. Originally, they wanted Su Lele to report alone, but she was only 12 and the family worried, so her father accompanied her to help carry things. When they got off the bus, Su Lele felt utterly terrible. Eager to get off, she found an open space and started stretching when she heard laughter. "Ta!" Su Lele turned to see a young man in a white shirt and black trousers, tall and slender, about 1.7 meters tall. His skin glowed white under the sunlight, and he showed 8 neat white teeth, laughing uncontrollably. Su Lele snapped in embarrassment. "What are you laughing at? Showing off your white teeth. Careful, you might laugh them off." After speaking, she hurriedly followed her father, not noticing the young man's face flush slightly as he wanted to retort, but found her already gone. He thought to himself, what a quirky little dark girl, sharp-tongued too. Indeed, Su Lele was a little dark girl now, a rural child who after school had to go home to cut pigweed. Under her parents' watch, her skincare products could only gather dust in her space. Over the years, the space's most consumed items were food, with little else useful in the countryside. After much wandering, they finally reached the school. Su Lele showed her admission letter to the homeroom teacher. Looking at her file, the teacher noted she was only 12 and a poor student. Besides enrolling her, he also arranged for her to receive financial aid and a work-study position in the cafeteria. After completing the paperwork, she was directed to the dormitory. When her father placed all her belongings on the dorm bed, he said goodbye and prepared to catch the evening bus home. Su Lele wanted to see him off, but he refused, saying it was a waste of money and forbidding her from leaving campus. At that time, vocational school students went home only once a semester. He told her to write a letter when it was time for her to return, and Head meet her at the station. Feeling Head said everything needed, he left without giving her money for daily supplies. When Su Lele returned to the dorm, she found the door open, indicating new classmates had arrived. She heard voices. Entering, she greeted, "Hello, I'm Su Lele from Red Flag Commune X County." "Hi, I'm Wang Fong from C City itself," replied a bright and generous girl. For the era, she was quite fashionable in a water blue dress. At 16, she looked well off. Others began introducing themselves, forming a small group to get acquainted. The dorm housed 8 people. By age, He Jing, 17, from Fuyang Commune, Hu County, the eldest. Su Mei, 16, also from Hu County, but seemingly from the town, not rural. The third and fourth were cousins from Wang County, Wang Yuanyuan, 16, and Hu Fangfang, also 16, both from the county seat. Next was the girl who first responded to Su Lele, Wang Fong, 15, from C City. 2 bunks remained, one had belongings, but no occupant, and the other was empty. Few girls passed the vocational school exam, not even filling a dorm. Su Lele thought, observing everyone's clothes, hers. "Su Lele, you look so young," Wang Fong asked softly, looking at the small thin girl. "I skipped grades, I'm only 12. No wonder you're so small," everyone realized. Showing her strengths appropriately kept others from looking down on her. That was Su Lele's principle. But Su Lele appeared as a typical rural child, dark and skinny, clearly from a poor family, so others still held. Wang Yuanyuan sneered, "Just smart, huh? Still a country bumpkin." Su Lele frowned. Was someone already picking a fight? "I'm a bumpkin, but I'm not eating your rice." "Mind your own business," Su Lele retorted sharply. She couldn't back down on the first meeting or shed face more bullying later. "You, bumpkin is a bumpkin, so ill-mannered. My manners aren't your concern either. We've just met and you're already cursing me. How good can your manners be?" Others realized she hadn't provoked anyone, yet was insulted on first meeting. Who truly lacked manners? As the argument escalated, He Jing, the dorm elder, mediated. "We're all in the same dorm. Fate brought us together. Don't harm the harmony." Others chimed in, and Wang Yuanyuan's cousin, Hu Fangfang, pulled her away. Everyone dispersed to their own tasks. Su Lele felt exasperated. In this new setting, with no one knowing her, she could finally spread her wings. But she encountered a fool right at the start. What a downer. With that thought, she opened her bedding and made her bed. Her spot was by the door, a poor position since everything was visible upon entry, but it was assigned with her name written on it. After setting up her mosquito net, she grabbed her clothes and towel, took a shower in the communal bath, and lay down to rest, exhausted from the day's hustle. When she woke, she didn't get up. There was nothing to do besides registration. Her roommates had gone to explore the campus, but Su Lele wasn't interested. Lying in bed, she pondered her experiences since transmigrating. Though there were small regrets, the overall direction hadn't changed. Mentally checking her money box in the space, she found 17 yuan, 6 jiao, and 9 fun. Miserable. Too miserable. Which transmigrator had only this much money after over 7 years? She had saved it by scrimping. Earning money was urgent. Now in this unfamiliar place, she needed to explore on weekends. She couldn't just bury herself in books anymore. Vocational school focused on skills with solid expertise and a good impression on teachers. She could ease up on herself. Who knew that in her past life she studied English, but in this era it was Russian, enough to make her tear her hair out. Primary school was fine with simple stuff, but middle school was tough. To maintain her grades, she had memorized Russian textbooks, thoroughly living up to her title as a top student. Transmigration didn't boost her IQ, it only gave her more knowledge. In her past life, Su Lele was an ordinary girl, so learning a completely unfamiliar language was incredibly hard. Her heart ached, but she kept silent. Still, her efforts paid off. Passing the vocational school exam meant she had Organizing his thoughts, he checked the space to see what could be exchanged for money. The Riatatoet food was mostly gone, leaving only flour and rice that required cooking. The grains of this era differed from those of his past life. While fine for personal consumption, they couldn't be sold. Then there was the fabric. Speaking of fabric, brought a pang of bitterness. Back when he studied at the commune surrounded by familiar faces, there was no way to improve his circumstances. He could only wear the hand-me-downs from his sisters, patched clothes covered in more patches. Washing clothes meant beating them with a stick. He dared not rub them with his hands, fearing he might tear the fragile fabric. If he ruined them, there would be nothing to patch them with, and he'd earn a scolding. He picked 2 bolts of plain-colored cloth, hoping to trade them later. In this era of ration tickets, fabric was as good as currency. There were also some delicate plastic hair clips, impulse purchases from buying daily necessities in his past life. He wondered if he could peddle them later. The semester began with a week-long military training. Lele was in class 1, which had only 39 students. The only girl from her dormitory in the same class was Wang Fong. The other dorm mates were from the nursing, teaching, or mechanical departments, though female mechanical students were rare, with only the eldest He Jing in that field. Through conversations with Wang Fong, Lele learned that her family worked at the steel plant. Her father was the finance director of the department store, her mother handled finance and HR at the steel plant, and her brother was a purchaser for the supply and marketing cooperative. A family of workers, solidly working class. All one's own misery is pitiable enough, but the happiness of others stings all the more. Oh, and the last dorm mate whom she met during the military training was Su Jingzhen. Also from C City, her family seemed to be red capitalists, and she carried herself with the air of a young lady. She arrived at the dormitory with a maid who made her bed while she stood by and watched. After the maid finished, she left without greeting anyone in the dormitory, clearly looking down on them. Wang Fong, who had decent conditions herself, seemed like a mere foil next to Su Jingzhen. She often complained to Lele about how Miss Su looked down on everyone. It was as if their auras clashed. But then Miss Su's aura clashed with everyone's as she seemed aloof and unapproachable. After enduring the military training and finally reaching the weekend, the dorm mates, except for the 2 going home, agreed to go out and explore. They were all teenage girls holding no grudges overnight. They decided to visit the city's department store. Though they had few ration tickets, looking cost nothing, and it would broaden their horizons. When the group entered the department store, their eyes could hardly take it all in. It was huge, towering 3 stories high, the largest in C City. Shoppers bustled about, none leaving empty-handed, most carried bags upon bags. Inside, the array of goods was dizzying. Counters lined every corner, and overhead cash boxes zipped back and forth on wires, a dizzying spectacle. Comrade, how much are these pastries? The question came from Sume. After a week of training, she craved a treat. She had some money and tickets left, and wanted to indulge. The saleswoman, seeing a group of young girls, didn't make things difficult. Thinking it was a chance to clear old stock before it spoiled, she opened the counter drawer. 1 yuan per jean for the pastries, no pastry ticket needed. Want some? Yes. Yes. Give me 1 jean. No ticket needed. An opportunity not to be missed. She handed over a yuan. The saleswoman quickly wrapped it up and passed it to Sume. Sume was pleasantly surprised. Back in her county, the saleswomen looked down their noses at customers, always dismissive. When had she ever met such a friendly clerk? Seeing Sume buy pastries, the others thought the training had been grueling and deserved a reward. So they each bought a little something. Lele followed suit, buying a small portion. But it was truly expensive. 1 yuan could buy a jean of meat. They then went to the second floor, which sold fabric, yarn, socks, shoes, cigarettes, and alcohol. The third floor featured electronics and big-ticket items. The famous 3 rounds and a ring that couples sought for marriage. They shopped for about a morning until noon, enjoying themselves thoroughly. After buying what they wanted, they headed back. The first dormitory group activity was a success. After lunch in the cafeteria and a short nap, Lele changed into fresher clothes and went out. Though she had stayed with her friends during the outing, she hadn't come back empty-handed. On a street in front of the department store, she had spotted ticket scalpers. Too timid for the black market, she thought these scalpers might have connections. Just this once, she'd get some money and tickets, then head to the textile factory compound in C City. Hair clips had stronger appeal to girls. When Lele reached that street, she saw the scalper still there trading with someone. She found a secluded corner and took out the prepared fabric. Approaching slowly, she whispered, "Need fabric." The scalper's eyes lit up. In this ration society, food and clothing were paramount. Fabric was gold. "Little sister, you have such good stuff." "Yes, my aunt works at the textile factory." "How do you want to trade?" 1 bolt, about 10 meters, for 40 yuan and 10 jean of grain tickets. "I have 2 bolts." "Little sister, money is fine, but grain tickets are scarce." "I don't have any left." Lele was taken aback. A scalper without grain tickets. She was speechless. "What tickets do you have?" The scalper checked. He had only 5 industrial tickets and 1 watch ticket. Watch tickets were sought after, but not essential. He had just acquired it today and hadn't sold it yet. Lele thought it. She also feared trouble. She said directly, "Give me the watch ticket and 60 yuan, and these 2 bolts of fabric are yours." The scalper, equally cautious, checked his surroundings. Seeing no one, they exchanged money and ticket for fabric. Both moved swiftly, then ducked into different alleys, quickly parting ways. After walking a distance, Lele's heart still pounded wildly. It was too thrilling. She decided against selling the hair clips. Her heart couldn't take it. She had managed without money for the past 7 years. She could endure 3 more until she started working, and everything would be fine. At least she had the space. She would never go hungry again. As for other needs, she would deal with them after she got a job. In the days that followed, Lele remained at school, balancing her studies with part-time work and odd jobs, the latter arranged through her homeroom teacher, Teacher Wu. Lele's homeroom teacher was a kindly, elderly woman surnamed Wu. The students affectionately called her Teacher Wu. Though in her 40s, she appeared to be in her early 30s, well-preserved, with a gentle disposition and profound knowledge. It was said that teacher Wu's family members all worked in the education bureau, making them a scholarly household in the truest. Su Lele's initial attempts to find part-time work had been fraught with difficulty. In those times, most families struggled to put food on the table, let alone afford tutoring. A stranger in Sea City, young and without connections, she was repeatedly turned away. Just as she was about to give up her homeroom, teacher summoned her to the office. I heard you've been leaving school after class lately, Su Lele. Are you facing some difficulties? Teacher Wu asked gently. Teacher, I'm sorry. I just thought I could use my spare time after class to find another job. Su Lele replied sheepishly. I remember approving a work-study arrangement for you. Are you still short of money? Is there? No, I just wanted to earn a bit more pocket money, Su Lele quickly said. If it's enough, then why seek another job? Su Lele, you worked hard to get into this technical school. Don't lose sight of what's important. Money can never be fully earned. Your studies are your top priority now, Teacher Wu said with a hint of anger. She felt that Su Lele, still young, might not understand right from wrong. The work-study program had given her a taste of earning, and perhaps her ambitions had grown unchecked, needing a firm hand to guide her. With no other choice, Su Lele confessed, Teacher, I'm sorry. I promise I'll study hard, but I also need to earn money. My family is from the countryside, and the only one from our village who made it here. I have a younger brother and my parents won't support me. The work-study only covers my meals. If I want a better life, I have to rely on myself. Teacher Wu understood. The child was ambitious, but had no family support, relying solely on herself. The work-study ensured she wouldn't starve, but for any extras she was on her own. Wanting to find another job, she had thought of tutoring given her good grades, but lacked the network, leaving her to try her luck outside. Realizing this, Teacher Wu's expression softened. You're still too young to be coming and going from school frequently. It's unsafe outside. Since you want to earn some pocket money, let me check if the library needs help. Su Lele, who had expected a scolding, was surprised by this turn of events, her job search finally bearing fruit. She quickly said, Thank you, teacher, thank you. You may go now. They'll give you an answer tomorrow. Okay, teacher, will be going then. She hadn't expected this. Teacher Wu was truly a kind soul. Good people deserved good fortune. Perhaps she should give them a hint. It was 1966 now, and the decade-long movement must have begun, though it might not have reached Sea City yet. She wondered if Teacher Wu and her family were prepared. The next day, Teacher Wu arranged for Su Lele to work as a library assistant. The job was simple. During lunch breaks and after evening classes, she had to tidy up the books in her assigned section and return them to their proper places. Then she would clean up. It took about 2 hours and paid 2 jiao a day. And so Su Lele now had 2 part-time jobs. Each month, besides covering her living expenses, she managed to save a little bit, storing it away in her space. The happiest part of her day was after washing up at night, lying in bed and mentally counting her savings in the space. Watching her little treasury grow, Su Lele felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Though the earnings were meager, they were the fruits of her own labor, and Su Lele was content with her lot. Meanwhile, on the other side, homeroom, Teacher Wu returned home and asked her husband over dinner, How is Su Lele doing? Only the two of them were eating. Teacher Wu had 2 sons, both married and moved out, each with their own housing. Her 80-year-old grandson lived with his parents and visited occasionally. She's doing well, quite efficient. I heard Chef Lu from the cafeteria praising her, Rongwei said. It turned out that Teacher Wu's husband, Rongwei, was the school principal. That's good. And the library job. According to Xiao Sun, the librarian, she's a book-loving child. She reads for a while after finishing her cleaning. Hearing this, Teacher Wu felt a weight lift off her shoulders. That's good. Initially moved by the child's pitiful story, she had impulsively helped, but with the uncertain times, she feared that good intentions might backfire. Self-preservation was wisest, yet her conscience wouldn't allow her to do nothing. So she had found a compromise, letting the child work under her watchful eye, keeping a close check. Don't worry, I had someone check if she's a good kid, he assured. So about old son from the machinery factory and his grandson, what do you plan to do? Old son doesn't want his grandson to go back to his father's place. The father remarried and brought along a stepdaughter. He's worried the boy will be mistreated, so he wants him to study here. But the kid doesn't want to go to high school or college. He says he'll do 2 years at a technical school and start working at 18. Ah, how pitiful. Once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. What's the boy's name? What does he plan to study? Teacher Wu. His name is Gu Yuan, and he wants to study mechanics. His grandfather is the chief engineer at the factory, and the boy has both interest and talent for it, Principal Rong said. All right, he's 16 now. 2 more years, and he'll be 18, a young man. Yes, and he can take care of his grandfather too. Old son looked so lonely on his own. Having his grandson around seems to have revived his spirit. It's just a pity about son Huiman passing away so young, Rongwei lamented. So will you let him transfer into a class? No, the kid will take the entrance exam himself. I'm just giving him an opportunity. With the current tensions, we can't afford any missteps. Besides, the machinery factory has its own study programs. Principal Rong quickly added. That's fine, we need to be careful. Having learned all she wanted, Teacher Wu said no more and settled down to eat her meal in peace. At noon the next day, at the entrance of City CS Vocational School, a young man in a white shirt approached from afar. He was tall and slender with fair skin, walking against the light, so his features were indistinct, yet he emanated an air of cool elegance like a graceful gentleman. Su Lele's first impression of Gu Yuan was, this person is so pale. He looked a bit familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. She had been roped in by the principal. Originally busy at the cafeteria, Principal Rong had asked how she liked working there, and then someone came to tell him that the Education Bureau had called for a meeting to prepare for the midterm exams. So the principal assigned Su Lele a task. A transfer student was arriving at noon. and she was to sacrifice her lunch break to show the new student around and help with registration. Lele agreed without hesitation, thinking that since the school had helped her a lot, she ought to take good care of the new student. As Lele was still lost in thought, she heard a clear youthful voice say, "It's you, little darky." Little darky. Was this person so rude? Making fun of someone at first sight. And did she even know him? Why did he speak so familiarly? Lele muttered inwardly. But when he came closer, she saw it was the same pale-faced guy who had mocked her at the train station last time. In the 7 or 8 years since she had come to this world, she had only seen people looking dusty or sallow from malnutrition. She had rarely seen anyone with such fair skin, and he had laughed at her, so he left a strong impression. Lele immediately huffed, "It's you, pale-faced pretty boy." Yuan looked at the little darky before him, thinking how coincidental it was. When he had come to visit his grandfather, he had just gotten off the train and saw this little darky stretching her limbs like a little frog. He couldn't help but laugh, felt a bit awkward, and intended to apologize next time. He never expected to see her again so soon. What a twist of fate. Seeing the little darky all puffed up with anger, Yuan felt his own oppressive mood lighten a bit, and he wanted to tease her. "I'm the pale-faced pretty boy, and you're the little darky." Or even Yuan said teasingly. "You." Lele thought, don't get mad, don't get mad. Getting mad won't solve anything. It's not worth getting upset over a pale-faced pretty boy. After calming herself down, she could speak calmly. "You're the transfer student, right? They'll take you to the academic affairs office." With that, she led the way. Seeing that he had upset the girl, Yuan quickly stepped up to appease her. "Are you mad? Don't be so petty. My name is Yuan. What's yours?" Lele, she replied crossly. "You look so young. Are you attending a vocational school?" Yuan asked curiously. "Yes, I skipped grades. I'm 12 years old, in my first year of vocational school," Lele answered proudly. She thought, "Bet you've never seen anyone skip grades before. Aren't you amazed by my age?" Yuan looked at the little darky's triumphant face, her eyes sparkling, and felt his mood brighten even more. He thought, she's just a child after all. "I'm 16 in my second year." "What's your major?" "Accounting." "Oh, what fun things are there at school?" Yuan didn't know why, but he always wanted to make the little darky talk. "I don't know. I mostly study and work part-time. I don't really play. Part-time job. Yeah, work study. I'm not like you, born with a silver spoon." Lele rolled her eyes. Judging by the pale-faced pretty boy's clothes, he was rich. Damn rich people. But he'll be rich too someday. You're short on cash. That's easy. Just call me Big Brother, and he'll give you some pocket money. Seeing the myriad expressions on the little darky's face, Yuan teased. Lele was speechless. This pale-faced pretty boy who seemed so aloof and unapproachable at first turned out to be a chatterbox and a sucker. "I don't need it. I'm not short on money now. There's nothing wrong with earning my own keep. But I appreciate the thought. Don't flaunt your wealth, you might attract the wrong kind of attention." As they chatted, Lele led Yuan to the academic affairs office. She knocked, heard come in, and brought him inside. "Director Lu, this is the new transfer student. The principal should have informed you. He's here to register." Yes, the principal mentioned it before he left," Director Lu said, rising quickly. "I've brought him here, so we'll take my leave now." "All right, go to your classroom. You still have some time to rest," Director Lu nodded. Lele turned to leave, but Yuan grabbed her. "Which class are you in? Where can I find you later?" Lele didn't want to prolong the interaction, so she whispered him in accounting class 1. "If you need anything, ask your classmates, not me." Then she left directly. "Hey." Before Yuan could say another word, she had already run off. "Yuan, right. First take a test, so I can see your level," Director Lu said. "Sure, Director Lu." Yuan had no time to dwell on other matters. Since they were in the same school, she couldn't escape. He found an empty desk, took out his pen, and began answering. His grandfather was a master of mechanics, and he himself had talent, always performing well. So he finished the test quickly. When he handed the paper to Director Lu for grading, Director Lu saw the perfect score and was very satisfied. It seemed the principal hadn't pulled any strings, he had just facilitated things, and the child himself was outstanding. Director Lu put down the paper, thoroughly pleased. "Excellent, full marks. You'll be placed in mechanical engineering class 1. First pay the tuition and submit your documents, and I'll process your enrollment. Then I'll take you to your class." "All right, thank you, teacher." Yuan handed over his documents, completed the enrollment process. Then Director Lu led him to mechanical engineering class 1, just in time for the first afternoon class, which was taught by the class homeroom teacher on mechanical theory. "Knock knock. Old Fong, you have a new student here. Please arrange for him," Director Lu said before returning to his office. Yuan remained very calm, waiting for the homeroom teacher to make arrangements. The homeroom teacher of mechanical engineering class 1 was a man with a receding hairline, surnamed Fong, in his 40s, who appeared very amiable. Seeing the new student, he quickly invited him in to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Yuan." "That's it?" Teacher Fong asked, puzzled. "That's it. Teacher, where should I sit?" "It seems our new student is quite shy," Teacher Fong said, smoothing things over. "Since we have an odd number of students, you can sit behind Gao Yu." "Gao Yu, raise your hand." Gao Yu raised his hand and joked, "Teacher, the new student is really pale." Yuan walked over without responding to the teasing. He was used to it. His fair skin was inherited from his mother. It was natural. No matter how much he tanned, he never got darker. Because of this, his childhood friends had teased him for years. Whenever they went out to play, other kids would make fun of him, and he was even mistaken for a girl when he was young, leading to many fights. Now he could remain calm and ignore others' comments, a sign of progress. It had been over a month since Yuan transferred to this school. During this time, he had grown familiar with his classmates. His desk mate, a boy named Yang Mingli, was said to have connections in the steel industry, allowing him to coast through the vocational school. The student in front of him, Gao Yu, was lively and outgoing, well-liked by the class. The homeroom teacher Old Fong had asked Gao Yu to help the new student integrate. Over the past month, Gu Yuan had mostly followed Gao Yu's lead. Gao Yu loved playing basketball and would organize games after every class. Gu Yuan, being fairly skilled at basketball, often joined in. Gu Yuan, want to play ball today? Gao Yu invited. Not today. Exams are coming up, so I'll study instead, Gu Yuan declined. Hearing this, Gao Yu quickly urged, come on. Let's go. It's rare to find someone as good as you. Together we can crush the guys from mechanical class too. Not today. I have things to do later. Feeling he had gotten familiar enough with his surroundings, Gu Yuan decided to stop going out so often and focus on his own pursuits. Recently, through the librarian, a dark-skinned girl, he had discovered several books on mechanical theory. Some concepts intrigued him, and he wanted to experiment. Seeing Gu Yuan's firm refusal, Gao Yu didn't press further. All right, let's hang out another time. Sure, Gu Yuan replied absent-mindedly, already lost in calculations and refining his ideas, thinking about when he could get Hansen practice, perhaps by asking his grandfather for help. Finally, school ended, and Gu Yuan eagerly decided to stop going out so often and focus on his own pursuits. Recently, through the librarian, a dark-skinned girl, he had discovered several books on mechanical theory. Some concepts intrigued him, and he wanted to experiment. Seeing Gu Yuan's looking up, she saw it was Gu Yuan. Rolling her eyes, she said irritably, "Oh, it's you." Seeing her expression, Gu Yuan stopped teasing and asked directly, "You mentioned earlier when organizing the library, did you see any other sections with mechanical books?" "What? You've already finished the ones I recommended." Lele was genuinely surprised. Aside from when Gu Yuan first enrolled, and she gave him a brief tour, they had mostly kept to themselves, exchanging only nods when they met. Gu Yuan was in mechanical engineering second year, while Lele studied accounting first year. They weren't even in the same building. As for the cafeteria, Lele worked there, but she was busy serving, leaving no time for chat. So though they occasionally crossed paths, they never spoke. Lele felt they weren't close enough for conversation anyway. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. He was used to others starting conversations, initiating them himself was beyond. The only reason they were talking now was because a couple of days ago Gu Yuan encountered a challenging mechanical problem posed by Old Fong in class. Intrigued, but stuck, he skipped basketball with Gao Yu and went to the library for reference materials. That day Lele was on duty, and Gu Yuan was surprised to see her working yet again. First the cafeteria, now the library. Dark-skinned girl, why are you always working? Lele, seeing him, was equally exasperated. Why did she keep running into this rich kid? What bad luck. I'm earning money. 20 cents a day. Unlike you, I have no one to support me. My family's poor. I have to fend for myself. Oh, your family's that poor? Seeing the disbelief on Gu Yuan's face, Lele nearly laughed in anger. She knew she was poor, but she wasn't eating his rice. Did he have to pity her? What book are you looking for? Lele quickly changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on poverty. All right, I need some mechanical books, Gu Yuan said, snapping back to reality, briefly considering offering her some help. But he figured her pride would prevent her from accepting. If Lele could hear his thoughts, she'd have said, I don't mind. I have no pride. How much are you offering? A couple of bills is fine, 10 or 8 is even better. But alas, she couldn't hear him. Mechanics. They're in Math Zone 3. Do you know where it is? Want me to take you? Lele was diligent at work, always helping students. Having worked at the library for months, she knew the general layout and where books were placed. She gave him a rough idea. Take me there. I've never been to the library before. All right, follow me. Lele got up from the counter and led him to Math Zone 3. These are the ones. I don't know much about mechanics, but these seem to be basic theories. Look around, she said, then quickly returned to the counter, not wanting to be away too long in case other students needed help. Watching her leave, Gu Yuan browsed the shelves. He picked up a book on basic mechanical theory he hadn't seen before, put back ones had already read, and kept the new ones to borrow. He was a day student. His grandfather worked at a machinery factory in City C. The vocational school was close to the factory's residential area, just a 15-minute bike ride away. At the counter, he got a library card from Lele and registered the books. Before leaving, he asked her to keep an eye out for more mechanical and physics books, since mechanics and physics were related. Lele didn't think much of it. She had to organize the library daily anyway, so it was no trouble. But she didn't expect Gu Yuan to return just 2 days later. Did he read that fast? He was almost as fast as her. However, Lele had her own speed-reading method. He was good-looking, smart, and clearly well-off based on his clothes. How unfair the heavens were. Why did she, a transmigrator, have to work hard step by step, living such a tough life, while he lived comfortably with a sharp mind? The more Lele thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Even her self-soothing AQ mentality couldn't save her. Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, she said directly, for advanced mechanics, check Math Zone 6. Physics is in Physics Zone 1, right behind the math section. Find them yourself. With that, she sat down and buried herself in a book. One hidden perk of working at the library was free access to all the books. In this era, there was little entertainment, so Lele spent her free time reading. Gu Yuan noticed the dark-skinned girl was suddenly sulky, but he didn't dwell on it. Following her directions, he headed to the math and physics sections. He had some new ideas and wanted to study first, then find a way to experiment later. And so one read at the counter, the other in the study area, each absorbed in their own world. Under the warm yellow library lights, the scene felt cozy and timeless, a moment of serene tranquility. About a week into such days, the first midterm exams of the vocational school arrived. Lele performed relatively steadily, but there were indeed some more gifted individuals at the school, and others who, besides their own talents, had elders at home who could teach them specialized knowledge, something Lele was rather lacking. Thus her grades could only be considered above average, ranking within the top 5. Lele had already mentally prepared herself for the results, so she was fine without much disappointment. After the exams, the school gave a 3-day holiday, but for Lele the round trip would take a whole day and night, so she didn't bother and decided to wait until winter break to go home. During the subsequent holiday, the library and cafeteria were nearly empty, and Lele enjoyed the peace. She tidied up and left the school gate. Walking along the roads of Sea City, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It had been so long since she had time to herself. At school, it was either studying or working part-time. She quietly reflected on her life since the transmigration, thinking it was hardly like that of a typical transmigrator. She hadn't dominated like others in such stories, nor had she made money on the black market. She had simply lived at her own pace, an ordinary, diligent, and cautious person. But being ordinary wasn't bad. Life was better than some and worse than others. She had escaped farming, could support herself, and believed things would only get better. Keep going. Gu Yuan saw the little dark-skinned girl walking slowly from afar. After a semester of care, she seemed to have become a bit prettier. Compared to when he first saw her, her skin was fairer, she was taller, and her complexion was rosier. It seemed working in the cafeteria meant she ate well. Just as he was about to greet her, she walked right past him as if he didn't exist. As if she hadn't seen him at all, lost in thought. Gu Yuan was speechless. He had noticed that the little dark-skinned girl often "Hey, am I so big that you can't see me?" Lele snapped back to reality. After encouraging herself, she had been thinking of going to the station restaurant to improve her meal. Shopping at the department store was out of the question. She had no coupons. She had no meat coupons either, and wondered if she could find someone at the station restaurant to cook some meat dishes for a treat. Hearing someone speak, she turned her head. "Oh, a pale-faced pretty boy. Whom were you calling me?" Lele asked. Looking at Gu Yuan outside the school, he seemed very different from his school image. At school, he was like a graceful gentleman. She had heard of the handsome Gu Yuan from mechanical class 1, always in a white shirt and black pants. But now why was he dressed like a beggar? All tattered and full of patches. What had he been up to? Yes, what were you thinking about? Am I so big that you can't see me? Gu Yuan repeated. Nothing much, just thinking about what to buy, Lele replied dismissively. Oh, what do you want to buy? Maybe I can help. I have no coupons. I was thinking of going to the station restaurant for a bowl of plain noodles. And you? Playing the beggar. No, I'm going to the scrapyard to pick up some things, Gu Yuan said awkwardly. He had been so focused on greeting her that he forgot his current appearance. His clothes were usually prone to getting dirty, so he had borrowed a shabby set from his grandfather for the task. Right? At the mention of the scrapyard, Lele perked up. This was a place where all transmigrated predecessors were said to frequent. In novels, the scrapyard was full of treasures, and with the decade-long movement already underway, she might be able to find bargains. Lele excitedly said to Gu Yuan, "What are you moving? Need help?" Gu Yuan looked at her slender arms and legs, and said bluntly, "You little shrimp, what can you possibly carry?" Lele was deflated by his remark, but quickly recovered. "Whatever, since you reminded me, I won't hold it against you," she thought. "Are you still going to the scrapyard? I want to buy a box and some picture books." Gu Yuan saw she wanted to go too, and said after a moment, "All right, come along. I just finished one trip, and there's a bit left." He led the way, and Lele followed, excitedly wondering what the scrapyard in Sea City was like. She imagined it must be full of treasures, and the thought filled her with elation, as if injected with adrenaline. But this state of mind turned to numbness after about an hour of walking. Unable to hold back, Lele asked, "How much longer?" "We've been walking for nearly an hour and my legs are starting to ache." "Almost there. Another 10 minutes, then turn a corner, and we'll be there." "Why is it so far?" Lele complained. "Scrapyards are supposed to be far from residential areas. They take all kinds of stuff and need a lot of space. How else could they fit everything?" Gu Yuan explained. Lele thought about it and agreed. "All right then." Just as she comforted herself, she looked up and saw the sign for the scrapyard. The name was brutally straightforward, just scrapyard, not a word more. Entering the gate, she saw 2 women sitting there knitting sweaters and an old man drinking tea and reading a newspaper. Lele felt genuinely envious. A stable job was indeed wonderful. Though the era lacked material abundance, life wasn't stressful either. This job seemed like a dream position. As Lele was lost in thought, Gu Yuan walked in and greeted the old man. "Grandpa Mo, I've come to pick up the leftover scrap materials." "Oh, shall Gu, go ahead. I've left them for you," Grandpa Mo said without looking up, taking a sip of tea. Watching Gu Yuan move things, Lele quickly added, "Grandpa Mo, could I buy a wooden box for clothes and personal items? And I'd like to buy some newspapers to paste on the walls. My dorm room's plaster is falling off." Grandpa Mo looked up, saw it was a young girl, and hesitated. Before he could refuse, Gu Yuan came out carrying things, and said, "Grandpa Mo, she's my classmate. She's from the countryside and can't afford new things or coupons, so she came to see if there are any second-hand items." Seeing they knew each other, Grandpa Mo gave Gu Yuan face. "Go look inside. Don't touch what you shouldn't." Lele quickly nodded, and said, "Okay, Grandpa Mo, thank you." Soon one of the women knitting led her into the back room, full of scrap. Seeing the room littered with paper and wood shavings, Lele's heart sank. When she entered and saw the woman had no intention of leaving, just watching her, her heart sank even further. Novels really are unreliable. Forget it. I was just here to take a look anyway. Better not cause any trouble. And just thinking this, Lele decided not to cause any trouble. She surveyed the junk room, which was mostly filled with tables, stools, and bedboards that had been dismantled and stacked vertically. Some beds were broken into pieces. As she rummaged through the debris, she suddenly spotted a small cabinet resembling a drawer with 2 layers, one of which seemed shattered. Picking it up, she felt something odd about its weight. Without making a sound, she glanced around, found a wooden board to compare, and realized it could be repaired. She asked the older woman watching at the door, "Sister, can I take this cabinet? They'll find a better board to nail it back together," she added. The woman glanced at the battered cabinet. Though it was a bit large, it wasn't much of a loss, and replied, "Sure, just hurry up once you've found it. Sister, this place is full of wooden furniture. I was wondering if I could also buy some newspapers and books," Lele said, standing up with the small drawer and board in hand, walking ahead of the woman. Just as the woman was growing impatient, Lele reached into her pocket, pulled out 2 white rabbit creamy candies, and pressed them into the woman's palm. Feeling the candies, the woman's expression softened into a smile. "Find the newspapers and books are in the next room. Go take a look," she said. Lele breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, it's easier to deal with a god than a minor demon. At least the obstacles weren't too great. After the woman finished speaking, Lele quickly headed to the adjacent room where the paper materials were stored. Inside, aside from damaged items, most of the newspapers and books were neatly stacked in piles. Without wasting time, Lele gathered some newspapers and a few well-preserved comic books and story collections to pass the time. She then went out, showed the items to the woman for registration, and asked how much they cost. The woman checked the items, confirmed there was nothing prohibited, and registered them. "1 yuan," she said. Lele guessed the cabinet might have been pricier, but said nothing, paid promptly, and left with her belongings following Gu Yuan. On the way back, Gu Yuan asked this cabinet, "You don't have a place to fix it, do you? Want me to find someone to repair it for you?" Lele thought to herself that the cabinet seemed to hide something, and she couldn't let anyone know. She refused outright. "No need, I'll fix it myself." Gu Yuan was taken aback by the little dark-skinned girl's resolute refusal. "It's just a broken cabinet. Why are you so protective of it?" "None of your business. Can't I enjoy fixing it myself? I don't like others touching my things." Fine, it's just a shabby cabinet. Only you treasure it." After that, neither spoke much. Gu Yuan, though somewhat fond of the little dark-skinned girl, wasn't the type to grovel after being rejected. In the capital, he was considered a minor young master. Everyone has a bit of a spoiled temper. Thus they walked back until they reached a fork in the road. "I'm going home. You can head back to school on your own," said young Master Gu, unwilling to endure any slight from the ungrateful girl. "All right, thank you. I'm really grateful for today. They'll treat you to a meal next time," Lele replied cheerfully. Thinking about her gains from the junk station, she felt genuinely thankful to the pale-faced boy. Her impression of him improved considerably. He was like a lucky charm. "It's nothing. We're classmates. We help each other," Gu Yuan said, still a bit surprised. Was the little dark-skinned girl actually being so friendly today? Impulsively he blurted, "So you like junk? Next school holiday, do you want to come along again?" Lele's mind went blank for a second, then she was overjoyed. She had thought that after acting so ungrateful, Gu Yuan wouldn't give her a second glance. It was clear that Gu Yuan had connections at the junk station. She had assumed she'd only get one chance to benefit, but who knew? Truly worthy of a young master so generous. She quickly responded with delight, "Really? Young master, you're such a good person." Gu Yuan's face darkened at the new nickname. Oops, in her excitement, the nickname had slipped out. Panicking, Lele quickly made an excuse. "Well, you call me little dark skin. I haven't complained about that, so we're even, right?" Gu Yuan looked at her feigned composure and thought it over. Fine, he'd be magnanimous and not bother with her. "I'll let you know next holiday," he said. Lele breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't make a fuss. "Great, let's meet next time," she replied. With that, they parted ways, one heading home, the other back to school. When Lele finally returned to the dormitory with her load of junk, her roommates were all out, some at home, some shopping, so the room was empty. Lele quickly locked the door and began tinkering with the broken cabinet. From the moment she first picked it up, she had felt something off about its weight. One corner was heavier. This subtle difference might have gone unnoticed because she had lifted it with both hands, being a child with smaller hands and less strength. Adults at the junk station, however, could easily carry it with one hand. But it was precisely because she was a child that she managed to find this hidden treasure. Lele fiddled with the cabinet for a while, checking every seam, but everything seemed perfectly fitted. Had she been mistaken? Reluctant to give up, she wondered, should I just take it apart? Yet on the surface, she really did need a cabinet to store things. Although she had her space, some items had to be kept in plain sight. Before, she had just left things lying around. A cabinet would make things much more convenient. What should she do? Should she really dismantle it? Lele's fingers unconsciously traced the surface as her mind. Suddenly her finger caught a tiny hole. She lifted the cabinet to examine it. It looked just like the SIM card slot on a modern phone. Could the mechanism be here? Thinking this, Lele retrieved a sewing machine from her space, one she had bought before time traveling, and took a needle from its sewing kit. She inserted the needle into the tiny hole and poked it a few times. With a click, it was indeed a hidden mechanism. She quickly worked the mechanism open, and inside lay 5 gold bars. There was also a purple bracelet and a pure gold hairpin. Lele's heart raced as she stared at the items, her mind blank, except for one thought: I'm rich. Time seemed to stretch and compress. Once her emotions settled, her first instinct was to store the items in her space. Then she tidied up, reset the mechanism, retrieved nails and a hammer, repaired the cabinet, sanded it to prevent splinters, and cleaned up all the wood shavings and dust. Just as she finished, she heard bang, bang, bang. Who's inside? Why is the door locked? Open up. Lele was startled. After tidying up her things and double-checking, she went to open the door. Lele, why did you lock the door? The speaker was Wang Yuanyuan. Ever since the start of the semester, Wang Yuanyuan had been in a foul mood after being stung by the bumpkin Lele. Now that she had finally caught Lele in a compromising position, she immediately became aggressive. You weren't doing something shameful in the dorm, were you? Lele was speechless. Why did Wang Yuanyuan act like she had some kind of illness, always picking on her for no reason? I was just fixing a cabinet I brought in. I locked the door because I was worried the dorm supervisor would catch me. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one spouting nonsense. The dorm belongs to everyone, and our stuff is all in here. Who knows if you've been stealing? After all, you're the only one on work study in this dorm. Clearly your family is dirt poor. I'm worried everyone's things might go missing. With that, Wang Yuanyuan even checked her own locker in bed. The other roommates who had returned together heard and saw Wang Yuanyuan's accusations. A flicker of worry crept into their hearts, and their expressions soured. Lele was furious at Wang Yuanyuan's baseless slander. Fine. Go ahead and check. If nothing's missing, I'll call the police and report you for defamation. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the others quickly tried to mediate. Lele, don't be mad. Yuanyuan was just a little worried. She didn't mean it. Lele looked at Jing, who had just spoken. So this one wasn't as reasonable as she seemed. But it didn't matter, as she didn't care much for roommate bonds anyway. She didn't mean it, so it's okay for her to call me a thief. What about my reputation? While Lele was standing her ground, Wang Yuanyuan's cousin was also trying to persuade her. Don't say such harsh things. We're all roommates, we have to live together for 3 more years. Don't let things get too tense. Besides, blowing this up won't do anyone any good. If her reputation is ruined, you'll just end up with a reputation for being mean. Wang Yuanyuan thought it over and decided it made sense. Well, it's not my fault. She was the only one in the dorm, so why lock the door? It's only natural I'd jump to conclusions. The others had to admit she had a point. Even if she was fixing a cabinet, there was no reason to lock the door. Lele knew she was in the wrong about locking the door, but that didn't justify being falsely accused. Seeing that Wang Yuanyuan had softened her stance and was no longer so aggressive, she decided to take the olive branch. I apologize for locking the door. You can all check if anything's missing. If nothing's gone, Wang Yuanyuan, you owe me an apology. Jing, seeing that the tension had eased, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, I agree. The other two nodded in agreement and went to check their belongings. Finding nothing missing, Jing said to Wang Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan, you were wrong. Apologize, and let's put this behind us. Wang Yuanyuan was reluctant. Why should she apologize to that bumpkin? A sudden idea struck her. Our stuff isn't worth much. The real valuables belong to Su Jingjin and Wang Fong, right? They're not here, so how do we know if anything of theirs is missing? Well, Jing and Su Mei exchanged glances, feeling helpless, but Wang Yuanyuan had a point. Before they could figure, Lele refused to back down. Fine. You want to confront me? Let's go find the teacher right now. If nothing's missing, you've slandered me and ruined my name. He'll call the police. Jing was alarmed. She had barely managed to calm Lele down. If the teacher got involved and the police were called, the whole dorm would be notorious for internal strife. As the dorm leader, she would be held responsible. She quickly said, Lele, no need to call the police. I have a solution. Don't worry, if nothing's missing, I'll make sure Yuanyuan apologizes. Just calm down. After speaking, Jing quickly sent Su Mei to find the homeroom teacher of Wang Fong and Su Jingjin. Su Mei explained the situation to the teacher, who then called Wang Fong and Su Jingjin back to the dorm. After a while, Wang Fong and Su Jingjin arrived. Su Jingjin had brought her maid along as expected. She never did anything herself. In truth, she didn't keep much in the dorm, just basic necessities and a change of clothes. Nothing valuable, since she mostly just... Wang Feng's belongings were equally sparse. She was also a local and went home every week, so she never left valuables behind. The most expensive things she had were probably snacks. But since it was the holidays, most of the food was already eaten. There was nothing of value left. Still, the moment she heard Wang Yuanyuan was targeting Lele, she knew there would be a show and hurried over eagerly. Everyone gathered. After confirming that nothing was missing, Lele looked at Wang Yuanyuan with a composed expression. The others also turned their gaze to Wang Yuanyuan, whose face flushed bright red before she muttered a quiet sorry. Lele pretended not to hear. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Wang Yuanyuan knew she couldn't avoid the apology today, so she shouted, I'm sorry, alright. Only then did Lele say calmly, fine. Just don't go around making wild accusations anymore. You're like a parent. It's only because I'm easygoing that I'm not making a big deal out of this. Then Lele grabbed a change of clothes and headed out to the bathroom for a shower. She had been out running errands all day and then fixing the cabinet. She was covered in dirt and grime. To top it off, Wang Yuanyuan had picked a fight with her, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. She just wanted to wash up and rest. The others watched Lele leave, exchanging stunned glances. They had always thought Lele, being the youngest, was steady, hardworking, and easygoing. Someone who didn't hold grudges. They had pegged her as a docile pushover. Today they had learned their lesson. They silently reminded themselves not to bully someone just because they seemed young or meek. After a semester of living together, the dorm had split into several small cliques. Both Lele and Miss Su were the ones being ostracized. Don't misunderstand. Miss Su simply disdained to associate with her roommates. She had her own social circle. As for Lele, her poverty was the issue. She had classes every day and worked part-time at the cafeteria and library. Relationships take time to build, and she had none to spare. Wang Fong had been closer to her at first since they were in the same class, but as Lele grew busier with work, they gradually drifted apart. Now they were just ordinary classmates. Back then, everyone coexisted peacefully, each busy with their own affairs, occasionally exchanging a few words. Now, after Lele's quarrel with Wang Yuanyuan in the dormitory, things have changed. Except for Wang Fong, who occasionally communicates with her on professional matters, everyone else simply ignores Lele. However, Lele was quite content with the solitude. Her inner self was an adult's, so she didn't crave constant companionship. Possessing a resilient psyche, her interests diverged from those of young girls, making her indifferent to being ostracized. She had always felt pressed for time. Lele wasn't particularly smooth-tongued. In her past life, she was only 24. Her previous focus had been on building good relationships with classmates, believing that harmony brought prosperity. But those who could enter a technical secondary school usually came from well-off families supported financially by their parents. Lele was the only one working part-time. Though she didn't feel inferior, she couldn't change others' perceptions. In her classmates' eyes, she was just a clever country girl. The children were quite mature, and the school was a microcosm of society. Those deemed useless were often ignored. Previously, she had tried to bond with her roommates by going shopping together. Now, with no need for that, she had more time and stopped forcing herself. Her life became a simple routine: classroom, dormitory, cafeteria, and library. She found contentment spending more time reading and improving herself. One day, as Lele walked from the cafeteria to the library past a grove, she heard voices. Initially thinking it was a young couple dating, she was about to leave when a sudden scream startled her. Realizing it might be bullying, she decided to investigate. She saw Su Jingjin, the young lady, surrounded by a group of girls. It seemed she had been slapped. Someone was shoving her, but Su kept her head down, her expression unreadable. She looked like she was silently enduring, unlike her usual arrogant demeanor. Lele pondered for a moment, then spotted the dean of students heading toward the grove. Knowing Dean Lu often caught students dating, she called out, "Dean Lu, why are you here?" Dean Lu recognized the work-study student from accounting class 1 and said, "Miss Su, what are you doing?" "I agreed to meet Su Jingjin at the library and was passing by." Lele replied. Hearing the dean's voice, the girls bullying Su scattered, leaving her standing there stunned. Seeing Su frozen in silence, Lele quickly excused herself to Dean Lu and pulled Su away. Dean Lu watched them leave, pleased. The girl was sensible and ambitious. Good. With that thought, he entered the grove, saw no couples, and returned to his office. Meanwhile, Lele led Su to the library, found her a seat, fetched water, and handled the handover with the librarian. After the librarian left with the library empty, Lele sat before Su, accompanying her in silence, holding a book and reading. Su Jingjin watched Lele's every move, sipping water, reading utterly at ease, and suddenly felt her defeat. Why had it come to this? Don't you have anything to ask me? Su's voice was hoarse. No. Handle your own matters. Seeing Lele's distant attitude, as if avoiding involvement, Su unexpectedly felt a surge of desire to confide. Those girls who surrounded me were sent by my elder sister. I'm the daughter of a concubine. Her fiancé fell for me, so he wanted to break off the engagement and marry me instead. Even though I don't love him, my father refused to give up the marriage alliance with the Song family. My sister, who loves that man, blamed me, accusing me of seducing my brother-in-law. She's been harassing me ever since. My father feels guilty toward my sister and always favors her. To them, I'm just a tool for profit. Lele had expected complications, but not this. Good heavens, she thought, what a mess. What a melodramatic family saga. A selfish father, a deranged sister, a beastly brother-in-law, and a downtrodden girl. Lele was silent for a long time before speaking carefully. What do you think? Now Su fell silent, unsure of what to do. But she didn't stay quiet for long. I don't like him, but I can't change my father's decision. Su actually envied Lele, thinking she was incredibly capable. Though they had barely spoken as roommates after that incident, seeing how Lele went about her business unaffected by the ostracism, Su admired her strength. She didn't know why she suddenly revealed her family troubles, but she had a strange feeling that if Lele were in her shoes, she would know what to do. Hopeful, she looked at Lele expectantly. As for Lele, she felt overwhelmed. The information was too much for her to process. Still, Lele had some ideas, but meddling in family affairs could backfire. They weren't close, having barely exchanged a few. Nevertheless, she could offer a hint. Cautiously, she said, "Since you can't change your father, why not change yourself?" Su looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lele put it plainly. "You can't make decisions because your father raised you, and aside from your face, you have no other skills or value. Why not strive to create some?" "But I don't know anything," Su said helplessly. "No one is born knowing. You can learn anything. Start with something you're interested in." Su looked into Lele's eyes, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Maybe, if she gained skills and value, perhaps her father wouldn't discard her so easily. Maybe her sister wouldn't dare bully her. With newfound courage, Su said, "I understand." "Thank you." Lele was bewildered. "Understand what?" "I was being vague. Did you really get it? Are you imagining things?" Something felt off. She meant that once Su could support herself, she wouldn't need her family. They couldn't force her into marriage. And even if married, divorce was possible. But seeing Su happy again, Lele said nothing more. At least she wasn't so. "It's fine. Just think positively. Nothing in this world is more important than yourself," Lele said. Yes, nothing is more important than oneself. Su Jingjin kept repeating this phrase, then suddenly drained the water from her cup, stood up, and smiled at Lele, saying, "Thank you for today. I know what to do now." Then she left. Lele watched Su Jingjin's departing figure, thinking to herself, "You'd better truly understand." But it wasn't her affair, as she had done her good deed for the day and had no intention of playing the confidant again. With that thought, Lele returned to the counter and continued reading her book. The rest of her day followed the same routine: organizing, sorting, and cleaning. Soon winter break arrived. Before leaving, Lele accompanied Gu Yuan to the scrapyard once more, but found nothing of value. However, she had become familiar with the two women who worked there, which might prove useful in the future. After a 10-hour train ride, Lele finally arrived at X County, feeling utterly drained. The old green train was unbearably slow. The ride had been miserable, but at least she had arrived. As soon as she stepped out of the station, she spotted her father along with her younger brother, who was hopping up and down and shouting, "Sis! Sis! Third sis! Over here!" Lele felt mortified and wished she didn't know the little rascal. Why was he making such a scene in public? She hurried over to them, bags in hand, covering her face, and saying, "Stop yelling, stop yelling. Let's go." Her younger brother Su Wangong was thrilled to see his long-absent third sister. Zu's father took the luggage, slung it over his shoulder, and walked silently behind his two children, saying nothing. Su Wengang chattered incessantly. "Third sis, I missed you so much. Third sis is the city fun. Third sis, this is my first time in the county town. Third sis, I came second in my exams this time. Really? Third sis missed you too. The city is quite big, but I haven't explored it, so I don't know." "Wow, you're amazing," Lele replied as they walked, knowing it would take another hour and a half to get home from the train station. "They'll definitely keep it up. I want to be a city person like you, third sis," Su Wengang declared firmly. His third sister was now his idol. For the past 6 months, the family had been saying that she had made it, that she would become a city dweller, no longer scratching a living from the soil. She was the golden phoenix that had flown out of the Su family. In the last half year, the kids he played with all envied him and would even give in to him. All because he had such an amazing third sister. Su Wengang didn't understand much else, but the ideas of city person and studying had been etched into his mind. He aspired to become a city dweller himself and to pursue an education. He hadn't liked school before and had always dragged his feet about going. But now, seeing how everyone in the family praised his third sister, he asked his parents to send him to school. He was now in first grade and doing well, though it was the holidays. They chatted idly to pass the time until they reached the entrance of Su family village. From a distance, they saw a large group of people sitting under the big tree at the village entrance. Before Lele could make out who they were, her younger brother Su Wengang ran up to his friends and announced proudly, "Shida Juzi, my third sister is back." Lele felt a bit embarrassed. Just as she was about to call her brother back, the group that had been chatting gathered around her. "Yangchang's third girl, you're back." It was the village chief's wife, Aunt Wang. "Yes, Aunt Wang," Lele replied politely. "Third girl. What's the city like? Can everyone in the city eat their fill? You look much better than 6 months ago." "The city is fine. The school meals are decent. I help out with some work, so I can get enough to eat. I'm not sure about others." Lele patiently answered their questions, responding to the normal ones, but sidestepping the more pointed inquiries, like whether she would be earning money soon. She left questions about exact amounts unanswered. The crowd held her up at the village entrance for a while, until grandmother Su, wondering why no one had returned yet, came out to check. Seeing the crowd, she called out, "What are you all doing there? We're waiting for you to eat. Come home now." Hearing her grandmother's voice, Lele quickly took her leave and headed home, silently thanking the old woman. Grandmother Su noticed her granddaughter's relieved expression and thought, this is nothing. She has no idea what's in store for the next 2 days. The girl still has much to learn. The next 2 days will be busy. The little girl is still too inexperienced. When they arrived home, dinner was already on the table. Zu's father put the luggage in the girl's room, and they all washed their hands to eat. Lele was about to sit in her usual spot when her grandmother called her over to sit with the elders. 7 years had passed, and the Su family had grown larger. For years ago, her 20-something youngest uncle had finally married a girl from the neighboring village named Tian Hohat. They soon had a son, now 3 years old, named Su Wenyang. When she had been admitted to the technical secondary school, her fourth uncle's family was away as her fourth aunt's mother was unwell. Now the whole family was finally together. They were seated at 2 tables with men and women separated. But Lele was the exception. This time she sat with the elders. After the meal, while others cleared the dishes, she stayed to chat with the older generation. "Lele, how is it studying in the city?" her grandfather asked. "Grandpa, it's fine. The city is better than the county. There's a big library with lots of books you can read for free." "Is that so? That's good. Getting into the technical secondary school wasn't easy, and your family couldn't help you much. So study hard, and you'll become a city person," Grandpa Su said, contentedly puffing on his pipe. "We'll study hard," Lele nodded. "Lele, now that you're a city person, don't forget to help your cousin out. This came from, and don't worry. I won't forget. But I'm still studying, so I can't do much for the family yet," Lele said tactfully, putting on a look of sincere helplessness. Wang Zhaodi, the eldest aunt, felt a pang of resentment. Girls are nothing but a waste of money, she thought. Why couldn't my son have gotten into the technical secondary school? It's okay. There's something you can help with soon. Your eldest cousin is going to meet a potential match. You should be there too to give. Lele was taken aback. She hadn't expected this. It seemed she had underestimated the value of her status as a technical secondary school student. But it was fine. Her eldest cousin had always been decent to her. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. Wang Zhaodi was satisfied with her nod. Within just a couple of days of staying at home, the day arrived for eldest cousin Su Wenbin's arranged meeting. Early in the morning, Lele was summoned by her aunt, who said they were to visit the girl's family. The girl was a distant relative of her aunt's clan beyond the 5th degree of kinship, and by seniority, she would address her aunt as Auntie. It was said they had already made preliminary inquiries, and today was the formal visit. Lele, as part of the entourage, also joined the outing. After walking for over an hour, they finally arrived at the girl's home, spotting someone welcoming them from afar. "Oh dear Sister Wang, you've finally arrived," said the matchmaker Wang, who had arranged the meeting. The aunt also beamed and replied, "Sister Wang, apologies for the delay." "No matter. This must be your eldest son. Ow, he looks so spirited," she remarked as they entered the house. Inside, the girl's parents welcomed everyone. As they took their seats, a young woman in a blue dress with 2 braids brought in tea and poured it for the guests. Lele watched with amusement. The moment eldest cousin Su Wenbin saw the girl, his entire face flushed crimson. Already dark-skinned, it turned a deep purplish red. He stole glances at her, looking utterly innocent. Indeed, watching others fall in love was pure entertainment. Meanwhile, the aunt and the girl's mother engaged in a back-and-forth conversation, discussing the girl's family background, the bride price, the dowry, and other matters. Just as Su Lele had nearly drunk her fill of tea, the girl's mother remained unyielding. Wang Zhaodi, at her wits' end, redirected the conversation towards Su Lele. Lele, do you need to use the restroom? Huh. No, Su Lele replied, instinctively caught off guard. The girl's mother finally seemed to notice her and asked, and who might this be? In truth, the girl's mother had been curious why a younger sister was brought along for the arranged meeting. But she had refrained from asking too eagerly earlier. Now, after a prolonged verbal sparring match, she was tired and decided to ease up. Aunt Wang Zhaodi seized the opening and delivered her rehearsed speech. This is the third daughter of our second branch, Su Lele Wenbin's cousin. She's studying at a technical school in the city learning accounting. She'll become a city dweller soon. Lele and Wenbin are very close. She's promised to help him find a job too. Su Lele stared in disbelief at her aunt's performance. She thought to herself, wow, I don't even know where my own job is yet, and she's already arranging one for her son. She's spinning lies without a script straight into the sky. But surely no one would believe such nonsense. Yet to her surprise, someone actually did. The previously reserved mother beamed. Wenbin will also get a city job. Aunt Wang Zhaodi, sensing she had the upper hand, grew smug. Of course he will. Lele is right here, isn't that right, Lele? Before Su Lele could speak, the girl's mother quickly said, the bride price will be, as you suggested, 8 yuan. And the dowry will include 1 enamel basin and 2 large wardrobes. Before her aunt could respond, Su Lele interjected, wait, Aunt. I haven't even secured my own job yet. I really can't take on the task of finding a job for my eldest cousin. If you're forming this alliance because you think my cousin has a job lined up, I don't think that's fair. I have some plans with a classmate, so we'll take my leave now, Aunt. With that, Su Lele turned and walked away. She thought the abacus beads are practically hitting me in the face. I thought it was just showing off, but it turned into emotional blackmail. They want me to find a job for my eldest cousin. What if he can't find one? It'll be my fault. Dream on. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. After returning home, she complained to her parents. Today, Annie took me to a matchmaking visit. It was a setup for me to help eldest cousin get a job after graduation. If I can't, she wants me to give him my own job. What do you think? Zu's mother exploded upon hearing this. What? My daughter isn't even graduated yet, and they're already eyeing her job. If anyone should get it, it's her own younger brother, not some cousin from a different branch. What wishful thinking. Don't worry, Lele, go rest. Leave this to me. He'll teach her a lesson. Zu's mother said angrily. Though she favored her son, her daughter was still flesh of her flesh. Who else would cherish her child? Especially such an accomplished one. When Aunt Wang Zhaodi and her party returned, Zu's mother, who had been waiting at the gate, charged at her, grabbing her hair and scratching wildly. The aunt screamed and tried to fight back, but was pinned down, unable to move. She shrieked, second sister-in-law, have you lost your mind? Let go. Zu's mother continued hitting her while shouting, lost my mind. I think you're the one who's gone mad. My daughter is still in school, and you want her to find a job for your son. If she doesn't, you'll take her. Today you'll beat some sense into you, shameless wretch. Aunt Wang Zhaodi stiffened at the accusation. She had only said it in passing. Who knew that wretched girl would go home and tattle? No, I can't admit it. Wang Zhaodi argued. I only said it in the heat of the moment. I didn't really expect Lele to do it. As if I believe you. You're always trying to take advantage of our branch. He'll beat you, you shameless thing. Zu's mother scratched and cursed for several minutes before the others came to their senses and pulled them apart. Grandma Su, hearing the commotion in the yard, came out to see the eldest daughter-in-law's face nearly disfigured with bloody scratches. The second daughter-in-law, though disheveled, was faring better. Who will explain to me why you were fighting? If you have so much energy, it seems you're not hungry, so no dinner tonight. Aunt Wang Zhaodi panicked at the thought of missing a meal. She quickly said, Mother, you must do me justice. Second sister-in-law went mad for no reason. The moment I stepped, look at my face. I'm ruined. Grandma Su saw that the eldest daughter-in-law indeed looked terrible. It was quite improper. Second daughter-in-law, why did you hit your sister-in-law? This is so unseemly. Zu's mother suddenly changed her expression and began to weep. Mother, you don't know? Sister-in-law took our third girl along to save face, but then she schemed against her. She wanted our girl to find a job for her eldest son, or else it would be our girl's fault he couldn't get a wife. How could she do that? Our third girl is still in school. Grandmother Su watched the second daughter-in-law's changing expression and listened to her tearful account. She thought about how the second son's child had promising prospects and didn't want the child to feel alienated from the family. After a moment of contemplation, she said to Su Lele, this matter was the eldest daughter-in-law's fault, but the second daughter-in-law shouldn't have beaten her so severely. We're all one family. There's no problem that can't be resolved through proper discussion. Su Lele observed grandmother Zu's impartial reprimand. She said nothing more. She had merely issued a warning to the family, not to treat her like a soft persimmon. In this era, completely severing ties with one's family was unrealistic. Moreover, the Su family hadn't committed any heinous acts. If circumstances permitted, offering appropriate assistance wasn't out of the question, but their schemes were premature, and what she detested most was moral coercion. Zu's mother felt a bit aggrieved by the old woman's words, but said nothing further. After all, in the Su household, the mother-in-law still held authority, and the family hadn't yet divided. Seeing the matter resolved, everyone washed their hands and sat down to eat. That night, in the eldest son's room, Uncle Su applied ointment to his wife. It hurts. Be gentle. Aunt Wang Zhaodi winced in pain. The second daughter-in-law was too harsh, she said angrily. Uncle Su muttered almost instinctively, didn't you deserve it? Hearing this, Wang Zhaodi immediately sat up and lowered her voice. Who was I doing this for? Wasn't it to secure a good match for our eldest son? If you were capable, would I have needed to scheme against our niece from the other branch? Uncle Su fell silent. He knew his wife acted for the sake of their small family, and it was his own lack of ability. With a sigh, he finished applying the ointment, lay down on the bed, and prepared to sleep. Wang Zhaodi looked at her husband and felt a pang of bitterness. But what could she do? She only hoped her son wouldn't share their fate of toiling under the sun with their faces to the earth and backs to the sky. Though her actions were improper, they hadn't succeeded, had they? Was it necessary to give her the cold shoulder? In the next room, Su Wenbin overheard his parents' argument and felt a deep sense of inadequacy, blaming himself for causing his parents such worry. In the third son's room, the couple whispered to each other. Husband, look at the scene today. Was the eldest sister-in-law really going that? She's made herself unpopular with everyone. Su Jijun lay in bed watching his wife lull the child to sleep and said indifferently, don't worry about it. It doesn't concern us much. Get along well with the second sister-in-law and be kind to Sanya. I can tell she has a shrewd mind. Treat her well, and we might benefit from it later. Do you think I don't know that? Rest assured. With that, the child fell asleep, and the couple soon followed. Though winter wasn't as busy as before, they still had to work in the fields for work points. That night, perhaps only Su Lele slept soundly. The rest of the Su family, whose hearts had grown restless upon learning that Su Lele had been admitted to a technical secondary school and become a city dweller, quickly settled down. Each branch suppressed their schemes. Soon it was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Su Lele took out some pastries and candies and gave them to grandmother Su to use as face-saving gifts on New Year's Day. The gold bars she had found at the scrap collection station were still unexchanged. She had little cash on hand. Only the 60 yuan from selling cloth earnings from part-time jobs and her previous savings minus what she had spent. Now she had only 84 yuan 7 jiao and 3 fin left. After a semester at school with her basic living needs secured, Su Lele began to take better care of herself. She secretly used a set of skincare products from her space, ate a more balanced diet, and even sneaked extra meals. Now Su Lele had transformed significantly. She was taller, fairer, and plumper. No longer dark and skinny, she donned a new set of clothes without patches and looked every bit a city dweller. Previously, Su Lele had felt anxious, but since finding the gold bars, she had become calm and composed. Indeed, money emboldens a person. If she had still been her old self, she would have kicked up a fuss the moment her family dared to scheme for her job. She wouldn't have remained silent and merely lodged a light complaint as she did now. Even though Su Lele was now well off, she couldn't act too extravagantly. She could only buy some food and give a token gesture to the family. Previously, she hadn't given anything at all. Yet merely the titles of technical secondary school student and city dweller had already prompted her eldest aunt to scheme for her eldest cousin's benefit. She understood the principle of a peck of rice creates a benefactor, a bushel creates an enemy. The next day was New Year's Eve. The village was especially lively. Every household had pasted bright red couplets, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder from firecrackers and the aroma of festive dishes. After a year of frugality, everyone indulged. As the saying goes, after a whole year of hard work, one deserves a good New Year. Su Lele joined her family in preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. The stove was laden with various ingredients, home-raised chickens, vegetables from the fields, and the pastries and candies Su Lele had brought back. Everyone had clear tasks. Grandmother Su directed from the side, while Zu's mother, the eldest aunt, and the third aunt busied themselves at the stove stir-frying, tending the fire, and picking vegetables. The two elder sisters and Su Lele cleaned and scrubbed the house. The men were in charge of slaughtering chickens and fish. The younger brother Su Wangong, along with the third son's son, Wen Yong, ran around the yard laughing and playing, occasionally setting off small firecrackers that sent the hens clucking in fright. In the evening, the family gathered around a large round table, enjoying a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Though there were no exotic delicacies, every dish was imbued with the flavor of home, and the large family was lively and warm. They ate and chatted, the men drinking, the women gossiping, and the children running off to play after finishing their meal. Third sister. It was the youngest brother Su Wangong calling out as he stepped outside. What's up? Su Lele replied as she walked out. Third sister, want to go play outside? No, it's a bit cold. I'll just warm myself by the fire. Su Lele refused outright, then went to the main hall where she sat by the fire on a small stool and listened to the gossip. The eldest aunt Wang Zhaodi said, did you know that the eldest son of Su Weiman's family from the east and joined the army? Zu's mother quickly replied, I know. Isn't it because the family is poor? The child had no choice. He had to save the family some rations. That's not true. I heard he ran off to join the army because they wouldn't feed him. In my opinion, Su Weiman's wife Fang Suihua is just inhumane. Her eldest son, she doesn't give him enough to eat, yet makes him work like a beast every day. Who could endure that? And it's the same with her sons. The second one is lazy and good for nothing. That Fang Suihua treats her eldest son like a stepmother. Su Lele listened with great interest, cracking sunflower seeds as she chimed in. Why is she so harsh on the eldest son? Is he not her biological child? Zu's mother saw the eager expression on her daughter's face, and found it both amusing and endearing. She had thought her daughter's schooling had made her dull, but seeing this side of her was truly delightful. This was more like a 12-year-old child. How wonderful. I have no idea. If you say they're not biological, they actually look quite alike. I just can't figure out why Fang Suihua dislikes her eldest son so much, the aunt-in-law said in confusion. Su Lele, while cracking sunflower seeds, casually asked, "So what's her eldest son's name?" "I think it's Su Weigua." Su Lele paused, her hand freezing mid-crack. That name. How should she put it? It had the vibe of a male lead in a period novel. A doting mother him as an official, and all that was missing was a female sent-down youth. Little did Su Lele know her casual guess would hit the mark. Only later, when she recalled the plot from the book, would she want to curse. Of course, for now she was oblivious, merely idling away her time with half-baked gossip. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, it was tradition to visit the wife's family. Today, Su Lele's family was heading to her maternal grandmother's house located in a neighboring town, a 2-hour walk away. Early in the morning, they set off with New Year's gifts for the grandmother's household. Su Lele disliked her maternal grandmother's home. Old Mrs. Su was a fiercely patriarchal woman who adored only her sons and grandsons. She had borne 6 children. Only 4 survived, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest aunt, the firstborn, was married off by old Mrs. Su to a widower 10 years her senior, becoming a stepmother, all because the man offered a high bride price, effectively selling her. She later had only one daughter, Lin, mainly 16 years old, Su Lele's cousin. The eldest maternal uncle was a lazy man, since his first son didn't survive old Mrs. Su doted on him heavily. This spoiled him into a habit of idleness. He married Zhang Xiaozao, and they had 2 sons and a daughter, cousin Su Wen 16, Su Wu 15, and cousin Su Shuang 10. The second daughter was Su Lele's mother. She too was nearly sold for a high bride price, but she fell in love with Su Lele's father and insisted on marriage. Su Lele's mother was more stubborn and refused to let old Mrs. Su sell her off. She caused such a ruckus at home that the old lady, fearing both daughters would make poor matches and bring gossip from the village, and worrying it might affect her second son's marriage prospects, finally relented and agreed to the Su family. Last came the youngest maternal uncle. He was only a year younger than Su Lele's mother, and they were close, so Su Lele and her siblings felt more affection for him. The youngest uncle took after their maternal grandfather, more honest and steady, but with a shrewd mind of his own. He married He Jingjing and had 2 sons, cousin Su Quan 13, close in age to Su Lele, and her best friend Ai, and little cousin Su Tsung 8, who got along better with her younger brother Su Wengang. Among all the cousins of their generation, only Su Lele had been admitted to a technical secondary school. This year, Su Lele's mother returned to her natal home in high spirits. At the village entrance, she kept greeting acquaintances along the way. Before even reaching the Su family doorstep, she shouted from afar, "Mom, I've brought your grandchildren to pay New Year's respects." Old Mrs. Su, hearing her youngest daughter's loud call, came out and snapped, "You're back, so what's all the fuss about?" "Nothing much, just that your granddaughter got into technical secondary school," Su Lele's mother announced smugly, savoring the moment. She had waited ages for this, to show her mother that daughters were worth something. Who would have thought? Her daughter was the most accomplished. Su Lele, trailing behind, was mortified. She never expected her mother to be like this. She had assumed only her grandparents, uncle, and aunt-in-law were excited about her admission. Turns out her mother had been saving this for her own family. Su Village wasn't her mother's battlefield. If Su Lele's mother knew what she was thinking, she'd surely say. Of course, the Su family hasn't split up, yet Grandma Su is in charge. Everyone congratulates the Su family, and though they're a bit more polite to me as the mother of a technical school student, I get no real benefits. What's there to brag about? But returning to her natal home was different. First, it was a heavy blow to her mother's patriarchal mindset. "You think daughters are useless and only love sons. Bet you didn't expect this. My daughter is more accomplished than your sons and grandsons. Shall soon become a city dweller." Second, she would become the center of everyone's envy and flattery. At last, she could vent the resentment in her heart. But old Mrs. Su, an illiterate rural woman, didn't grasp her second daughter's subtle boasting. Impatiently, she said, "For a mere girl, you're puffing up with pride over her schooling. If you ask me, a couple of years of reading is enough. Working for a living is what matters." Su Lele's mother nearly choked with anger. She patiently explained, "After finishing technical school, the state assigns job. It's an iron rice bowl." "Really?" Old Mrs. Su grabbed her daughter's hand excitedly, then fixed her gaze on Su Lele, who had just greeted her. Good heavens, she thought, I knew schooling could lead to a good future, but this is the first one in these parts to study her way out. A city dweller. The old lady had hardly been to the county town. She couldn't believe her granddaughter was about to become one. "Lele, is it? Will you really get a job?" "Yes, Grandma. I'm studying accounting. After 3 years I'll be assigned work. The country really needs talent right now, but I don't know where it'll be posted." "Oh, can you find a job for your cousin too?" Su Lele was taken aback. How did the topic shift so fast? Still she replied, "Grandma, the job is assigned by the state. I don't have that power. I don't even have a job yet. I'm still a student." Old Mrs. Su pressed, "Then how come you get a job, and your cousin can't?" "Well," Su Lele explained wearily, "Grandma, I got into technical school, and after 3 years of specialized study I can be assigned a job, but I still have to pass exams. If cousin does well in his studies he can take the exams himself." Hearing this, the old lady, though doting on her grandson, couldn't lie about his academic performance. She hadn't realized that studying well could lead to a guaranteed job. An iron rice bowl. Old Mrs. Su regretted not pushing harder for her grandchildren's education. Su Lele's mother, reading the expression on the old lad's face, knew exactly what she was thinking. But what a pipe dream. How could her brother's 2 wild monkeys compare to Senya Su Lele? Her mother was just biased, thinking her eldest son's children were perfect, blind to their true nature. Satisfied with the effect, Su Lele's mother changed the subject. "Mom, when will eldest sister arrive?" "Don't I? She should be here soon." Speak of the devil and he appears. They heard a commotion at the door. Sue Danny burst in shouting, "Mom, I'm back." The old lady replied impatiently, "Back already, huh? Do you need an invitation to come in?" Sue Danny stepped through the door with her husband and child, her heart aching at her mother's words. She had sacrificed so much for this family, yet her mother still failed to see her worth. Sue Danny fell silent, then greeted her mother. "Second sister, you're here too." "Yes, big sister. Happy New Year." Sumu regarded her elder sister with a mix of pity and disdain. She believed that pitiable people often had their detestable traits. If her mother treated her poorly, she should keep her distance. Instead, she kept taking things from her husband's family to give to her own, making herself an outsider everywhere. Her niece Meili was so thin, she looked like skin and bones, timid and shrinking, not even comparable to her own second daughter, let alone the third. "Oh, is this Meili? She's all grown up now," Sumu said with a smile. Sue Danny's husband exchanged a few pleasantries, and the family found a place to sit. No sooner had they settled than the conversation turned to the children. "Second sister, I heard your third daughter is studying in the city." Sue Danny forced a smile as she asked. "Yes, she got in on her own merit. She's been a bright student since she was little." Sue Danny felt a pang of bitterness. Glancing at her own timid daughter, she mustered her composure and said, "Meili is sensible too, just a bit slow-witted. But she's beautiful, so she'll surely marry into a good family." Just then second sister Sue Cece sidled up to their cousin Lin Meili and asked, "Cousin, are you being considered for marriage?" Lin Meili lowered her head and whispered, "Not yet. Mother says I'll be considered when I turn 18 after another 2 years of nurturing. I see no rush. I hear marriage is a major event in a girl's life, so we must keep our eyes wide open." Sue Lele chimed in, overhearing their conversation. Sue Cece shot her a glance at being interrupted, but said nothing. Because of an incident years ago, the two sisters, though born of the same mother, had a strained relationship. At least that was how Sue Lele, however, had always known what she wanted. She acted without regret and saw no need to apologize. She didn't soften towards Sue Cece simply because their conversations were always at odds. Once prejudice takes root, every action becomes subject to misinterpretation and misunderstanding. At first, Sue Lele tried to explain herself, but Sue Cece's relentless hostility and sharp words eventually made her give up on mending the rift. Only this year, after Sue Lele was admitted to a technical secondary school, did her family's attitude do a complete 180. Even Sue Cece realized her younger sister was on the rise and hoped to bask in her glory, thus softening her stance. She stopped her sarcastic remarks, but after ignoring each other for so long, she couldn't find common ground. So she simply kept a low profile and stayed silent. Today they were at their grandmother's house for the New Year's visit. Watching the adults chat was unbearably dull. She had intended to exchange a few words with her cousin, but Sue Lele's sudden interruption actually presented a good opportunity to break the awkward silence between the sisters. Eager to agree, Sue Cece said to Lin Meili, "Yes, cousin, marriage is something to be taken seriously. It's best to choose someone well-off who genuinely likes you, treats you well, and has a mother-in-law who isn't too difficult." Sue Lele raised an eyebrow at her second sister's words. She hadn't expected Sue Cece to be so sharp-witted. It seemed she had done her fair share of thinking. But she said nothing. After all, they were sisters. Except when absolutely necessary, she had no desire to see them fail. She echoed, "Second sister is right. Cousin, when you're being considered, you should check the mother-in-law's reputation. A troublesome one won't do. Also see if the man can stand up for you in front of his mother. Some men are too docile, and that—" Lin Meili blushed deeply at her younger cousin's advice, but took it to heart. After all, Sue Lele was a student at a technical school, so her words must carry some wisdom. After a moment's thought, she still felt puzzled and whispered, "Cousin Lele, why can't we marry a docile man? Isn't a docile man a good thing?" Sue Cece was also curious. Yes, a docile man had no wandering heart. Wasn't that fine? Seeing the curiosity in their eyes, Sue Lele felt a surge of desire to share. "You don't understand. A docile man is often just another word for blind filial piety. Being too obedient to his parents means he lacks a mind of his own. If his parents aren't biased, fine, but if they are, you know how hard life can be." Lin Meili thought of her father. Yes, being too docile and unloved by parents truly put one at a disadvantage. Also, a docile man might not stand up for you when you're wronged. He might just tell you to endure it. But we only live once. Why should we have to put up with it? It's not like I'm the one who did wrong. Wouldn't that make life suffocating? Sue Lele continued. For example, if your husband gives every penny he earns to his mother, but when your child is sick he can't produce a single cent, could you bear that? No. The two girls shook their heads in unison. And what if a relative comes to borrow money and your husband lends it out without even asking you? Could you stand that? A docile man isn't necessarily bad, but if he lacks responsibility, a sense of duty, and the ability to discern right from wrong, he'll only make life miserable for those closest to him. And as his wife and children, you'll be the ones who suffer most. Oh, I see. The two girls suddenly understood, gazing at Sue Lele with admiration. Sue Cece realized her earlier thoughts, while not wrong, were incomplete. She knew the what, but not the why. Now with her younger sister's explanation, everything became clear. Lin Meili at 16 had already heard her family inquiring about eligible young men. But she had always been confused. Now with her cousin's analysis, she felt more grounded. Yet looking at Sue Lele's youthful face, she asked curiously, "Lele, where did you hear all this?" Sue Lele's expression froze. Oh no, she had gotten carried away and forgotten she was still just a kid. She quickly laughed it off. "Most of my classmates are 3 years older than me, same age as you, cousin, or even older. I heard it from them." Oh, I see. Seeing that her cousin believed her, Sue Lele breathed a sigh of relief. She had been getting too cocky lately, losing her usual caution. She decided to stop talking and just listen to her sister's chat. Holidays always pass in the blink of an eye. It felt like the new year was just yesterday, yet today, she had to return to school. This time Lele traveled alone. Her father merely saw her off at the train station before leaving. She endured another 10-hour train ride to City C, then transferred to a bus to go back to campus. Away from home where no one knew her, Lele now had money and tickets in hand, so she no longer held back on herself. After leaving her luggage in the dormitory, she headed to the supply cooperative near the school, buying pastries, candies, biscuits, and face cream, along with various daily necessities. When she returned to the dorm laden with bags, most of her roommates had already arrived. However, due to the strained relationships from last semester, Lele didn't greet anyone. She simply placed her things on her bed and climbed up to organize them. Jing, the dorm leader, exchanged a glance with Mei, noticing that the tension among roommates remained as stiff as ever after a whole semester. Trying to ease the atmosphere, she said, "Mei, how was spending the new year at home this year? My parents were so proud this year in front of our relatives. They kept dragging me around to show off. The elders gave me lots of..." "Really? Same here. This new year it felt like the elders were much more generous. I wonder where we'll be assigned to work in the future." Wang Yuanyuan, overhearing Jing and the others chatting, chimed in, "This new year, my parents took me back to our ancestral home for worship. Not only did the family give red envelopes, but my school back home also awarded me a scholarship." Hu Fangfang echoed Wang Yuanyuan's words, saying she had the same experience. Wang Fang exclaimed in surprise, "So when you get into a technical secondary school, the school gives out big red envelopes?" Jing replied, "Yes, in the county and rural areas it's rare for someone to get into a technical secondary school, so the rewards are bigger. Cash is the most practical, but my school gave out school supplies instead of bonuses." After chatting for a while, they noticed Lele hadn't joined in. Jing tried to include her. "Lele, what about you? Since you skipped grades to get into this school, did your family or school give you any bonuses?" Lele thought to herself, "Bonuses, my foot." She said, "No, my hometown is poor." Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. Before she could respond, Wang Yuanyuan said, "See, I told you, you're just a country bumpkin reeking of poverty." "Oh really? You have money, but isn't it all from your parents? Have you ever earned a single cent yourself?" "At least I make a living with my own hands, and I have a clear conscience." With that, Lele focused on organizing her belongings and fell silent, unwilling to engage further. Lele felt she and Wang Yuanyuan were simply incompatible. Why did this girl always pick a fight with her? Jing was also exasperated. Why did Wang Yuanyuan always say things that offended people? Her mouth was far too loose. Just when she thought she had found a way to ease the tension, it was ruined again. Fine, she was tired. Let it all fall apart. She was done trying. The truth was, Wang Yuanyuan was jealous of Lele. Why did a country bumpkin like Lele deserve Gu Yuan's favor and get so close to him? Wang Yuanyuan was studying nursing, which was near the mechanical engineering class where Gu Yuan was. Not long after Gu Yuan transferred to the school, Wang Yuanyuan had set her sights on him. In her limited life, she had never seen such a handsome and courteous boy. At first, she only watched him silently. She saw other girls try to approach him, but Gu Yuan, despite appearing easygoing, was actually quite aloof. If someone asked him for academic advice, he would tell them to ask the teacher, claiming he didn't know. If it was a personal question, he would simply stare expressionlessly, his gaze so cold and devoid of warmth that it would make anyone flee. If you managed to hold his gaze, he would say in a frigid tone, conducting a census. In short, he essentially had no interaction with girls at all. But this very Gu Yuan, when faced with Lele, was always the one to initiate conversation. That was why Wang Yuanyuan harbored such resentment towards Lele. She had always wanted to find fault with Lele, but Lele was perpetually busy, leaving no handle to grasp. Moreover, the technical secondary school forbade early relationships, and no one knew that Wang Yuanyuan had a crush. Not even her closest cousin, Hu Fangfang. So Wang Yuanyuan could only dwell on it in her own mind. If Lele knew what Wang Yuanyuan was thinking, she would feel utterly wronged and would consider Gu Yuan nothing but a troublesome charmer. As far as she was concerned, she and Gu Yuan were just ordinary friends. However, she had never seen how Gu Yuan treated other girls. The way he treated her was indeed a bit different. But in Gu Yuan's eyes, Lele was just a lively and somewhat clever dark-skinned girl. To say he liked her was a stretch. Interesting was a more apt description. After the minor dormitory incident at the start of the semester, Lele's life returned to its routine, attending classes, working in the cafeteria, and part-timing at the library while reading. Though Lele's life remained unchanged, the atmosphere on campus grew restless. Due to certain national policies, students had lost their motivation to study, and the relationship between teachers and students had become tense. The reason was that after the new year, the newspaper announced the suspension of the college entrance examination. A revolutionary storm was brewing along the tide of history, and many would find it hard to survive, their families torn apart. It seemed that everywhere outside there were members of the Revolutionary Committee, their red armbands, always busy denouncing one person or ransacking another's home, plunging the entire city into a state of panic. When Lele went out to buy daily necessities, she saw several people with red armbands storm into a house, smashing everything. It was terrifying. The sounds of destruction and weeping filled the air. Lele watched, both grieved and furious. This was the tragedy of the era. For ordinary people, without power, the only option was to drift with the current, speak, and act cautiously, and live carefully. After that, Lele stayed obediently on campus, not stepping outside unless absolutely necessary. Out of sight, out of mind. That day, after finishing her work at the library, Lele was on her way back to the dorm when she heard voices coming from the grove near the school. A figure said, "How's it going? Is it done?" Another figure replied, "Don't worry, the items are in place." Tomorrow you can just lead the people straight to the principal's office first. Lele listened to their conversation. One voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't place it. The other was quite unfamiliar. But what they mentioned about the principal? Could it be Principal Rong? No, Principal Rong was the husband of their homeroom teacher Sister Wu. If anything happened to Principal Rong's Sister Wu's family would fall apart. Sister Wu had been so kind to her, and both the principal and Sister Wu were good people. She couldn't let good people be framed. She had to find a way to tip them off. Lele waited until the speaker had walked far away before slowly making her way toward the dormitory. It was quite late now, and from what the two men in black had said, the item had already been placed in the principal's office. Should she go to the principal's office and search for it? No, the office was probably locked, and she didn't have a key. She wondered if her homeroom teacher Wu had gone home. Perhaps she should check the office first. With this thought, Lele changed direction and headed to the teacher's office in the teaching building. Peeking through the doorway, she saw that teacher Wu wasn't there. Only the math teacher Lu was present. Damn it. The school didn't allow students to leave campus at night, and Sister Wu wasn't around. How was she supposed to tip someone off? Just as Lele was racking her brains, she suddenly felt a tap on her back, startling her. Turning around, she saw Gu Yuan. Right, Gu Yuan was a day student and could leave the school grounds. Thinking this, Lele grabbed Gu Yuan's arm. This startled Gu Yuan as well. He thought to himself, what is this little dark-skinned girl up to? Seeing the crowd of students coming and going, Lele felt this wasn't the right place to talk. She pulled Gu Yuan to an open area and whispered in his ear, "Do you know where the principal lives?" Gu Yuan asked curiously, "Why are you asking about the principal? Are you in some kind of trouble?" "No, I need to see the principal about something. Can you go find him and ask him to come back to school?" "What do you want to do? It's late at night. If it's urgent, you can wait until tomorrow when the principal comes to school." "It's very urgent. It has to be tonight." Seeing that she couldn't convince him, Lele spoke with a hint of anxiety. Gu Yuan noticed the genuine worry on the little dark-skinned girl's face and said seriously, "You can tell me what's going on. I can help you too." Lele looked at Gu Yuan's earnest expression and knew she had to explain. He wouldn't help her summon anyone unless she told him the truth. So she recounted what she had overheard in the grove. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt the situation was indeed tricky. It seemed like a trap set for Uncle Rong's family, and someone might have been watching them for a while. Without further delay, he assured Lele that he would deliver the message and told her to act as if nothing had happened and go back to the dormitory to rest. He then hurried out of the school and headed home. Along the way, he kept an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Once home, he told his grandfather about the matter. His grandfather had a good relationship with the Rong family. In fact, his transfer to the school was arranged with Uncle Rong's help. Now that the Rong family was likely being targeted, Grandpa's son immediately told his grandson to go and inform them. The two families lived not far apart, and it took only a few minutes to get there. Gu Yuan knocked on the Rong family's door. Hearing a voice from inside asking who it was, he replied, "Aunt Wu, it's Gu Yuan, the grandson of the Sun family." Teacher Wu opened the door and asked, "Oh, it's Xiao Gu. What brings you here so late?" "Aunt Wu, may I come in to talk?" Gu Yuan asked. "Of course, please come in," she said, ushering him inside and pouring him. As soon as he entered, Gu Yuan saw Principal Rong sitting on a stool listening to the radio. Gu Yuan got straight to the point. He relayed what Lele had overheard about someone plotting against Principal Rong. He urged Principal Rong to discreetly gather and hide any incriminating items that shouldn't be there, and then go to his office at the school to find whatever had been planted to frame him. The Rong couple was momentarily stunned by Gu Yuan's rapid-fire revelation. After a while they asked, "Is this true?" Gu Yuan replied, "I heard it from classmate Lele. Whether it's true or not, we'll know tomorrow. For now, it's best to be prepared. If it's not true, that's great. But if it is, at least we'll be ready." The Rong couple thought this over and agreed. If it was true, they would be deeply grateful to old son's grandson and Lele. Principal Rong thought for a moment and said to Gu Yuan, "Thank you, classmate Gu. I understand the situation. He'll handle it myself." Seeing that Principal Rong had taken the matter seriously, Gu Yuan didn't say more. A well-timed reminder was sufficient. Anything more would be meddling in their personal affairs. With that, he went straight home. After Gu Yuan left, the Rong couple went out together. When neighbors greeted them along the way, they said they were going to their son's place because they missed their grandchild. Once the streets were clear, the couple split up. Teacher Wu went to their son's house to notify everyone and instructed them to hide or destroy any incriminating items. Principal Rong pretended he had left something at the school and returned. Searching every nook and cranny of his office, he indeed found a fabricated foreign correspondence letter tucked away in a corner of a cabinet. When Principal Rong saw the letter, his hands trembled. He hadn't fully believed Gu Yuan's words at first. After all, his office was always locked when he wasn't there. It contained many important documents, and only he and the Dean of Academic Affairs, Dean Lu, had keys. He had come only out of a sense of caution, better safe than sorry. But now that he had found the letter, his heart sank. Why? He and old Lu had been friends for so many years. Why would he do this to me? Principal Rong couldn't understand, but he had no intention of sitting idly by. The feeling of being constantly watched was terrifying, or it made it impossible to sleep peacefully. He decided to turn the tables. If someone wanted to destroy him, he would make them suffer the consequences of their own actions. Soon the next day arrived. It was during the second class in the morning when a group of people from the Revolutionary Committee surged into the school and charged straight toward the teaching building. They summoned all the teachers, claiming there had been a report and that they needed to inspect the school. Lele watched the crowd quietly from behind. During the morning self-study session, her homeroom teacher Wu had secretly told her that the matter had been handled and that she should stay calm and not act rashly if anything happened. So now she remained quietly in a corner watching the show. The Revolutionary Committee members called all the teachers out and searched the offices one by one, soon reaching the principal's office. Before they entered the principal's office, Lele noticed from her angle that a man glanced at Dean Liu. Could the man whose voice had sounded so familiar last night be Dean Liu? Why would he do such a thing? She couldn't understand. Wait, Principal Rong said, blocking the doorway. The Revolutionary Committee members were taken aback that someone would obstruct their work, and their faces darkened. One of the leaders said, "What? Trying to obstruct official business? Are you trying to obstruct official business?" Principal Rong smiled and said, "This is my office. I am the principal of this school. There are important work documents here that can't be surreptitiously taken. I'm not refusing a search, but could we first check that your pockets are empty, and after the search ensure nothing has been smuggled out?" Other teachers chimed in agreeing. They were willing to be searched, but they also feared being framed with planted items. Seeing the dozens of teachers in agreement and the large student body, the Revolutionary Committee members realized they couldn't provoke a collective backlash. Reluctantly, they compromised. Those who went in to search were all checked to ensure they didn't bring in or take out any contraband. After searching the principal's office for quite a while, without finding any incriminating letters, the group trudged out dejectedly. Among them, Director Liu suddenly seemed to recall something, and his expression turned grim. "Would you like to inspect other offices as well?" The Revolutionary Committee members exchanged bewildered glances. They had received intelligence that someone in the school was corresponding with foreigners, but the tip-off didn't specify who. Since the principal held the highest rank, they had searched his office first. One of the minor leaders said, "Of course, we'll search them all. We have the warrant." He then ordered pairs to search the administrative offices throughout the teaching building. After a brief wait, someone shouted that they had found something. The minor leader's eyes lit up. He quickly demanded, "Where did you find it?" The person holding the letter glanced at the label on the envelope, which read, "Dean of Students," and promptly replied, "It says Dean of Students." Upon hearing this, the minor leader swept his gaze across the crowd. "Who is the Dean of Students?" Instantly, the crowd parted, leaving Director Liu standing alone in the center. His face dark with fury, he glared at Principal Rong and said abruptly and enigmatically, "You knew." But Principal Rong, with a pained expression, exclaimed, "Old Liu, what are you talking about? You should explain yourself to the Director Liu said nothing as the Revolutionary Committee members seized him. Inwardly, he remained unruffled. He had connections within the committee. What baffled him was how Rong Wei, who had seemed so unsuspecting, could have uncovered his scheme so suddenly. Could someone have tipped him off? The other teachers and students watched the scene unfold, utterly bewildered. Liu was under arrest. Shouldn't he be defending himself to the committee? Why was he staring so intently at the principal? Was there some hidden truth behind all this? Having made their arrest, the Revolutionary Committee members didn't linger at the school and soon departed. The teachers, seizing the moment, ushered the students back to their classrooms for self-study. But these secondary school students were sharp-witted. Director Liu's cryptic remark had sparked their imaginations. Unable to concentrate on their studies, they began whispering to one another. Even Wang Fong, breaking her usual silence, started a conversation with Lele. "Hey, what do you think Director Liu meant by that?" "I don't know." Seeing Lele's equally clueless expression, Wang Fong lost interest in talking to her and turned to gossip with other classmates. Lele brushed off the gossipy Wang Fong and pondered the day's events. It seemed as though Director Liu had tried to frame the principal only for the principal to turn the tables. But judging by Liu's unflappable demeanor, the matter would likely be brushed aside. Liu clearly had allies in the Revolutionary Committee. The real question was who was behind the campaign against Principal Rong and his family. Unable to make sense of it, Lele decided to focus on her own affairs. She was, after all, just a student whose primary duty was to study. She had already warned Sister Wu and the others, forewarned they could handle things themselves. All she needed to do was wait and watch. The villains would eventually reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Director Liu was escorted to the Revolutionary Committee headquarters. Shortly after entering, he was released from his restraints and led by the minor leader into a private room. Inside, a middle-aged man was waiting for him. The moment Liu stepped through the door, a metal teacup came flying at his head. Liu dared not dodge and took the blow stoically. After the man's anger subsided, Liu quickly closed the door and said, "I was careless this time. Give me another chance and I'll make amends." "Fool, you've already alerted them," the middle-aged man roared. "Give me another chance. I'm sure I can find the Rong family's weakness." "No need. You've been exposed. The Rongs are on guard now. It won't be easy to bring them down anymore. We'll have to lie low. They're just waiting to catch us in a misstep. In a couple of days, you'll be sent to reform through labor in the Northwest." At the mention of labor reform, Liu panicked. "No, please. I'm still useful. Give me another chance. Besides the Rongs, I also know something about the Song family." "Oh." The middle-aged man's interest was piqued. "There's a girl from the Su family at our school. The Song family's young master has taken a liking to her. Perhaps we could exploit that. After all, both the Song and Su families are notorious capitalists in Sea City. Their wealth is several times that of the Rongs." Director Liu leaned in close as he spoke. The middle-aged man said impassively, "I recall the Su and Song families have a long-standing betrothal." "Yes, but the betrothal involves the Su family's eldest daughter. The Song young master, however, has his eye on the second daughter. Never underestimate the power of a woman. Last year, for a time, the eldest Su daughter kept harassing her younger sister. It seems she finally pushed the girl too far. During the new year, the Su household was in utter chaos. All we need to do is fan the flames, and we can." The middle-aged man fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts of the combined wealth of the Su and Song families. A fervent greed kindled within him. If he could bring them both down, the spoils would be immense. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Very well, I'll give you one more chance. Stay here for a few days to make it look like you're being interrogated. Then we'll find an excuse to release you. Go and handle this matter. And this time cover your tracks better. Don't get caught again. Understood. I'll take my leave now. Director Lu turned, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and let out a long sigh of relief. He opened the door and stepped out. The minor leader was waiting outside. Lu greeted him and followed him away. Once Lu was out of sight, the minor leader slipped back into the room and said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle, now that the rogues are on guard, what should we do next?" It turned out the minor leader was related to the middle-aged man by blood. Their features even bore a faint resemblance. The middle-aged man took a drag of his cigarette and said unhurriedly, "No rush. Now that the rogues are wary, any move we make could easily expose us. But if we don't bring down the rogues, won't the people in the capital think we're incompetent?" The minor leader's voice was tinged with worry. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. "Just because we don't act doesn't mean we can't get others to act. Find some inconspicuous people. Start with the younger generation." "Yes, uncle. I understand. He'll see to it right away." The minor leader grasped the man's meaning and left to carry out. The middle-aged man was left alone in the room, wreathed in cigarette smoke, lost in unfathomable thoughts. Not long after the school inspection incident, Director Lu was released, but his position had been taken over by someone else, so he no longer held a post at the school and ended up working as a minor clerk at the street office. One day while Su Lele was working part-time at the library, she saw Su Jingjin, the eldest miss, approaching and saying to her, "Do you have a moment now? I need to talk to you about something." Su Lele was somewhat surprised as she had heard that things had been quite lively at Su Jingjin's home lately. It was said that because Su Jingjin had been resisting the arranged marriage and was cold toward the suitor, she had been targeted and bullied by her elder sister. But after she seemed to have a change of heart, she suddenly became shrewd, using the Song family to pressure the Su family and marrying off her sister to a rather unfavorable match. One could say she had achieved a phased victory. Shouldn't she be celebrating now? Why come to me? Though surprised inwardly, Su Lele didn't show it and simply said, "Is there something you need? I still have a bit more to finish. Do you mind waiting for me?" Su Jingjin, thinking she had nothing else to do, replied, "They'll wait for you. I have something to discuss." "All right, find a place to sit for a while. I'll get you a glass of water." Su Jingjin settled into a seat in the library's reading area directly facing Su Lele's counter and watched as Su Lele registered books for students and tidied up the shelves. Watching her busy figure, Su Jingjin felt the restless mood of the past few days gradually ease. Though she had triumphed over her sister these past days, she didn't feel happy. Instead, a hollow emptiness lingered in her heart, and she couldn't understand why. Scanning her circle of friends, she found no one she could truly confide in. For some reason, Su Lele suddenly came to mind, and on impulse, she came to find her. Su Lele was easy to locate. At this hour, she would be working part-time in the library. So Su Jingjin came directly. Just sitting there watching Su Lele, lost in thought, already lifted her spirits. Su Jingjin thought that perhaps she saw in Su Lele the embodiment of hard work, resilience, and unyielding self-improvement. Though born in the countryside, Su Lele never wallowed in self-pity. She studied diligently, passed the entrance exam for a technical secondary school, and for a rural person, that was akin to changing her social class and becoming a city dweller. With a humble family background, she worked hard to create a better life for herself without complaints or blaming fate, simply living each day with effort and simplicity. After finishing her work, Su Lele noticed Su Jingjin sitting in a daze. She waved her hand in front of Su Jingjin to snap her out of it and asked directly, "What brings you here?" "I'm done now." Snapping back to reality, Su Jingjin said, "Just keep me company for a chat." Su Lele was momentarily speechless. "Seriously, miss? Do you really see me as your confidant?" Seeing Su Lele's exasperated expression, Su Jingjin knew she was a bit annoyed, but the young lady was in a bad mood and needed a sounding board. So she pulled out a 10-yuan note from her handbag and said haughtily, "Keep me company for a while, and this 10-yuan note is you." Su Lele's eyes lit up at the sight of the note, and she quickly agreed, "Sure thing, miss. No problem, miss." She thought to herself, confidant it is then. Only a fool would turn down easy money. Su Lele deftly pocketed the note, then turned to Su Jingjin with a bright smile and said, "Miss, what would you like to talk about?" "I don't know either. You must have heard about what's been going on at home. Even though I used the Song family to pressure the Su family, I still feel empty inside." Su Jingjin said, her voice tinged with confusion. Su Lele's expression stiffened. "That's not what I meant at all. Who knew you'd be so formidable, miss? Directly sidelining your father and defeating your legitimate sister. Comparing that, you seem more like a time traveler than I do." Su Lele chose her words carefully and said, "Do you feel the victory wasn't satisfying enough?" Su Jingjin thought for a moment. "Not entirely. Before I had to rely on my father for everything. Now it's the other way around. My father depends on me to maintain ties with the Song family. I feel. You feel that your father isn't as formidable as you once thought. You might have idealized him too much, right?" Su Jingjin snapped to attention. "Exactly. That's the feeling. That's why I feel so hollow." Listening to her, Su Lele wondered if Su Jingjin was just here to show off. She was about to lose her cool and wanted to hit someone. "Fine, you're amazing. But since money makes the world go round," Su Lele gritted her teeth and said, "It's okay. You can think of another way. Solve the problem with your fiancé without relying on anyone else. Then you'll truly be free. Who knows, you might gain something new from it." Su Jingjin thought about it. That made sense. Right now she was only using one force to counter another. When she could solve problems on her own, she would truly have the ability. "As always, every talk with you leaves me feeling lighter and gives me a new goal. That's so like you, Su Lele." Su Lele was a bit bewildered. What did she mean by that? Before she could ask, Su Jingzhen seemed to remember something and rushed off in a hurry. Su Lele watched Su Jingzhen's figure disappear into the distance, stretching out her hand like a character from a drama. Wait, hold on. What did you mean just now? What do you mean after talking with me you have a goal? What kind of goal? Why does it feel like our conversations are always on different wavelengths? What have you come up with now? Su Lele consoled herself thinking whatever, it's probably none of my business. Just a few words today earn me a 10 yuan note. I wouldn't mind more of this kind of luck. Even if I don't understand, as long as I get paid it's fine. And so Su Lele finished tidying up the library and headed back to the dormitory. On the way she saw Gu Yuan waiting by the roadside. Under the dim yellow glow of the street lamp his fair delicate profile struck her, and she was momentarily mesmerized. Truly the ancients weren't wrong. Lamplight makes beauties even more captivating. Before Su Lele could react, Gu Yuan said, "Are you free this weekend to go to the scrapyard?" Snapping back to reality, Su Lele replied directly yes. Lately, with everything so chaotic outside, she hadn't dared to leave campus and hadn't been treasure hunting in a long time. Though there was no material wealth to be found, there was spiritual sustenance. The library was full of academic books, fine for passing the time occasionally, but most of the time she preferred to browse the scrapyard for picture books and storybooks, some of which were quite captivating. It was a perfect way to relax her mind. This time going with Gu Yuan meant they could look out for each other. Hearing Su Lele's agreement, Gu Yuan said, "All right, let's meet at the fork in the road on Saturday noon." "Okay, see you Saturday." With that they parted ways. Su Lele headed back to the dormitory, and Gu Yuan walked toward the school gate. Saturday arrived swiftly. At the break of dawn, Su Lele rose, tidied herself, and grabbed a quick bite at the canteen before stepping out of the school gates. Before long, she spotted Gu Yuan waiting at the fork in the road. Upon seeing him, she hurried over to greet him. "Sorry, have you been waiting long?" Gu Yuan watched the young girl running toward him, momentarily stunned. Over the past half year, Su Lele had undergone a transformation nothing short of remarkable. When he first met her, she seemed like a dark, skinny little country girl save for her strikingly bright eyes. Now after a winter, her skin had grown much fairer. Thanks to her improved diet over these months, she had grown to nearly 155 meters tall and had become much prettier, though a trace of childishness lingered in her features. She looked like an adorable young girl with no hint of her rural origins left. She had grown to 155 meters and become much prettier, though a hint of childishness lingered in her features. She looked like an adorable young girl with no trace of her rural background left. Snapping back to reality, Gu Yuan said, "It's fine, I haven't been waiting long. Let's go." "Oh, okay." The two headed toward the scrap yard, chatting as they walked. "Thanks for last time. If it weren't for your help, Principal Rome and the others might not have gotten away so easily." "No need to mention it. I know Uncle Rome and Aunt Wu too. When familiar folks run into trouble, I'd lend a hand if I can. Still, I really appreciate your help. I said I'd treat you to a meal last time. How about we head to the Statron restaurant after the scrap yard? I don't have mini meat coupons, but I've got grain coupons, so I can at least treat you to a bowl of plain noodles." Su Lele said sheepishly. She did have some meat, but no excuse to bring it out or anywhere to cook it, so she could only offer noodles. Gu Yuan looked at the embarrassed young girl and said directly, "You don't have to treat me. I've got coupons. Let's go eat together then." Su Lele was taken aback. "How could that do?" She quickly said, "I said I'd treat you. How can I use your coupons?" "It's fine. You can pay me back when you have some." Su Lele felt deeply embarrassed by his words. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought up treating him to a meal. But she felt bad for troubling him so many times, so she had offered. She silently resolved to avoid using his coupons at all costs. After that, Su Lele fell silent, focusing intently on walking. Gu Yuan noticed her quietness and wondered why she had. After pondering for a while without knowing what to say, he asked casually, "What are you planning to buy at the scrap yard this time?" Su Lele heard his question and thought it over. She couldn't exactly say she was going treasure hunting, so she made up an excuse. "I finished the picture books I bought last time and took them home for New Year's. My siblings really like them, so I'm here to get some more. Also, I need newspapers to paste on the walls." Fearing he might see through her, she quickly changed the subject. "What about you? Why are you going to the scrapyard?" Gu Yuan didn't overthink it. Grandpa Mo said a new batch of electronic scrap came in. "I'm going to see what I can scavenge." Su Lele was a bit puzzled. It seemed like Gu Yuan always picked up scrap metal and such. Curious, she asked, "What do you do with all that stuff?" Gu Yuan noticed the young girl was finally interested in what he did. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. "I take it back, piece it together, fix it up, and sell it secondhand." Su Lele was astonished. She thought to herself, his Hansen skills must be impressive. But you shouldn't be short on money, so why bother with this? Isn't it risky? "Don't worry, I have my ways. It's safe. What I learn at school is too basic. There's a big gap between mechanical theory and practice. Getting my hands dirty really deepened my understanding of the subject." Gu Yuan saw the concern on the young girl's face and tried to reassure her. Su Lele looked at him, seeing his confident expression that everything was fine, and said nothing more. They soon arrived at the scrapyard. As they entered, both Gu Yuan and Su Lele greeted the staff member inside. Grandpa Mo were here again. Old man Mo was sitting in his usual spot drinking tea and reading the newspaper. Seeing the two of them, he waved casually. "Come on and look around yourselves. You know the place well enough, no need for me to guide you." "Okay," they replied in unison, then went off to search for their finds. This time Su Lele noticed many new items in her usual spot, some smashed furniture and fresh glassware and ceramics. She guessed it was all due to the recent movement. Su Lele changed direction and slowly approached the new scrap. She examined it closely. Everything seemed shattered into pieces with few intact items. The good stuff had probably already been taken. Still, the wood looked like high-quality timber. Such a waste to have it smashed like this. Entering the room filled with books, she crouched down and rummaged through the piles searching for anything useful. After a long search, she stumbled upon a few ancient beauty recipes. She wasn't sure if they were effective, but with some free time later she could tinker with them. They might come in handy, so she tucked them away into her storage space. After more searching and finding nothing new, she picked out a few picture books and some newspapers, then walked out. As usual, she took them to the woman at the counter to weigh and pay, then waited for Gu Yuan. He must have had a good haul today, as he still hadn't come out. Growing bored, Su Lele watched the woman knitting. Sister, need a hand? Su Lele thought she might as well be useful. Seeing the woman struggling alone with winding yarn and sorting items, she offered to help. The woman was delighted at the offer. Sure. Little Su, you're a lifesaver. The other person is off today, and it's no trouble. I've got nothing to do right now anyway. The woman Su Lele was talking to was surnamed Wang. She was the same woman who had first served her at the yard. Over subsequent visits, Su Lele had learned her name and exchanged a few words, but nothing had come up to bring them closer. This time Su Lele's help earned Sister Wang's deep gratitude. As they worked side by side, they chatted, and Wang introduced herself. Her name was Wang Fengjuan, and her husband's family name was Su. They lived in the alley up ahead. She also talked about the recent events stirred up by the movement, whose family had foreign connections and got locked up, whose son reported his own family and got them all sent down, whose child publicly cut ties with their parents, saying having such a child was worse than raising a piece of rotten meat. Sister Wang must have been bursting to speak as she rattled on with great gusto, leaving Su Lele utterly dumbfounded. When Gu Yuan emerged with the items he had found, he saw Su Lele eagerly listening to the gossip with great relish. It was clear from her expression that she was thoroughly enjoying the conversation, and at that moment, she seemed a bit like a child. Previously, she had always struck him as somewhat mature beyond her years, like a little adult. Gu Yuan walked over and said, "What are you chatting about?" So happily. Su Lele saw Gu Yuan come out and stopped talking with Sister Wang. "You're out. Let's get it weighed quickly." After speaking, Su Lele stood up and made room for Sister Wang to register the items. Seeing that Xiao Gu had brought so many things, Sister Wang quickly recorded them and calculated the total. "It's 10 yuan in total. Xiao Gu, you've brought quite a bit today." Sister Wang packed the items in a bag and handed it to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan immediately took it and slipped 2 mao into Sister Wang's hand, saying apologetically, "I saw a lot of new scrap today and got a bit excited, so I picked a bit more." Feeling the paper money in her hand, Sister Wang's smile grew even brighter. Looking at the young man before her, she thought to herself, he's something of a lucky charm, and considering his connection with Uncle Mo, she decided not to make things difficult for him. "Alright, don't let it happen again. Don't take so much next time. I'll let it slide this once." "Okay, thank you, sister." Watching the two of them quickly settle the matter, Su Lele took her leave from Sister Wang. "Sister, I'll come see you again next time. We have some things to do, so we'll head off now." The two of them carried their things and walked toward the nearest station restaurant. Having delayed for so long, Su Lele City C was quite large with several station restaurants. The one on the west side was the closest. It was said that the head chefs at each restaurant specialized in different cuisines. The chef at the west side restaurant was known for his braised pork belly, rich but not greasy. She really wanted to try it, but unfortunately she had no meat coupons. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the station restaurant. It wasn't peak dining hours, so there weren't many people. Su Lele and Gu Yuan found a table by the window and set their things down first. Then they went to the ordering counter. On the wall, a small blackboard listed today's offerings: braised pork belly, stir-fried greens, tomato, and egg soup, and vinegar potato shreds. Also noodle soup with shredded pork and plain noodles. Su Lele's eyes immediately lit up at the words braised pork belly, but remembering she had no meat coupons, her gaze dimmed. Also noodle soup with shredded pork and plain noodles. Su Lele's eyes immediately lit up at the words braised pork belly, but remembering she had no meat coupons, her gaze dimmed. And to seriously study the other dishes. "Let's have the stir-fried greens and tomato and egg soup, and also a serving of vinegar potato shreds. For the main course, do you want noodles or rice?" Su Lele asked. Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, that's enough. Let's have rice. Since we're eating out, let's have..." Seeing Gu Yuan agree, Su Lele ordered the dishes with the waiter handed over the food coupons and money, and then returned to their seat to wait for their number to be called. Before long, they heard the waiter call out, "Table 6, come get your food. It's ready." Su Lele, hearing her table number, quickly went with Gu Yuan to fetch the dishes and rice. The stir-fried greens looked a vibrant emerald green, exuding a fresh aroma. The tomato and egg soup with its red and yellow hues was visually appetizing, and the vinegar potato shreds made their mouths water just from the smell. Su Lele couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks. She took a bite of the potato shreds and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. This is delicious. This was real food. Rice was rice, dishes were dishes. What a bitter life she had led before, just grabbing whatever she decided that once she started working, she would eat like this every day. Watching Su Lele eat as if she were savoring a divine delicacy, Gu Yuan also felt a bit of an appetite. He picked up a piece of greens and put it in his mouth. It tasted no different from what he had eaten before. He couldn't understand why Su Lele found it so delicious. He could only sigh inwardly, thinking about what a hard life the girl must have led before to be so moved by a simple meal. The two quickly finished their meal, practically cleaning every plate. Su Lele patted her stomach, looking at the empty plates with immense satisfaction. While Su Lele enjoyed her peaceful moment, Su Jingzhan's situation was far from favorable. Just as Su Jingzhan was about to meddle in the family business, the Song family was suddenly reported and taken into custody. Without the Song family to back her up, she couldn't suppress her father and was locked up by her own family. She had thought her father would beat her out of anger, but he only confined her. Sue's father had initially intended to teach this unfilial daughter a lesson, but the sudden downfall of the Song family gave him a strong sense of crisis. After all, the Song family had someone in the military, yet they were still brought down. The national situation had become extremely severe and the country was no longer safe. So Sue's father planned to quickly liquidate the family assets and smuggle out through the ferry. In the past few days, Sue's father and Sue's elder brother had been leaving early and returning late, trying to exchange as much as possible for gold bars, leaving them no time to deal with Su Jingjin. Watching her father's behavior, Su Jingjin grew suspicious. One night, she sneaked out of the house to see what he was up to, only to find him furtively entering a secluded courtyard in the city. Su Jingjin looked at the courtyard with its tumter-high walls. Before she could figure out a way, and she saw her father come out shortly after carrying a suitcase. She quickly hid herself and followed him to several more places, watching him exchange large sums of money for gold bars. Her heart sank. The scene of the Revolutionary Committee causing trouble at school flashed before her eyes. No way could the Su family also be targeted. She had a rough idea of the current situation. If the Su family were targeted, she didn't know if her father would care about her fate. Her previous actions had already offended him. She needed to prepare an escape route. Su Jingjin muttered to herself, calm down. Calm down. There must be a way. Right, money. If her father abandoned her, as long as she had enough money, she could live comfortably for the rest of her life. Watching her father exchange the money case, her eyes flickered. She stopped following him, turned around, and went home. Entering her room, she gathered her money and valuable jewelry. All she had left were 2 Tuanjin notes, her living expenses for the month, and a few pieces of jewelry, mostly worthless. Only a few gold hairpins which belonged to her biological mother were somewhat valuable. But it still wasn't enough. Looking at the money and items she had gathered, Su Jingjin felt troubled. This money wouldn't even cover her monthly expenses. The rest were just jewelry, clothes, and bags. She wondered if she could exchange them for some cash to tide her over. The Su family couldn't be relied upon. As for the Song family, who knew what would become of them? No one could be counted on. It seemed that in the end a person could only depend on themselves. The next day, Su Jingjin, unnoticed by her family, packed her finest clothes, jewelry, and handbags, taking them all to school. She first placed the items on her dormitory bed, then sought out girls from well-off families who were fond of beauty and tight-lipped, intending to trade everything away. After a half day of bustling about, Su Jingjin looked at the 20 Tuanjin notes she had acquired in exchange, her heart filled with anxiety. It was not enough. It seemed she would have to get her hands on Su's father's money chest. But how should she go about it? As Su Jingjin pondered, she walked out of the school. No sooner had she stepped through the gate than someone called out to her. Student Su, do you wish to shed the label of a capitalist? I have a way to help you. The one who stopped Su Jingjin was the former dean of students, Dean Lu. Su Jingjin looked at the man before her. A flicker of something passed through her mind, but eluded her grasp as she was captivated by his words. What concerned her most at that moment was her family background classification, her own classification. It could affect her studies and might even prevent her from being assigned a job. However, nothing good comes from an uninvited guest. She decided to first discern his intentions. She put on a deeply moved expression. Really, you can truly help me. Tell me what I need to do. They'll do anything. Dean Lu, observing the young girl's impatience, felt a surge of smugness. See, he thought handling a mere girl was a breeze. Dean Lu cleared his throat. Follow me first, it's not convenient here. With that, he turned and led the way. He was utterly confident that Su Jingjin would follow. And indeed she did, but her thoughts were far from what he imagined. Su Jingjin mused to herself, let's see what Dean Lu is up to. Perhaps she could even turn this to her advantage. The Su family was, after all, a prominent household. Su Jingjin's own admission to a technical secondary school attested to her intelligence. She had been naive before, never imagining people could be so wicked. But since the incident of the swapped marriage, it was as if a switch had flipped in her mind. She now knew what was best for her. Soon they reached the mouth of an alley that ended in a dead end. With few people around, Dean Lu stopped facing Su Jingjin. He whispered temptingly, it's simple. You just need to write a letter of accusation and publicly sever ties with the Su family in the newspaper. After all, the Su family hasn't treated you well, have they? Su Jingjin's heart skipped a beat at Dean Liu's words. So they were after the Su family. How ruthless. They wanted to bring ruin upon the entire household. She wondered if they knew about Su's father's recent maneuvers. She needed to probe. Hesitantly she said, but then, wouldn't I lose everything too? Dean Lu saw that Su Jingjin seemed tempted, yet hesitant, worried about her own future with no regard for her father. He understood. Indeed, when a woman turns ruthless, men are left in the dust. Hey, race the plan, you can first hide some of the assets to secure your future. A glint flashed in Dean Liu's eyes. He thought to himself, once this foolish girl stashes some away, he would make her cough it all up later, without having to share with anyone. Perfect. Su Jingjin sneered inwardly. So it was the people behind him who had set their sights on the Su family. But on the surface, she pretended to waver. Well, they'll think it over. Dean Lu feigned concern. What are your worries? Tell me, and I'll see if I can find a solution. You must know I came to you first because we're more familiar. Your sister now despises you. You wouldn't want to end up like your father, would you? A flash of anger surged within Su Jingjin. No, she had to placate him. She quickly interjected, no, Dean Lu. Give me some time. I don't yet know where my father's secret room is. You know how wealthy people are, like rabbits with many burrows. My sister has been abandoned by my father. She won't be able to extract any information. I have to coax it out of him myself. Dean Lu thought it over. She had a point. Without knowing the full extent of the Su family's assets, another Su family member might exploit the loophole. He couldn't afford to botch this operation, otherwise he would lose face before the boss. Fine. He'll give you one day. Have something for me by this time tomorrow. Su Jingzhen feigned greed. Could you give me one more day? If I manage to get something, I'll split it with you. The two exchanged a smile, both seemingly satisfied. Dean Liu in high spirits waved his hand in agreement. All right, 2 days. Come find me at the street office then. He turned and walked away, greed flickering in his eyes. Greedy little girl, he thought. When the time comes, he'll take everything. Su Jingzhen watched Dean Liu's retreating figure, her expression unreadable, before turning back toward the school. Meanwhile, Su Lele, ever since that meal with Gu Yuan, felt that their relationship had grown a bit closer. They could occasionally chat about other things now, whereas before their conversations were limited to topics concerning the library. At other times they each tended to their own affairs. But now during the lunch break, Gu Yuan would come to the library and sit with Su. They would read and chat together. Hey, since you know Principal Roan and the others, do you know what happened next with that incident? Su Lele, having a rare moment of leisure, was in the mood for some gossip instead of reading. Gu Yuan looked into Su Lele's sparkling eyes and thought for a moment. Su Lele was already in the know, sharing a bit wouldn't hurt. It definitely wasn't, because he had no one else to talk to about it. From what my grandfather said, it was a scheme by political rivals from the main branch of the Roan family in the capital. Unable to strike at the main branch, they targeted Uncle Roan's offshoot. A couple of days ago, they even tried to kidnap his eldest grandson. But Uncle Roan's family was on guard, so they failed. Haven't you noticed that your homeroom teacher Aunt Wu has been on leave lately? She's been at home taking care of her grandson. Aunt Wu will probably resign soon, and you'll be getting a new homeroom teacher. Oh, is there already a candidate for the new teacher? Su Lele hadn't expected to stumble upon such juicy news. A new homeroom teacher. Teacher Wu was kind and knowledgeable. Who knew if the replacement would be as good? Su Lele felt a twinge of anxiety. I'm not sure about that. I'm not in the accounting department. But don't worry. Aunt Wu told me earlier that you were a great help this time. If you have any questions, you can go ask her. I know where she lives. They'll take you there sometime, Gu Yuan comforted Su Lele. Su Lele breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. She was confident in her theoretical knowledge. It was the exams and interviews that worried her. If the new homeroom teacher wasn't up to par, she might need Aunt Wu's guidance. Su Lele thought to herself, losing all mood to chat with Gu Yuan. She decided to refocus on her studies. Before long, however, Su Jingzhen came knocking again. She cut straight to the chase, saying, Su Lele, I need a favor. Su Lele was taken aback, wondering why Miss Su looked so distressed this time. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, what do you need me to do? Su Jingzhen glanced at Gu Yuan and fell silent. Gu Yuan, catching the hint that she might not want him around, made an excuse and left. Seeing no one nearby, Su Jingzhen sat directly across from Su Lele and whispered, do you have a brother? Su Lele wondered why the topic had shifted so abruptly. After a moment of confusion, she whispered back, I only have one older sister and one younger brother. I do have 2 male cousins though. Why do you ask? Without answering, Su Jingzhen pressed on, how old are your cousins? Are they married? What are they like? Su Lele was taken aback by her urgency and remained silent for a moment. She couldn't understand why Su Jingzhen was suddenly asking this. Their relationship wasn't that close. Seeing Su Lele's wary expression, Su Jingzhen realized she would have to explain herself to get help. Without further hesitation, she recounted how the former head of discipline, Director Liu, had set his sights on her family, though she omitted the part about his collaboration offer. After hearing Su Jingzhen's story, Su Lele winced and drew a sharp breath. She suddenly understood why Su Jingzhen was asking about her brothers. Her family, being poor peasants from the countryside, could perfectly conceal Su's background, allowing her to start anew in a place where no one knew her. But Su Lele thought Su Jingzhen might not have faced the harshness of reality. This plan had both merits and pitfalls. Miss Su, having been born into privilege and never having endured hardship, would likely flee if she actually married a rural man. If Su Lele hadn't transmigrated here with no other choice, she would never have chosen to be a rural person in this era. The life was unbearably grueling. Housework was the least of it, toiling all year still left one hungry, with a future so bleak it stretched endlessly, a truly hopeless prospect. That was why she was striving so hard to climb up and escape the countryside. After a long silence, Su Lele whispered, that path won't work. You need to think of another way. Hearing this, Su Jingzhen grew anxious. She had carefully considered this as a fallback plan. If she couldn't get out, marrying might be the only way to escape persecution. But after surveying her options, she found that boys of similar backgrounds were struggling to survive, while others' families refused to take the risk of being implicated. Su Lele, however, was someone she knew a bit. Independent, but not domineering or troublesome. From her character, Su inferred that Zu's family was likely reasonable, perhaps a little calculating, but not inherently malicious. After all, allowing a daughter to attend a technical secondary school in the countryside was quite unconventional. Su Lele had no idea how much Su Jingzhen had been thinking in that short time. If she had known, she might have felt a chill. She, a transmigrator, sometimes couldn't match the wits of a native. Panicked by Su Lele's refusal, Su Jingzhen's mind raced. She leaned in close and whispered, look, if you help me, you'll give you 100 yuan. Su Lele's heart stirred at the sum, but she still declined. I really can't. You probably don't understand rural life. You've never done manual work. A girl who can't work in the village will be scolded, and some rural women are very harsh. More importantly, my brother isn't good enough for you. I know you're desperate, but I think there's another way you could try. Upon hearing there was another option, Su Jingzhen quickly asked, what is it? I'm grasping at straws here. If you can help, I'll give you 100 now and another 100 if everything works out. She had figured out that Su Lele had a soft spot for money. A weakness meant she could be manipulated. Su Lele raised an eyebrow at Su Jingzhen's offer. It seemed Miss Su was quite wealthy. 100 yuan, just for an idea whether it succeeded or not. That was tempting. Using her wits to earn money wasn't a bad thing. Glancing around the library, Lele found it unsuitable and said directly, "Let's find somewhere else." It's not. With that, she picked up her books and walked out of the library with Su Jingjin walking beside her. To onlookers, they looked like two friends leaving together. They found an open spot in the grove and sat down. Lele whispered to Su Jingjin, "Have you considered leaving?" Su Jingjin knew that leaving was the best option under the current circumstances, but she was afraid her father wouldn't take her along. She needed a backup plan. She whispered back, "I'd like to, but I had a falling out with my father and the others. I'm afraid life won't be good if I leave either." Lele thought for a moment, but saw a way to resolve the conflict. "Actually, your conflict with them is a family matter. But now there's an external threat. If you tell them about it, you'll be doing them a favor. They're older and might think of a solution. Of course, you shouldn't go in without a safety net." Su Jingjin found Lele's thinking similar to hers, yet different, offering a new perspective. She had been thinking the same way. Leaving would be best, but if not, she couldn't stay in Sea City knowing Director Lu was after her. However, after considering all options, she could only think of marriage, preferably to someone from a good family background far from Sea City with easygoing in-laws. Lele's family seemed like an ideal choice, which was why she had asked. To her surprise, Lele rejected it without a second thought. "I know, but since you've refused my proposal, what other way is there?" Su Jingjin said sorrowfully. "What about an officer?" "An officer?" "Yes, one who can bring his family along on assignments. Preferably someone capable who can protect you." That was Lele's idea. If Su had to marry anyway, why not choose someone with good conditions? With her looks, there might be a man foolish enough to be bewitched. Her former brother-in-law was a perfect example. Su Jingjin suddenly saw the light. Being a military wife offered more security. Because of the Song family's downfall, she had fallen into the trap of thinking she couldn't aim for high-status connections. But what if she found someone from a family with a military tradition? Su Jingjin pondered for a moment, realizing that there seemed to be no one around her. Her family consisted entirely of boys who had joined the military, and the differences in their social circles meant they had no overlap. She fell into deep thought. Lele felt a sense of relief seeing that Miss Su had come to her senses. She had just recalled that in the Era novel she read before her transmigration, many female protagonists married military officers. Indeed, during this time, being a soldier carried a higher social status. Especially given her identity and appearance, it was truly unsuitable for her to appear in the countryside, as it would inevitably invite unnecessary trouble. Ever since Lele transmigrated, she couldn't understand the type of novels where the female protagonist lived in the city, but still chose to go to the countryside as an educated youth. They must have been pampered young ladies who had never done hard labor, utterly lacking self-awareness. The autumn harvest in the countryside during this period could truly peel off a layer of skin. Literally. Black and white, utterly ugly. Don't ask how she knew. It was a tale of bitter tears, and she felt sorry for herself for another second. Lele watched Su Jingjin ponder for a long time without any conclusion, and class was about to start. "What do you think? Any candidates?" Su Jingjin shook her head. "No, how you don't know anyone at all? There don't seem to be any soldiers around here. We're in the south." Lele thought for a moment and came up with another idea. "Then we'll have to use a crude method. Go find the matchmaker with the best reputation and ask her to make introductions. Matchmakers have resources. Don't you have money? Throw it at the problem." Su Jingjin looked at Lele's demeanor and suddenly burst into laughter. "Why do you look like you're about to spend money to buy?" But after laughing, Su Jingzhen's mood relaxed a little. Ever since she learned that Director Lu had set his sights on her family, she had been tense and extremely anxious, worrying for herself and the Su family. To outsiders, Su Jingjin, as a pawn manipulated by the Su family, had fallen out with her family over the Song family incident. They probably thought her relationship with the Su family was strained and her bond with her father was terribly hostile. But that wasn't the case. Before the Song family incident, she had always had a good relationship with her family. Her biological mother died early, yet the Su family raised her well, providing her with ample food and clothing, allowing her to do as she pleased. Having enjoyed such privileges, she was not without the awareness to contribute to the Su family. However, the idea of exchanging marriages was too much of a challenge to her values. As an educated person, she couldn't accept it. In truth, if the Su family had found her a suitable marriage partner from a comparable family, she wouldn't have been so resistant. But now it was too late for words. Her family was no longer reliable, so she had to rely on herself. Lele watched Su Jingzhen smile and felt a bit speechless. "Hey, I'm talking about serious matters. Be serious." "Sorry, it was a bit funny. Ooh, I couldn't hold it in." Su Jingzhen quickly stifled her laughter. "Who am I doing this for?" Lele said with irritation. Su Jingzhen teased back. "Isn't it for the greater unity?" Lele was momentarily speechless. Indeed, money made the world go round. Fine, she wouldn't argue with her. Then she turned serious. "You don't have much time. Go ask for leave and handle your affairs." Su Jingzhen also became serious. "I understand. Thank you, Lele. If things go smoothly, and I leave, you can find the remaining reward in the stone lion's mouth at the back door of the Su family." With that, she took out 10 large banknotes, pressed them into Lele's hands, and got up to leave. Lele watched Su Jingzhen's receding figure and sighed inwardly, hoping everything would go well. She then got up and went to class, beginning her daily routine once more. Meanwhile, Su Jingzhen returned home first. After searching around without finding her father or eldest brother, she called the family's Nanny Wang Ma to ask who the best matchmaker in Sea City was. Nanny Wang Ma was a bit bewildered by the second young lad's question, but since her son was also at the age for matchmaking, she actually knew. She told the second young lady. Su Jingjin thought about the several matchmakers Wang Ma mentioned and decided it would be too troublesome to visit each one. Hey, race the plan, Wang Ma. Go to all the matchmakers you know and ask if they have any men between 18 and 30 years old who are soldiers, preferably from families with old revolutionaries. This. Nanny Wang Ma felt a bit awkward. What was this about? Had the second young lady forgotten that she was already engaged? How could she inquire about other men? She tactfully reminded her, second young lady, may I ask if you're looking for yourself or helping someone else? Su Jingjin then realized her mistake. No, she couldn't let others know she was still engaged. The Song family was only detained and no verdict had been reached yet, though the outcome likely wouldn't be favorable. She made up an excuse. It's for a friend. She admires soldiers greatly. Her family wants to arrange a match for her, but she prefers to find someone she likes herself, so she asked me to inquire. Since I don't know anyone, I have to turn to matchmakers. Oh, I see. Wang Ma felt relieved. Then, miss, shall I go now? Su Jingjin quickly nodded. Yes, hurry up. If things go well, my friend's reward won't be small, and you'll get a share. Hearing there was a reward, Wang Ma excitedly took off her apron, informed the second young lady, and rushed out the door, hurrying to the homes of the matchmakers she knew. Su Jingjin felt that Wang Ma wouldn't return anytime soon. The day had been exhausting, so she returned to her room to rest. But when she woke up, it was already dinner time. She was woken by hunger and quickly went to the living room for dinner. Upon arriving, she found that her elder sister had also returned, and the whole family was gathered quite neatly. Father Su, eldest brother Su, and eldest sister Su were eating while chatting. As soon as they saw Su Jingjin, they fell silent. Su Jingjin had felt hurt before, but now she no longer cared. Or rather, she had made peace with it. Su Jingjin found a seat and sat down to eat, but the sight of her infuriated Father Su. With a bang, he slammed his chopsticks on the table and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you to reflect in your room? Who allowed you to come out?" Su Jingjin ignored her father's outburst and continued eating. She had been starving all day, and now eating was her top priority. Even if Father Su was angry, it wouldn't cost her anything. Although she wanted to leave with him, she would no longer compromise as before. She had come to understand that Father Su was a father, but he valued the Su family's legacy more. All his children had to have value, including eldest brother Su, who as a son, had to carry on the family line. As long as she had value, he wouldn't abandon her. Su Jingjin finished her meal, slowly wiped the corner of her mouth, and said to her father, "Father, I've received some information that might affect your current endeavors. Are you sure you want to let internal conflicts create an opportunity for outsiders?" Father Su's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that this would affect his current endeavors. Could it be? Did this wretched girl know what he had been up to lately? What news? Su Jingjin ignored Father Su's remark as the initiative now rested in her hands. She turned to look at her elder sister beside her and said, "Sister, why have you come home today?" Su Jingshu gazed at her composed younger sister, a mix of resentment and fear churning within her. She had previously targeted her over the matter of her former fiancé, and initially her sister had appeared to be a meek victim. Yet suddenly she had transformed, not only compelling their father to marry her off, but also restricting her dowry, leaving her humiliated in her husband's home. She harbored a deep-seated hatred. Her sister had even informed her husband that the Su family would not support her. This had allowed her in-laws to mistreat her relentlessly. After just a few days, she could no longer bear it. Today, upon hearing that the Song family had fallen and her sister had lost her backing, she had rushed back. She wanted their father to vent his anger on her behalf and to assert authority at her in-laws' home, thereby improving her. Unexpectedly, upon arriving home, she found the house empty. It was only during dinner that her father and elder brother returned. Barely had a few words been exchanged when that wretched girl emerged to join the meal. And now she dared to speak to their father in such a manner. Hadn't the Song family already collapsed? Where did she find the... Su Jingshu's heart seethed with hatred, yet she dared not let it show on her face. Forcing a smile, she said, "I missed father and brother, so I came to visit. They'll leave after dinner." Su Jingjin remained nonchalant, replying, "Is that so? After you finish eating, you should return. After all, you are already married." Su Jingjin knew full well why Su Jingshu had. She had undergone a significant transformation. Once a somewhat spoiled young lady, naive and straightforward, she had become estranged from... Brother Su also observed his younger sister. Recently, she had undergone a significant transformation. Once a somewhat spoiled young lady, naive and straightforward, she had become estranged from the family after that incident. He knew his father had acted wrongly, but the family was in a difficult position. With policy reforms, many of their assets had been forcibly downsized. To preserve a portion, they had no choice but to form an alliance through marriage with the Song family. Initially, the arrangement had been for the elder sister, and the date had been set. But that scoundrel from the Song family, having caught a glimpse of the second sister somewhere, had taken a fancy to her and insisted on switching brides. He and his father had visited the Song residence multiple times to negotiate, but their stance remained unyielding, leaving them helpless. Later, the Song family suddenly collapsed, and the Su family suffered some repercussions. However, because Father Su was astute enough, the impact on the Su family was limited. They were merely forced to relinquish another portion of their assets in exchange for this brief respite. Given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the Su family became a target. The external circumstances were so dire, yet his two younger sisters lacked any sense of propriety and continued their internal strife. Brother Su was profoundly disappointed. "All right, you've seen your elder sister. He'll have someone escort you back later. After dinner, come to the study, little sister. I have something to discuss with you." Having said this, Brother Su left the living room and ascended the stairs to the study. Su Jingshu was deeply hurt by her elder brother's dismissal. In a fit of anger, she abandoned her meal and left immediately. Su Jingjin watched her elder brother ascend the stairs, her elder sister storm out, and her father fume with anger. She sighed inwardly. What a tangled mess this was. After a moment's thought, Su Jingjin said to Father Su, "Father, let's go upstairs together. I have something to discuss." Without waiting to see if he would follow, she also went upstairs. At the stairway, she instructed Mrs. Wang to brew a pot of tea and bring it to the study. Upon entering the study, she saw Brother Su already seated there waiting. Without a word, Su Jingjin sat down opposite him, awaiting Father Su's arrival. Father Su and Mrs. Wang arrived almost simultaneously. After Mrs. Wang had set down the tea and left, Su Jingjin waited a moment before speaking. "Father, brother, we are being watched. It should be the Revolutionary Committee, though I am not certain of the specific individual. I have only managed to buy us 2 days." Father Su and Brother Su were both stunned upon hearing this. Although they had anticipated it, Father Su had been maneuvering, suspecting that it was merely an enemy of the Su family creating obstacles. To learn that it was the Revolutionary Committee changed everything. Under the current circumstances, the committee held absolute sway, and no one else had the power to resist. It seemed they would have to leave tomorrow night. Anything they could not take with them would have to be abandoned. Yet both harbored a lingering doubt. How did his second daughter sister know this? Brother Su asked, puzzled. "Second sister, how did you come to know this?" "The former dean of our school came to see me. He had previously tried to frame our principal, but was outmaneuvered and taken away by the Revolutionary Committee. He was released shortly after, and now works at the street office. I suspect he has connections within the committee." Su Jingjin spoke slowly. "What did he want from you?" Father Su keenly sensed that crucial information was being withheld, and asked directly. Su Jingjin paused, surprised by her father's acuity. She had intended to gloss over this part, as even she had been angered by what she had heard, fearing it might upset her father too much. But since he pressed, she decided to tell him. After hearing Su Jingjin's account, Father Su and Brother Su felt a chill run down their spines. The mere thought that their daughter-sister might have been swayed sent a shiver through them. The Su family would have been utterly doomed. Nothing was more direct, simple, and brutal than a betrayal from within one's own family. And it was an inescapable trap. Once a close family member leveled an accusation, you would be at a loss for words to defend yourself. Even if you denied it, no one would believe you. A heavy silence fell over the study. Father Su, Brother Su, and Su Jingjin remained speechless, the oppressive atmosphere spreading through the room. It was only when Father Su, his hands trembling, picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip that the chill in his heart began to recede, allowing his mind to race once more. "Time is of the essence. Eldest, the gold bars we exchanged earlier are insufficient. Go exchange another crate tonight. Jingjin, help pack our luggage and provisions. We leave tomorrow night. Everything else stays." Brother Su promptly replied, "Yes, father." Su Jingjin was momentarily stunned, not expecting her father to include her. Recovering quickly, she felt a surge of joy, but then asked hesitantly, "What about elder sister? Should we take her with us?" Father Su looked at his second daughter with surprise, then said with gratification, "I thought you harbored deep resentment toward your elder sister. I didn't expect." Su Jingjin fell silent for a moment. "This time is different. If she stays in the country, she might die. I never wished for her death. Besides, if Director Lu fails to persuade me, he might target her out of spite." Father Su sighed. "She is married. She may not be willing to come with us." But Su Jingjin believed that Su Jingshu would certainly want to go. After all, she had been forced into an unhappy marriage, mistreated by her in-laws. It would be better for her to leave and start anew elsewhere. It is often said that sometimes your enemy knows you best. That evening, Su Jingjin sent Mrs. Wang to Su Jingshu's in-laws' home, instructing her to call Su Jingshu back, claiming that something had happened at home. Upon returning and hearing what Brother Su had to say, Su Jingshu immediately expressed her desire to leave with them. Father Su went to procure illegal ferry tickets, while Su's eldest brother exchanged gold bars. Su Jingjin and Su Jingshu set off to inventory the family assets, deciding what could be taken and what must be hidden away for retrieval upon their return. After the discussion, each went about their tasks. Su Jingjin took the storeroom key her father had given her and was also informed of the secret mechanism. Just as she was about to head over, she saw Wang Ma approaching. Remembering the inquiries she had asked her to make, she thought it wouldn't hurt to listen for a moment. To her surprise, Wang Ma had indeed found 2 candidates, both active duty soldiers. One was 25, a deputy battalion commander eligible for family relocation, though he came from a rural family, and was the second son, which might mean some financial burden. However, the young man was spirited, capable, and seemed to have a promising future. The other was younger, 22, also a deputy battalion commander. Nothing was known of his family. He seemed to be an orphan who had joined the army at 15 or 16. He had a fierce appearance, was somewhat disfigured, but was highly capable. He was just a bit picky, wanting a good-looking partner. Thus he had remained single until now. Su Jingjin found both introductions quite decent, but she had only asked casually. Since her father had agreed to take her along, she naturally wouldn't consider the path of marriage. Having sent Wang Ma away, she made her way to the storeroom her father had mentioned. Following her father's instructions to open the mechanism, she revealed a secret chamber. Inside, she found 10 chests, mostly filled with antiques, paintings, calligraphy, and jewelry. There were some gold bars, but not many, only a small box. This was clearly only a portion of the Su family's wealth, yet most of it would have to be left behind. After a moment's thought, Su Jingjin took the gold bars and jewelry, then reset the mechanism. The next day, she went to school, having only taken a day off. Today, she had to attend class as usual and also find Su Lele again. At noon, Su Lele found herself cornered by Su Jingjin in the classroom once more. Su Lele looked at her with some surprise. Hadn't she gone to find a solution? Why was she back so soon? In front of the other students, Su Lele asked, "Is there something you need, classmate Su?" Su Jingjin, aware of the onlookers, knew this wasn't the place to talk. She said directly, "Classmate Su, I need your help with something." Su Lele followed her to a corner and was immediately handed a school bag. Confused, she wondered what was happening. The bag was quite heavy. Before Su Lele could react, Su Jingjin whispered, "Half of what's inside is for you. If I don't come back for the rest within a..." Hearing this, Su Lele instinctively clutched the bag tighter. Her heart began to race, and a bold suspicion formed in her. But before she could speak, Su Jingjin produced an identical school bag from somewhere and walked away without another word. The entire exchange took less than a minute. Su Lele stood there dazed, watching her disappear. She held her textbooks in one arm and the mysterious bag in the other, still without a chance to ask anything. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Instinctively, Su Lele stashed the bag into her spatial storage and stepped out of the corner as if nothing had happened, coming face to face with Wang Fong and her group of friends. Wang Fong immediately asked, "What did Su Jingjin want with you?" "Nothing much. She had some books she finished reading and didn't have time to return to the library, so she asked me to take them." "Is that so?" Wang Fong looked at Su Lele with suspicion. Su Lele replied flatly, "Yes. I work part-time at the library, so it's more convenient." Wang Fong thought it over and found it plausible. However, she had recently heard a rumor and had been keeping an eye on Su Jingjin, hoping to see her humiliated. But so far nothing had happened. She had thought Su Jingjin might actually have something important to discuss, with Su Lele giving her a chance for some good gossip. But this? What a waste of time. Noticing Wang Feng's shifty eyes, Su Lele knew she was scheming. But she had no time for her, so she made an excuse and Su Lele was distracted all day. After finally finishing her work and lying on her dormitory bed, she immediately sank her consciousness into her space. There she saw the school bag Su Jingjin had given her. Her heart raced with the thrill of opening a mystery box. Calming herself, she opened the bag and found a square box. When her consciousness touched it and opened it, she felt as if a flash of light had blinded her. A brilliant golden gleam. Her first thought was that she had struck it rich, a windfall from heaven. Her second thought was that Su Jingjin was a very... Her third thought sent a chill through her heart. The Su family situation must truly be dire. She and Su Jingjin were practically strangers, yet she had entrusted her with such a sum of money without fear of embezzlement. It meant the family was truly at its wits' end. She wondered what Su Jingjin would do next. Su Lele felt a flicker of concern, but not much. As always, she and Su Jingjin weren't that close. Su Lele was a person with heavy emotional defenses. Perhaps in her past life, she had been an orphan relying on no one but herself. She was intensely self-centered, loving only herself. In this life, she had parents and siblings, but she had always been the overlooked one. Her parents loved her, but not deeply. They showed affection as long as their own interests weren't threatened, but would abandon her the moment her needs conflicted with theirs or her younger brothers. Thus, Su Lele loved herself above all else. Now that she had grown stronger and nothing threatened her interests, she appeared more amiable on the surface. But this didn't mean she was a good person. On the contrary, people of later generations were mostly driven by self-interest. There was no absolute good or absolute evil. It seemed Su Jingjin had mistaken her for a good person. Why else would she dare entrust her with such a fortune? She wasn't afraid of whetting her appetite. However, Su Lele looked at the dozens of gold bars and the pile of jewelry in her space, then at her own money box in the corner, which also contained gold and jewelry, though not as much. Combined with the vast supply she had stockpiled, and considering her own transmigration, she felt she should accumulate some good karma. Fearing that looking any longer would make her reluctant to part with it, she quickly used her consciousness to wrap the items and stash them in another corner of her space, out of sight, out of mind. After withdrawing her consciousness from the space, Su Lele bit herself hard, using the pain to distract her mind from the treasure. But that night she still tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The next day, Su Lele attended classes and worked a part-time job with dark circles under her eyes. After finally finishing her busy schedule and hoping for some rest, Gu Yuan showed up again. Gu Yuan couldn't stop laughing at the sight of Su Lele's dark circles. "Did you go thieving last night?" Su Lele rolled her eyes at Gu Yuan's uncontrollable amusement. "No thieving. Last night, I dreamed a pie fell from the sky and nearly crushed me. It jolted me awake." "Huh? What kind of pie could crush someone?" Gu Yuan asked, somewhat astonished. Su Lele choked on his words, sighed, and thought to herself, people from this era are so serious and dull. They can't even catch a joke. Deciding that further conversation would be pointless, Su Lele changed the subject. "Here to read again today?" "Yeah, but you still haven't told me what kind of pie you dreamed about." "Don't change the subject." "Fine. I dreamed I was hit by gold." "Happy." Gu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, that's quite an interest." Su Lele replied weakly, "Yeah. Except for not sleeping well, there's nothing wrong with it." Gu Yuan thought for a moment and agreed, "True. Gold is pretty heavy." Seeing Gu Yuan actually start pondering this, Su Lele felt even more speechless. Could he be any more boring? She quickly dismissed him. "Aren't you here to read? Go read." "I need to rest, so I didn't sleep well." Gu Yuan snapped back to reality and noticed Su Lele's dark circles again. "Alright, I'll go read. You get some rest." With that, Gu Yuan walked away, and Su Lele lay down on the library counter to rest. Meanwhile, Su Jingjin was having a much more eventful time. After being outmaneuvered by her elder sister and prevented from boarding the ship, she was discovered trying to flee by the person Director Liu had assigned to watch her. In the chaos of escape, she tripped, hit her head, and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, it was already noon the next day, and hunger had stirred her. But the one who awoke was no longer the 17-year-old Su Jingjin, it was the 25-year-old Su Jingjin. After waking, the 25-year-old Su Jingjin asked a nurse to buy her a hospital meal and inquired about who had saved her. According to the nurse, a soldier on duty had rescued her, paid her medical expenses, and left without leaving his name. After eating and lying in the hospital bed, the 25-year-old Su Jingjin sorted through her memories and found discrepancies. According to her past lives memories at 17, she was being suppressed and bullied by her elder sister, harassed by her brother-in-law, and scolded by her father. Just as she was sinking into self-doubt, her family faced a sudden catastrophe. The Su family was labeled as capitalists and reactionaries, their property confiscated, and they were exiled to a labor farm. Her elder sister escaped this fate by marrying into the Song family, while Su Jingjin had to follow her father and elder brother to the labor farm. She had resigned herself to it, thinking the farm was fine as long as it kept her away from her sister and brother-in-law. But unexpectedly, her brother-in-law didn't let her go. He told Su's father that his reason for marrying her sister was to sleep with Su Jingjin. Fearing the loss of both daughters, Su's father quickly agreed and sent the 17-year-old Su Jingjin to her brother-in-law's bed. When she woke up and realized she had been sold by her father, she turned dark. Soon after arriving at the farm, she used her looks and body to attach herself to the farm manager and then relentlessly tormented her father. Within 2 years, Su's father was worked to death. Su's elder brother watched it all, but did nothing. They were all his family, and he couldn't take sides, so he remained silent. Depressed and unable to adapt to farm life, he died shortly after his father. After that, Su Jingjin ruled the farm with tyranny. When she was 25, a military officer came to their farm. He discovered that the farm managers included spies who were also abusing their power. During the arrest, the spies noticed and took Su Jingjin hostage. Su Jingjin, who had long been tired of living, created an opportunity for the soldiers to capture the spies, but was shot in the heart. She thought she was dead, but opening her eyes, she found herself back at age 17. Heaven must have taken pity on her, thinking her past life was too miserable. But she hadn't expected this life's path to be. In the 17-year-old Su Jingjin's memories, she also experienced being bullied by her sister, harassed by her brother-in-law, and scolded by her father. But in this life, she didn't suffer silently as she fought back. And the catalyst for her rebellion was a classmate who didn't exist in her past lives memories, a girl named Su Lele. Su Lele said, "You have to change yourself." Su Lele said, "Nothing is more important than yourself." Su Lele said, "Living has." The 25-year-old Su Jingjin looked at the 17-year-old's memories and thought, "So, this is possible." As she thought, tears streamed down her face. The emotions buried in her heart seemed to find an outlet, and she cried louder and louder, as if releasing all the grievances of her past life. When Jo Jun entered, he saw this scene: a young girl with a bandaged head covering her eyes with both hands, sobbing uncontrollably, as if suffering some immense injustice. He stood at the door of the ward, extremely awkward, unsure whether to enter or leave. Before he could decide, a nurse pushed him. "Comfort her. I need to change her bandages. Don't let her cry herself into a faint." With the nurse's actions, Jo Jun had no choice but to step forward and say to the weeping girl, "Don't cry. We've caught the thugs who were chasing you." Su Jingjin, still immersed in her emotions, suddenly heard a pleasant male voice. "Thugs? What thugs?" Then it dawned on her the man was talking about the people Director Lu sent to catch her. Were they caught? Was he caught too? Thinking this, Su Jingjin gradually stopped crying and looked up to see a young Jo Jun standing before her at a loss. Young Jo Jun. Was he the one who saved her? In her past life, he hadn't saved her. In this life, he did. What did that mean? Karma. Should she offer herself in gratitude? A snort escaped her as she was amused by her own thought. Smiling brightly, she asked the man before her. "The nurse said a soldier saved me. Was it you?" Jo Jun looked at the young girl, her eyes slightly red from crying, yet bright and spirited, smiling as she asked. He nodded. "Yes, it was me. My name is Jo Jun." Su Jingjin thought to herself, "Of course I know your name is Jo Jun," but said with a gentle smile, "Thank you. My name is..." Gazing at the person before her, Su Jingjin felt a sense of bewilderment. She never expected to meet Jo Jun so early in this lifetime. She recalled that in her past life, she had seen him while accompanying that man on a mission to capture spies. She wondered how he was doing now. "Comrade Su, hello. I just came to check if you were awake. There's something I need to ask you." The young Jo Jun looked at the girl before him, scratching his head awkwardly. "I'm fine, thank you." "What is it?" "But what do you mean by the bad guy has been caught? Does that mean the person who tried to capture me has been apprehended?" Su Jingjin feigned a hint of confusion. "Yes, but do you know why that person wanted to capture you?" Jo Jun nodded and asked. "No, I don't know him at all. I thought he was a human trafficker." Su Jingjin pretended to be frightened. Seeing the girl's pale complexion, Jo Jun's heart softened, and he spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't worry, the bad guy has been caught. But he's being stubborn and hasn't confessed anything yet, so I came to ask you about the situation." A flicker passed through Su Jingjin's eyes, and she looked extremely grateful. "Thank you, comrade from the Public Security Bureau. May I ask which unit you belong to? I'd like to give you a banner of appreciation. Thank you so much, otherwise I might have been taken away." Seeing the young lad's gratitude, Jo Jun was delighted, and his impression of her improved. However, he awkwardly explained that they were still on a mission and couldn't disclose such information. Upon hearing this, Su Jingjin said with a hint of regret, "Then give me the address of your unit, and I'll write a thank you letter." Jo Jun thought for a moment and agreed. Su Jingjin carefully put away the address and asked Jo Jun about the medical expenses, insisting on repaying him. Seeing that Su Jingjin had woken up and could take care of herself, Jo Jun bid her farewell and left. Su Jingjin stared at the address, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, wondering where he was at that moment. Meanwhile, after Jo Jun left the hospital, he saw a strikingly handsome, upright man standing across the street. His features were sharply defined and a scar ran from the corner of his eye to his temple, which instead of detracting from his appearance added a wild edge that made him seem formidable. Though he didn't conform to the era's standard of beauty, no one could deny he was far from ugly. Upon seeing the man, Jo Jun immediately walked over and said, "Captain Hua, she's awake, but she doesn't seem to know who was trying to capture her. Let's go." After speaking, the man strode away on his long legs. Little did Su Jingjin, lying in the hospital, know that the person she yearned for was right across the street, less than 500 meters away. Now she was merely trembling with excitement. She was only 17 years old. In her past life, she had been mired in a quagmire, but in this life, she would seize her own destiny. She had been reborn, and she would have a brand new bright future. But soon Su Jingjin snapped back to reality. The most pressing concern was not this. The Su family in this lifetime had fled overseas, leaving her behind. What should she do? Lying on the hospital bed, she searched through the memories of this life for a solution. Instead, she recalled the item she had given to Su Lele, and her heart grew uneasy. Would she be able to get it back? Still, the Su Jingjin of this lifetime was remarkably bold. She wasn't afraid of throwing a meat bun to a dog and never seeing it again. But she was also clever, having left more than one item in safekeeping. She would test Su Lele later just to see what was so special about this person who hadn't appeared in her past life. Time quickly passed to the weekend. Her roommates had either gone home or to the library to study. Only Su Lele remained in the dormitory, spending her day off reading a picture book and snacking in bed. Lost in her book, she was startled by the sound of the door opening. Looking up, she saw Su Jingjin, her head wrapped in bandages, carrying luggage. She scrambled to her feet. "Are you okay? Need any help?" "No, I'm fine." Su Lele felt that the Miss Su she saw now was entirely different, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Just a strange feeling. Watching Su Jingjin clumsily make her bed, Su Lele, seeing the dormitory empty, closed the door and whispered, "Are you really okay? How should I return the things you left with me last time?" Su Jingjin stopped what she was doing, turned to face Su Lele, and looked into her clear, innocent eyes. She found it almost unbelievable. Could there really be such an honest person? Keep it for yourself? And being targeted? Taking it back would bring misfortune, not fortune. Huh. Instead of being delighted by this unexpected windfall, Su Lele grew even more anxious. It seemed the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. After a long silence, Su Lele spoke again. "If you ever have any difficulties, tell me. If I can help, I will." "Okay." After agreeing, Su Jingjin went back to making her bed. She had finally managed to sort things out over the past couple of days, and now just wanted to rest. She would deal with everything else after she woke up. Watching Su Jingjin fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, Su Lele felt a pang of curiosity. But she knew that knowing too much right now wasn't a good thing. She could only wonder to herself that Miss Su must have had quite an eventful few days, even ending up with a cracked skull. She just couldn't understand why she didn't go home to sleep instead of coming to the dormitory. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Su Lele. She realized what was different about Su Jingjin. Her eyes. Yes, her eyes. The way she looked at me now was appraising, completely different from a few days ago. Oh no. Was she a time traveler or someone who had been reborn? Su Lele's heart skipped a beat. It seemed she would have to test her when the time was right. After Su Lele had spent 2 hours listlessly flipping through her picture book, Su Jingjin finally stirred. Su Lele pretended to read, while secretly observing the current Su Jingjin from the corner of her eye. She noticed that her style of dress hadn't changed much, her bed was still as messy as before, and her habits with daily necessities remained the same. It looked like she had been reborn, but she wondered from what point in time. The trigger must have been the injury to her head. Who would have thought that besides her a time traveler, there was also someone who had been reborn? She wondered if there would be others. Su Lele's mind wandered. Little did she know that her idle thoughts would come true a few years later. At that time, she would only want to flip off the heavens. Why did the reborn ones have wealth, beauty, and a happy life? The book Transmigrators knew the plot and had golden fingers living exciting lives. And her? She was like an illegitimate child, poor, only passably pretty, and had just endured a year of famine after crossing over. She had to work hard just to avoid going hungry. Heavens! Was this fair? Su Lele's suspended heart suddenly relaxed. Indeed, regardless of whether she had time traveled or been reborn, she had no grievances with her. On the contrary, she had even helped her before, so she probably wouldn't seek revenge. Besides, she had just tried to return the money, but the other refused. Despite thinking this way, Su Lele still had a feeling that her peaceful days were about to slip away. Sure enough, within 2 days, rumors spread through the school that the Su family had fled, leaving only Su Jingjin to endure the pointing fingers. The rumors split into 2 types. One harbored hatred for the Su family, and consequently for Su Jingjin, while the other hated the Su family, but pitted Su Jingjin, believing she was pitiful for being abandoned by her family. Su Lele watched as others targeted and bullied Su Jingjin. Now, unlike before, the Su family status had turned to that of capitalists, and the abandoned Su Jingjin's situation was extremely dire. If not for her being a minor and the Su family having publicly severed ties with her in the newspaper, she would have been arrested and subjected to a public struggle session. So she dared not associate with Su Jingjin at this time, only secretly slipping her some medicine and food. Su Jingjin felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at the secretly passed items. It seemed that the 17-year-old Su Jingjin had decent judgment after all and hadn't misplaced her trust. Although she had anticipated her current predicament in her past life, aside from the incident involving her brother-in-law, she had never truly endured hardship in life. She hadn't expected that returning to this life would be such a disastrous start. If not for her quick thinking, she might have been left to fend for herself in some forgotten corner. But even now she was under constant surveillance, confined to school, and unable to go anywhere. Those watching her from outside weren't about to let her off easily. At school she faced exclusion and isolation everywhere. Sometimes Su Jingjin would think that in her past life at least she hadn't starved. The feeling of hunger was truly unbearable. Having barely managed to start over, she was filled with reluctance. She thought to herself, endure a little longer, things will get better soon. Just get through this period and it will be fine. Oh, who is this? Isn't this the eldest miss of the Su family? Why are you hiding here looking so pathetic? The speaker was a classmate who had always been at odds with Su Jingjin, unable to stand her aloof demeanor. Now that the Su family had been labeled as capitalists and Su Jingjin had fallen into the mud, she had to take the opportunity to mock her thoroughly. I'm talking to you, why don't you answer? Su Jingjin's fingernails dug into her flesh as she remained silent. She knew they were waiting for her to lose her temper. She couldn't let them have that satisfaction as she had to endure. Su Lele happened to pass by the corridor and sighed inwardly at the familiar scene she had witnessed so often recently. In the past week, she had seen this countless times. As before, Su Lele went to call a teacher and then left. She didn't want to get involved in school bullying, it was better to avoid trouble. Su Jingjin watched the timely arrival of the dean of students and thought, I can't remain passive any longer. He'll be 18 in 2 months. Before that, I need to leave here and start a new life. Originally, she still had some lingering thoughts about that person from her past life, but she had returned too late this time and had no chance to find him. Perhaps they were truly fated to be apart. These days had been too hard to endure, not just physically but mentally as well. She didn't want to continue like this. The only option was to contact Aunt Wang and have her arrange things with the person she had asked about before preparing to take the path of arranged marriage. That day, Su Jingjin tidied herself up properly in the dormitory and then went out. Arriving at the agreed-upon station restaurant, she saw a man in military uniform sitting upright with a straight back. Su Jingjin stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, are you Comrade Zhang Jianxi? Zhang Jianxi's eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful girl before him. Men were visual creatures. Originally, he hadn't planned to come today because he heard the woman's family background wasn't good, but his mother had forced him to go. His mother's idea was that a capitalist daughter must have hidden a lot of money and they might get a rich and beautiful city daughter-in-law for free. Zhang Jianxi found the idea tempting, so he came for the blind date. He thought to himself, luckily I came. Even if her family background isn't good, such a beautiful city wife wouldn't have been available for me to consider if not for her background issues. Yes, I am Zhang Jianxi, currently serving as deputy battalion commander in the Harbin area. Are you Comrade Su Jingjin? Su Jingjin looked at the man with a square face and thought he seems decent. Aunt Wang had mentioned he was from a rural family. She wondered what he thought about her background issues and the matter of accompanying the army. Yes, I am Su Jingjin. Did the matchmaker tell you about my situation? She did, I know. Since you're willing to come for the blind date, it means you don't mind. He'll get straight to the point. I need to get married as soon as possible and leave here to accompany you in the army. Is that possible? Yes, I came back specifically to get married. The report has already been approved. The political review might have some issues, but don't worry, I can handle it, Zhang Jianxi said. Su Jingjin was quite satisfied with his answer. After thinking for a moment, she asked another question. How much betrothal gift? You know, my family now only has me left, but I can't marry casually. How much betrothal gift is your family prepared to give? After settling the most urgent matters, Su Jingjin wanted to test Zhang Jianxi's sincerity. She wasn't short of money, but she couldn't appear too eager or she would be manipulated. Although she was in a hurry to marry, her optimal choice wasn't this rural Zhang Jianxi. It was another orphan officer, but unfortunately he was away on a mission and not in Sea City recently. Su Jingjin couldn't wait too long as she would come of age in 2 months. So she came to see this one first. This, before leaving, his mother had told Zhang Jianxi that there would be no betrothal gift. Over the years in the army, he had sent all his allowance home and had only 50 yuan left. He wanted to give it, but his mother argued that since the woman had a poor background and was educated, she might have improper thoughts when he was away on missions. They needed to suppress her to ensure she would settle down and live with him obediently. Zhang Jianxi hadn't thought much about it at first, but now seeing her, he really liked Comrade Su. However, her beauty did make him a bit worried, and he found his mother's reasoning somewhat plausible. After hesitating for a moment, he said directly, There's no betrothal gift. You can accompany me in the army, but most of my allowance will be sent home. I can only give you 5 yuan each month. Su Jingzhen's smile nearly faltered as she heard this. Good heavens, was he trying to get something for nothing? She was utterly speechless inside. Even if I'm desperate to escape my current predicament, I can still tell which is more terrifying, a temporary difficulty or a lifelong den of wolves. In that case, we're probably not a good match. Su Jingzhen was about to stand up and leave when she heard Zhang Jianxi say, Besides me, there's probably no one else who can solve your current problems. Why don't you reconsider? Besides, if we get married later, we'll be family. Why bother with such trivial matters? Su Jingzhen listened to the increasingly absurd remarks and felt like cursing. Where did this lunatic come from? Comrade Zhang, there's no need for your concern. We're not suitable. Goodbye. As soon as she stepped out, she collided with a man, feeling as if she had hit a rock. Her nose stung and tears welled up in her eyes. But since it was her fault for bumping into him, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Are you alright? When she looked up, she saw a face she had longed for. Why was he here? The man looked down at the woman before him and recalled that she was the young girl Zhou Jun had rescued earlier. What was her name? Su Jingzhen, if he remembered correctly. Zhou Jun had kept mentioning her thank you letter. It's fine, the man said, then stepped aside and entered the station restaurant to eat. Su Jingzhen watched him leave, thinking, since I've met him again, now it must be fate. Should I take a chance? After hesitating for a while, Su Jingjin followed the man back into the restaurant. It wasn't mealtime, so there weren't many people, just Zhang Jianqi's table and two others where diners were eating and chatting. The man ordered his meal, found an empty seat, and waited for his number. When he saw Su Jingjin return, he glanced at her curiously, wondering why she had come back in. Why had she returned? Zhang Jianqi, seeing Su Jingjin come back, thought she had changed her mind and hurried over. What do you think? Do you realize I'm the best choice? Su Jingjin rolled her eyes at Zhang Jianqi, who blocked her way. You're overthinking it. I have something to discuss with a friend. You should leave now and have your mother find you a bride who doesn't demand a bride price. We're just not suitable, that's all. Zhang Jianqi's face darkened. Don't be ungrateful. Besides me, no one dares to marry you now. That's my concern, not yours. Su Jingjin brushed past Zhang Jianqi and walked toward the man's table, sitting down across from him with a smile. Comrade, I'm really sorry about earlier. My name is Su Jingjin. How should I address you? The man looked at her with confusion, thinking from the looks of it, she was on a blind date. But why is she coming over to me now? Is there something else? My surname is Hua. Just call me Comrade Hua. Su Jingjin's expression stiffened at his matter-of-fact tone, and she didn't know how to proceed. She couldn't very well say we knew each other in a past life, but let's start over in this one. After a long hesitation, she steeled herself and asked, Comrade Hua, may I ask if you're married? This question caught the man off guard. He stared at her for a long moment, but before he could respond, Zhang Jianqi, who hadn't left yet, overheard and flew into a rage. He stormed over and shouted, Su Jingjin, you shameless woman. What are you saying? Startled by Zhang Jianqi's yell, Su Jingjin noticed the other diners turning to look. I know exactly what I'm saying. What's so shameless about it? Do I have to spell it out for you to understand plain language? I didn't take a liking to you in the blind date. Zhang Jianqi was stunned by her bluntness, trembling with rage. But as a soldier, he couldn't lay hands on civilians, so he forced himself to hold back. You didn't fancy me, but you fancy this pretty boy. What does he have besides that face that compares to me? Su Jingjin felt awkward. There was no need to be so direct with the man still sitting there. She mumbled vaguely, I'm good-looking, so it's not too much to want a good-looking partner, is it? The other onlookers glanced back and forth, silently agreeing with the young woman. Indeed, it would be a shame for such a pretty girl to end up with someone ordinary. The man watched the farce unfold, and hearing her soft words let out a light chuckle, which made his face even more striking. Despite a scar across his cheek, it didn't mar his looks. Instead, it added a touch of wild charm. Comrade Su has excellent taste. Hua Qiufeng looked at Su Jingjin, feeling as if he was seeing her anew. From Zhou Jun's descriptions, he had only known her as a grateful young girl, but now he saw her as beautiful, spirited, and bold. Zhang Jianqi, catching their exchanged glances, felt humiliated. He blustered, let's see if this man can solve your problems. We'll settle this later. With that, he turned and strode out of the restaurant, moving as if someone were chasing him, and soon disappeared from sight. Hua Qiufeng raised an eyebrow at the remark. From the interrogation of the man who had tried to capture Su Jingjin earlier, it had come out that the Su family had money and the kidnapper wanted to extort funds from her. It seemed the young lady had other troubles. I think I do have good taste. Don't listen to his scare tactics. My family background is a bit problematic, but I have no criminal record. Su Jingjin quickly explained to the man. I know, Hua Qiufeng replied. He had actually checked her file after the earlier incident. Her life had been uneventful for the first 16 years, but in the past year it had undergone a dramatic upheaval. Still seeing her now, he felt a fondness for her, unyielding, steadfast, and always seeking a way out. So do you have a partner? Su Jingjin asked cautiously. This caught Hua Qiufeng off guard. Was she really interested? He had assumed earlier that she was just saying that to shake off her blind date. That was why he had played along, thinking it wouldn't hurt to help an acquaintance. If Zhou Jun were there, he would have scoffed. Since when was Captain Hua so kind-hearted? Everyone called him Hua the Flayer. He was lucky if he didn't exploit others. No, I don't. Then what do you think of me? Su Jingjin's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Hua Qiufeng, captivated by those beautiful eyes, felt a strange flutter in his chest. The word slipped out, beautiful. His ears turned red. Su Jingjin reveled in the man's compliment, her heart brimming with delight. Just as she was secretly savoring the moment, the man across from her spoke again. But being good-looking alone won't do. A wife must be virtuous, thrifty, and skilled at managing the household. Su Jingjin's expression stiffened at his words. She was utterly hopeless at such things. Even in her past life, during her most trying times, she had only ever done her own laundry, and even then in a haphazard manner. With a light snort, she raised her eyes and retorted, so everything falls to the woman. And what about you? Do you expect to be waited on hand and foot? A home belongs to two people, it can't all be my responsibility. Besides, we could always eat at the canteen. The man frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with her response. Eating at the canteen every day, never tending to the home. Then why would I marry? Undeterred, Su Jingjin shot back with a smile. So you don't care for your wife at all? You'd have her do everything. Are you looking for a wife or a maid? How about we do things together when we both have time? Hua Qiufeng listened, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He found her words reasonable. It was after all a home for two, not just one. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Su Jingjin mused that this man seemed rather traditional. She couldn't afford to give in. If it came down to it, she could always pretend to compromise for now, and then gradually mold him to her liking. She absolutely couldn't let him slip away. She had finally met someone after almost giving up hope. And then he appeared out of nowhere. It must be fate. Once she came to this realization, Su Jingjin let herself go completely. Speak up. What do you think of my proposal? Well, Comrade Su, a young lady should maintain some reserve. Reserve? I've finally met someone who suits my fancy. I'm in a hurry. Give me a straight answer. If not, I'll move on to the next. A fit of coughing escaped Hua Qiufeng. Her abrupt change in attitude had thrown him off balance. I need to think it over. Su Jingjin waved her hand dismissively. No need. If you didn't refuse, that means yes. Consider it settled. From now on, I'm your girlfriend. My name is Su Jingjin. He'll be 18 in a little over a month. What's your full name? Hua Qiufeng, he answered somewhat dazed. All right, darling, what do you do for a living? I'm a soldier. You're a soldier too. Which unit are you in? Give me your address. No need. You know the address. I'm in the same unit as Zhou Jun. What a coincidence. Su Jingjin thought to herself, of course I know you are in the same unit as Zhou Jun. You want to escape me now, haha. All right, that's settled. Go ahead and eat. I've kept you long enough. He'll write to you. I have things to attend to, so we'll be off now. Bye. Don't need me to see you off, darling. Hua Qiufeng watched her swiftly retreating figure and chuckled softly. Waving her hand without looking back, Su Jingjin said, no need, and dashed out of the state-run restaurant. Only after she had put some distance between them did she slow her pace, strolling toward the school while pressing a hand to her racing heart. It pounded wildly and her cheeks burned. Despite her bold front before Hua Qiufeng, she had been on the verge of panic. In this life, or her previous one, she had never been so audacious. But the thrill after the tension was exhilarating. It seemed that deep down she was a daring soul after all. Meanwhile, Su Lele had run into trouble. After finishing her usual shift at the library, she was intercepted on her way back to the dormitory near the small grove of trees. The ones blocking her path were the same group that had targeted Su Jingjin. So you're the one who's been tattling to the teachers. You're in cahoots with Su Jingjin. Su Lele was puzzled. She never intervened directly, she always reported to the teachers, and only left after seeing them handle the situation from a distance. Who had ratted her out? Scanning the faces around her, she spotted a familiar one, Wang Yuan. Could it be her? Though many thoughts raced through her mind, Su Lele had no intention of admitting anything. She replied with a blank expression, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there anything else, classmate? If not, I need to get back to my dorm. The others exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily frozen. How could she show Wang Yuan could no longer contain herself. It's her. I saw her. She's the one who went to the teachers every time, getting you all scolded. Su Lele couldn't fathom why Wang Yuan bore her such animosity, but she was not about to confess. With the situation so tense, she wouldn't invite trouble. Wang Yuan, if I recall, were both Su Jingjin's roommates. And everyone in the dorm knows our relationship isn't exactly cordial. Are you trying to frame me? Hearing that they were both Su Jingjin's roommates, the others began to wonder if Wang Yuan was the real snitch trying to Wang Yuan grew frantic. Damn that Su Lele and her sharp tongue. It was you. You're pretty close to Su Jingjin. Someone even saw you two chatting in the library. I chat with plenty of people in the library. I talk to everyone who borrows books, Su Lele retorted with a roll of her eyes. The leader of the troublemakers considered this. She was the librarian after all. Concluding that Wang Yuan was lying, she ordered her henchwomen to drag Wang Yuan into the grove. Wang Yuan struggled and cursed at Su Lele. You bitch. You're the one who tipped them off. Then turning to her captors with a pleading tone, you have to believe me. It wasn't me. It was her. Su Lele watched impassively as Wang Yuan was hauled away, her nails digging into her palms. Before leaving, the troublemaker's leader shot Su Lele an ambiguous glance. Damn it. Her earlier instincts had been right. The days of peace were truly gone. Su Lele listened to the sounds of slaps and pleas for mercy from the grove, her expression unreadable. After a while, she turned and left. Back in the dormitory, she found Su Jingjin had also returned. Su Lele glanced at her, but said nothing. Climbing. About half an hour later, Wang Yuan stumbled back, her face bearing the red marks of slaps, her clothes disheveled. Su Lele understood. Though the group hadn't laid a hand on her directly, it was a veiled warning. Uncertain whether she was Su Jingjin's protector, they had killed the chicken to scare the monkey, making it clear that if proof emerged against her, she would share Wang Yuan's fate. They wanted her to know her place. Once back in the dorm, Wang Yuan glared venomously at Su Lele and tearfully complained to the other roommates about how Su Lele had watched her get beaten without lifting a finger, cold-hearted and utterly devoid of sympathy. Wang Yuan's cousin, Hu Fangfang, was furious. Su Lele, you watched my cousin get beaten. Su Lele looked at Hu Fangfang. Why don't you ask why I didn't help? Wang Yuan's face paled. She quickly pulled Hu Fangfang back, stopping her from pressing further. It was true that she had started the provocation, but she had never expected Su Lele to lie so calmly. Seeing Wang Yuan's reluctance to look at Su Lele, the others suspected the matter was not so simple. Except for Hu Fangfang, no one wanted to get involved in their affairs. They all just wished to keep a low profile and continue their studies. Thus, the incident fizzled out anticlimactically. Su Lele sighed inwardly at the hatred in Wang Yuan's eyes. She truly didn't understand why Wang Yuan always targeted her. They should have no major conflict. But one person disliking another needs no reason. From now on, she would have to be more cautious. Though she didn't seek trouble, she wasn't afraid of it either. She would handle things as they came. Soon the summer vacation arrived. This semester had been exceptionally arduous, filled with events that tested her mental resilience. Su Lele suddenly felt an urge to return to Su family village. How ironic. She had once tried every means to escape that place, but now with the outside world so harsh, she longed to go back. Had she after all these years come to see Su family village's home? Before leaving school, Su Jingjin came to find her. Su Lele noticed how much Su Jingjin had changed over the past year. When they first met, Su Jingjin was a proud, yet innocent young lady. Later, due to her brother-in-law's affairs, she became a after she came to her senses, her actions turned aggressive. Then came her family's upheaval and her rebirth, which drastically transformed her temperament. These changes were evident in her demeanor to those who knew her well, though most attributed her newfound silence and maturity to sudden misfortune. Her eyes grew weary and complex, no longer as naive and harmless as before. But now, looking at Su Jingjin, Su Lele felt she had reverted to her original aristocratic demeanor, only gentler, more relaxed, with eyes once again bright and clear. "I'm married, so I'm leaving. Is that so? Congratulations and bon voyage." Su Lele understood. "Thank you for giving me the courage to persevere and wait for the one I was meant to meet." Su Jingjin smiled warmly at the young girl before her, filled with gratitude. "I didn't do much. Wait a moment, I'll get something for you," Su Lele said, intending to find a secluded spot to retrieve Su Jingzhen's belongings from her spatial storage. "No need. I said it's yours to keep. If you truly feel bad, help me out when I really need it in the future." Su Jingjin stopped her, thinking that Su Lele was a decent person. Having a permanent backup plan couldn't hurt, so she asked for a promise instead. Su Lele considered this seriously and said, "All right, but nothing illegal or against my principles." Su Jingjin chuckled. "Don't worry, nothing like that. You're thoughtful for your age." Relieved, Su Lele agreed. "He'll write to you. Goodbye." With that, Su Jingjin picked up her luggage and left the dormitory. "Goodbye." Su Lele bid her farewell, then alone in the dorm, quickly shut the door and bounced with excitement. Wow, that money was really hers now. Su Lele thought him rich. Ever since she discovered Su Jingzhen's rebirth, she had assumed the money would be taken back. But the young lady was truly generous. Only a reborn person could be so indifferent to wealth. If it were a time traveler, they'd never treat money like dirt. Now that she had money, what should she do? Go shopping, of course. Su Lele packed up and went to the bank, first exchanging a few 100-gram gold bars for 200 yuan. Then she headed straight to the coal stove counter and, using the industrial coupons she had saved for ages, bought it outright. Hugging the coal stove, Su Lele nearly cried. Before her time travel, she had bought all the kitchen supplies, but forgot the coal stove. Later, she used a gas stove. In Su family village, she could gather firewood far away and occasionally cook secretly, but in the city, it was inconvenient. During her year of study, she had enough to eat, but one couldn't live on mere sustenance. Eating well mattered too. Now that the coal stove was sorted, she could cook in the city. Next, she needed to get some honeycomb briquettes, but that was simple. She left the stove at the counter, asking the saleslady to watch it, and gave her 2 candies. Then Su Lele roamed the department store. With money no longer an issue, she wanted everything. Spotting some red fabric, she thought of her cousins who would soon be meeting potential spouses. Red was auspicious, so she bought 5 chi using cloth coupons she had exchanged with a scalper before entering. Suddenly remembering the watch coupon she had acquired long ago, a special type without an expiry date, she quickly fished it out and headed to the watch counter. Su Lele didn't know much about watches, so she chose based on aesthetics. 2 caught her eye, one with a white strap and silver dial exquisitely crafted, the other with a black strap and gold dial adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the light. Both were so beautiful that Su Lele couldn't decide. Seeing that Su Lele wasn't poorly dressed, the saleswoman introduced them. "This white-strapped one is a Plum brand women's watch, classic and elegant. That black-strapped one is a Rolex women's watch, more luxurious." Su Lele was torn. She liked both, but only had one watch coupon. Then she heard Rolex and probed, "How much are they? Do they need coupons?" "The Plum is 158 yuan with 1 watch coupon. The Rolex doesn't need a coupon, but is expensive, 499 yuan, the saleswoman replied. Su Lele thought, so cheap. A Rolex for under 500. It would be a loss not to buy it. "All right, wrap them both up for me." The saleswoman was stunned. "Both? That's over 700 yuan at once." Shocked but efficient, she took the money and packed them. Su Lele slipped the Rolex into her backpack and then into her spatial storage. It would appreciate in value. She put on the Plum watch, adjusted it, and admired it. Delighted, she moved on to the next store. Thinking that after a year in the city, it wouldn't seem strange to bring gifts home, she went to the tobacco and liquor counter. Using exchanged coupons, she bought some mutai, wulianya, and dakiamin for the elders to enjoy, but she decided to keep the mutai for herself and just bring home a bottle of wulianya. She also went to the candy and pastry counter for some sweets and cakes. Su Lele wanted to buy much more, but her coupons were almost gone. Carrying her purchases, she returned to school. Her train was that evening, so she would pack up and leave later. After another grueling 10-hour train ride in a hard seat, Su Lele felt sore all over. She thought to herself, now that she was so wealthy, she absolutely had to upgrade to a sleeper berth next time she returned, even if it meant spending a bit more money. When she exited the train station, to her surprise, it was Uncle Hongjuan, the village chief's son, who came to pick her up, driving their village's ox cart. Su Lele found it a bit odd and walked over to ask, "Uncle Hongjuan, why are you here to pick me up today? And you brought the ox cart?" Su Hongjuan heard someone calling him and looked up to see Sonia, Uncle Yanchang's daughter, the golden phoenix that had flown out of their Su family village. He immediately said cheerfully, "Sonia's back. It's good to have you back. Come on, let's head home with your uncle. Put your luggage up here first." Su Lele placed her luggage on the cart, then sat on the ox cart and chatted with Uncle Hongjuan. "Uncle, why isn't it my dad picking me up today?" "Why you? Your grandpa, the village chief, got word that a group of educated youths are coming to our area. We figured since we had to come to the station anyway, we might as well pick you up too." "Oh, are educated youths really coming to our place? Our village has never had any before. I've only heard about them in other places. Now it's finally our turn." Su Hongjuan took a puff from his pipe as he replied, "Yeah, I wonder what those city kids can actually do. They say it's to build up the countryside, but they don't know how to farm. And where are we supposed to house them? Our village doesn't have any empty houses. Su Lele thought to herself, he was right. Su family village really didn't have any spare rooms. I heard that sent down youths get a relocation allowance. Can't they use that to build a house? What can a measly 100 kwai do? Even if it covers the house, what about food? So have you figured out a plan? Su Lele asked. We're waiting to see the educated youths first. We'll check how many there are. We've talked to a few families with fewer people, they can take them in temporarily. Su Hongjun was worried and the village chief was even more anxious. Ever since he learned that educated youths were coming to Su family village, he had been racking his brains to reduce the number. But after haggling with the officials in the county town for days, it was useless. Left with no choice, he had to negotiate with families who had fewer members, letting the youths pay rent to stay in their homes. Hearing this, Su Lele thought to herself there was bound to be some interesting drama in the days to come. As the two chatted intermittently, they arrived at the county's office for educated youths. They saw a group of young men and women being called out by name, lining up in an orderly fashion and being divided into groups. From a distance, Su Lele saw Grandpa the village chief craning his neck and shouting, "Is Zhuo Guangming here? Is Zhuo Guangming here?" Then a young man laden with large and small bags ran out from the crowd and stood before the village chief. Soon enough, 4 young men and 4 young women, 8 people in total, stood in front of Grandpa, a fairly even distribution. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Grandpa the village chief herded them over towards Su Lele. When they approached and got closer, Su Lele noticed that all 8 educated youths looked haggard. The train ride must have taken a heavy toll on them. She had them put their luggage on the ox cart, which was instantly filled to the brim, leaving no room for people to sit. The 8 youths wore grim expressions. They were exhausted and didn't want to walk. They didn't even care about the ox cart being dirty, all they wanted was to sit. It was tolerable when no one was sitting, but seeing a young girl perched comfortably on the ox cart made them feel resentful. One of the female educated youths spoke up, "Why does she get to sit while we can't?" The other youths also looked displeased. Village chief, Su wasn't about to indulge them. Already annoyed about how to accommodate 8 people, he said impatiently, "She's not an educated youth. She can sit." The educated youths found the village chief's words unbelievable. They stared at the girl on the cart. She had 2 unusual braids, a rosy complexion, fair skin, and wore a blue top and black pants without a single patch. How could she not be an educated youth? The female youth who had spoken looked at Su Lele with seething displeasure. If she's not an educated youth, shouldn't she be polite and give up her seat for us? We're here to help build the countryside. Hasn't this village girl learned any manners? Su Lele had originally intended to get down, but upon hearing this, she was left speechless. She changed her mind and remained seated on the ox cart without moving. She opened her mouth and said directly, "Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Talk about building the countryside once you can actually support yourself out here." The female educated youth was furious at Su Lele's words and was about to retort when the other youth stopped her, reminding her to look at the village chief's expression. Village chief Su's face was now thunderous. He exploded with anger. "Come or don't come, who do you think you are? Are you already insulting the people of our village?" Having said that, he directly ordered Su Hongjun to drive the ox cart away, leaving the educated youths behind. Seeing the ox cart leave, the youths hastily scrambled to follow. But being unaccustomed to walking on dirt roads, they were slow and soon fell behind. Su Lele watched for a while, and feeling that the initial show of authority had been established, she got off the cart and let the weary youths take turns resting on it. After about 2 hours of this rotation, they finally reached the village entrance. Su Lele said goodbye to Grandpa the village chief and Uncle Hongjun. With the educated youths arriving today, she figured she wouldn't be mobbed at the entrance. The villagers would surely be flocking to see the newcomers, allowing her to head home early. As expected, when Su Lele got home, only her cousin Huan and her second sister Cici were there cooking. Everyone else was out, likely at the village entrance, watching the educated youths. As soon as she entered the house, Su Lele greeted them. "Cousin, second sister, I'm back." Su Huan poked her head out from the kitchen doorway and said to Su Lele, "Lele's back. Put your luggage in your room first, then wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." "Okay, cousin." "Where are Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, and Dad?" Grandma and Grandpa went to the village entrance to watch the excitement. "I heard our village is getting educated youths too. Second uncle and second aunt are still at work. They should be back soon." Su Lele put away her luggage and washed her hands at the pump in the yard while answering her cousin. "Okay. Yes, the educated youths have arrived. I actually came back with them just now. They should still be at the village entrance. But when I came back from there, I didn't see Grandma and Grandpa. They're probably a bit further behind." Su Huan cooked as she chatted with Su Lele. "Probably. Why don't you go call them in a bit?" "Okay, I'll head out after I freshen up." Su Lele agreed, thinking she hadn't strolled around the village in a long time and could take a look around. Su Lele tidied up and headed out. After walking for a while, she arrived at the worksite and called out from a distance, "Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, third aunt, eldest brother, second brother, come home for lunch." Hearing the call for a meal, the busy workers looked up and turned toward the voice. They realized it was Su Ziguo's third daughter, Su Lele. Was she on school break? "Lele, you're back," someone shouted. "I'm back. School's out." Su Lele replied. "Su Zigua, Su Ernie, your daughter's back and calling you home for lunch." Upon hearing the voice, Su Zigua and Su Ernie looked up and saw their third daughter. They quickly tidied up their work, called the scorekeeper to record their work points, and followed Su Lele home. Once home, the family enjoyed a lively meal together. After the meal, Su Lele took out the items she had bought in the city. She distributed cigarettes and liquor to Grandpa, Su Uncle, Su her father, and third uncle. The fabric was given to Grandma, Su, to allocate as she saw fit. After all, her cousin was getting married soon, wasn't he? Her cousin was also about to meet a potential match, and the red cloth could be used for the wedding. It was very auspicious. Grandpa and Grandma Sue felt deeply gratified that their granddaughter knew to care for the family. They had previously worried that once their third daughter made something of herself, she might neglect them. But now seeing the gifts she brought, their concerns were eased. Sue Ernie felt displeased as she looked at Sue Lele's purchases, her expression sour. Noticing her mother's discontent, Sue Lele suddenly remembered something. Pretending to pull from her bag, but actually retrieving from her spatial storage, she took out 6 jars of moisturizing cream. She gave one to Grandma Sue, one to Aunt, one to third Aunt, one to her mother, and one to each of her 2 sisters. This finally appeased the women of the family. As for the brothers, they were given snacks instead. The women of the Sue family were overjoyed with the moisturizing cream Sue Lele had given them. At the county supply cooperative, such cream cost 2 yuan a jar, something they would never have splurged on. They never expected their granddaughter, niece, sister to gift it to them. However, everyone was also very curious. How did Sue Lele have so much money and ration tickets to buy all these things? Sue Wenbin even noticed the watch on his third sister's wrist and was utterly astonished. It seemed no one in Sue family village owned a watch yet. Their family was the first to have one. Sue Wenbin felt immense pride, but also a hint of worry, so he hesitated before asking, "Lele, where did you get so much money? And you even bought a watch?" At the mention of a watch, everyone's eyes snapped to Sue Lele's wrist. Earlier they hadn't noticed because she was wearing long sleeves, but now that it was pointed out they realized, yes indeed. A watch cost over 100 yuan and required a ration ticket, which was especially hard to come by. Could Lele be involved in something dangerous outside? Seeing the serious expressions on the Sue family's faces, Sue Lele smiled and said, "I earned all of this. The watch ticket was exchanged by a classmate. Having a watch makes it easier for class. I have a part-time job at school with a salary. I saved up for a whole year to buy this watch. Plus, with all the things I bought for the family, I've basically spent everything. I only have some pocket money left." Hearing this explanation, which seemed reasonable enough, the family relaxed and stopped pressing further. Seeing that the family had stopped questioning her, Sue Lele said she was going to rest in her room since she was tired from the trip. That night in Grandpa and Grandma Zu's room, do you believe third girl's story? It doesn't seem like a small amount of money. How could she have spent it all? She must still have some on her. Do you think I should? Grandma Sue whispered, making a grabbing gesture. Seeing Grandma Zu's gesture, Grandpa Sue immediately stopped her. Don't. Third girl is now the most capable child in our Sue family. Don't push her away. If she has money, won't she still be filial to us? Don't be short-sighted. Grandma Sue thought about it and said nothing more, though what she truly thought remained unknown. In the eldest son's room, Wang Zhaodi said to Uncle Sue, "Husband, judging by Lele's generosity today, do you think she'd be willing to help her cousin?" Uncle Sue thought for a moment and replied, "Stop right there. Don't even think about it. Don't be like last time. This girl Lele needs to be handled gently." Wang Zhaodi was a bit unconvinced, but she knew her husband had a point, so she let it go for now. In the second son's room, Zu's father and mother were also discussing Sue Lele's gifts. Sue Ernie felt that now that Lele had money, she was getting too independent. Why hadn't she given the items to her, the mother, first instead of directly to the old lady? This rankled her. Zu's father was more rational. "We haven't divided the family, so of course mother should distribute the things." Sue Ernie said angrily, "I'm not saying we shouldn't give Grandma her share. I mean, couldn't we have saved some for our one gang first? That red cloth is so beautiful and rare." Zu's father thought it made sense and said, "Then tell third girl tomorrow that from now on anything good should first be set aside for the family before being given out." Only then did Sue Ernie go to sleep satisfied. In the third son's room, Tian Ho-hot was also talking to Sue Jijun. "Husband, this time Lele's back. She seems so different, doesn't she?" Sue Jijun's eyes flickered as he said, "From now on be kinder to Lele. And this summer let Xiao Yong get closer to her." Tian Ho-hot rolled her eyes. "Do you think I don't know that, eh? Xiao Yong really likes Lele, but Lele isn't easy to get close to. From what Xiao Yong says, Lele will acknowledge him, but there's no extra care. It's not just him. Even when gang doesn't get much closeness from Lele." Sue Jijun said nothing more and lay down to rest. The next day, Sue Lele slept until she naturally woke up. Since she had just returned, she wasn't expected to do housework, but in a few days, she would have to start helping the family. With nothing much to do today, she ate the breakfast left for her and then went out. She strolled slowly through the village, taking in the familiar sights, and sighed inwardly. This kind of life was truly good. No work to do, waking up to a meal ready. But as she walked, she suddenly heard a commotion. Drawing closer, she saw a group of educated youths and villagers locked in it. It turned out that the educated youths were lodging with the villagers. Unaccustomed to the new environment, especially the rural latrines, which were unbearable for these city dwellers, they complained a few times. When the villagers overheard, a quarrel broke out between the two sides. "Are we supposed to eat this? It's so coarse it scrapes our throats. We've paid you rent and grain. And could you please not eat so rudely? It's disgusting." A female educated youth, her neck stiff, yelled at the villagers with a look of defiance. The villager, face flushed red, retorted without backing down. "Only 10 jin of grain. If we don't mix it with other stuff, how can it last a month? Are you waiting to starve later? I haven't even charged you for the vegetables. Stop your nonsense. Besides, this is how we eat in our family. If you don't like it, we can eat separately. But you won't use our firewood or water. You'll have to get them yourselves. And you'll have to grow your own vegetables too." Another female educated youth jumped out, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Fine, well, eat on our own. You're so unhygienic, we're afraid there's filth in the food." The villagers who had been watching the commotion erupted instantly upon hearing this. "Oh, so you're looking down on us? If you're so picky, don't eat the grain we grow." "Exactly. If you think it's dirty, go reclaim wasteland and farm yourselves. The two sides argued back and forth, their voices growing louder, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just then someone fetched the village chief, who shouted, "Stop arguing. The educated youths are new here, it's normal for them to find it hard to adapt. We need to understand that. And you educated youths need to respect our way of life. Our ancestors have lived like this for generations. If you really can't get used to it, I'll withhold your settlement fees and use them to build a separate compound for you. How about that? There are 8 of you with a settlement fee of 100 each. That's 800. Spending 400 will do, and the rest will be exchanged for grain." Hearing the village chief's words, both sides gradually quieted down. The villagers thought it was acceptable. These educated youth were indeed quite delicate. After some discussion, the educated youths also found it a good solution and agreed. Thus the village chief arranged for the construction of their compound. But for the month before the house was built, they would have to make do in the villagers' homes. Both sides would compromise: only lodging, no shared meals. They could borrow the stove to cook, but they had to provide their own firewood and water. Lele watched the spectacle and thought, this is just their first taste of the countryside. They haven't faced the harsh realities yet. They'll have plenty of hardships ahead. Having seen enough, Lele went home. As soon as she entered, her mother called her into the room. "Sonia, tell me honestly, how much money do you still have?" Lele raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Mom, I've spent it all. I bought about 200 yuan worth of things. That was almost a year's wages. I worked 2 jobs at school, one in the cafeteria for room and board at 5 mao a day, and another at the library for another 5 mao. Except for the 3 months of holidays, I worked the rest of the time. Plus I needed to buy some daily necessities. Before coming back, I only kept enough for the fare." Zu's mother calculated silently, 1 yuan a day, 3 months off, so about a bit over 200 a year. "So you used it all up? Didn't you think to save? You wasteful girl, that was so much money. Your father and I never had that much money in our whole lives." The more she calculated, the more her heart ached. 200 yuan gone in an instant. Seeing her mother about to lose her temper, Lele's expression changed, and she sobbed, "Mom, I'm studying in the city. Most of my classmates look down on me and call me a country bumpkin. Most of them have watches." She was bluffing. "I'm a country girl who has to work to study. I just wanted to be closer to them, sob. So I thought I'd buy a watch too." Seeing her reedy, stubborn daughter, Zu's mother softened a bit. The child was only 14 by nominal age, still young. It was normal to want what others had. She sighed, "Your classmates bully you." Lele almost lost her composure. Was that the focus? Well, it would do. "Yeah, I'm the only one in the class who works. No one plays with me." "What about the teacher? Doesn't the teacher say anything?" Zu's mother asked. Lele felt a complicated mix of emotions at the inquiry. The teacher says something, but it doesn't help. They just don't play with me and ignore me. The teacher can't force them to be friends. Zu's mother suddenly felt at a loss. This was the first time in years that Sonia had told her about school. Before, her daughter never shared such things, as she always handled them herself. As a mother, even if she favored her son, it didn't mean she didn't care about her daughter. When had her youngest daughter stopped being clingy? Zu's mother fell into memory. It must have been the year of the famine. Back then they struggled just to survive and had to find ways to keep their son alive. The daughter was inevitably neglected, and perhaps due to the damage from hunger, she hadn't conceived again in the following years. Now she only had one son when gang, so she naturally cherished him more. Ernie thought Sonia must resent her. Seeing her mother lost in thought, with a sorrowful expression, Lele quickly interrupted her musings. "Mom, what are you thinking? Grandma's calling for work." Snapping back to reality, Zu's mother said nothing more. She simply told Lele to keep an eye on her younger brother, and then went out to join the work. Lele breathed a sigh of relief as she watched her mother leave. Good, she had bluffed her way through. She hadn't expected her family to be so sharp, guessing she had more money. But they certainly couldn't guess exactly how much she had. Time flew by and a month passed quickly. During this month, the educated youths clashed with the Su family villagers several more times, causing quite a ruckus. Lele enjoyed the drama and gossip every day, thoroughly entertained. One day a female educated youth cried from the hard labor. Another day a male educated youth strained his back carrying water. It was one thing after another. When the educated youth compound was finally finished, they moved in, eagerly expecting a better life among city folk. But to their surprise, the trivial tasks multiplied, leading to daily quarrels. This caused a major crisis of trust among them. Some male educated youths regretted moving in. After all, they hadn't argued with the villagers. Renting had been harmonious. Work was tiring, but after the shift they could eat, wash, and sleep right away. But in the compound, they had to work even after the shift, breeding deep resentment. The scorching July and August sun was truly relentless. Lele, merely helping out at home, was already exhausted. After just half a year without farm work, her body had grown somewhat delicate. She had yearned to return home before, yet now, after barely a month, she couldn't bear it anymore. It was better to just start school soon. With 5 days remaining until the semester began, Lele returned to school early. Why, you ask? Because recently the educated youths had heard from a villager that Lele from their village was studying at a technical secondary school in the city. They deemed her a cultured person, someone they could share common topics with. Whenever a dispute arose with the villagers, besides calling the village chief to mediate, they would also summon Lele. What could Lele say? She was still a child surrounded by her elders. She could say nothing. She had been enjoying the gossip from the sidelines, only to suddenly transform from a mere spectator into the center of attention. Unaccustomed to this, and unwilling to become a laughingstock, Lele, seeing that school was about to start, simply informed her family, packed her bags, and left. She felt as if a dog were chasing her. After enduring another 10-hour train ride from X County to C City, Lele stood at the train station exit, a lingering sense of unease in her heart. Hey, what are you standing there for? Lele was suddenly tapped on the shoulder from behind, startling her. Turning around, she found that the person who had tapped her was Yuan. Immediately she replied with a hint of irritation. Oh, it's you. You scared me. I just got back from the county by train. What about you? Why are you at the train station too? I just returned from the capital and saw you standing here at the exit. Want to go back to school together? Yuan explained. Lele was puzzled. Aren't you a native of C City? More or less. Come on, let's head back to school together. Changing the subject, Yuan and Lele boarded the bus that would take them back to campus. During the ride they chatted. I heard that your new class advisor has been confirmed. It's your math teacher, Teacher Lu. Really? Teacher Lu has a good temper. Thankfully it's a familiar teacher. But did Teacher Wu really resign? Lele felt relieved. It seems so. Before I left for the capital, I saw Aunt Wu in the courtyard looking after her grandson. She seemed quite happy. That's good. In these turbulent times, being able to live peacefully is enough. Lele said with relief. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to visit Sister Wu. Sure, I'm free tomorrow. Alright then, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Take me there so I can learn the way. Next time I'll go on my own. Okay, same place as usual. Yuan agreed. Just as they finished speaking, the bus stopped at the fork in the road. Yuan and Lele parted ways, one heading home and the other returning to school. The next day, Lele tidied herself up simply. Glancing at her new watch to check the time, she saw it was still early. She took 2 pomelos and some pastries from her storage space as gifts for the visit, then headed to the fork in the road where she had agreed to meet Yuan. Seeing Yuan already waiting in the distance, Lele hurriedly trotted over to him. Have you been waiting long? I'm sorry. It's fine. Come on, I'll lead the way. With that, Yuan took the lead, and Lele quickly followed. Before long, they arrived at Teacher Wu's doorstep. Yuan stopped and said, this is the place. Go on in yourself. I won't come in. Huh? You're not coming in. Lele was taken aback. Before she could ask why, the door to Teacher Wu's house suddenly swung open. It turned out Teacher Wu had heard voices outside and came to see only to find Lele and Yuan lingering at the door. Don't just stand there. Come inside and talk. Teacher Wu greeted them warmly. Lele said to Teacher Wu apologetically, hello Teacher Wu. I specially asked Yuan to show me the way to your house. I came to thank you for your previous help. These are just some pomelos from my hometown and a few pastries. Nothing valuable. I hope you don't mind. She then handed the gifts to her. Seeing that the gifts were indeed not extravagant, but a genuine token of the students' gratitude, Teacher Wu accepted. Please, Teacher Wu's impression of Lele improved even further. She had previously seen Lele as hardworking, upright, and kind-hearted. Now she added another trait, gratitude. Taking Lele by the hand, Teacher Wu led her inside and said, come in and sit down. Why be so formal? What I did before was only my duty. Lele followed Teacher Wu into the house and admired the decor. Simple, yet warm and comfortable. Teacher Wu poured 2 glasses of water for Lele and Yuan, and the 3 of them sat down to chat. Teacher Wu asked with concern, do you have any plans for the new semester? You mustn't slack off in your technical secondary school. Lele nodded earnestly and said yes. We've almost finished learning the theoretical knowledge for our major now, so I'm planning to prepare for the primary accounting certificate this semester. Teacher Wu nodded approvingly. That's a good idea. I support you. Getting certified now will give you more options for your... Lele was overjoyed to have Teacher Wu's approval. Teacher Wu then asked Yuan, Xiao Gu, when did you get back? Your grandfather was just talking about you. I returned yesterday, Yuan replied honestly. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. As noon approached, Lele and Yuan felt they should no longer impose. Teacher Wu saw them to the door and advised Lele. If you encounter any difficulties at school, you can talk to your Uncle Rong. I've already spoken to him about you. And thank you for tipping us off last time. We should be the ones thanking you, but since we haven't found the mastermind behind it all yet, I was afraid of being watched, so I never dared to contact you, fearing I might drag you into it. But if you have any academic problems, you can come to me for help. And for any life issues, Uncle Rong will assist you. Lele smiled and agreed, then turned and left with Yuan. Thank you for today. It's noon now. Are you hungry? Let me treat you to lunch. Lele declared generously. Yuan found it amusing. What, after 2 months apart, have you come into some money? Lele in high spirits replied directly. I haven't gotten rich, but I have a bit of money now. I feel you've helped me a lot, so I want to treat you to a meal. Yuan's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Indeed, the young lady he had his eye on had a wonderful personality, unlike some shameless individuals. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yuan's expression turned grim for a fleeting moment, but he quickly composed himself and said to Lele, forget it. I have some things to attend to. Let's skip the meal for now. We'll do it another time. All right, Lele replied, having noticed the brief shadow that crossed Yuan's face. She wondered what had come to his mind. However, between friends, it was sometimes best not to pry too deeply. She felt the current distance between them was just right. So she didn't press the matter, pretended not to have noticed, and simply bid him farewell before returning to school. After parting ways with Lele, Yuan returned home, shut himself in his room, and lay on the bed, sinking into... During this summer break, his father had been incessantly urging him to come back. Yuan thought his father might want to mend their... As his grandfather said, there is no overnight enmity between father and son. They should talk things out face to face. After some thought, he agreed and bought a train ticket to the capital right after the holiday. But when he arrived home full of anticipation, he saw his stepmother lounging on the sofa, proudly caressing her belly, which was already visibly swollen, at least 5 months along. His father sat beside her beaming with joy. Gu Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His stepmother was pregnant. He had only been away for half a year. When his father saw him, his face instantly turned cold. You still remember to come back. Do you even consider this your home? Gu Yuan suppressed his fury and replied calmly. As I recall, you were the one who called me back. Otherwise, who would bother returning? His father grew incensed. How dare you say that? At first I thought you were just visiting your grandfather for a while, but you even transferred your household registration. And you went to study in City C, at a technical school. What will the neighbors think of me? Of Aunt Song. You ungrateful brat. I raised you, and this is how you repay me. His stepmother Song Min feigned comfort. Old Gu, don't be angry. Yuan might just be having trouble accepting me. That's why he made a rash mistake. As his father, you just need to guide him. But this only made Gus' father angrier. What's there for him to accept? He's almost 18, not a child anymore. Does his father need his permission to remarry? This is outrageous. Before Gu Yuan could retort, his stepmother continued with a sarcastic tone. He's still young. Maybe he's been listening to some shady rumors, and that's why he's so against it. You should talk to him gently. Don't ruin your health. You still need to see our child grow up. Gus' father took a deep breath, glancing at Song Min's pregnant belly, and said to Gu Yuan, from now on, stop hanging around those unsavory friends. They'll lead you astray. Gu Yuan clenched his fists. Watch your mouth. What do you mean by unsavory? His father immediately snapped. What kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to an elder like that? Gu Yuan could no longer hold back. What attitude? This is my attitude. My mother hasn't been dead long, and you've already remarried. And of all people, you chose Song Min. She was my mother's friend. You know what you did? And you call my friends unsavory. The most unsavory ones are you too. Slap. His father's hand trembled as he struck Gu Yuan across the face. It seems I've spoiled you rotten. You're talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I only got together with Aunt Song after your mother passed away. Gu Yuan's head turned to the side, hanging low, his expression unreadable. His voice was hoarse. How my mother's been dead only half a year and you're already together. How am I supposed to believe you? With that, Gu Yuan stormed out. Watching his son leave, Gus' father felt a pang of regret. It was the first time he had. Back when Huimin was alive, this son had been his pride. He knew his remarriage was hasty, but he had his reasons. Why couldn't his son understand him? Song Min watched the father-son quarrel with glee. Fight. The worse their relationship, the better for her child. But she hid her joy and consoled Gus' father. Old Gu, the boy, is young and angry. He doesn't understand you now. Listening to his wife's comfort, Gus' father tried to reassure himself. Yes, his son was young and didn't understand how many people were eyeing his position as Deputy Secretary General of the capital's mayor's office. He would understand eventually. After leaving home, Gu Yuan first checked into a small hotel, dropped off his luggage, and then went to see his childhood friend to find out what had happened in the Gu family during the past half year. His friend was delighted to see him, and after pulling him to sit down, recounted everything that had transpired in the Gu household over the past 6 months. It turned out that after Gu Yuan left the capital, his stepmother quickly moved in. His father had been summoned for a talk by higher-ups because of his mother's situation. He needed to distance himself from her as soon as possible, so he remarried hastily to save his job. Perhaps he thought Song Min, a widow and a friend of Sun Huimin, Gus' mother, was a suitable match since they knew each other well. That's why he didn't consult Gu Yuan. He never expected his usually quiet and different son to react so fiercely and leave. After hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected there was more to the story, yet he still couldn't forgive his father for remarrying just half a year after his mother's death. His friend patted his shoulder. Yuan, your dad has his difficulties. Don't be too stubborn. Gu Yuan was silent for a long time. Did you know my stepmother is pregnant? His friend was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I did. But your dad remarrying was inevitable, wasn't it? Gu Yuan said nothing more. He stood up and took his leave. Stepping out of his friend's house, he gazed at the bustling streets of the capital, wondering, am I really being too particular? After staying one night at the hotel, Gu Yuan was called back home by his father. But for the rest of the summer, the atmosphere at home was stifling. He felt like an outsider, while the other three seemed like a happy, close-knit family. Unable to bear the tension, Gu Yuan only went home to eat and sleep. Most of the time he hung out with friends or visited. Time passed quickly, but Gu Yuan still returned to City C a few days early. This time he had a strong feeling that his father was no longer just his father. Now it seemed his father was more excited about the child in his stepmother's womb. Just as Gu Yuan was lost in his memories, a knock came at the door. Xiao Yuan, are you home? It was his grandfather. Snapping back to reality, Gu Yuan quickly replied, Grandpa, I'm here. Just a moment. He sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping, got out of bed, and opened the door in one fluid motion. Grandpa, why are you back at noon today? Grandpa's son beamed at his grandson. The cafeteria had braised pork today, so I thought we'd share it. Gu Yuan looked at the lunchbox in his grandfather's hand, deeply moved. Grandpa, just eat by yourself. He'll make do with whatever. Gu Yuan said. Grandpa's son glared at him displeased and said, I brought this back especially for you. Hurry up and cook some rice. Let's eat together. You're still growing and need to eat more. Gu Yuan smiled helplessly. All right, Grandpa, we'll eat together. He'll heat up the dishes and cook some rice. Hearing this, Grandpa's son brightened up, his expression softening. Can we have a little drink today? There's meat, so it goes well with. Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, just a little bit. Don't overdo it. I have to go to work in the afternoon. Grandpa's son finally cheered up. Watching his grandson head to the kitchen to heat the food and cook rice, he went to his room to retrieve his treasured wine, planning to enjoy it later. About half an hour later, Gu Yuan had the meal ready and set the table. Grandpa's son picked up a piece of braised pork for his grandson. Here, try this. The braised pork from our machinery factory's canteen is just as good as the state-run restaurants. Gu Yuan quickly accepted it and said, "Okay, Grandpa, you eat too." With that, he began eating. Midway through the meal, Grandpa's son suddenly asked, "Did something upset you when you went home this time?" Gu Yuan lowered his head, his chopsticks pausing as he reached for a dish before resuming. "No, Grandpa. Why do you ask?" Grandpa's son put down his chopsticks, took a sip of wine, and said, "I heard from an old friend in the capital that your stepmother..." Gu Yuan hummed softly, saying nothing. Grandpa's son sighed inwardly. "What are you thinking?" Gu Yuan looked puzzled. "What do you mean? What was your father's attitude when you went back this time? Do you still want to acknowledge him as your father?" Grandpa's son pressed on. Gu Yuan's eyes slowly reddened. He had grown up bathed in his parents' love, which made it unbearable that his father remarried less than 6 months after his mother's passing. He remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "They seem more like a family now. I feel like I don't have a home anymore." Hearing this, Grandpa's son immediately retorted, "Who says that? Grandpa will always be your family. If your father doesn't want you, don't go back to the capital. Stay here and live with me. Everything I have is yours." Gu Yuan chuckled at his grandfather's loud protest. "All right, I'll stick with you, Grandpa. From now on, wherever I am, you'll be there too." Seeing his grandson's expression finally relax, Grandpa's son breathed a long sigh of relief. "Yes, wherever you are, I'll be there." Gu Yuan noticed his grandfather's relief and realized he had been worrying him. He steeled himself. He was a man now almost 18 in a few months and couldn't let his grandfather fret over him. After clearing the air, the grandfather and grandson enjoyed their meal happily. While Gu Yuan had unburdened himself somewhat, Lele, on the other hand, was tearing her hair out. She had planned to pass the junior accounting certificate this semester, but upon returning to school to inquire about the registration process and exam scope, she wondered if she had bitten off more than she could chew. There was so much material to study. She had thought the junior exam only covered textbook knowledge, but it turned out there were also supplementary topics requiring research. Without computers or search engines in this era, she had to rely on paper books, driving her crazy. Nevertheless, to secure a good job assignment in the future, Lele had no choice but to grit her teeth and push through. After the semester started, needing to focus on the exam, Lele applied to her new homeroom teacher to quit her work-study job at the cafeteria. She figured she had money now, but lacked time, so she would let someone else in need take the position. However, she kept her part-time job at the library. Every noon and evening, she would go there to review for the exam while working. "Lele, I heard you quit the cafeteria job. Why do you seem busier?" The question came from Wang Fong, who shared both a dormitory and a class with Lele. Previously knowing Lele was busy with work-study, Wang Fong only chatted occasionally. But now hearing she had quit, she found it odd that Lele seemed even busier. So she cornered her in the dorm to ask out of curiosity. Lele looked at Wang Fong, blocking her way, a bit dazed. It took her a moment to snap out of it, and she blurted out, "I've been reviewing for a certification exam." "An exam? What certification?" Wang Fong asked, puzzled. "The junior accounting certificate. Aren't you taking it?" Lele replied. Wang Fong was shocked. "Isn't that something you take in your 3rd year? We're only in our 2nd year." Lele was startled by Wang Feng's outburst, but in her mind, attending a technical secondary school was like going to university. So taking exams early seemed perfectly normal. Why did Wang Fong look so surprised? Suddenly she realized it was the late 1960s, and back then such early certification wasn't common in technical schools. Well, accounting has junior, intermediate, and senior levels. If I wait until next year for the junior exam, wouldn't I have to take the intermediate and senior exams after starting work? Would I even have time? Lele pretended to be puzzled. Wang Fong was also thrown off. Indeed, who would study and take exams after starting a job? It was best to do it now. She found Lele's reasoning irrefutable and was momentarily speechless. Seeing Wang Feng's conflicted expression, Lele checked the time. She still had study tasks to complete for the day, so she ignored Wang Fong and left. By the time Wang Fong came to her senses, Lele was already gone. However, Wang Fong wasn't angry. She went to ask the teacher if she could take the exam early too. The teacher quickly replied that it was possible and would even affect job assignments after graduation from the technical school. Wang Fong was stunned by this news. So having a certificate could lead to a better job. At first, Wang Fong thought it was a great opportunity that few had discovered, thinking she was lucky. But it turned out others weren't fools. The accounting exam was very difficult, covering not only classroom knowledge, but also extra topics that teachers didn't explain in detail, requiring self-study and research. After a week, Wang Fong was overwhelmed and wanted to give up. But then she saw Lele studying like crazy and couldn't bear to be outdone. She had to grit her teeth and continue. As the saying goes, if studying won't kill you, study to death. Still, Wang Feng's persistence paid off. She no longer had a half-baked understanding of the teacher's brief summaries, though she was still a bit confused about some procedures. Yet she was still far ahead of most of her classmates. It was still a bit tedious, though. Soon the day of the accounting certification exam arrived. On that day, when Lele was about to leave, Wang Fong followed along. Lele was taken aback to see Wang Fong trailing her. "What's this?" Wang Fong smiled sheepishly. "I signed up too, but I'm not sure if the questions will be hard. Let's go to..." Though Lele harbored some doubts, she didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. They headed off together. Upon reaching the exam hall, they greeted the teacher at the door, entered the classroom, and each found a seat to wait for the exam to commence. There were not many candidates for this exam. Most were 3rd-year students. Wang Fong and Lele were 2nd-year students. As they entered the classroom, they drew curious glances. Others were intrigued, but since the exam was about to start, no one whispered among themselves. Around 9 o'clock, the invigilator arrived with the exam papers. After receiving her paper, Lele glanced through it and found the difficulty manageable, about 80 confidence in her answers. While Lele answered smoothly, Wang Fong struggled. Some questions looked familiar, but others left her completely stumped. As she scratched her head in frustration, she noticed Lele writing furiously and suddenly had an idea. Lele was answering questions steadily when she felt a sudden kick to her stool, nearly causing her to tear the paper. Her train of thought disrupted, she grew annoyed and immediately moved her stool forward a bit. But soon another kick came. The first she dismissed as an accident, but after 2 consecutive kicks, Lele realized it was Wang Fong signaling for help. This time, however, Lele pretended to be indifferent and ignored her. Wang Fong grew restless. She had hinted several times with no response from Lele. There were a few questions she truly had no idea about and wanted Lele to let her sneak a glance. Her subsequent fidgeting became more frequent, irritating Lele, who finally turned around and whispered, "Take the exam yourself. I don't know either. Stop moving." But Wang Fong didn't believe Lele's lies. Watching her write rapidly from behind, how could she not know? She just wanted to ask a few questions, not copy everything. Why be so guarded? Just a few questions. Give me a hint I'm stuck, Wang Fong whispered furtively. Annoyed but still polite, Lele refused. This is an exam. Don't cheat. Do it yourself. If you fail this time, you can try again. It's not a one-time thing. Wang Fong was displeased, thinking Lele was stingy. She wasn't cheating, just asking questions. Why the impatience? Was it just because she was proud of her good grades? Her voice rose. What cheating? I only wanted to ask a few questions. Fine, if you want help, I'll do it myself. So petty. No wonder Wang Yuan calls you a country bumpkin. Besides being smart, what else do you have? Lele was almost amused by Wang Fang's sudden accusations, but before she could respond, she saw the invigilator approaching them, saying, "Who's cheating? Get out. This is a certification exam, and you are trying to cheat. Which class are you from? What are your names?" Wang Fong was terrified and momentarily speechless. Lele felt a lump in her throat. This was utterly unjust. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she paused, and then forced a smile at the invigilator. "Teacher, I'm sorry, but I wasn't cheating. This classmate just said she didn't understand some questions and wanted my help. I didn't agree, so she reacted like this." The invigilator scratched her ear, bewildered. Asking for help during it was the first time she had heard cheating described so creatively. After a long, speechless pause, the invigilator said to Wang Fong, "Your exam results are voided, and you are not allowed to take the junior accounting certification this year." Hearing this, Wang Fong panicked and blurted out, "I just asked. I didn't cheat yet. Why cancel my qualification?" The invigilator replied sternly, "Because this is an exam. Who told you to speak? Don't you know to keep quiet?" Wang Fong was left speechless. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, the invigilator added, "Your results are voided. Leave now and don't disturb other candidates, or you won't be allowed to take any certification exams during your studies." That hit Wang Fang's weak spot. She had worked hard for years to get into this technical school, though she couldn't let this ruin her job assignment after graduation and lose face. She reluctantly prepared to leave, but still felt resentful, blaming Lele. "Fine, I was wrong. But what about Lele? She should have her exam qualification cancelled too," she said. The invigilator gave Wang Fong a strange look, thinking how vengeful young girls could be these days. She was about to expel both of them. Sensing danger, Lele quickly spoke up, "Classmate Wang Fong, first, I did not cheat. Second, I was taking the exam peacefully while you harassed me. I never agreed to your request from start to finish. I am the victim here. Is the victim now at fault too? Is there no justice?" The invigilator looked around at the other candidates, thought for a moment, and felt Lele had a point. She then said to Wang Fong, "You disrupted the exam and attempted to cheat. Don't blame others. Leave now." Seeing the invigilator's dismissal, Wang Fong reluctantly left the exam hall, but not before shooting Lele. Lele noticed the look in Wang Fang's eyes as she left, and reminded herself that their friendship was over. She would have to be more cautious from now on. As a local of city C, Wang Fong had good relationships with most classmates. She was usually quite diplomatic, so Lele couldn't understand why she had suddenly lost her mind asking for help to cheat. Even if she passed the written exam, there was still the interview. Lele was momentarily puzzled, but she had no time to dwell on it. She had to focus on the paper in front of her. Soon the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Lele submitted her paper smoothly and left the hall, heading back to... Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out, she saw Wang Fong, who hadn't left yet. It seemed Wang Fong had been waiting. The moment Lele appeared, Wang Fong charged forward, aiming to slap her. Fortunately, Lele had been on guard as soon as she saw Wang Fong. She caught Wang Fang's hand and pushed it away. Lele was now truly angry. Ignoring the fact that they were at the exam hall entrance with other students around, she shouted, "Are you crazy? You just come up and hit me. All because I didn't show you the answers. It's just an exam. I didn't say I'd copy from you. I just asked, and now I can't get certified for a whole year because of you. Do you even realize how badly you've ruined me?" Wang Fong retorted with equal ferocity. Initially, she had only a passing interest in the certification, thinking it would enhance her academic credentials and make it easier for her father to secure her a position in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's finance department. Seeing Lele's diligent preparation, however, stirred a competitive spirit within her. She believed that if Lele could do it, but after half a month of study, she began to waver. The materials were too tedious, requiring both comprehension and memorization, leaving her overwhelmed. Just as she was about to give up, that weekend while dining with her parents, she overheard her father mention that a new tax bureau director would be arriving in City C by the end of the year. With the tax bureau undergoing changes, 2 positions might open up, but one was already reserved. The other was open to anyone holding an intermediate accounting certificate. This was a rare opportunity to enter the state system, and Wang Fong had no intention of letting it slip away. So she planned meticulously take the junior exam this year, the intermediate next year. But she learned of this opportunity too late. Her junior exam registration was nearly a month behind Su Lele's, and initially, she hadn't taken it seriously. Her teacher had said even third-year students could take the exam, so she treated her second-year attempt as a trial run, barely skimming the knowledge points and exam content without even gathering complete materials. In the following month and a half, Wang Fong studied frantically, but she only managed to review the knowledge points once, memorizing roughly 70 to 80% of them. She had thought that since Su Lele was her roommate, she could turn to her for help whenever she encountered difficulties. But to her surprise, Su Lele refused so resolutely that Wang Fong momentarily lost her composure, leading to the incident at the exam hall. Yet the more Wang Fong thought about it, after leaving, the angrier she grew. She blamed Su Lele entirely for losing her chance to enter the tax bureau. If Su Lele knew what Wang Fong was thinking, she might want to crack open her skull to see if it was filled with straw. Every level of accounting certification involved both written and oral exams, and the National Tax Bureau even required a political review. Even if she passed the written exam and the political review, there was still the interview. How could she be sure she'd pass that? The tax bureau in this era required at least an intermediate accounting certificate. Notice at least, the intermediate level was merely a threshold. How could she be certain there weren't candidates with advanced certificates? What about seniors just a few years ahead, who might also have connections and have heard the news? It was only because Su Lele, a rural girl without connections, hadn't caught wind of this news. Otherwise, she would have pointed at Wang Fong and called her crazy. But even without knowing the news, Su Lele found Wang Fang's behavior utterly irrational. How exactly have I ruined you? Did I make you cheat in the exam and get caught by the teacher? You couldn't do well on your own, so you resorted to shady tricks, and now you have the nerve to blame me. Su Lele retorted irritably. Wang Fang's hands trembled with rage at her words, and she could barely speak. After a long pause, she blustered, "Fine. Just you wait. We'll see." Su Lele was undaunted. She didn't go looking for trouble, but she certainly wasn't afraid of it. "Fine. He'll wait. I'm from a family of poor peasants for generations. Let's see how you make me pay." The onlookers whispered and pointed at the two young women arguing. Someone who knew Wang Fong muttered, "Wang Fang's never been like this before. She looks pretty scary." Another chimed in. "Yo, what's gotten into Wang Fong today? First she fails at cheating, and now she's bullying a classmate." Hearing the murmurs around her, Wang Fang's face flushed crimson with humiliation and anger. She shot Su Lele a venomous glare before turning and running off. Su Lele watched her retreating figure and let out a cold snort. Just then a kind upperclassman approached, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "Don't let someone like that get to you. You did nothing wrong." Su Lele nodded gratefully, thanked the senior, and then left as well. Back at school, Su Lele went straight to the dormitory. She had taken the day off from classes for the exam, and now that it was finally over, she wanted to clear her mind. She tidied up, lay down on her bed, and soon fell asleep. While she rested, Wang Fong was far from idle. She was well-liked and had good relationships with most of her classmates. During the lunch break, she burst into the classroom, crying, and collapsed at her desk, startling many of her classmates. Seeing Wang Fong rush and crying, they wondered what had upset her so. Knowing her usual demeanor, her close friends gathered around to comfort her, especially her deskmate Lu Tian. The two of them loved gossip and had been inseparable since starting vocational school over a year ago, so close they even went to the bathroom together. Lu Tian was alarmed when Wang Fong dashed into the classroom and began sobbing on her desk. She quickly asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Fong? Who made you cry? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and he'll go get the teacher to seek justice for you." But Wang Fong just kept crying without responding, making Lu Tian increasingly anxious, fearing something serious had happened. "Don't just cry. Tell us what happened, and we'll get justice for you," Lu Tian said, glancing at the circle of classmates who had gathered to console Wang Fong. The other students who were close to Wang Fong also urged her to stop crying and speak up, promising to stand up for her. Between sobs, Wang Fong stammered, It's Su Lele. She bullied me." "Huh?" The surrounding classmates fell silent for a moment. Su Lele, how should they put it? In their eyes, she was a rather aloof, bullying someone. That seemed unlikely. Seeing the silence and the unreadable expressions on her classmates' faces, Wang Fong realized Su Lele's reputation in the class wasn't bad. That wouldn't do. She needed to stoke the fire and ruin Su Lele's reputation once and for all. How dare that country bumpkin humiliate her like that today? The next day, after a day of rest, Su Lele felt refreshed and went to class with a clear mind. As soon as she stepped into the classroom, she noticed that her classmates who had been chatting moments before suddenly fell silent. They stared at her with strange expressions, pointing and whispering among themselves. Su Lele was initially bewildered, but after scanning the room, she caught sight of Wang Fang's smug look and instantly understood the situation. It seemed the scheme had already been set in motion, though she was unsure of its nature. Still, she was no pushover. She would face whatever came her way. Despite the turmoil in her mind, Su Lele showed no sign of it on her face. She paused for a moment, then walked to her seat, sat down, opened her textbook, and prepared to study. Wang Fong, infuriated by Su Lele's indifferent attitude, seethed inwardly. "Damn it, you little wretch. Let's see how long you can keep up this shameless act and stay in school." As soon as class ended, Wang Fang's deskmate Lu Tian couldn't wait to loudly announce to the others, "Some people are so selfish. They go get certified without telling anyone. Not only that, but they falsely accuse their classmates of cheating, getting their qualifications revoked. Such a narrow-minded and petty person. We should all stay far away, or we'll be the next victims. Wang Fong pretended to be aggrieved, saying, Tian, don't say that. It's my fault. I thought we should help each other, but I didn't notice the teacher and got caught. Su Lele found their coordinated act amusing. Did Wang Fong really think everyone was a fool? Yet there were still so many willing to play the fool. Seeing Su Lele's complete lack of reaction, Lu Tian grew furious and demanded, Su Lele, you ruined Xiaofang's chance to get certified this year, and you won't even apologize. Su Lele was speechless. Was this some kind of melodramatic plot? The logic was so flawed. How could anyone believe this? How did they even get into vocational school? Su Lele was baffled and stunned. She lost all desire to explain, packed her books, and prepared to leave the classroom. What a disappointment. She had hoped her time travel experience would bring something different. But this? What a waste of emotion. Lu Tian, seeing Su Lele ignore her and try to leave, immediately blocked the classroom door, refusing to let her go. What's wrong? Feeling guilty. Apologize to Xiaofang now. Su Lele sighed as she looked at Lu Tian blocking her way. Maybe you should go see a doctor. Caught off guard by the sudden remark, Lu Tian replied instinctively, I'm not sick, why would I go to a hospital? Are you? Don't change the subject. Su Lele looked at Lu Tian with pity. Poor child. You actually believe what Wang Fong says. Are you sure you're not sick? Lu Tian's face flushed red with anger under Su Lele's condescending gaze. Why shouldn't I believe her? You weren't in class yesterday. You went to get certified, didn't you? Xiaofang went with you, and she got her qualification revoked yesterday. How is that not your fault? Su Lele rolled her eyes and said with exasperation, first of all, whether I come to class or not is none of your business. As for the certification, I was the one who told Wang Fong about it. She asked the homeroom teacher, but did she tell you? In the 2 months we were studying, did she ever mention it to you? You think you're her best friend, but why didn't she tell you? Secondly, she was caught cheating and had her qualification revoked by the proctor. I don't have that kind of power. Finally, there were plenty of other students in that exam hall. If you had any sense or judgment, you'd ask them instead of blindly believing everything you hear. If someone told you to eat shit, would you do it? Forget it, I want to argue with fools. Lu Tian was left red-faced and speechless by Su Lele's long tirade. She wanted to retort, but Su Lele's words made sense. After a moment of thought, her anger subsided. Suddenly realizing she might have been used, she turned to confront Wang Fong. But Wang Fong was quicker. She said pitifully, Lele, I know you've had issues with us since the dormitory incident last year, but you don't have to slander me like this. I genuinely considered you a friend and went to get certified with you. During the exam, you said you were unsure about a few questions and wanted to see my answers. When I refused, you falsely accused me of cheating, got my qualification revoked, and now you're bad-mouthing me in front of everyone. The surrounding classmates began murmuring again. Some felt sorry for Wang Fong, while others started to doubt Su Lele. Su Lele let out a cold laugh. Wang Fong, you're quite the actress. Our grades are similar. Why would I need to ask you? Wang Feng's expression changed, and she tried to retreat, saying, yes, our grades are similar, so you wouldn't need to ask me. But we have different strengths. The other students thought about it. Su Lele was strong in textbook knowledge, but the certification exam required broader knowledge. Some things Su Lele might not know, while Wang Fong came from a family with deep expertise. For a moment, the classmates sided with Wang Fong, leaving Su Lele at a disadvantage. Just as Wang Fong was secretly gloating, thinking she had Su Lele cornered, Su Lele let out a soft laugh. Actually, I'm curious. As you said, our relationship has always been decent. Not great, but not bad either. We both know the truth about the cheating incident. I just didn't expect you to react so strongly over a single certification exam. You've been relentless and come up with such a foolish scheme. Did it touch a nerve? What's so important that you'd go to such lengths? Let me guess. Is a certain important department about to hire certified accountants? This year or next? Wang Fong was startled by Su Lele's words. Before she could react, other students surrounded her, asking if she had heard. At this point, the classmates forgot about the conflict between Su Lele and Wang Fong. Work was the priority. They began to see the bigger picture. Wang Fong had always been lively and cheerful. Why was she so sharply targeting Su? Something was off. Given Wang Feng's family background, she might indeed have inside information. The other students could know. Su Lele saw Wang Feng's expression and the reactions of her classmates and knew she had probably guessed correctly. Oh well, from now on, call me the prophet. Watching Wang Fong surrounded by classmates, Su Lele wondered what kind of job it was that could make Wang Fong lose her composure and sense of propriety. As Su Lele walked out of the classroom, she thought she would find out sooner or later anyway. Meanwhile, the classmates crowded around Wang Fong, bombarding her with questions. Wang Fong, what kind of job is it? You're really not being fair, keeping a good job all to yourself, huh? I think you're even worse than Su Lele. Hearing the comparison with Su Lele, Wang Fong blurted out impulsively, that country bumpkin. Who do you think you're looking down on? What job? Don't listen to Su Lele's nonsense. She hasn't finished messing with me yet. Alright, don't treat everyone like fools. Tell us about the job, and we'll help you deal with her. How about that? The speaker was Yang Yang, the class monitor of accounting class 1. Like Wang Fong, he was also a local from City C, but his family was in politics. As the youngest son with 2 older brothers inheriting the family business, he had always done as he pleased. He had a decent relationship with Wang Fong. As the only rural student in their class working part-time, Yang Yang had always looked down on Su Lele, thinking she brought shame to accounting class 1. But family teachings had instilled in him the principle of having a just cause for his actions so he could convince others with reason. Now he saw a perfect opportunity to push Su Lele out of accounting class 1. Hearing Yang Yang's words, Wang Fong hesitated for a long time before whispering, according to my dad, the director of the tax bureau will retire at the end of this year, and a new one will come. So you know what that means. The classmates exploded at Wang Feng's news. What? The tax bureau. No wonder Wang Feng was acting crazy. One boy from a well-off family eagerly pressed, really? How many spots are there? Wang Feng stammered, 2, but one seems to be reserved. It's still early, but it's not until the middle of next year. The others buzzed with discussion. In those days, the tax bureau was a top priority, a real golden opportunity. What are the requirements? Someone asked excitedly. Wang Feng's face turned pale at the question. Damn Su Lele, if it weren't for her, she wouldn't be in this mess. She gave up and said bluntly, you need to hold an intermediate accounting certificate to apply. Huh. Upon hearing this requirement, the classmates felt as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. Even Yang Yang's expression darkened. He had been hoping his family could pull some strings. But they didn't even meet the application requirements. The classmates exchanged glances and silence fell. Seeing their expressions, Wang Feng felt a strange sense of relief. If I can't get it, none of you can either. Suddenly the bell rang, and everyone returned to their seats. Su Lele also entered the classroom ready for class. This lesson was with the homeroom teacher, but most students were distracted. The teacher found it odd and called on a few students to ask, what's wrong? You're all so absent-minded. Has something happened? The student who was called on thought for a moment and asked, Teacher, we heard from Wang Feng that there will be an accounting exam at the tax bureau next year, but the requirement is an intermediate accounting certificate. Do we still have time to catch up? The homeroom teacher was taken aback and then asked Wang Feng, is the news true? Wang Feng stood up and replied, yes, it's in the middle of next year. Listening to the exchange, Su Lele thought, so that's it. The tax bureau, it was a great place, but without connections it would be tough. The homeroom teacher considered it and advised, you're only in your second year. You'll take the junior certificate in your third year and wait for job assignments. The tax bureau isn't easy to get into. The intermediate certificate is just the threshold. You'd at least need an advanced certificate to get in, which is unlikely. Focus on your studies for now. If you graduate with a junior certificate, you'll basically be assigned a job. After saying this, she told the students to concentrate and began the lesson. The students thought jobs would come anyway. It was just a matter of quality. If there was a chance, they'd want to try. But the certification exam for this year had already passed, and they'd have to wait until next year, which was too late. Better to focus. Su Lele thought it over. She might have a chance. Should she try? Her original plan was to take the intermediate exam in the middle of next year. For the junior interview, Sister Wu had mentioned she could share some tips. She decided to visit Sister Wu's place this weekend to ask. Soon the weekend arrived, and Su Lele went to Sister Wu's home early. Sister Wu warmly invited her to sit and poured her a cup of hot water. Lele, what brings you here today? Su Lele took a sip of water, feeling both nervous and hopeful. Sister Wu, I've already passed the written exam for the junior accounting certificate and am confident I'll pass. But I'm not too familiar with the interview, so I wanted to ask for your advice. Sister Wu beamed with joy. Great. You're really efficient. The written exam and interview for the junior level are quite simple. Don't worry about the interview, it's just some basic questions. It mainly tests your professional knowledge and accounting processes. Hearing this, Su Lele felt relieved. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Sister Wu, I heard the tax bureau is hiring next year, and you need an intermediate accounting certificate to apply. I was planning to take the intermediate exam in the middle of next year. Do you think I have a chance? Sister Wu's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Oh, what a coincidence. The tax bureau is a great place. But how should I put it? You need self-discipline, or it's easy to get into trouble. You also need to be adaptable, and connections matter. You have to stay well informed. For you, it might be a stretch, but you can gain experience there. For us accounting students, getting into the tax bureau is like getting into Kyoto University. You'll learn a lot of experience there, which will make your work history look great. ITLL help with your job assignment after graduation. Su Lele listened attentively, pondering from time to time. She felt Sister Wu made sense. Sister Wu continued, don't be nervous in the interview. Express your views confidently and generously. Also, learning about the relevant job content and responsibilities beforehand will be very helpful. Su Lele looked at Sister Wu gratefully. Sister Wu, thank you so much. You'll prepare well. Sister Wu patted her on the shoulder. Keep it up, Wu, I believe in you. Leaving Sister Wu's place, Su Lele finally had in the days that followed, Su Lele, as she had planned, passed the interview and obtained the junior accounting certificate. Then she began preparing for the intermediate accounting exam. Along the way, Wang Feng tried to cause trouble for her, but Su Lele was no pushover. Though quiet and reserved, she was not a weakling and immediately retaliated. After learning her lesson, Wang Feng dared not make any more moves and could only whisper malicious gossip with her deskmate Lu Tian and the Su Lele, despising Wang Yuan to console herself. Sometimes when Su Lele overheard them speaking ill of her, she found it rather absurd. Was she the type to be bothered by such? It was harmless as long as it didn't harm her interests. She would simply pretend not to know. She was quite busy now and lacked the energy to argue with them. However, class monitor Yang brought her some trouble. He had always ignored Su Lele. After all, Su Lele was the only work-study student in the class, and she never participated in group activities, which the monitor found somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, she wasn't particularly attractive, barely passable as plain. Yet this quiet female student, whom Yang had never taken seriously, turned out to be the only second-year accounting major to have obtained the junior accounting certificate. Coupled with the information from Wang Feng, Yang became intrigued by Su Lele. Subsequently, he began to subtly gather information about her and approach her, curious to see what kind of person she truly was. During breaks, Yang would ask Su Lele questions about the junior accounting certificate. Initially, Su Lele didn't catch on, thinking the monitor was genuinely seeking advice. But as the questions continued, Su Lele sensed something amiss. Why was he suddenly asking about her hobbies? For instance now, Su Lele, what kind of books do you usually read? Oh, whatever comes my way. I'm not picky, Su Lele replied evasively. Then Su Lele, may I ask why you suddenly wanted to? After all, most people take it in their third year. I just wanted to. Why so many questions? Yang Yang was taken aback, but persisted. Su Lele, is there anything you like? Su Lele fell into an eerie silence before saying, why are you asking? Seeing her expression, Yang Yang's eyes flickered as he smiled. We've been classmates for over a year. I think it's fate, so Su Lele's expression turned complicated as she stared at Yang Yang. Why did everyone treat her like a fool? Did she look that? Had they forgotten that she had skipped grades to enter vocational school and was only 15? In nominal age, Su Lele suddenly lost patience and asked directly, Monitor, what do you really want to ask? Just say it. All this beating around the bush, aren't you tired? I am. Yang Yang was caught off guard by Su Lele's bluntness. After a long pause, he managed, Su Lele, don't overthink it. I'm just concerned as your class monitor. Su Lele's patience wore thin. If you don't want to say, forget it. He'll pretend I didn't ask. But I need to study now. Please don't disturb me anymore. Seeing her impatient expression, Yang Yang decided to make an excuse. He lowered his voice and asked, Su, could I get a copy of your junior certificate study materials? Hearing this, something clicked in Su Lele's mind. You want the study materials, monitor? Yang Yang nodded absently, thinking to himself Su Lele was as stubborn as a stone in a latrine, hard and foul. But the greater the difficulty, the more challenging it was. He would use this as an excuse to get closer. Suddenly Su Lele thought of a great way to make money. Though she wasn't short of cash now, who would refuse more? Plus she could exchange it for some tickets. Su Lele suddenly smiled at the monitor. Monitor, do you want the complete set of junior accounting certificate review materials? All organized. Yang Yang raised an eyebrow at her sudden change. You're willing to lend them? Lend? No, I still need them myself, Su Lele refused. But I can make a copy for you. However, monitor, do you have any? I can trade with you. Yang Yang was non-committal, seeing Su Lele in a new light. A somewhat greedy young girl. Alright, what kind of ticket do you want? Hearing his agreement, Su Lele felt a surge of joy. It worked. Any ticket will do. 1 ticket for a copy of the materials. You pay for the copying. Deal? Hey, race, an industrial ticket. Su Lele watched as the monitor pulled out the ticket without hesitation, envying his generosity. When would she ever be so carefree? Wretched rich people. Okay, monitor. He'll make a copy later and bring it to you tomorrow. Su Lele quickly took the ticket and said. However, this scene was witnessed by some female classmates who admired the monitor, and they cornered Su Lele in the restroom that very day. Looking at the 5 classmates before her, Su Lele sighed inwardly. Classmates, is there something? One of the girls arrogantly said to Su Lele, country bumpkin, stay away from the monitor. He's not someone you can dream of. Su Lele thought for a moment. Fine, she'd take the blame, but it couldn't interfere with making money. Classmates, do you want to know why the monitor came to see me? Why, oi? The troublemaking girls grew curious. Seeing the bait taken, Su Lele chuckled inwardly. You know I passed the junior certificate, right? The monitor came to borrow my materials. Since we're all classmates, how about getting the same materials the monitor has? Hearing it was the same as the monitor's, the girls immediately asked, how do we trade? Su Lele feigned difficulty. I don't have enough money to make multiple copies. Aside from the monitors, I can only afford 1 more. There are 5 of you. How will you split it? The girls panicked. We'll pay for the copies ourselves. Just make more. Su Lele rejoiced inwardly. Indeed, fangirls' money was the easiest to earn. They were all potential customers. It's not expensive. We'll just trade tickets, any kind will do. Hearing that any ticket was acceptable, the girls quickly agreed. Then they left the restroom together with Su Lele, all friendly. The next day, Su Lele found a moment to make 10 copies of the materials and gave them to the class monitor and those female class. After deducting the 1 yuan for copying 1 mao per copy, Su Lele had gained 3 industrial tickets, 1 soap ticket, and 1 grain ticket. A sure profit with no loss. With 4 copies remaining, Su Lele recalled that several girls were admirers of the class monitor Yang Yang and thought she could also capitalize on that. Haha. Regardless of why the monitor had suddenly approached her, it didn't stop her from taking advantage. Su Lele mused happily as she took the remaining materials to find the monitor's other suitors. She vividly explained that these were the same copies the monitor had. The girls, who already paid much attention to the monitor, initially felt a bit disgruntled seeing him approach Su Lele, but it turned out to be about certification materials. Su Lele quickly dispelled the concerns of the monitor's admirers. Through her persuasion, they became eager to buy the same materials as the monitor and readily exchanged tickets with her. Soon all 4 copies were sold, and Su Lele obtained 2 cloth tickets and 2 candy tickets. However, just as she was about to leave and delight the class monitor, Yang Yang suddenly appeared. His brows furrowed, and his gaze was stern as he looked at Su Lele. Su Lele, what are you doing? Using my name to trade? Su Lele's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly composed herself and said with a smile, Monitor, that's not it at all. You had borrowed my copied certification materials before, and I thought other classmates might need them too. So I just asked around. When everyone heard that even you, monitor, had traded, they wanted to exchange as well. How can this be called using your reputation? At most, it's just that you were the first to trade. Yang Yang snorted coldly. Is that so? Sharp-tongued. Then he turned and left. Su Lele watched his retreating figure, stuck out her tongue, and thought him taking advantage of you, and that's that. You came to me yourself. Why not take what's offered? Meanwhile, Yang Yang felt a bitter taste in his heart after walking away. Due to his family background and appearance, he had always been the center of attention since childhood. He never expected to suffer such a defeat at Su Lele's hands. It was his first time actively approaching a girl. He had assumed that with just a crook of his finger Su Lele would come running eagerly. Instead, he ended up being used by her. But fine Lele, you've successfully caught my attention. As for Lele, she was still counting her gains, utterly oblivious to Yang Yang's complex feelings, her heart brimming with joy. It was a pity that trading was not allowed in this era, only bartering was permitted. But if she knew his thoughts, she would only say, who do you think you are, some CEO? Woman, you've caught my attention. Ugh, how cliché and tacky. Don't forget, just because she acted mature didn't mean she was only 14, even if counted by the traditional age, just 15. While most people at 18 were old enough to date and marry, she was still a child. No thanks. A couple of days later, Yang Yang cornered Lele in the library. That day Lele was working a part-time job, and the library wasn't very crowded. Lele was working while studying for the intermediate accounting certification. Yang Yang's first words upon seeing her were, Lele, are you free this weekend? Lele looked up a bit bewildered, and seeing it was the monitor, she asked, Monitor, is there something? Nothing much. I just thought you've been studying every day and could use some rest. How about going out together this weekend? Thanks, but I don't need it. Thank you for the invitation, Lele declined. Yang Yang, seeing her refuse without a second thought, began to feel irritated. What's wrong with this girl? Doesn't she know what's good for her? Suppressing his anger, he said, Sue is the class monitor. I'm just looking out for a classmate. Don't worry, I'm not only inviting you. Many other classmates are coming too. Must you be so cold? Everyone is looking forward to relaxing on the weekend. Lele was a bit speechless. I said I didn't need it. Why force it on me? Isn't this emotional blackmail? Left with no choice, she agreed. All right, thank you, monitor. Where are we going this weekend, and which classmates are coming? Yang Yang, seeing her agree, felt less angry and replied gently, Pingon Park, Saturday at 10 a.m. Basically the whole class is coming except for a few with family matters. Lele, hearing there would be many people, didn't overthink it. Okay, I'll be there on time. Thank you, monitor. With that, she returned to her own tasks. Yang Yang, seeing she was indeed busy, left thinking he would give this ungrateful girl a little surprise on the weekend. As soon as he was gone, Lele heard a familiar voice. Are you really going? Not afraid it's a trap? It was Gu Yuan, whom she hadn't seen for a while. Lele, seeing it was him, said indifferently, It's fine. I'm not exactly a pushover. Haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? Gu Yuan looked at her carefree demeanor and sighed helplessly. Nothing much. I'm about to graduate, so I've been dealing with work. Lele then realized right Gu Yuan was graduating soon. She quickly asked, So where are you thinking of working? How is the school assigning jobs? Don't worry. They'll be with my grandfather at the machinery factory. Wow, the machinery factory. That's a great place. Lele said enviously. She had no connections, so she could only rely on earning more certifications to strengthen her abilities and broaden her options. But look at those with connections. Their jobs were already secured in no time. Envious, I've said it too many times, Lele thought. Damn heavens, even after being reborn, why couldn't I get a better In her past life, she was an orphan and had to rely on herself. In this life she had family, but they were poor, so she still had to depend on herself. It seemed she was destined for a life of hard work. Gu Yuan watched her ever-changing expressions, feeling much more at ease. Though he had spoken lightly securing a job in city, he had essentially ended his relationship with his father, who had called and yelled at him furiously. He knew his father wanted him to compromise, but he refused. Although he understood his father's difficulties rationally and told himself it was all understandable emotionally, he still couldn't accept it. So he chose to distance himself, though his mood was inevitably affected. He had unconsciously wandered to the library. Seeing a man trying to invite Lele out for the weekend, he had felt a bit angry, but then he heard her outright refusal. So he didn't approach, immediately waiting until they had finished talking. After the man left, he came out. He didn't know why, but just looking at Lele made him feel relaxed, even if not a single word was exchanged between them. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. Lele packed her things in the dormitory and prepared to head out, planning to visit the city library in C-City. She had already browsed through most of the school library and still needed some materials for the intermediate accounting certificate exam, hoping the city library might have them. As she passed by Peace Park, Lele recalled the class monitor's invitation from the other day. Spotting a group of people from afar, she walked over to greet the monitor, Yang Yang. Good morning. Good morning, Lele. You're here. Just wait a moment, we still have 2 classmates who haven't arrived. Later we'll go boating on the lake and enjoy the scenery in the park. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Yang quickly turned around to greet her. Yang Yang looked at Lele today with great surprise, not expecting that she had guessed his general intentions. It seemed this girl had some brains to have gotten into the technical secondary school. However, it wasn't over yet. The interesting part was still to come. At school, Lele's attire was that of an ordinary student, a gray top, black pants, and braided hair. But today she had tied her 2 braids into buns resembling 2 balls with airy bangs, looking refreshingly new. She wore a water blue dress, canvas shoes, and carried an army green canvas bag diagonally. Overall, she appeared as a delicate little beauty, though she was still a bit short. Even after eating well for over a year, she was only 1.58 meters tall, not even reaching 1.6 meters. Today's outfit was specially chosen by Lele. She guessed the class monitor and the others would try to give her a hard time, so she took this water blue dress from her space. She had it made at a tailor shop before school started, but never had a chance to wear it. Girls can never resist beautiful clothes. Even if they can't wear them, they can hang them in the closet to admire. Today she finally got to bring it out to hold her own. As she expected, today's classmates all came from relatively well-off families. The boys wore white shirts and black pants, or imitation military uniforms, while the girls wore various dresses or green military uniforms, if they didn't have dresses. If she had shown up in her usual drab school clothes, she would surely have been looked down upon. Even though she didn't care much about others' opinions, she wouldn't deliberately make herself uncomfortable. Better to avoid trouble than to court it. No need, class monitor. I think what you said before made sense, which is why I agreed to go out and relax. However, I have my own way of unwinding. I don't like strolling in the park. I find it a waste of time, Lele said playfully. She wouldn't walk into a trap knowingly, so she only planned to say hello and then leave. She wondered if the class monitor's carefully laid plans could still play out without the main character. Yang Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lele wanted to leave. No, he couldn't let her escape. Otherwise, wouldn't today's efforts be all for nothing? What other way of unwinding are you referring to, Lele? We're all here to relax today, we could do it together. It's nothing much. I just want to go to the City Library to clear my mind. Would the class monitor and classmates like to join? Lele replied. Before Yang could respond, the girls who had come out to play were unwilling. Why should they? They had heard today was a team-building event organized by the class monitor at Peace Park, and they wouldn't let the monitor be swayed by that country bumpkin Lele. One of the girls spoke up to drive her away. Lele, if you want to read, go ahead by yourself. Today's our only day off, and we're here to have fun. We're not going. Yang was taken aback. Today's whole purpose was Lele, and now a teammate was sabotaging him. Don't be like that. I invited classmates from our class, and Lele is part of our class, isn't she? It wouldn't be good to be so unsociable. The other boys thought this made sense, but the girls felt bitter. Lele had always been unsociable. Could the class monitor? One girl who admired the class monitor retorted angrily. Class monitor Lele has never been sociable. Yang was choked by this feeling, both annoyed and speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Lele found the scene amusing, wondering if the class monitor regretted his admirer. Yang did regret it as he looked at the girl who had contradicted him, surprised. She was so tactless. Just as the group was at an impasse, the last two people arrived, Wang Fong and Lu Tian. They lived a bit farther away, so it took them some time to get there, but they made it within the agreed time. However, Wang Fong exploded the moment she saw Lele. Lele, what are you doing here? Is this a place for you? Lele, irritated by Wang Feng's shrill questioning, picked at her ear, feeling like she was going deaf, and replied impatiently, what's the big deal? The class monitor invited the whole class, and I'm part of accounting class 1R and I. Wang Fong was stumped by Lele's words and immediately spoke sarcastically, we're going to see a movie later. You have to work part-time to support yourself. Do you even have the money? That's none of your concern. I don't plan to go with you anyway, Lele said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yang immediately offered to pay for Lele's movie ticket. Lele directly refused. No need, class monitor. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in watching a movie. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. With that, she turned and walked away. Before Yang could say anything, Wang Fong clung to him and said, let her go if she wants to. We're not the same kind of people anyway. Why hang out together? The other classmates nodded in agreement. Yes, they really weren't close. It would be so awkward to hang out. They didn't understand why the class monitor insisted on including Lele. Yang couldn't admit that his obsession with Lele stemmed from a desire to conquer her. After all, he had coasted through life so smoothly, and this was the first time a girl had dared to toy with him. This completely disrupted all of Yang's plans. Originally, after getting Lele to agree to today's invitation at the library, he had planned to stage an accident and play the hero to save the damsel in distress. But he never expected Lele to refuse to play by the rules. She simply left. Yang stood frozen, taking a long moment to react, his face turning pale and then red. He stomped his foot in frustration, thinking, ungrateful woman. It's your blessing that I, the young master, have taken a liking to you. You're asking for it. Just wait. Lele paid no heed to Yang's thoughts. She went straight to the city library in City. Upon entering, it felt much like her school library. After inquiring with the librarian, she headed directly to the section on accounting certification materials and immersed herself in the pile of documents. After sorting through the categories, she finally found the materials she needed. Lele cherished them like a treasure. She quickly found a corner, took out her pen and paper, and began to read, take notes, and record diligently. Time slipped away rapidly as Lele concentrated on her studies. When she finally came to her senses, the sky outside had begun to darken. She checked the time. It was nearly 6 in the evening. She had spent almost an entire afternoon in the library. She hadn't felt hungry while studying, but now that she was aware, she felt as though she could devour an entire ox. Lele glanced around, and under the cover of her backpack, she took out some candies and steamed buns from her storage space to eat. These were leftovers from occasional visits to the state-owned restaurant to satisfy her cravings, which she had stored in the space. Now they could serve to tide her over. After eating and drinking her fill, Lele stretched her limbs, packed up the materials and her notes, and prepared to return to. Just as she stepped out of the library, a bicycle suddenly stopped in front of her. The person on the bike was the class monitor who had been waiting there for some time. Yang said with a smile, classmate Lele, do you need a ride? Lele was startled by Yang's sudden appearance and said crossly, monitor, startling someone like that can be fatal. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be watching a movie with the other classmates? I don't need it, thanks. After speaking, she tried to walk around him and leave. Seeing this, Yang hurriedly chased after her and blocked her path again, saying, classmate Lele, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I feel like you've never really liked me. Lele thought to herself, your feeling is correct. I really don't like you. Although his words always sounded very gentle, his face wore an arrogant expression. Who could stand that? Moreover, we've been classmates for over a year. No matter how busy I am, I've still heard plenty about your many glorious achievements, okay? Lele didn't want to stir up trouble. This year she had set a busy plan for herself and simply had no time to deal with him. She only wanted to finish the remaining year and a half peacefully. So she brushed him off, saying, it's nothing, monitor. I know you're a good person, but I'm really busy. I can't compare to you. You lack nothing in family background, appearance, or intelligence. I can only rely on myself. I simply don't have the energy to focus on more than one thing. So can you just leave me alone? Thank you for the trouble. After hearing this, Yang Yang was first pleased by the flattery, but then grew somewhat angry as the latter part of her words implied he was being meddlesome. Before he could retort from afar, another bicycle came riding over. As it drew closer, Su Lele could see it was actually Gu Yuan. Upon seeing it was an acquaintance, Su Lele quickly said to the monitor, sorry, I see a friend. I need to talk to him about something. I'm off now. Just as Gu Yuan was still a bit surprised, he heard Su Lele say, Gu Yuan, I'm here. Wait for me. Let's go to your place together. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lele bypassed Yang Yang, plopped down onto the backseat of Gu Yuan's bike, and urged him to hurry and leave. Hearing her urging, Gu Yuan instinctively sped up, and they soon disappeared from sight. Only Yang Yang was left standing there still in shock. For the second time, damn it, Su Lele. This is the second time she's left me standing here without giving me a chance to speak. Yang Yang's pride was severely wounded. If you want drink a toast, you'll have to drink a penalty. Meanwhile, Su Lele and Gu Yuan, after making sure the person behind them was out of sight, stopped. Gu Yuan turned around with a puzzled expression and asked Su Lele, you're really something. Weren't you going to the park? How come I found you at the library entrance? And what's the deal with your class monitor? Su Lele gave an awkward smile and explained, I actually don't know what he wants either, but I think it might have something to do with my roommate Wang Fong. They're pretty close. I think he's trying to cause trouble for me. Because of the last certification exam incident, Wang Fong had her qualification for this year's exam revoked because of me. So I usually avoid direct conflict with them. It's just a bit annoying. Gu Yuan felt something was off, but couldn't quite he could only advise it's okay. You're a girl, it's right to steer clear of them. Don't go head-to-head with them. You'll easily get the short. If anything happens, you can tell me. They'll help. Don't bear it all alone. Upon hearing these words, Su Lele abruptly lifted her head, staring blankly at Gu Yuan. For a moment, her heart was a mix of emotions, feeling a sour ache in her chest. It was the first time someone had told her not to bear everything alone. Before her transmigration, she was an orphan and could only rely on herself. After transmigrating, she had a family, but she was the one who was overlooked. She always solved any problems on her own. So she was used to it. She kept everything bottled up inside and solved all problems by herself. Unexpectedly, in this time and space, the first person to say this to her was not her parents, brothers, or sisters, but an ordinary friend she had known for less than 2 years. After a long pause, Su Lele finally calmed her emotions and said to Gu Yuan, thank you, but I can handle it. It's fine. Gu Yuan looked at her with concern. Are you sure? Don't be stubborn. If it's not convenient to tell me, you can talk to Aunt Wu. She and the others are very grateful to you for what happened before. Su Lele shook her head. It's okay. I can manage. Seeing he couldn't convince her, Gu Yuan just decided to keep an eye out for her and change the subject. By the way, how did it go at the library today? Su Lele perked up and said happily, it went great. I found a lot of materials for the intermediate accounting certification. I even made notes on some obscure topics for easy reference and review later. Gu Yuan gave a thumbs up. Impressive. With all this hard work, you're sure to pass the intermediate certification and land a good... Su Lele chuckled. I hope your words come true. I have to keep pushing so I can live a good life on my own. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Yuan offered to take Su Lele back to school. On the way, Su Lele suddenly asked about Gu Yuan shared some things he could talk about, avoiding the more technical topics that he figured Su Lele wouldn't understand. But that didn't dampen their conversation. Su Lele suddenly said it might not be bad if I could work in the finance department of the machinery factory someday. Gu Yuan's heart stirred at these words, but he said nothing, merely seeing Su Lele back to school. On Monday, Su Lele was ambushed and cornered in a grove on her way to a part-time job. Su Lele looked at the few female classmates before her, then at the trees surrounding the grove, and silently sighed. Why did this feel so familiar? She wondered if anyone would come to her aid, just as she had once helped someone else. The troublemaking female classmates, displeased by her size, said Su Lele, were warning you stay far away from the class monitor. Su Lele frowned. Here we go again. It seemed that no matter which world she was in, there were always these brainless admirers. I have nothing to do with the class monitor. Actually, you should tell him to stop coming to me. I'm busy, and I really don't have time for your games. The girls refused to believe her and started shoving her. Don't play innocent. Who knows what the class monitor sees in you? You're so ugly. Remember, stay away from him. Su Lele stumbled from the shoving and felt a surge of anger. She wasn't pretty, but she wasn't ugly either, was she? Did they think she had no temper? She shoved them back, making them stumble. But that wasn't enough. She snapped, I told you it's the class monitor who comes to me. Can't you understand human speech? A bunch of brainless idiots with no self-awareness. You're all ugly, yet you dream big. If he doesn't fancy me, do you take a good look at yourselves in the mirror? Before she could finish, one of the girls, enraged with humiliation, swung her hand towards Su Lele's face. Su Lele grabbed her wrist without hesitation, staring at her coldly. Are you sure you want to fight? No pushover. I want you to stand here and take it. The girl was startled by Su Lele's gaze, feeling as if she were being watched by a ferocious wolf. She shuddered, goosebumps rising all over her skin. For a moment she froze. This was only natural. In her past life, Su Lele was an orphan raised in an orphanage. Though she was a respectable adult now, as a child, she had learned to secure resources with her fists. She knew how to fight. Even after transmigrating to this era, she had seen villagers quarrel and brawl over trivial matters, though she usually struck from the shadows instead of confronting them head on. She was adept at weighing pros and cons. Tough when needed, submissive when necessary. Anything that threatened her safety or interests was ruthlessly eliminated. Su Lele glared at the girl who was about to attack, already calculating the consequences of a fight. She would have to trouble Uncle. Just then another girl goaded the frightened one. What are you afraid of? Let's gang up on her. There are 3 of us, how can we lose? The other 2 girls agreed. With 3 against 1 the odds were in their favor. They prepared to rush her all at once. But Lele was ready. She grabbed the girl who had tried to hit her and shoved her into another, then stepped back to dodge a third's lunge. Before the other 2 could react, she seized their braids and slammed their heads together with a loud thud. 2 screams rang out as the girls collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and moaning in pain. Lele had taken out 2 in one move. The remaining girl, seeing her ferocity, swallowed hard and almost backed down until she caught Lele's contemptuous gaze. Enraged, she charged again, aiming for Lele's hair. Lele kicked her squarely, and the girl doubled over in pain, clutching her stomach. In less than 2 minutes, 3 opponents were KO'd. Lele picked up her fallen books, thinking to herself, still clean and efficient. My moves haven't rusted. In less than 2 minutes, 3 opponents were KO'd. Lele picked up her fallen books, thinking to her. It was the class monitor Yang Yang who had rushed over after hearing that some admirers were causing trouble for Lele. He had planned, but what did he see? Lele standing there perfectly fine while the other 3 girls, 2 clutching their heads and groaning, 1 pale and speechless holding her stomach, lay on the ground. His words got stuck in his throat, nearly choking him. Before Lele could speak, the 3 beaten girls started complaining to the class monitor, saying Lele had bullied and hit them and urging him to report it to the teacher. They wanted justice. Before Yang Yang could respond, Lele let out a cold laugh. What? Haven't had enough? At those words, the 3 girls fell silent. The pain was too much, they didn't want to repeat. Yang Yang, feeling her authority, cleared his throat. Lele, we're all classmates. This isn't right. Lele was irritated just seeing him there. He was the root cause of all this. Mind your own business, class monitor. If this happens again, I might just hit you too. Yang Yang was rendered speechless by her bluntness, but he understood now. Lele was truly different from any girl he had ever known. Other girls, knowing his family background, were either polite or at least well-mannered. Even if they had conflicts, they only used sharp tongues. She was the first to use her fists. Afraid she might actually hit him. Winning or losing a fight would be bad for him. He held back and changed the subject. I'm sorry, this is my fault. If you need anything, just say it. I'll help if I can. Lele thought for a moment. Anything. Yang Yang felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe he was still charming after all. Yes, anything. A sly glint flashed in Lele's eyes. Finally, she could get rid of this narcissistic class monitor. Her mood lifted as she said, then stay away from me. I'm really not interested in you. Tell your admirers to stop bothering me. I'm busy. I don't have time for your boring games. With that, she left. She was already late for her part-time job. Yang Yang's face turned pale with anger, his hands clenched into fists. In the days that followed, Lele finally enjoyed a long-awaited tranquility with no one foolish enough to disturb her. She immersed herself in focused study, attentively listening in class during the day and frequenting the library afterward to prepare for certifications, enriching her knowledge. One day, as Lele was studying in the classroom, as usual, her deskmate informed her that a letter addressed to her had arrived at the school gate security office. She was told to pick it up when she had time. Initially bewildered, Lele wondered who would write to her. She took a moment to visit the school's reception room, where she retrieved the letter. The envelope bore delicate, elegant handwriting, unmistakably that of a girl. Curious, she opened the letter to find it was from Su Jingjin. Why would Su Jingjin write to her? Puzzled, Lele unfolded the letter. The opening lines read, Dear comrade Lele, I hope this letter finds you well. I am Su Jingjin. I am deeply grateful for your help before. I apologize for the delay in writing. I wonder how you have been lately. Things have been fairly smooth on my end. My husband treats me well. Although I am still adjusting to the new environment, the neighbors are kind, and I believe I will gradually adapt. It is a pity that I cannot continue my studies. I forgot to bring my old textbooks. Would it be possible to trouble you to gather a set of study materials for me? Thank you so much. If you have time, please do write back. I look forward to hearing from you. Wishing you academic success, and Su Jingjin dated. Lele found the request manageable and decided to prepare a set of materials to send to her. She also penned a reply sharing updates about her own life. Time flew by amidst Lele's bustling routine, and soon it was time for winter break. Before heading home this year, Lele was entrusted with an important task by her family, purchasing items for a wedding. The money and ration tickets were sent to her in an envelope. Her cousin Su Wenbin was finally getting married to the girl he had been introduced to last year. Initially, due to the commotion caused by Lele, the marriage had nearly fallen through with both families displeased. But unexpectedly, the young couple had taken a liking to each other and persistently pressured their families. After a year of resistance, the families finally relented. Soon after Lele arrived home, she overheard her family discussing the wedding. How many tables should we set for the banquet? The bride price is 28 yuan, already considered high in the countryside. We need to tidy up the wedding room. Eavesdropping, Lele found it amusing. She had never experienced such wedding preparations before. In rural areas, weddings were usually simple, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, so feasting and celebration were essential. Suddenly, Su Wenbin said to Lele, Lele, thank you for your help in buying the wedding supplies. Thank you. Lele was momentarily stunned by her cousin's sudden gratitude. Since she had started attending technical school, her older cousins rarely chatted with her, as she had been elevated to a status where conversations were reserved for elders. It's nothing, you're my cousin. Besides, buying things is just a simple errand. This time, Lele only purchased what her family had requested in the letter, adding nothing extra. However, she secretly took a piece of pork belly from her space to serve as a hearty dish for the wedding feast. She had bought so many things on her last visit home that on the surface she had no money left. Initially, she hadn't planned to bring anything, but recalling that her cousin had treated her well, even without blaming her for the incident during his matchmaking, she decided to help bolster his reputation. Thus, she brought an extra 10 gene of pork belly. It also helped clear her inventory while earning a good reputation among relatives and friends, a win-win situation. As the wedding day drew near, the household grew increasingly lively. Every day, Lele joined the adults in preparing for the ceremony, decorating the bridal chamber and pasting large red, double happiness characters. On the wedding day, the bridal procession set off early in high spirits to welcome the bride. Since there were no bicycles in Sioux family village, they used an ox cart adorned with red cloth. Relatives and friends chatted along the way, creating a boisterous atmosphere. Firecrackers and gongs thundered, nearly deafening everyone. Around 10 o'clock, the bride was finally brought back. On the ox cart were her dowry. 2 large wooden chests tightly covered, their contents hidden from view. As the bride alighted from the cart, she was escorted inside by a crowd. She first addressed the groom's parents and grandparents, receiving red envelopes in return, then kowtowed and offered tea. Afterward, she entered the bridal chamber to store her dowry. The groom and bride then served sweet tea and collected monetary gifts. When the banquet began at Lele's table, everyone ate in silence, chopsticks moving so swiftly they were nearly invisible. Lele was stunned. She knew good food was rare, but she hadn't imagined it would be this scarce. The scene was almost savage. Seeing Lele lost and thought, her mother quickly placed some food on her plate and urged her to eat. But Lele had lost her appetite. Having studied in the city, she was accustomed to satisfying her culinary desires and wasn't particularly hungry. She politely declined, saying, "Mother, you all go ahead. I'm not very hungry." Ignoring the curious glances, Lele quickly left the table. That evening, she joined in the raucous wedding chamber festivities, watching her cousin and the bride's shy yet sweet interactions. She cheered along with the crowd, laughing heartily. It was her first time witnessing a wedding up close. After the festivities ended, Lele returned to her room and lay in bed reminiscing about the day's lively events. She found it all fascinating and wondered what her eldest cousin's wedding would be like. According to her aunt, once the eldest cousin's wedding was settled, they would begin matchmaking for the eldest female cousin. Lele pondered what kind of family her cousin might marry into. With this question lingering in her mind, Lele slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the eldest cousin's wife prepared breakfast. According to local custom, the bride was expected to cook a hearty meal on her first morning to demonstrate her virtue. Lele was pleasantly surprised by the taste. Wow, finally someone in the Sioux family can cook delicious food. Lele immediately gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is amazing. Did you learn it professionally?" "No, I just enjoy experimenting." "If you like it, eat more," the eldest cousin's wife Wang Yue replied shyly. "Then you have a real talent for it." Lele didn't hold back her praise. Wang Yue was delighted. Knowing that Lele was the most accomplished child in the Sioux family, winning her favor was a great joy and helped her integrate into the family more smoothly. Lele had been itching with curiosity ever since she learned that her eldest sister-in-law Wang Yue possessed remarkable culinary skills. Initially, she had no such cravings, but now that a fine cook was at hand, she could hardly contain herself. Taking advantage of the New Year holiday and the need to prepare festive gifts, Lele slipped in some personal requests. Finally, she could bring out the delicacies from her space, which was no small feat. One day, catching Wang Yue at leisure, Lele bounded over with a smile, took her hand, and said, "Eldest sister-in-law, with you, as our master chef this new year, aside from the usual festive fare, could we perhaps make some exquisite pastries? Like mung bean cakes and red bean cakes. I managed to get some mung beans and red beans from a friend in town." With that, Lele retrieved the pre-prepared ingredients from her room. Wang Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the plump fresh beans, but then a thought gave her pause. She replied hesitantly, "Lele, the pastries you want require sugar and oil. Grandma probably won't approve of you wasting resources like that." Lele fell silent. Indeed, in this era, brown sugar required ration coupons reserved for pregnant women. Though she had some in her space, she couldn't find a plausible excuse to bring it out. Unwilling to give up, Lele pondered, if brown sugar was out, what about white rabbit creamy candies? As for oil, she had some in her space, common enough that she could easily fabricate an excuse to produce a small bottle. And so, after scraping together the ingredients from various sources, Lele entrusted them to her eldest sister-in-law. As a newlywed, Wang Yu wasn't required to rush to the fields, and with the New Year holiday reducing the workload, she agreed. Over the next few days, Wang Yu busied herself. She first washed the mung beans and red beans, separately soaked them for several hours, then steamed them until cooked. Next, she peeled the steamed beans and mashed them into a fine paste with a rolling pin. She then melted the white rabbit candies in a pot with a little water, stirring slowly before mixing the syrup into the bean paste. Afterward, she added the oil Lele had provided to the pot and stir-fried over low heat until the paste no longer stuck to her hands. For the red bean cakes, Wang Yu divided the paste into small portions, rolled them into balls, and pressed them into molds to shape. Each cake was formed, though they needed to cool slightly. For 2 days, the sweet aroma of pastries wafted from the Sioux household, drifting far and wide. The neighbors' children cried and clamored for a taste, their sobs echoing intermittently. Even Su Wangang and Su Wenyong, the 2 brothers, abandoned their usual wanderings to guard the kitchen, drooling as they inhaled the fragrance. They kept urging, "Sister-in-law, when can we eat? It smells amazing." Lele, amused by her little brother's gluttonous antics, decided to tease them. "I asked sister-in-law to make these and I provided all the ingredients. If you want to eat, what should you say to me?" Su Wangang and Su Wenyong exchanged glances and chorused, "Third sister is the best. She's the greatest third." And Su Lele pressed. Su Wengang continued, third sister. You're more beautiful than a fairy, kind-hearted, and surely you'll give your dear little brother some pastries, right? Su Wenyong quickly chimed in, yes, third sister, you're the most accomplished one in our family. You're the best. Su Lele burst into laughter and was about to agree when Wang Yu announced the pastries were ready. Enough flattery, come in. Su Wengang and Su Wenyong pounced instantly, each grabbing a piece and stuffing it into their mouths, their eyes. Sister-in-law, your skill is incredible. Better than what they sell at the supply coop. Su Wengang mumbled through his chewing. Su Wenyong nodded vigorously, right. Sister-in-law is the world's greatest chef. When I marry, I want a wife who can. Big brother is so lucky. Wang Yu's cheeks flushed with pleasure. You two have such sweet tongues. Eat up. Su Lele also took a mung bean cake. It melted on her tongue, sweet without being cloying. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Eldest sister-in-law, you're amazing. The others, hearing the pastries were ready, each took one to taste. Indeed, they were excellent, perfectly sweet, melt in the mouth, suitable for both the elderly and children. Seeing the family's enjoyment, Wang Yu returned to the kitchen to make the mung bean cakes as well. The process was similar to the red bean cakes, so she finished quickly. They earned unanimous praise from the Su family. After tasting both varieties, Su Lele, she felt a pang of regret. Trading was currently forbidden. These pastries rivaled some she had enjoyed in her past life, but selling them now would be deemed speculation and profiteering, punishable by arrest. Her sister-in-law's talent would have to wait until the reform and opening up to truly shine. Earlier, Su Lele had felt something was missing during her gossip sessions. After sampling her sister-in-law's skills, she asked her to stir-fry some spiced sunflower seeds, which were utterly delicious, perfect for nibbling while catching up on neighborhood news. And so, like now, Su Lele sat among the crowd cracking sunflower seeds and watching the drama unfold. After half a year away, the village had become much more lively. The quarrels and conflicts after a female-educated youth married. This was like a novel coming to life. Su Lele was determined to join the excitement. Eavesdropping on the whispers around her, Su Lele gradually pieced together the story. It seemed the female-educated youth, unable to bear the farm labor, had sought a husband. After much deliberation, she settled on Su Weimin's second son, Su Weisheng. Spoiled and idle, Su Weisheng was drawn to the girl's looks, and they eventually got together. The female-educated youth had assumed that since Su Weimin's eldest son was in the military, the family might be better off and marriage would ease her burdens. But to her dismay, while the family was comfortable, her mother-in-law was formidable and adept at disciplining her daughters-in-law. She found herself more exhausted than during her educated youth days, feeling the trade-off was not worthwhile. Now she regretted her decision, and the household was rife with daily arguments and battles. Today was no different. Another quarrel erupted over refusing to work in the fields. Su Lele cracked her sunflower seeds, musing inwardly, this batch of educated youths really didn't do their homework. Everyone in the village knew why Weimin's eldest son had joined the army. Suehua Annie was no pushover, a formidable woman indeed. She was renowned as a tough matriarch for miles around. Look at how she had the girl under her thumb now. The female-educated youth's hardships were far from over. Perhaps things might improve if she bore a child, but a direct confrontation like this would only ruin her reputation, making her future even harder. Still too young and naive. Su Lele found every day of this holiday to be exceptionally fulfilling. First, her cousin got married, adding a new family member. Then both her mother and aunt became pregnant. To Su Lele, her aunt's pregnancy was quite normal, as her uncle's family only had one son when young and surely desired more children. But gazing at her mother's belly, Su Lele felt a sense of wonder. She had thought her mother would not have another child, given she was already in her 30s. Unexpectedly, her father's vigor remained undiminished, causing her mother to conceive again after nearly a decade. The arrival of this new life brought both joy and worry to the family. Chief among the concerned was Su Lele's second sister, Su Sisi, who was nearing the age for marriage arrangements. At this juncture, their mother's pregnancy would significantly impact her. As an older mother, her energy would inevitably shift to the new baby. Su Lele, being self-sufficient and young, needed no worry, and their younger brother Su Wangong was even younger. Only Su Sisi, who relied on the family, would suffer if their mother had no time to arrange her marriage, potentially causing delays. Lately, Su Sisi's expression had been perpetually grim. After the eldest cousin's wedding, their aunt had begun arranging marriages for the second cousin and cousin, as they were no longer young. Previously, the eldest had been the holdup, so there was no rush. Now everything had to be settled promptly. Thus, their aunt certainly had no time for her niece from the second branch. Su Sisi was only a year younger than Su Huanhuan, turning 17 this year, and was also due for marriage arrangements. Yet at this critical moment, their mother became pregnant. One could imagine how distressing this was for Su Sisi. One day, with a dark face, she found Su Lele, and plopping down began to complain, "Lele, why did mom have to get pregnant now? I'm waiting for the family to arrange my marriage. With her pregnant, how will she have any energy left for me? Look at Sister Huanhuan, her mother is handling everything for her, and she probably has a suitable match by now. What about me?" As she spoke, Su Sisi's eyes reddened. "I know mom has it hard, but the timing couldn't be worse. I'm afraid it'll end up on me." Su Lele scratched her head, finding the coincidence indeed unfortunate. She quickly patted her sister's hand, comforting her. "Second sister, don't worry. Even though mom is pregnant, she hasn't completely forgotten about you. She's still in the early months. Perhaps by the time the baby is born, your marriage will already be settled. You have good qualities yourself, you're sure to find a fine family." Su Sisi sighed. "That's easy to say, but I just feel uneasy. It all seems so uncertain." Su Lele thought for a moment, and then said, "Second sister, why don't you also keep an eye out yourself? Maybe you'll come across, then you can have mom help you decide." That way you can choose someone you like without wasting time, and mom won't have to work so hard. Su Cece listened lost in thought, and then seemed struck by an idea. She said to Su Lele, Lele, your classmates must be around my age. Do you think any of them would be a good match for your sister? Su Lele looked at Su Cece in astonishment. Second sister, are you serious? Su Cece, displeased by her surprised expression, retorted, what kind of look is that? Am I that bad? Of course I'm serious. Su Lele clicked her tongue inwardly. She had thought her sister came just to vent, but it turned out she had a hidden agenda. Su Lele had always known her second sister was calculating with clear plans and goals, willing to go to great lengths to achieve them, much like Su Lele herself. Yet there was a difference. Su Cece's vision was limited, so the best future she could envision was marrying well and living a comfortable life. Su Lele didn't entirely disapprove of this, but lacking self-awareness was unacceptable. Not to mention that at school, aside from Gu Yuan, she had few close friends and didn't hold a high opinion of her classmates. She had never thought of changing her social class through marriage. Children from wealthy families were even more calculating. Without any leverage, why would they choose to marry you? Second sister, my friends are not suitable for you. Don't even think about it. You'd be better off choosing the best among the locals. Su Cece, upon hearing this, felt indignant. She was considered the prettiest among the three Su sisters. The eldest sister, Su Huan, was a gentle girl, the kind who would make a good homemaker. Su Lele had delicate features, but lively, deep eyes. Because of her transmigration, her aura was complex, a mix of a scholar's refinement and the calmness of mature wisdom, making her seem contradictory and intriguing. As for the second sister, Su Cece, she had inherited the best traits of the Su family. Her skin was slightly sallow, but it didn't diminish her features. A pair of alluring fox eyes, a high nose bridge, rosy lips, and two shallow dimples when she smiled. She was clearly a little beauty. With her two braids, she embodied the simplicity and innocence of a village girl, yet also possessed a maiden's charm. She was also a renowned beauty in their Su family village. Su Cece put her hands on her hips, full of confidence, and said, with my looks, I'm more than a match for your classmates. Just keep an eye out for me, but it might actually work out. Su Lele shook her head helplessly. Second sister, it's not about looks. Our living environments and values are completely different from those city kids. Besides, you have a rural household registration, and children take their mother's status. Even if the boy is willing to marry you, his family likely won't agree. It would only ruin your reputation. Why bother? You should look for someone in our village or nearby. But Su Cece was unwilling to give up. Just give it a try. What if there's someone suitable? I'm good looking enough, or maybe there's someone who won't mind. Third sister, I don't want to stay in the countryside forever. I want to go to the city too, but I'm not as clever as you. So I want to change my fate through marriage. Su Lele, seeing the stubbornness in Su Cece's eyes, felt a pang of pity and relented. She said hesitantly, don't even think about my city classmates. That's impossible. Su Cece grew anxious and was about to speak when Su Lele continued, but I can ask around among my junior high school classmates from the county town to see if there's anyone suitable. Sister, you need to be mentally prepared. There might be someone who's been married before. Can you accept that? Su Cece, sensing a glimmer of hope, answered firmly. Third sister, I can accept that. I just want to meet them first. I'd like to see for myself. Seeing Su Cece's persistence, Su Lele said no more, only promising to visit her classmates in a couple of days to inquire, while cautioning her not to get her hopes up too high. A few days later, Su Lele went to the city to catch up with her middle school classmate Zhang Jejia. Upon arriving at Zhang Jejia's home, the two embraced warmly upon meeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Lele asked with a smile, Jejia, has anyone from our class gotten married yet? What about? Zhang Jejia gave Su Lele a curious glance and asked, intrigued, why the sudden interest? Aren't you the one who buries your head in books, oblivious to the world? Su Lele touched her nose, a bit embarrassed. Well, it's for my second sister. She wanted to know if you could help find her a city boy. You know, you're my closest friend. I'm not that familiar with others, so I had to ask you. Zhang Jejia was pleased by Su Lele's words. Indeed, she and Lele were the best of friends. She lifted her chin proudly and said, of course we're the closest. But your second sister, your actual second sister. Yes, my mom is pregnant and my sister worries she won't have enough energy, so she wants to. Su Lele said somewhat sheepishly. Zhang Jejia hesitated upon hearing this. Lele, you know, people from the county usually marry within the county since the child's household registration follows the mother's. Only then can they get the ration grain. If a city man really marries a village girl, there are often issues at home, either heavy burdens or something else. I know. I've advised my second sister too. She said she doesn't mind. Actually, I don't think she should aim for a city boy either. It would be better to find a village lad and work hard together. Life can still be good. But my sister isn't willing to settle. Maybe it's partly because of me. So she wants to give it a try, and I'm helping her ask. But don't feel pressured about this, it might not work out anyway. I'm just asking you. Zhang Jejia thought it over and decided it was just a simple inquiry, no big effort. So she agreed, and the conversation naturally drifted into gossip. Hey, did you hear? Our classmate Lele married Wang Chong from the neighboring class. What? Already married? They're only 18, right? Su Lele was drawn in by the topic and instinctively thought of their ages. Lele is 18, Wang Chong is 19, old enough to marry. Wait, aren't they still in school? How did they get married? I remember Lele got into high school, just like you. How you've been studying in the city and don't know the situation. Lele's family didn't let her continue high school. They said it was too much of a burden. She's been idle at home for almost 2 years, couldn't find a job, so she got married. Zhang Jejia complained. Su Lele was bewildered. What did she mean? Got into high school, but wasn't allowed to attend. Why wouldn't they let Lele go to high school? It's normal not to find a job after middle school, but high school graduates have better prospects, don't they? Zhang Jejia thought for a moment. It seems Lele's younger brother didn't get into high school, so he threw a tantrum at home, unwilling to let his sister study. In their family, the son matters more. So her brother is repeating a grade, and the family won't support Lele's education. They made her drop out. Oh, that's such a pity. I never noticed before that Lele's family favored boys over girls. Su Lele said regretfully. Zhang Jieji agreed. Who would have thought? So Lele ended up with Wang Chong. Su Lele asked further. Yes, Wang Chong didn't get into high school, but his family has connections. They found him a job and his family is well off. He's decent looking too. Su Lele thought that sounded pretty good. And remember Zhao Gang, our middle school class monitor. I heard he's also dating someone, a classmate of his in high school. Both families are well off. Su Lele listened, feeling a sudden melancholy. Time truly waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the age of marriage and dating. She then asked, what about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Zhang Jieji lowered her head shyly. There's a boy I kind of like, a high school classmate. But we're still studying, so it's all hush-hush. Don't tell my mom, okay? They'll tell her after we graduate next year. Su Lele patted her chest repeatedly, assuring her she wouldn't. She was never one to gossip. She was genuinely happy for her. Suddenly Gu Yuan's face flashed through Su Lele's mind, startling her. Why would she think of him out of the blue? I must be hungry. In this life, in the last I'm over 30, I can't be cradle robbing. She shook her head and quickly pulled Zhang Jieji into a conversation about their other middle school classmates and the strange people and events she encountered while studying in the city. Anything to keep her mind occupied. Before they knew it, afternoon had passed. Seeing it was getting late, Su Lele took her leave, repeating her request for Zhang Jieji to keep an eye out or ask her mother if she knew anyone suitable. Zhang Jieji planned to ask her mother when she returned home that evening, hoping there would be no leads, so that when Su Lele got home, it was just in time for dinner. The whole family was present except for the two pregnant women. Su Lele was a bit puzzled. Why weren't her mother and third aunt at the table? Isn't third aunt coming out to eat? Her eldest cousin set the bowls and chopsticks while explaining third aunt isn't feeling well. She's a bit nauseous. We've made her some millet porridge separately. Don't worry. And mom, the village doctor came by earlier. Given her age, this pregnancy isn't very stable, so she needs to rest and take care of herself. We're giving her the leftover red beans from before. They're supposed to be good for her. Su Lele nodded. Alright, I'll ask my classmates to get some more. As soon as she finished eating, her second sister pulled her aside to ask about the situation. So, any news? Su Lele sighed helplessly. Second sister, it's not that fast. I just asked my friend to look into it today. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days. He'll go to the county again in a couple of days. Su Sisi looked displeased. She would have to wait 3 more days. Seeing her sister's unhappy expression, Su Lele said nothing more. She simply thought that when her sister eventually hit a dead end, she would come to her senses. She had agreed to help build a bridge, not to sabotage her, but the rest would depend on her sister's luck. 2 more days passed. Su Sisi noticed that Su Lele spent her days either studying at home or strolling through the village to watch the local performances. She could no longer bear it, so she sent her younger sister to the county town, asking her to inquire whether there were any suitable candidates. Su Lele couldn't refuse her second sister's request, so she set out. After walking for about an hour, she arrived at the county town. Seeing that it was still early, she first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some pastries and candies, thinking that if she was going to ask for help, she should at least show some appreciation. Then she leisurely made her way to the Zhang family's home. Today Aunt Zhang happened to be there. Su Lele quickly handed over the gifts and said apologetically, Auntie, I'm sorry to bother you again. Aunt Zhang, seeing it was Su Lele, said happily, what's there to be sorry about? You and my Jieji are classmates, and you even helped her with her studies before. Just come straight to the house. Why bring gifts? How could I not? If I were just here to play with Jieji, that would be one thing. But I'm troubling you to make inquiries for me, Auntie. That's taking up your time. I can't let you work for nothing. I'm not one to take advantage of others. Su Lele quickly added. Aunt Zhang was pleased by Su Lele's words that showed the girl was sensible. This made her take the matter that her daughter Jieji had mentioned a bit more seriously. Thinking back to a conversation she had overheard among colleagues at work about 2 families who didn't mind if the wife was from the countryside, she said to Su Lele, Lele, you know what? Your aunt actually has 2 candidates here. But it all depends on how you see them. Su Lele was surprised that there was indeed hope. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel more joy or disappointment. Her emotions were mixed. It's fine, Auntie. Go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. They'll help my sister vet them first. Aunt Zhang found Su Lele's serious grown-up expression amusing and proceeded to give her a detailed introduction to the 2 families. The first was a remarriage situation. The man was a truck driver, somewhat older, around 30, with good job benefits and able to support a family. He had 2 children, both boys, so he didn't care if his next wife was from the countryside since the children's household registrations were already in the city. His first wife had died of illness, though it was rumored she had died from exhaustion. His mother was a formidable woman. Otherwise, despite his not-so-bad circumstances, there would have been many widows willing to, but because that family's mother-in-law was so skilled at tormenting her daughter-in-law, no good girl wanted to marry into the family. They had no choice but to lower their standards, even accepting a girl from the countryside. The second family had a heavy burden, exactly 7 brothers with parents in poor health. The one seeking a match was the 4th son. The older brothers had essentially exhausted the family's savings on their own weddings, leaving no money for the younger ones to marry. Few city girls were willing to marry into such poverty. The man was only a temporary worker, not yet a permanent employee, and their home was so small, it was said they could barely turn around. Every day the several daughters-in-law quarreled incessantly. Marrying into that family would be like stepping into a fiery pit. Su Lele listened carefully, her heart growing troubled. As for the remarried man, although his circumstances weren't bad, his mother-in-law was too harsh. Could her second sister endure that? The other family's burden was so heavy that they probably didn't even have a wedding room. It would be better to marry a village man. At least there would be space. She wondered what her second sister would think. Seeing Su Lele's conflicted expression, Aunt Zhang smiled and said, Lele, this matter ultimately depends on your second sister's own decision. Go back and talk it over with her properly. Su Lele nodded, thanked Aunt Zhang, and prepared to head home. All the way back, she pondered how to explain these two situations to her second sister. When she got home, seeing that it wasn't yet dark, she quickly pulled her second sister into the room and recounted everything she had learned about the two families waiting for her sister to decide. Su Sisi was initially pleased to hear that there were candidates, but after hearing Su Lele's description, her expression turned sour. She asked, Lele, are these the only two? These are the only ones I've found so far, Su Lele said. Well, I can accept a remarriage, but is it true that the mother-in-law worked her daughter-in-law to death? Su Sisi pressed. I don't know if it's true or not. To be honest, these prospects aren't even as good as a village boy. Sis, maybe you should Su Lele truly felt that her second sister was not suited to either of these men and only wanted to dissuade her from the idea. Su Sisi frowned, pacing back and forth in the room. After a long while, she stopped and said through gritted teeth, No, I still want to try with the remarried one. Even if the mother-in-law is harsh, as long as I can handle the man, life should be manageable. Besides, he has a stable job and can support a family. Raising two more children isn't unacceptable. Su Lele grew anxious. Second sister, that man is a truck driver. You'd basically be a live-in maid in his home. And when he's away, you'd have to face his mother and stepchildren. What if that mother-in-law really is abusive? You'd have no one to talk to. You'd be jumping into a fire pit. No, this family really want to. Su Sisi sighed. What else can I do? If I want to marry into the city, this is my only choice. I'd rather marry a divorced man than stay in the countryside. Su Lele looked at her second sister, seeing her stubborn determination, and felt a headache coming on. She should have hardened her heart and stayed out of this matter. She had thought that describing such terrible conditions would make her sister back down. But she hadn't expected her sister's desire to marry into the city to be so strong that she was charging straight into the difficulty. This left Su Lele at a loss. In her previous life, an age of information explosion, she had learned that men were unreliable, and trying to change one's fate through marriage rarely ended well. So when her second sister first asked for her help, apart from feeling a touch of feminine sympathy, she had also guessed that the candidates introduced would likely not be good. She had hoped her sister would back down. But now she was the one stuck in a difficult position, unable to retreat. Lele, I know you mean well, but I still want to see the man first. Seeing her sister's resolve, Su Lele said, How about we take a look at the second family, sis? At least it's a first marriage. Even if the household is noisy, things should improve after they split up. Su Sisi listened to her sister's advice and began to weigh her options. How about I meet both? Third sister, find me some more. Hearing this, Su Lele felt as if she had been struck on the head. Tisk, her second sister, had outmaneuvered her. Second sister, what do you mean? Su Lele's eyes flickered, her voice dropping low. Seeing Su Lele so concerned about her marriage, Su Sisi felt a surge of joy. She realized that being confrontational wouldn't work with Su Lele, who responded better to softness than hardness. Lele, I know I haven't been good to you before. Now that you're willing to help me, I appreciate it. You understand that I just want a better life. I don't want to spend my days scraping dirt in the field, stuck in the countryside forever. You've already passed the exam and made it out. You have a bright future ahead. Can you help me a little more? I just want to marry into a decent family. We're both women. You understand, don't you? Could you look for— Su Sisi's eyes reddened, her expression on the verge of tears, looking as if to say, you are so capable. You must have a— Su Lele felt as if she had been slapped across the face, almost laughing in exasperation. At the same time, she questioned herself. Su Lele, what are you doing? Where is your caution? Where is your prudence? Just because you got into the technical secondary school, do you think you're already a city dweller free from worry? Has the sudden fortune you've encountered in the city over the past year clouded your judgment, making you forget the hard times? Or have you started looking down on others because you've easily solved the troubles they threw at you? Have you grown arrogant, thinking everyone else is a fool? You've actually started meddling. Your kindness only counts if others appreciate it. Now look at what you've done. Buying things for the family was fine. It tested their attitude toward you and earned you a good reputation. It served multiple— But now, what are you doing now? You've lived with Su Sisi for years. Don't you know what kind of person she is? As for your younger brother Wang, the only son of your branch, you chose to keep your distance when you noticed your parents spoiling him, excessively maintaining only a lukewarm relationship. You neither guided nor corrected him, letting things take their course. You only softened toward him when he began to emulate you, and through reading grew a bit more sensible despite still being willful. As for Su Sisi, she's older than you and a girl, so she matured early. Even years ago, she knew how to make empty promises. Now she's nearly an adult, quite attractive, and your own sister. There should be plenty of suitors coming to propose. She doesn't. Yet she came to you complaining that your mother had no time to arrange her marriage and asked for your help. And you agreed, driven by a sudden, overwhelming sympathy. Coming to her senses, Su Lele looked at Su Sisi with a shifting expression. She hadn't expected her second sister, who had been somewhat overshadowed over the years, to have grown so skilled. She had nearly fallen into her trap. This served as a wake-up call for Su Lele. This era was full of clever people who she couldn't afford to be overconfident. She had to remain cautious. Su Sisi, being too young and inexperienced, had been impatient. Otherwise, Su Lele might have truly been caught off guard. With that thought, Su Lele said calmly, Second sister, what kind of man are you looking for? Watching Su Lele's face gradually turn expressionless, Su Sisi felt a jolt of panic realizing her younger sister had seen through her. She shouldn't have been so hasty. Third sister, I know this is a lot to ask of a young girl like you, but I have no choice. Mom is pregnant and has no time to arrange my marriage. You're the most capable one in the family. You wouldn't let your sister marry just anyone, would you? Su Sisi dabbed at the corner of her eye as she spoke, looking as pitiful as possible. Su Lele let out a cold laugh. Was she trying to guilt trip her? A fall into a pit again in your wit. Did she think she was foolish enough to make the same mistake twice? Second sister, I think marriage should be about matching families. Besides, Mom might already have someone suitable in mind for you. You're so beautiful. Surely many young men have come to propose through her. And besides, we're her own daughters. Even if she loves our little brother the most, how can you be so sure she has no time to find? Hearing this, Su Sisi grew anxious and grabbed Su Lele's hand. Third sister, Mom has no energy for this now. Please help me. I'll repay you someday. Su Lele pulled her hand back and said flatly, Second sister, I have my own life to live. Don't pin all your hopes on me. Go ask Mom instead. With that, she turned to leave. Su Sisi's face finally twisted as she shrieked, Su Lele, are you really refusing to help me this once? Before Su Lele could answer, other Su family members drawn by the argument approached. The first to arrive was their eldest cousin, Su Huanhuan. The three sisters of the Su family had always shared a room. Hearing the commotion, Su Huanhuan hurried over to see what was wrong. What's going on? What's going on? We're all sisters. There's nothing we can't resolve. Don't argue, Su Huanhuan said gently as she rushed over. Su Lele ignored Su Huanhuan's words and said calmly to Su Sisi, no. Once I realized you were scheming against me, I refused. If you're capable, find someone yourself. Whether it turns out well or badly, I don't care, and it's none of my business. With that, she walked straight out the door. Her mind was a mess as she just wanted to be alone. Su Huanhuan, who had just arrived and heard Su Lele's words, was about to say something when she saw Su Lele leave without looking back. Meanwhile, Su Sisi began to curse Su Lele hysterically. Su Lele, you selfish thing. I only asked for such a small favor, and you refused. It wouldn't have cost you anything. Just because you got into a technical school, you think you're so great. With that selfish attitude, what good future can you have? Su Sisi's face turned bright red as she cursed, spittle flying. Shocked by the scene, Su Huanhuan quickly stepped forward to restrain her. Second sister, calm down. Talk it out. Why curse at third sister? But Su Sisi, feeling her dream of marrying into the city shatter, was consumed by hatred and continued yelling. She's forgotten her roots. She thinks she's a city girl now and looks down on us country folk. Why shouldn't I curse her? By then, other Su family members had arrived asking what was happening. Su Huanhuan didn't know the details, and Su Sisi kept cursing Su Lele without pause. All right, stop scolding. She is your own sister, said Granny Su, who was the head of the household, had been in good spirits lately. Her eldest grandson was married, her second grandson had a girlfriend and would soon follow suit, and her three granddaughters were not lacking in suitors. She knew that Su Lele had been leaving early and returning late these days to find a match for Su Sisi. She had thought that Su Lele, with her acquaintances in the county and the city, had a decent network. Her second granddaughter, Su Sisi, was quite pretty and well known in the surrounding villages. Finding a city husband didn't seem impossible. But why had the two sisters suddenly fallen out? Granny Su couldn't understand. She called everyone to the living room and directly asked Su Sisi, tell me what exactly happened. Su Sisi, comforted by Su Huanhuan, had calmed down. But she couldn't let the family know it was her fault. With Su Lele absent, she quickly shifted the blame. Grandma, you don't know the matches Lele found for me were either divorced men or those from terribly poor families. I got angry in the moment. And then, oi, Granny Su asked impatiently. I just wanted Lele to keep looking for someone more outstanding. After all, I'm good looking and not unworthy, right? Su Sisi was a bit embarrassed at first, then spoke with renewed confidence. The men of the Su family thought she had a point, as she was indeed beautiful, and marrying a divorced man would be a waste. However, the women of the Su family saw it differently. They understood the matter more clearly. They were rural folk living off the land, unlike city dwellers who had grain rations and salaries that ensured they wouldn't starve. Sisi, aside from her face, had little else to offer and no dowry to speak of. Beauty couldn't be eaten or drunk. More importantly, a key reason many city men preferred a divorced woman over a rural girl was that a child's household registration followed the mother. If a rural woman married into the city, her children wouldn't receive grain rations and would have to buy food, putting immense financial pressure on the husband. Thus, most city dwellers were reluctant to take a rural bride unless they had some issues themselves. It seemed Sisi's ambitions had grown, which was why she had annoyed Lele. Having understood the situation, Granny Su said little, only telling Su Sisi not to bother Su Lele anymore, as she would no longer help. Su Sisi was unwilling to accept this, as she had hoped the old lady would pressure Su Lele. Was that all? Her family was so biased. Once she married, she would never return to the Su family. Aunt Wang Zhaodi felt a bit regretful. The divorced man wouldn't do, his mother was too domineering. But the other one was worth a try. If only her Huanhuan weren't so timid, she would have asked Lele to find a match for her too. Aunt 3 Su showed little reaction. She had no daughters, so this was just a spectacle. But today she had gained insight into Sisi's character. She had always thought her a quiet girl, but it turned out she had plenty of cunning. The Su family members were all stirred by this incident, but the old lady suppressed their thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Lele, who had left home, wandered aimlessly through the village, her mind in a turmoil. She knew the city was wonderful, and she had striven desperately to enter it herself. So she didn't actually oppose second sister's desire to marry into the city. When Su Sisi asked for her help, Su Lele hesitated only briefly before agreeing. But at the same time, she didn't endorse the idea of changing one's fate through marriage. Her own experience told her that one could only rely on oneself, though depending on others was unreliable. Even if some had risen through marriage, it was merely survivorship bias. Only a tiny minority succeeded. She had hoped Su Sisi would back off when faced with difficulty, but instead her sister had become more demanding. When one match didn't work, she wanted Lele to keep searching for suitable candidates. Su Lele just wanted to say one must consider one's own worth. Did she have no idea of her own conditions? Moreover, Su Lele disliked being manipulated. She felt she had treated the Su family well in the year, and more since being admitted to the technical secondary school. Before that, she had studied tirelessly to change her fate, working doubly hard despite her lack of natural brilliance. She had succeeded, but it had been unfair to her two sisters. The work of 3 people was done by 2.5. Su Lele did her share, but most of her energy was devoted to studying. Her sisters had taken on some of the housework and pig feed gathering for her. After entering the technical school, she first worked part-time to support herself, then saved up money hoping to repay them when she could. When unexpected wealth came her way a year later, she used the excuse to bring gifts for everyone. Partly it was a test, partly to build a good reputation, and partly because she knew she had been a beneficiary of the Su family support. She rarely had to work in the fields for work points except during the autumn harvest. Most of her chores were simple: cleaning, tending the fire. Time-consuming tasks were avoided. During her school years, she had often seen female classmates disappear from one day to the next, so she was grateful to the Su family for at least not forcing her to drop out. They had limited means and couldn't offer much help, but they had never stood in her way. Su Lele's expectations were very low. If you expect nothing from someone, you won't demand much. Now the more Su Lele thought about it, the angrier she grew. Her goodwill had been met only with her second sister's insatiable greed. She stopped gazing at the distant fields, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Yet the fire of rage still blazed in her heart, seeking an outlet. So in her second sister's eyes, her efforts were taken for granted and could be casually criticized. Su Lele silently vowed never to be so foolish again. She no longer wandered aimlessly, but strode firmly toward home, ready to pack her things and return to school. The new term was approaching, and she still had academic tasks to fulfill this year. After Su Lele had composed herself, she returned home. Before she could enter her room, her father called out to her, "Sonia, your mother." Su Lele paused mid-step, a knowing feeling settling in. She suspected Su Sisi, unable to swallow her resentment, had gone to complain to their mother. Curious to hear what her mother had to say, she went straight to her parents' room. Upon entering, she saw her mother looking on, reclining against the bed with her second sister, Su Sisi, standing nearby. Ignoring Su Sisi, Su Lele feigned confusion and asked, "Mother, you called for me?" Su mother studied Su Lele's expression through the dim light, seeking any sign of lingering distress. She spoke cautiously, "Lele, your sister told me about today. She was out of line, and you were right not to help." Su Lele listened impassively before replying, What is it you wish to say?" Su mother chose her words carefully. "I had already been keeping an eye out for a suitable match for your sister. There's no need for you, a minor, to concern yourself with this. I failed to handle this properly, and you've been wronged." Su Lele raised an eyebrow. "What was this?" Su Lele found the words both surprising and unsurprising. Perhaps it was their blood ties, but Su Lele and Su Sisi most resembled their mother. Both possessed a fiercely competitive nature. One had to acknowledge the power of genetics. In the Su family, the women seemed to be the shrewder ones. Yet Su Lele hadn't expected her mother to begin with an apology. She had anticipated something else entirely. "It's fine, mother. I won't be helping second sister anymore. Tomorrow I'll tell my classmate to cancel the meeting," Su Lele said, feigning emotion. Su Sisi grew anxious at this and tried to speak, but their mother cut her off. "That's fine. Just refuse her. Your sister doesn't need it." Su Sisi cried out, "Mother." Su mother spoke sternly to Su Sisi. "Put aside your petty schemes. I won't allow you to debase yourself just to marry into the city. My daughter Su Ernie will not be so spineless." Su Sisi had hoped that by telling their mother she could salvage the situation with her younger sister. But now even her mother was against her. Utterly disheartened, she glared at Su Lele with hatred. "Are you satisfied? What satisfaction or dissatisfaction is there for me? It's not my marriage or my matchmaking." Su Lele said nonchalantly. Catching the sarcasm, Su Sisi stamped her foot in frustration and fled the room, leaving only Su Lele and her mother. Su mother took a long appraising look at her accomplished daughter. Dressed in a nearly new padded jacket and trousers with 2 fashionable braids, her complexion rosy and skin smooth, she seemed utterly out of place in this home. The year and more she had spent studying in the city had changed her so much. Out in the world, she was a source of pride, but also of unease. For Su mother knew this daughter was slipping further and further from her control, about to take flight. Now, even the old matriarch resorted to a policy of gentle persuasion. Just because Su Lele seemed easygoing didn't mean she could be pushed around. Ever since Wenbin's marriage, Sonia's reputation in the village had flourished. Many elders of the Su family lamented that she wasn't a boy, otherwise she could have been the next clan head, leading the Su family to prosperity. This subtle, pervasive influence was the most fearsome. Su mother understood that this daughter was no longer someone she could manipulate. "Don't dwell on what your sister said. You did the right thing." Thank you for understanding, mother." Su Lele was touched that her mother hadn't blamed her over Su Sisi's matter, yet she sensed it wouldn't be so easily resolved. So she simply played along. After a long silence, Su mother continued, "You are sisters. You can discuss things and shouldn't let your relationship become so strained. When we are old and gone, you siblings will need to support one another." Su Lele thought to herself, here it comes the family card. The pent-up frustration finally found an outlet. After a quiet moment, Su Lele spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Mother, do I mean nothing to you? Even though I am your most accomplished daughter, can't you see my worth? Su mother was taken aback by this sudden display of grievance. No, how can you think that? You are all my children. Su Lele suddenly became agitated. If that's true, then why, when she was clearly in the wrong, must I be the one to make peace first? Su mother tried to explain. I didn't, but that's what you meant. What else is being each other's support in the future? Doesn't that mean I should be magnanimous and give her a way out? But why should it be me? Su Lele demanded, her voice filled with hurt. Su mother was rendered momentarily speechless. Could she say that because Su Lele was more successful, she should make concessions for her sister? There were indeed hidden motives, but they were stifled by Su Lele's aggrieved accusation, unable to be voiced. She could only speak gently. Lele, that's not what I meant. Since you're unwilling, let it be. Thank you, mother. Su Lele appeared placated on the surface, but inwardly, she thought, good thing I struck first. Taking the moral high ground. Who can't do that? I just never bothered with such tactics before. Mother, how is your health? Su Lele changed the subject with concern. I'm fine. The village doctor said Su mother had no choice but to follow Su Lele's lead. They'll get you some red beans or brown sugar tomorrow. This pregnancy is a strain on you at your age, so you need to nourish yourself, Su Lele added. All right. Mother thanks you on behalf of the baby. Su mother paused, then added, don't bother with your sister anymore. I already have a match in mind. If she speaks harshly in the next few days, just ignore her. I'll be fine once she's married. All right. Take care of yourself, mother. Su Lele agreed. The two of them resumed their picture of maternal affection and filial piety, a warm scene, though each knew their own thoughts. Seeing her mother's fatigue, Su Lele urged her to rest and left the room, heading towards the sisters' shared bedroom. Su Lele entered the room shared by the three sisters, ignoring Su Cece's hateful gaze, and began packing her belongings, thinking that tomorrow she would first go to the county town to find an excuse to take some red beans from her space to give to her family, and then go find Aunt Zhang to explain the situation, no longer needing her help with inquiries. The next day, Su Lele left home early and went directly to the Zhang residence. Aunt Zhang was at work, so only Zhang Jejia was home. Su Lele chatted with her for a while and explained the situation. Zhang Jejia felt furious and said angrily, Lele, how could your sister be like this? It's fine, it's all in the past. I won't bother with her anymore. I'll let her do as she pleases, Su Lele said calmly. Initially, she had felt somewhat angry, but now she had come to understand that it was merely her own secret petty desires at play. In both her past and present lives, she was the same person, and she yearned too much for a family. Logically, she knew she was an adult and could calmly view her relationship with the Su family, gradually planning her own future step by step. Yet emotionally, she could not help but want to draw closer to the Su family. Blood ties were truly a strange thing, but now she had come to terms with it. Some things could never be forced. After chatting with Zhang Jejia for a while, Su Lele took her leave and headed home. On the way, she found a secluded spot and took out about 2 jean of red beans. It was also to nourish her nominal mother's health. Soon the new semester began. This year, Su Lele had set herself the goal of obtaining the intermediate accounting certificate. So shortly after returning to school, she became busy spending her days attending classes and immersing herself in the library to review and prepare for the exam. The complex accounting knowledge was like a tangled mess, yet she patiently unraveled it bit by bit. Wang Fong, observing Su Lele's focused study, felt unwilling and went straight to Yang Yang, saying bluntly, look at Su Lele. She has a good chance of getting that intermediate certificate. Yang Yang said impatiently, what do you want to say? I want her to fail the exam to let her taste defeat too, Wang Fong said hatefully. Why are you telling me this? Yang Yang asked with an obscure look. I know you were threatened by Su Lele before. Are you willing to accept that? A country bumpkin like her dares to look down on you. Wang Fong whispered temptingly like a demon from the abyss. Yang Yang was silent for a long while before asking, what do you want to do? Straightforward, let's do this. As Yang Yang listened to Wang Fang's plan, a chill ran down his spine. Women, when ruthless, truly left men, but as he heard the plan, he hesitated. Wang Fong noticed his hesitation and asked directly, what? Having second thoughts. Impossible. I'd love to see that country bumpkin suffer. It's just. Yang Yang retorted instinctively. Just what? Wang Fong asked impatiently. Are you sure this is foolproof? You know the Revolutionary Committee is very strict now. If we're not careful, we could get caught too. Yang Yang said, feeling the plan was risky. Coming from a political family, even if he didn't enter politics himself, he had a keen political sense from exposure. He sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Moreover, Su Lele had repeatedly humiliated him, and he indeed wanted to teach her a lesson. So without much thought, he agreed to Wang Fang's request. While Wang Fong and Yang Yang were plotting against Su Lele, she received a letter from Su Jingjin while studying. The letter said she was pregnant and suffering from severe morning sickness, craving the stinky tofu from her hometown. She asked Su Lele if she could exchange some and send it to her. Su Jingjin had also sent Su Lele some local specialties, dried kelp and dried shrimp. Su Lele read the letter and thought that Su Jingjin, having left not long ago, was already pregnant, so her life must be going well. Having no close relatives left here, it seemed the only person she could talk to was herself. So on the weekend break, she left school and went to the recycling station to find Sister Wang. She asked if anyone near Sister Wang's home made stinky tofu, hoping to exchange some and send it to Su Jingjin. At the same time, Su Lele brought along some personal goods, 5 jean of pork, and asked Sister Wang to make sausages for her, so she could have a treat when she got tired of studying. Of course, she also gave Sister Wang some labor fees, not wanting to take advantage of her, which left an even better impression on Sister Wang. She kept urging Su Lele to visit her at the recycling station whenever she had time, saying she was there every day. Su Lele had to explain repeatedly that she was busy preparing for the certificate exam and would come when she had free time, finally calming Sister Wang's excitement. Sister Wang was truly delighted. With the leftover scraps from making sausages and the 1 yuan labor fee, she saw Su Lele as a veritable benefactor. They agreed that Su Lele would come to pick up the items the following week, then each went back to work or school. But when Su Lele returned to the dormitory, she found Wang Fong there looking at her with a gleeful expression. Su Lele, what was this about? Such obvious schadenfreude. A sense of foreboding arose in Su Lele. Seeing this unusual behavior, she probed cautiously. Wang Fong, you're actually in the dorm today. Why aren't you home? Wang Fong, flustered by the question, stammered. I came to chat with Yuan today, right? Yuan. Wang Yuan suddenly addressed, looked dazed. She had also just returned and found it odd that Wang Fong was in the dorm on a weekend. She was about to ask when Su Lele came back, so she said nothing. Wang Yuan now basically ignored Su Lele. Gu Yuan was away for work internship, and since Su Lele had no contact with him, there was no provocation. Moreover, she had noticed that Wang Fong and Su Lele had fallen out, and she watched from the sidelines, eager to see if Wang Fong could bring Su Lele down. So when suddenly asked by Wang Fong, she was only momentarily confused before saying directly, yeah, we're chatting. Do you have— Su Lele, seeing their clumsy acting, grew wary. Her expression unchanged, she replied flatly, no, go ahead. With that, Su Lele looked away and busied herself with her own matters, though inwardly, she was calculating. It seemed they were targeting her, as she just didn't know what it was yet. Su Lele patiently waited for Wang Fong to leave before meticulously searching her own bedding. Wang Fang's behavior in the dormitory today was highly unusual. As she carefully felt her mattress, Su Lele suddenly discovered a letter between the mattress and the bedboard addressed to her. Gazing at the letter, she found a chill ran through her heart. She suddenly recalled the letter that had previously been used to frame the principal. Could this be the evidence Wang Fong planned to use against her? Su Lele opened the letter and glanced at its contents. The gist of it was an instruction for her to leave City C by the weekend, claiming she had already been exposed. Su Lele stared at the letter's contents, still somewhat bewildered. Leave? What did that mean? Without a letter of introduction, she could hardly go anywhere now. Regardless, the letter's contents were undeniably malicious. After reading it, Su Lele stored the letter away in her space. Pretending to know nothing, she continued her daily routine. It seemed her previous methods had been far too lenient, leading others to mistake her for a pushover. Subsequently, Su Lele suspended her part-time job, citing the upcoming certification exam as a reason to focus entirely on her studies. Principal Rong, upon learning of this, granted Su Lele a period of leave, allowing her to concentrate on her revision. During this time, Su Lele discreetly observed Wang Fong, noting who she interacted with frequently to determine if she was acting alone or had accomplices. Around Wednesday, Su Lele noticed Yang suddenly approaching Wang Fong. Initially, she saw nothing amiss, but then they cast several covert glances her way. Since Su Lele was already keeping tabs on Wang Fong, she quickly sensed something was wrong upon catching Wang Fong looking at her. Su Lele thought to herself, it seems to be Wang Fong and Yang. Then she would deal with both of them together. Handling Wang Fong alone was manageable, but Yang posed a greater challenge. She had to ensure a foolproof plan to avoid any backlash. Having been classmates for so long, Su Lele knew a bit about Yang's family. They were all involved in politics, and he was the youngest son. Su Lele pondered the situation and realized she might need to seek external assistance. Su Lele took the opportunity during lunch break to visit the principal. Given her previous help, Principal Rong had offered to assist her if she encountered any difficulties. Initially, she had only thought of Sister Wu and the principal as kind people who had helped her. She believed in mutual goodwill. Thus, she had declined their help. But with the current uncertainty, Su Lele was not one to harbor wishful thinking when she knew someone was plotting against her. Naturally, she would utilize every resource at her disposal to ensure her safety. A knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Rong Wei, sitting in his office, suddenly heard a knock. Principal, it's me, Su Lele, she replied as she pushed open the door. Seeing Su Lele, Rong Wei greeted her with a kind smile. Student Su, what brings you here? Su Lele got straight to the point. Principal, may I ask if you know who the political rivals of Yang's family are? Principal Rong was startled by her question. He quickly checked the doorway to see if anyone was listening, then hurried back. Su Lele said nothing, simply handed the letter Wang Fong had hidden in her bed to Principal Rong. Perplexed, he took the letter and began reading. Moments later, his expression darkened considerably. This letter. Was it Yang's doing, he asked. To be precise, Wang Fong executed it, but it was likely their joint idea. I've been observing them these past few days, Su Lele replied. There should be more to come, Su Lele added. What are you planning, he inquired. I want to know which family is the Yang's political rival and set a trap together, Su Lele stated expressionlessly. Principal Rong looked at the student before him, a hint of admiration in his heart. He knew of Su Lele's family background and had assumed she came to him for help in resolving the matter. He hadn't expected her to aim for a decisive, crippling blow. With the current crackdown, if their political rivals got hold of any leverage, the mildest consequence would be a one-way ticket to a labor camp in the countryside. Indeed, as the ancients said, only women and petty people are difficult to deal with. Su Lele embodied both. She wouldn't strike unless provoked, but when she did, she struck to utterly destroy, ensuring they could never recover. Principal Rong considered the Yang family's standing in City C. Yang Yang's father was the city's party secretary, and his elder brother was a deputy director. As for political rivals, the mayor's faction likely counted as such. After clarifying this, he said to Su Lele, Mayor Zhou's family. Su Lele processed the information, but the Zhou family didn't ring a bell. She asked the principal directly, Principal, I don't seem to know them. Could you trouble yourself to arrange an introduction? Principal Rong, seeing her decisive request, was somewhat puzzled. Why not let me handle this for you directly? My Rong family has some standing in City C. You've helped me before, you know, I wouldn't refuse. Su Lele thought for a moment and replied, I want a permanent solution and I don't want to drag you into this. I know that families like yours need to be cautious these days. It's easy for one move to affect the whole situation. I helped out initially mainly for Sister Wu's sake. Whether genuine or not, Rong Wei found her words heartening and gained a deeper appreciation for her character. He immediately agreed. Alright, I'll make the introduction. We haven't yet uncovered the mastermind behind all this. We only have some leads, so it's unwise to act rashly. Su Lele breathed a sigh of relief when Principal Rong consented. Although she now knew the political rival convincing them would take time. Given Wang Fong and Yang Yang's demeanor, it seemed they wouldn't grant her much time. It was best to finalize things as soon as possible. While Su Lele met with Principal Rong, arranging to go out with him the next day at this time to discuss matters with the Zhou family, Wang Fong and Yang Yang were also conspiring. Have you found the right people? Wang Fong pressed Yang Yang. Yang Yang, seeing Wang Fang's excited, almost distorted face, replied with equal fervor, found them. Once she leaves the school grounds, she'll disappear forever. Good. I've confirmed she'll be going out this week to send something to Su Jingzhen. I have people watching the school gate. Don't worry, she won't get away. Wang Fong felt immense satisfaction at Yang Yang's confident assurance. At last, that eyesore of a country bumpkin Su Lele would be dealt with. The next day, Su Lele accompanied Principal Rong on an outing to discuss with the Zhou family how to use the scheme against her to topple the Yang family. According to the Zhou family's intelligence network, the Yang family was suspected of human trafficking, though they had kept it deeply hidden. This time, the letter's implication was likely that they planned to abduct Su Lele after she left the school gates, then leave the letter on her bed to create a false narrative branding her a spy. That way, no one would care about her fate, and her family would also suffer, making it impossible for anyone to uncover the truth. After meeting with the Zhou family and hearing this news, Su Lele felt nothing but relief, grateful for her own caution. Once the discussions were concluded, she returned directly to the school. She pretended nothing was amiss, deceiving Wang Fong and Yang Yang. Time quickly passed until the weekend arrived. Su Lele soon left the school gates. Not long after exiting the school, she indeed sensed she was being followed, though she couldn't tell if they were protectors or captors. Su Lele first acted as if she hadn't noticed, heading to the department store for a casual stroll. After leaving the store, she made her way toward the Statron restaurant. As she turned a corner, she swiftly ducked behind a wall, pulling a wooden club and pepper spray from her spatial storage. Holding her breath, she waited patiently. Before long, a nondescript man crept furtively into the alley. Su Lele's heart raced, but she forced herself to stay calm. As the man drew near, she suddenly bellowed, "Stop!" Startled by her shout, he hesitated, and she seized the moment to swing the wooden club fiercely at him. The man raised his arm to block, and the club struck his limb, causing him to grunt in pain. Su Lele then sprayed pepper spray into his eyes. He screamed, clutching his face, his ability to resist neutralized. Yet at that moment, several more figures emerged from the shadows, encircling Su Lele. Her heart tightened as she realized she was outnumbered. She brandished her club while shouting for help. But she had overestimated her own frail physique and never anticipated that her stalkers weren't alone. There were several of them, both men and women, all adults. How impressive that they needed a team to capture her. Passers-by wanted to intervene, but one of the women dissuaded them with a tearful plea, claiming Su Lele was her daughter, afflicted with a condition that made her violent, and urging everyone to keep their distance. She played the victim, lamenting how she had failed her child and caused this illness, misleading the onlookers into comforting. Su Lele grew frantic, wondering why the Zhou family hadn't arrived yet, and cursed, "What utter nonsense. Could you possibly have given birth to a daughter my age? Don't you dare fabricate lies. They are human traffickers, don't believe them." The passers-by hesitated at her outburst, noting her youthful appearance. Before they could react, the weeping woman said, "Lele, you're having an episode. Put down the stick. Look, you've hit your uncle." Hearing her call out a name, the crowd assumed they were family and urged Su Lele, "Child, put down the stick and go home with your mother. Get treated for your illness, don't deny it." Others echoed the sentiment, joining in the persuasion. Su Lele wanted to curse in frustration. If she escaped today, she would never forgive Wang Fong and Yang Yang. Thinking quickly, she ran into the crowd, swinging her club indiscriminately, striking anyone within reach. If they claimed to be her family, let them pay the medical bills. Did they really think she was a naive local with no way to deal with traffic? She hadn't wanted to involve innocents, but her Zhou family protectors had yet to appear, likely lured away. So she had to save herself. In an instant, many unsuspecting people were hit by her club, though she made sure to target shoulders, backs, and arms rather than heads. Su Lele then declared, "Emil, they're my family. Make them pay for your injuries." Seeing her wielding the club with a manic air, the onlookers found her terrifying and surrounded the traffickers, demanding compensation for the injured. The traffickers were stunned. They hadn't expected Su Lele to pull such a stunt. Trapped in the encirclement, they watched her sitting on the ground, unable to escape. Su Lele shot them a triumphant smirk. "How did that feel? Defeated, weren't you?" In the distance, a man observing the scene halted his approach and chuckled softly. "A clever girl." He stared at her gloating face for a moment before turning and leaving. Just then the Zhou family protectors who had been led away, the traffickers realizing their plot was exposed tried to slip away, but the Zhou family and the police captured them. The bystanders who had been accidentally injured were pacified and taken to the hospital for checkups, with the Zhou family covering the costs, while clarifying that the woman was not the child's relative. They were indeed human traffickers and the child had no choice but to resort to such measures. The injured onlookers felt embarrassed realizing they had nearly become accomplices. Some thin-skinned refused the medical compensation and left. Others genuinely hurt by Su Lele's blows went to the hospital for examinations. Seeing the matter settled, Su Lele apologized to each person she had accidentally injured and promised to cover their medical expenses. She noted the names and addresses of those with more serious injuries. She also added that if they had a doctor's injury report, she would compensate them for emotional distress as well. With that, the incident was mostly resolved. Only then did Su Lele have time to ask, why did so many people come? One of the Zhou family members whispered in her ear, originally there weren't this many. But when the protectors assigned to you were lured away, they sensed something wrong and called the police, then gathered more people to find you. That's how it ended up like this. It's fortunate you mentioned your planned route earlier. Su Lele nodded in understanding, but she wasn't about to let her ordeal slide so easily. She said directly to the man before her, I won't ask for a reward, but the Zhou family must cover the medical expenses for those I accidentally injured. Don't worry, no problem. The Zhou family member quickly agreed. Satisfied, Su Lele finally relaxed only to feel her legs go weak and her arms ache as if dislocated from swinging the club too hard, straining her muscles. Seeing that there was nothing left for her to do, Su Lele also went to the hospital. After that, the Zhou family could handle everything on their own. It was no longer something a mere insignificant person like her could get involved in. The doctor gave Su Lele some ointment and let her leave, saying she didn't need to be hospitalized, just a mild strain that would heal with rest. The weekend passed quickly. On Monday, as soon as Wang Fong entered the classroom and saw Su Lele sitting safely in her seat, a sense of dread crept into her heart. She began to feel flustered and uneasy. At that moment, Su Lele casually smiled and nodded at Wang Fong in greeting, which to Wang Fong felt like a demon acknowledging her. Though terrified, she forced herself to stay calm. After barely making it through the morning classes without seeing the class monitor Yang at school, Wang Fong could no longer sit still. She rushed to the office to find the homeroom teacher, wanting to ask why the class monitor wasn't in school. The teacher told her that something seemed to have happened to the Yang family. Wang Feng's heart sank like a stone. Distracted, she walked out of the office, her face pale. Before she had taken 2 steps, she encountered Su Lele at the corner of the corridor near the stairs. Wang Feng's footsteps halted abruptly as she stared at Su Lele, who appeared to have been waiting for her. Rage and a barely perceptible fear surged within her. You did this. Su Lele smiled and nodded. Hearing this affirmative answer, Wang Feng's panic swelled infinitely. Yet she still couldn't believe it and blurted out, how is that possible? That's the Yang family. You're just a country bumpkin. Wang Fong didn't finish her sentence. Though fear threatened to consume her, she held onto the last shred of reason. She knew she couldn't speak too plainly. This might very well be a trap set by Su Lele to make her lose her composure. Su Lele noticed Wang Feng's sudden realization and felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, it was just a letter and not in Wang Feng's handwriting. As long as Wang Fong didn't admit it verbally, Su Lele couldn't do much to her for now. Moreover, that letter couldn't be used as evidence, it might even backfire. But Su Lele wasn't in a hurry. With Yang taken down, and the threat of the Yang family neutralized, Wang Fong was nothing more than a paper tiger to her. Su Lele had plenty of time to play with her slowly. Step by step, she approached Wang Fong and whispered in her ear, we have a long way to go. You'll come to know my method soon enough. Wang Fong was frozen in fear, unable to move. By the time she came to her senses, Su Lele had already left. Thinking about Su Lele's words, Wang Fong felt restless and anxious, unsure of what Su Lele would do to her. Already on edge, she had barely returned to the classroom when her deskmate Lu Tian whispered to her, Xiao Fong, have you heard? Something might have happened to the class monitor's family. Wang Fong broke out in a cold sweat as she asked quietly, what happened? Lu Tian, seeing Wang Feng's interest, assumed it was just like old times and shared the gossip. Someone from the neighboring class said the Yang family was caught red-handed in human trafficking. Then someone reported it to the mayor, and even the Revolutionary Committee got involved. They say the family will be confiscated and exiled to a labor farm. The main culprits, the class monitor's relatives, might even face execution. Wang Fong gasped in shock. She hadn't expected Su Lele to be so ruthless. She knew Su Lele was behind it, but she couldn't fathom how she had done it. The unknown was the most terrifying thing of all. Her heart raced, and her face turned pale before she fainted. Her deskmate Lu Tian was startled and quickly called for classmates to take her to the hospital. Su Lele, still in the classroom, watched the commotion with some amusement. She hadn't even made a move yet, and Wang Fong had already scared herself into a faint. What would happen when she actually retaliated? Would she be scared to death? Since classes were likely over for the day, Su Lele went to the principal's office. Knock knock. Come in, said Rong Wei upon hearing the knock. Su Lele entered directly. Seeing her, Rong Wei said, here, take a seat. Su Lele sat across from Principal Rong. Rong Wei continued, you want to know the follow-up, right? Su Lele nodded. Without speaking, Rong Wei took a sip of tea from his enamel mug, and then said, the Yang family has fallen. The masterminds will be executed in 3 days. The rest of the Yang family will be exiled to the Great Northwest. Su Lele listened with an impassive face, and simply said, okay, thank you. With that, she prepared to leave, but Principal Rong called her back. Wait. Their earlier mistake almost got you into trouble, so I've been asked to give you this as a token of apology. I hope you'll accept it. Also, I'm very grateful for the tip you gave me before. Lele looked at the envelope on the desk, her eyes flickering. After a long silence, she smiled and said, "What happened before is nothing. I believe good people are rewarded. They'll take this, and let's consider the matter closed." She picked up the envelope and took her leave from the principal. Initially, her only goal was to leave the countryside and become a city person. She planned to graduate from a technical secondary school, secure a good job assigned by the state, find a man from a simple... Indeed, as Lele walked away, a new thought stirred within her. Merely being a city dweller was no longer enough to... Initially, her only goal was to leave the countryside and become a city person. She planned to graduate from a technical secondary school, secure a good job assigned by the state, find a man from a simple family to marry, and have children, and when the time for reform and opening up came, she would hoard some properties and live the life of a carefree landlady. That was her entire life plan. But now, after nearly being trafficked, she realized the reason was simple, because she had no power or influence. Harming her came at little cost. Even if she had been prepared, her own worth was insufficient and her status was unequal. When cooperating with others, she was only needed as bait. If not for her quick wit, she might have truly been in danger. Afterward, all she received was a casual token of compensation, not even a formal apology. Lele was not inherently an ambitious person. Before she transmigrated to this era, she was already 24 years old, a seasoned office worker. She had long experienced the darker sides of society. She was aware of the injustices and had come to accept them. She simply wanted to live her small, peaceful life. In the past, her experiences had given her clear goals, a certain foresight from the information explosion of later generations regarding the general direction of history, and perhaps a subtle sense of superiority. But in that later world, interpersonal relationships were cold. The greatest hardships she faced were having enough to eat, and were dealing with a boss pressure and gaslighting, and working overtime. Personal safety was guaranteed as long as she didn't court danger. So when she transmigrated to this era, even during the famine at the beginning, she never worried about starving to death because she had her space. She had only learned to be cautious and keep a low profile. Once her future was secured, her mindset became somewhat overly compassionate. Looking back now, she even saw it as a bit naive. But this incident served as a wake-up call. In the eyes of the powerful and influential, someone like her was insignificant. Even if something happened to her, she could be dismissed with a sum of money. Lele suddenly felt a surge of unwillingness. Why should it be her? Why did she have to be the one abandoned? Since she was powerless and had no social standing, she would make herself powerful and influential. With this thought in mind, Lele returned to the classroom and picked up her study materials for the intermediate accounting certification. Previously, she believed that the position at the tax bureau had nothing to do with her, but now it seemed that this opportunity was crucial. She would have to strive for it. While Lele was engrossed in her studies, Wang Fong, who had been rushed to the hospital, finally regained consciousness after a round of acupuncture. The moment Wang Fong opened her eyes, she saw her parents anxiously waiting by her bedside. It was Lu Tian who had notified Wang Feng's parents. The other classmates who had helped had returned to class. Wang Feng's mother quickly grasped her hand, her voice choked with tears. "Fong, you're finally awake. What happened? Why did you suddenly faint?" Wang Feng's father also asked urgently, "Did something upset you at school? Tell your father, and he'll stand up for you." Wang Fong dared not reveal her failed scheme with Yang Yang to frame Lele, which had only ended up frightening her instead. She simply made up an excuse. "Mom, Dad, I was exhausted from studying. I wanted to work hard for that tax bureau position, and maybe the pressure got to me." Hearing this, Wang Feng's parents were filled with concern. The doctor, who had not yet left, also advised that health was paramount and warned against staying up too late. The fainting was due to insufficient blood supply to the heart, caused by mental strain leading to cerebral hypoxia. Wang Feng's mother gently stroked her head and said, "Don't push yourself so hard. Your health comes first. We'll see if your father can find a way for you." Wang Feng's father chimed in, "Right, don't wear yourself out. Your father will find a solution for you." Wang Fong, surprised by the sudden turn of events, said happily, "Really? Thank you, Dad." Seeing their child's excitement brighten her complexion, Wang Feng's parents were also overjoyed and silently resolved to pull some strings once they got home. Wang Fong had absolute confidence in her parents and felt that the job was already secured. In her elation, she momentarily forgot about the major threat posed by Lele, eager only to have her parents pull strings immediately. She urged her parents to arrange for her discharge. However, afraid to face Lele and fear her retaliation, she still took a week's leave from school to rest at home. Lele felt that this period was wonderfully peaceful with no one to disturb her, allowing her to focus entirely on. Soon she successfully passed the written exam for the intermediate accounting certification and was preparing for the interview. Word had it that a VIP interviewer would be present this time. The other senior students interviewing alongside her were extremely nervous, which made Lele a bit anxious as well. However, she had some suspicions. Due to the kidnapping incident the previous weekend, Lele hadn't had time to pick up items from Sister Wang. She decided to use this weekend to fetch the stinky tofu and other pickled vegetables for Su Jingjin, thinking that pregnancy could alter taste, so it was worth trying. She also needed to collect the sausages Sister Wang had helped make, which should now be air-dried. When Lele finally obtained the sausages, looking at the long string and smelling their aroma, she felt her mouth water. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Sister Wang and paying her for the labor, she left immediately. First, she went to the post office to send the items to Su Jingjin, including a letter she had written and even a portion of the sausages. Keeping a small portion aside, Lele found a deserted alley and stored the rest in her space. Lele took the small portion of sausages to Sister Wu's house, hoping to ask Teacher Wu for more tips on the intermediate accounting interview and to simulate a few interview scenarios. Seeing Lele bring such a heavy gift, Teacher Wu refused to accept it, insisting she hadn't done much to help. After a brief tussle, Teacher Wu finally accepted the gift. She then devoted even more effort to explaining interview techniques and breaking down useful tips for Lele. Lele felt immensely benefited from the session, believing her gift was well worth it. Soon the day of the intermediate certification interview arrived. The interviews were conducted one by one in order of the candidate numbers. Lele was scheduled later. She sat in the waiting area watching the candidates before her enter and exit, her anxiety growing. When her turn finally came, she took a deep breath and walked into the interview room. Inside sat 3 interviewers, 2 men and 1 woman. The older man and woman sat on either side, both with stern expressions, occasionally jotting down notes. The man in the center appeared to be around 24 years old, with an androgynous beauty. However, his bearing was extraordinary and his presence imposing, clearly marking him as someone in a position of authority. Lele understood in her heart that this must be the rumored VIP. Taking another deep breath, Lele introduced herself and then focused her energy on preparing for the interviewer's questions. The man in the center looked at her with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, so her name was Lele. Soon the interview began with questions coming one after another. Lele answered to the best of her ability, drawing on her studies and Sister Wu's guidance. However, she stumbled on a question about complex financial statement analysis. Just as she was flustered, a sudden inspiration struck, and she elaborated by combining her experience from Teacher Wu's simulated financial operations. After hearing her response, the interviewers showed expressions of satisfaction. Just as Lele was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the man in the center spoke up. Student Lele, what is your view on the issue of financial fraud? This question was extremely sharp. Before Lele could answer, the other 2 interviewers interrupted. Director Chin, please don't ask such inappropriate questions. This is not part of the interview content. Upon hearing the title Director Chin, Lele felt a sense of confirmation, but before she could say anything, Lele was informed that the interview was over and to wait for the results. A few days had not passed before Lele received her intermediate accounting certificate. While waiting for the certificate, Lele did not idle. She asked Sister Wu for some content she thought might appear in the upcoming tax bureau exam, commonly known as question prediction. She was in the midst of her final intensive review when the intermediate accounting certificate arrived. Shortly after receiving it, Lele prepared to register at the tax bureau. However, at the entrance of the tax bureau, she unexpectedly saw a familiar face, Wang Fong. Wang Fong also noticed Lele. Why are you here? Did you actually get the intermediate certificate? Wang Feng's voice was sharp with interrogation. Before Lele could respond, a girl accompanying Wang Fong asked in surprise, Xiao Fong, who is this? No one special, just a bumpkin from my class, Wang Fong said reluctantly. Seeing the tension between the two, the girl fell silent. Lele looked at Wang Fong, a hint of confusion in her voice. I remember you don't have the intermediate certificate. Why are you here? As if suddenly reminded of something, Wang Fong said proudly, internal recommendation, didn't expect that, did you, bumpkin? Is that so? What if I told the examiner about your cheating in the previous exam? Do you think they'd still give you a chance? Lele said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Fong panicked. How dare you? See if I dare. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Lele's tone turned cold. Wang Fong glanced at the tax bureau entrance, unwilling to give up. After a moment's thought, she asked, what do you want to keep quiet? Seeing Wang Feng's softened attitude, Lele felt more confident. When she heard about the internal recommendation, her heart sank. She had almost forgotten that in this era connections were a crucial part of job hunting. But it didn't matter. Running into Wang Fong was an opportunity to collect some interest. Lele said calmly, it's nothing much. When you go to register with your internal recommendation, bring me along. Wang Fong, initially uncomprehending, instinctively wanted to refuse, not wanting to be associated with Lele. The girl beside Wang Fong, who had remained silent until now, finally looked at Lele properly. She thought to herself, not entirely foolish. She interrupted their conversation directly. Enough, we've been at the entrance long enough. He'll agree on her behalf. Let's go. Wang Fong wanted to refuse, but was silenced by a single look from the girl. Lele looked at the girl with Wang Fong, a bit surprised. She had thought the girl was just accompanying Wang Fong to register. It turned out she was also here to register. And from the looks of it, this girl could even make decisions for Wang Fong. It seemed she was another formidable opponent. Lele became alert. Soon the 3 of them followed the instructions to the registration location. There were many people, and it seemed the exam would be held in batches. The staff member distributing registration forms personally escorted Wang Fong and the girl to another exam venue. Lele tried to follow, but the staff member stopped her. Before Lele could say anything, other candidates, noticing the preferential treatment, began to complain loudly. Why should they get a separate exam just because they arrived late? Is there some backdoor deal? It's unfair. Annoyed by the commotion, the staff member said impatiently, these 2 are internal recommendation candidates. Their exam will be more difficult. Are you sure you want the same? The crowd murmured upon hearing internal recommendation. Was this real or just a rumor? Besides, they take the harder exam while we take the easier one. With only 2 positions open, how is this different from having it all? They insisted on taking the same exam, including the harder version. Seeing the candidates overestimating themselves, the staff member sneered, do you have what it takes? They come from a family of accountants. They know far more than you do. The candidates were furious, but knew the staff member had a point. Maybe they should stick with the easier exam. But they were young and unwilling to back down. Their faces flushed red, and for a moment no one spoke. In the midst of the silence, a deep male voice suddenly said, "Since they want to take the same exam, let them." The crowd parted to reveal a handsome man walking slowly forward, an aura of authority surrounding him. The staff member hurried over to him, fawning nervously. "Yes, Director Chin. He'll arrange it immediately." "Yes, Director Chin. He'll arrange it immediately." The man nodded. "After the written exam, add a practical assessment. The candidates we select must be sufficiently professional." The staff member hesitated. Director Chin adding a practical assessment on short notice. "There isn't enough data. How about this? After today's exam, those who pass can take an additional test." Chin Lang considered it and agreed. He left shortly after, but before departing, Su Lele felt that Director Chin glanced. While Su Lele was still puzzled, the staff member said, "You'll all take the same exam. Let's see what you're really made of." With that, he led the others into a larger exam hall. Su Lele filled out the registration form alongside Wang Fang and the girl. During the process, she heard Wang Fang's friend address the staff member as Uncle Li. Su Lele realized that the girl was the one with connections. Wang Fang was probably just tagging along. She wondered what their relationship was. "Uncle Li, sorry for the trouble," the girl said. "Fanching, it's fine. Your father said he has confidence in you," the staff member Uncle Li replied. The girl nodded confidently. "Of course I won't let my father down. By the way, is that the new director? He's so young." Uncle Li nodded cautiously. "Yes, don't let his age fool you. He's very capable. You'll find out later. Focus on the exam." "Okay, don't worry. Also, this girl is with me. She counts as an internal recommendation too," the girl said, pointing at Su Lele. Uncle Li shrugged indifferently. Originally, internal recommendations had a clear advantage, but with the director's interference it now made little difference. He went along with it. On the recommendation line of the registration form, he wrote the girl's father's name, Lu Changhong. Su Lele noted the name. The girl Lu Fanqing, after confirming Uncle Li had finished, said to Su Lele, "All right, I've done what I promised. Whatever you were holding over Xiao Fang, I hope it ends here." Su Lele looked at the girl and considered her options. Knowing when to yield was wisdom, this girl clearly had a strong background. She decided not to clash Heaton. She agreed directly. "Fine. As long as she doesn't provoke me anymore." Lu Fanqing nodded, satisfied. "Good, then let's go together." With that, she headed toward the large classroom, with Su Lele and Wang Fang following behind. After sitting in the classroom for a while, the invigilator arrived with the exam papers. The moment Su Lele saw the test, her scalp tingled. It was riddled with linguistic traps and subtle algorithmic distinctions. It was utterly terrifying. It seemed this spot would not be easy to secure if even the written test was this grueling. Glancing sidelong at the others, she found them all looking equally daunted. Su Lele suddenly felt relieved. Indeed, if everyone else was struggling, she felt a bit better. She then focused her attention on Lu Fanqing. Lu Fanqing appeared to be handling it with relative ease. Su Lele understood then. She was likely her greatest rival. Su Lele gradually calmed herself, carefully scrutinizing each question and answering cautiously. Time slipped away as she worked through the test. No sooner had she set down her pen than the invigilator announced that time was up. Pens down. The exam hall instantly filled with lamentations. Those who hadn't finished, those who hadn't written well. A chorus of wails and complaints arose. Su Lele observed this fleeting microcosm of human emotions, breathing a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had just managed to finish. Still, she wasn't very confident. The final bonus question was beyond her current scope, so she had resorted to a crude method, hoping it would work. But the exam was over, and Su Lele felt she had done her best. If she had been somewhat arrogant about her studies before, this had humbled her considerably. Still, there were the practical exam and the interview to come. Perhaps she could make up some points there. Su Lele packed up and left the exam hall. The sunlight outside was harsh. Wang Fang and the others had already left, so, with no one bothersome around, she could focus solely on preparing for the practical exam. But the semester was almost over. It seemed the interview and practical exam would both take place during the summer break. She needed to talk to her teacher about possibly staying in the dormitory over the summer, otherwise she would have to rent a place. She also had to write home informing her family that she wouldn't be returning this summer. A week later, Su Lele received her written exam score 86. It was merely average. But without comparison, there would be no sense of loss. When she first saw the score, she thought she would be eliminated in the first round. Yet to her surprise, the competition made her look good. She had barely scraped into the second round, the practical exam. The messenger informed her that the exam would be held in 5 days, still at the tax bureau. Su Lele quickly agreed. She then went to consult Sister Wu about the content and techniques for the practical assessment. On the other hand, she needed to find a place to stay out after the school closed. Students were not allowed in the dorms and utilities would be cut off. Su Lele didn't want to keep troubling Sister Wu, so she tried to find a place on her own. Perhaps because she had always been focused on her studies and paid little attention to housing, she had virtually no leads. After a whole day of fruitless searching, she realized that housing was tight, and there were hardly any rentals available. Just as Su Lele was feeling anxious and wandering aimlessly, she suddenly spotted Gu Yuan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Gu Yuan, long time no see. How's work? Gu Yuan looked at her with surprise. What are you doing here? Shouldn't the semester be ending soon? Why haven't you gone home? Su Lele complained. Don't even mention it. I'm taking the tax bureau exam. I passed the written test, and now I have to take the practical exam. But the school's closed, and the dormitory, Aunt gave me 2 days to find a place. I'm unfamiliar with this area, and I haven't seen any rentals at all. I've been searching all day with no luck. I'm really worried. Why didn't you go to Sister Wu? Su Lele said sheepishly. I didn't want to keep bothering her. She's on holiday, now probably looking after her grandson. I thought I'd try on my own first. I guess I overestimated myself. Gu Yuan chuckled softly. Housing is tight everywhere, there aren't many rentals. But I recall a friend of mine has a small vacant house. It might be okay for you to stay there for a while. Really? Su Lele was overjoyed at the news. She realized that Gu Yuan seemed to bring her good luck. Seeing her happy face, Gu Yuan said gently, I think so. Let me take you to ask. Su Lele blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seems every time I have a problem you help me out. You're like a wishing well. I feel a bit awkward. Gu Yuan thought about it, and amused said jokingly, I've been granting your wishes. When will you grant one of mine? Su Lele thought that was fair and asked, what's your wish then? Gu Yuan was taken aback by her question. Was she serious? Gu Yuan suddenly stopped looking at Su Lele with an unreadable expression, remaining silent. Su Lele found his silence odd, and waved her hand. Why aren't you talking? What's your wish? But first it can't be anything too outrageous. Gu Yuan suddenly tapped her on the head, and said with a smile, you little one's so serious. I don't have any wishes and I don't need you to fulfill them. Su Lele rubbed her forehead annoyed. I'm serious. If there's ever anything I can help you with I will. After all we're good friends, right? Just friends. Gu Yuan murmured softly. Su Lele didn't catch it. What did you say? Gu Yuan snapped back to reality, walking as he spoke. Nothing. Hurry up. It's lunch break now, my friend should be home. Su Lele followed behind him muttering, fine, keep your secret. Soon Gu Yuan led her through a few alleys to a door painted with red lacquer. Su Lele was a bit puzzled, she didn't recall ever being here. Gu Yuan stepped forward and knocked. A youthful voice from inside asked, who is it? Gu Yuan replied, it's me, Gu Yuan. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing a young man. The young man said, what a rare visitor. Gu Yuan, what brings you here? Gao Yu, didn't you mention earlier that there's a storage room vacant in your old house? The youth Gao Yu asked in confusion. Yo, Gu Yuan stepped aside, revealing Su Lele. This is my friend. She needs to take an exam and the dormitory won't allow her to stay, so she wants to rent a place for 2 months. Could she stay in your vacant storage room for a while? Gao Yu looked at Su Lele behind Gu Yuan, a surprised expression on his face. Is this the friend you mentioned? I've never seen her before. You're not being fair, hiding a little sister away. Are we even friends? Gu Yuan, annoyed by Gao Yu's dramatic reaction, said, she's kind of a junior too. She's taking exams lately. Does your house have that empty storage room? Can she stay for 2 months? Sure. Why not? Junior, right? I'm Gao Yu, classmate and colleague of Gu Yuan. I work at the machinery factory now, Gao Yu said warmly. Su Lele felt a bit shy at his enthusiasm. Hello, senior. My name is Su Lele. Thank you so much for letting me stay. He'll pay rent, don't worry. Seeing the shy junior, Gao Yu kept saying, it's fine. No problem. Wait a moment, he'll get the keys and take you there. Gao Yu quickly fetched the keys and led Gu Yuan and Su Lele around the front of his house to the back. There was a side door here. The storage room of the old house was right there, a bit small, previously used for storing odds and ends. Ever since they expanded and opened a new main door, this area had been abandoned. Gao Yu unlocked the door with the key and a musty smell rushed out. Upon entering, there was a somewhat dilapidated small yard overgrown with weeds. A few steps led to a staircase. Opening the door revealed the storage room. The room was small, just a square space with windows set high making it dim. It was piled with old furniture and clutter. In the corner was a relatively intact wooden plank bed, just the right size for Su Lele. The window was half open, sunlight streaming through the mottled glass, casting irregular patches of light and shadow on the floor. Gao Yu cleared away the clutter while saying, don't mind it, junior. This room hasn't been lived in for a long time. It'll be livable once it's tidied up. Su Lele looked at the slightly messy room, her eyes full of gratitude. Senior, it's already great. I'm not picky. Thank you so much, you've been a huge help. Hearing the junior's thanks, Gao Yu felt pleased. Regarding the rental terms, he waved his hand. Junior, just a token rent, how about 2 yuan a month? The only thing is water and the toilet aren't convenient here. You'll need to use the public facilities. Su Lele quickly nodded. That's fine, senior. No problem, I'm not picky. It's only for 2 months anyway. Thank you. Gao Yu smiled. You're welcome. If you have any problems, just find me. Afterward, the three of them tidied up the place, making room for sleeping and eating. Su Lele looked at the cleared space, feeling overjoyed. It was her first private space. Seeing it was getting late, Su Lele wanted to treat Gu Yuan and Gao Yu to a meal, but they both declined. Because they hadn't asked for leave today and were almost out of time for work. Su Lele had no choice but to say she'd treat them to a nice meal once her exams were over and she found a job. They nodded. Gao Yu gave the keys to Su Lele and left with Gu Yuan. Su Lele watched them go, then glanced at her. In high spirits, she hummed a tune all the way back to school. Passing the dormitory auntie on the first floor, she told her she had found a place and would move out later. The dormitory auntie was also happy for Su Lele since the holiday had already started a day ago. She had no choice either. Even if she gave Su Lele the keys, the school dormitory would cut off water and electricity, making it very unsafe for a young girl alone in the entire building. But she didn't expect Su Lele to find a place so quickly. Curiously, she asked, Lele, where did you find the place? Is it safe? You're a young girl, you need to be careful. Su Lele felt warm at the auntie's concern. It's fine, auntie. I rented a storage room from a senior. It's in the family quarters, very safe. Thank you, auntie. That's good then. The dormitory auntie felt relieved watching Su Lele and thinking how other people's children were so sensible, unlike her own mischievous son. Su Lele chatted with the auntie for a while longer before leaving. She planned to go back to the dormitory first to pack her things and move later. She couldn't wait to live alone. Back in the dormitory, Su Lele immediately started packing. She moved quickly, organizing her books, clothes, bedding, and daily necessities. She didn't have much stuff. She hurried and moved everything into the rented room by around 3 p.m. After putting things away, Lele decided to cook a small feast to celebrate. She took out the coal stove she had stored in her space along with some coal left over from the previous winter. First, she used some useless wood scraps from the storage room to light the coal stove. Then she took a pot and flour from her space, planning to make a simple but luxurious version of noodles. She hadn't had them in a long time. She poured flour into a basin, slowly added water, and began to knead the dough. But the dough was uncooperative, either too dry or too wet. Lele didn't give up. She hadn't done this in a while and was out of practice. She kept adjusting the amount of water until she finally kneaded a smooth dough. She set the dough aside to rest and started preparing the side dishes. She took out her last few eggs from the space along with a large piece of sausage made by Sister Wong earlier. After the dough had rested, Lele placed it on the cutting board, rolled it into a thin sheet, and cut it into thin strips. Once the water boiled, she added the noodles, eggs, and sausage one by one. Soon the steaming, luxurious noodles were ready. Lele smelled the meaty aroma and couldn't help swallowing. Once it was done, she quickly scooped it into a bowl. While letting it cool a bit, she washed the pot. After cleaning up, Lele eagerly picked up the bowl and started eating. So delicious. This was the life. Satisfied, she finished the entire large bowl of noodles and went to make her bed. She looked at her worn-out bedding, finally able to replace it. She quickly set the old ones aside and took out a brand new set from her. With everything in order, Lele took out her books and review materials and began to study. But before long, she heard a knock. Startled, Lele quickly grabbed a wooden stick from her space for self-defense. She called out loudly, "Who is it?" "Junior. It's me, Gao Yu." Lele put the stick away and hurried to open the door, puzzled. "Senior Gao, is something the matter?" Gao Yu warmly invited. "I knew you moved in today, so I came straight after work to invite you. Come have dinner at my place." No need, senior. I just ate." Lele quickly declined. Eating at someone's house was a significant favor in these times. Lele wasn't that thick-skinned. Gao Yu thought she was just being shy and continued warmly, "Don't be shy, Junior. We're alumni, and you're renting from me. Gu Yuan told me your food supply might be tight these 2 months. You can save some rations by eating at my place tonight." Lele understood the senior thought she was short on food and wanted to help. She quickly said, "Senior Gao, thank you, but really it's fine. I prepared in advance. If you don't believe me, come see." She invited him in, leaving the door open, and led him to the small wooden box where she stored her food. Inside, Lele had placed 10 jin of flour and about 30 jin of potatoes. Seeing the food, Gao Yu felt a bit relieved knowing she had some supplies. But it seemed too little. He wondered if it would last her. Noticing his lingering worry, Lele told him her family was from the countryside. She had written to them about her exams in the city and they would send her more supplies. Only then did Gao Yu feel completely at ease. Gu Yuan had asked him to keep an eye on the junior. Now he could report back. "All right then. If you need anything, just say it. Gu Yuan's friend is my friend. If you're bored, you can hang out with my sister as she's about your age." With these words, Gao Yu went home. After he left, Lele closed the door and continued studying. Back home, Gao Yes sister Gao Ling asked, "That girl is..." "She's already eaten, so she's not coming. Plus, she's studying for her exams," Gao Yu explained. "Oh well," Gao Ling pouted, a bit bored. Another bookworm. In the days that followed, time slipped away quietly as Lele immersed herself in her studies. Soon the day of the second round of examinations arrived. Lele arrived at the tax bureau punctually. As she followed the staff to the examination hall, she noticed that the number of candidates had dwindled significantly. Only 10 remained, including herself. Lele sighed inwardly at the brutal elimination rate. Wang Fong was absent, likely having failed the first round. The only familiar face was the girl who had come with her earlier, whose name seemed to be Lu Fanqing. She wondered about the relationship between Lu Fanqing and Wang Fong. If they were close, it might complicate matters when she sought revenge against Wang Fong. She decided she would need to investigate discreetly. While Lele was lost in thought, 10 staff members entered the examination hall, each carrying a pile of documents, and they placed the stacks before each of the 10 candidates. Lele stared at the mountain of papers in front of her, sensing a strange familiarity with this format. Before she could pinpoint it, the examiner announced, "Before you are the financial records of several pre-1949 factories. Your task is to identify the discrepancies in these accounts and bring clarity to the financial statements. Each set is unique and you may assist one another. You have 1 day with breaks for meals and rest. The top 5 with the best results will proceed to the final interview." Lele listened, a wild thought forming in her mind as she gazed at the documents. Could Director Qin be planning a reform of the tax bureau? But how could that be possible? The intricate web of relationships made it nearly impossible. Lele shook her head, dismissing the absurd notion, and focused on organizing the files before her. By the time she had sorted through the documents, it was already noon. She decided to use the restroom and have lunch at the tax bureau's cafe. Given the exam's duration, the bureau had provided meal tickets for lunch. Lele wondered what the food would be like. She felt a hint of anticipation. Asking for directions, she made her way to the cafeteria. The aroma of meat greeted her as she entered. A stroke of luck, as meat was a rarity in the bureau's cafeteria. She eagerly joined the longest queue. While waiting, she looked around. The 2-story building had a ground floor clearly meant for ordinary staff, spacious and barren with only simple tables and chairs. The second floor was likely reserved for higher-ranking officials. She guessed this upon spotting Director Qin heading upstairs. After finishing her meal and taking care of necessities, about 40 minutes had passed. On her way back to the exam hall, she spotted Lu Fanqing walking and chatting with a man in his 40s. Their similar features suggested he was her father, though Lele wondered about his position in the bureau. They soon departed without noticing her. Lele watched their receding figures in silence, her thoughts hidden before what she didn't notice was that someone was watching her from behind. The rest of the afternoon was spent wrestling with the documents and data. After organizing the data in the morning, she created tables on scratch paper, clearly listing financial information by date, purchases, sales, and other details. When encountering unclear entries, she cross-checked original vouchers using logic and experience to correct errors. For instance, with a vague expenditure, she deduced its purpose based on the factory's production scale and business conditions, then verified it against related accounts. She identified each issue one by one, providing evidence until she found the discrepancies. By around 5 in the afternoon, she had finished organizing all her materials. Using her own methods, she crafted detailed tables for clarity. Glancing around, she saw that other candidates were nearly done. Clearly, those who reached this round had real skill. Just then, the examiner began collecting the papers. Lele submitted her work, her heart a mix of nervousness and anticipation. She didn't know if she would make it to the final interview, but she had given her all in this day's exam. She packed up and left the hall as dusk fell. Taking a deep breath, she knew the rest was up to fate. Lele, exhausted after a long day, soon returned to her rented room and quickly washed up before falling asleep. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Lele prepared to head out. Having been too busy earlier to visit the Gao family, she now felt it was time to pay her respects and express her gratitude. Lele first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a box of pastries. After having it wrapped up, she browsed the store for a while to see if there was anything else she needed. Today, Lele also brought along an exquisite plastic hair clip. She recalled Senior Gao Yu mentioning he had a younger sister and wondered if the girl might like it. Knock knock. Hello, is anyone home? Gao Ling was preparing lunch when she heard an unfamiliar voice. Puzzled, she asked, who is it? Lele looked at the girl about her age who opened the door and immediately guessed her identity. You're Senior Gao, yes sister, right? Am Lele the one renting your house? Gao Ling studied the girl before her, and upon hearing the introduction it clicked. Oh, it's you. Is there something you need? Nothing much. I just hadn't had the chance to visit because of exams. Since I finished yesterday, I thought I'd come over and say hello. Gao Ling's face broke into a warm smile. Come in and sit down. I've been wanting to come play with you, but my brother said you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. By the way, I'm Gao Ling. Lele followed her inside and handed over the pastries. I only finished my exams yesterday, so today's my first free day. I'm sorry I couldn't come earlier. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Impressed by her politeness, Gao Ling was pleased, but still declined. No need to be so formal, you're my brother's friend. After a brief exchange, Gao Ling finally took the pastries, set them on the table, and pulled Lele to sit down, pouring her a glass of sweetened water. My brother mentioned you're about my age and said you're really smart. You're almost in your 3rd year of high school, and I'm still in middle school. How are you so clever? Lele smiled sheepishly. You flatter me. Senior is the impressive one. Oh, I also brought you a little gift. I hope you like it. With that, she pulled the delicate plastic hair clip from her pocket. Gao Ling's eyes lit up, her attention instantly captivated. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you. She immediately clipped it in her hair and admired herself in the mirror. It's lovely. This isn't from the supply cooperative, is it? I've never seen one like this. Lele observed Gao Ling's delight and her sharp observation without surprise. From the gossip shed overheard while fetching water these past few days, she knew the Gao family was fairly well off in the area. The entire family worked at the machinery factory. Gao's father was a grade 6 worker, his mother was in the Women's Federation, and they had one son and one daughter. Senior Gao Yu also worked as a temporary worker at the machinery factory, but as a technical secondary school graduate in a technical position, he was sure to be made a permanent employee in 3 months. At home, only the younger sister Gao Ling was still in her 3rd year of middle school. With a light family burden and 3 breadwinners, their living conditions were likely quite comfortable, so it was only natural that Gao Ling had some pocket money. I'm glad you like it. I thought you might. I got it through a relative of my middle school classmate, who's a truck driver. Gao Ling nodded in understanding. Are there any more? Sister Su. Lele raised an eyebrow. I have one more for now. Do you want it? They'll write to my friend later and ask if she still has some. Gao Ling didn't think much of it. It's fine if there aren't any. I was just thinking if there were more, my little group of girlfriends might want one too. It's really pretty. Lele considered it, as she had plenty in her storage space and could trade them for some tickets and money. Don't worry, I'll ask my friend. She should have some, but it might take a few days. You can come by and pick them up then. Gao Ling understood. All right, thank you, Sister Su. They'll come in a few days. About how much will they cost? It depends on the style. One like yours is about 5 mao since it's the latest design. There are also ones for 1 mao, but they might not be as pretty. Okay. The two chatted on about the gossip in the family quarters, finding more and more common ground. Gao Ling grew increasingly fond of Lele, admiring her intelligence without arrogance and her genuine humility, unlike her brother's other friends who looked down on her for being slow. Just then Gao Ling suddenly remembered she hadn't started lunch yet. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I got so caught up talking that I haven't made lunch yet. Sister Su, why don't you stay for lunch? You can try my cooking. My brother and parents will be home soon." Lele quickly declined. "Ling, I need to go to the library later. Maybe next time." Gao Ling replied, "Let's go together then. Since it's break, I'm pretty bored anyway." Lele thought it over. It seemed feasible. She wanted to look up materials for advanced certification exams, as the later material was getting more complex, and she planned to preview it. In that case, I'll skip the meal. Every family's food is precious. He'll come back around 2 p.m. to pick you up for the library. He'll go home and cook too. Gao Ling wasn't happy with that. Come on, Sister Sue, stay. It's just one meal, it's no big deal. If you leave and my parents and brother find out I didn't convince you to stay, they'll scold me. Su Lele was torn. Just as she hesitated, she heard the door open. Both girls turned to look. It was Gao Yu home for lunch. Seeing Su Lele and Gao Ling chatting, he asked curiously, "Hey Junior Lele, you're here. Ling Ling, when's lunch? I'm a bit hungry. Lele, why don't you stay and eat with us?" Hearing her brother echo the invitation, Gao Ling happily turned to Su Lele. "See, Sister Su, I told you my family doesn't mind. It's settled, you're eating here. He'll go start cooking," she said, then addressed Gao Yu. "Brother keeps Sister Su company. He'll fry an extra dish." Seeing the siblings' sincerity, Su Lele didn't argue further and simply nodded with a hint of resignation. Gao Yu, clearly delighted, said to Su Lele, "Junior, how were your exams? Since you have time to visit today, I guess you've been busy for a while." "Yes, Senior Gao, I just finished yesterday. It went okay, at least I did my best," Su Lele replied. Gao Yu nodded, suddenly at a loss for words, with this junior student thinking to himself that he had nothing else to say. He wondered what exactly the relationship was between Gu Yuan and this junior. After only a few minutes of silence, Gao's father and mother also returned home. Su Lele greeted them each in turn. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I'm Su Lele, a junior schoolmate of Senior Gao. I'm sorry for the intrusion today." Gao's parents responded warmly. "Oh, what a good child. No need to be so nervous. You're about the same age as our Lingling. Just call me Aunt Gao." Before long, they heard Gao Ling calling out that lunch was ready. Everyone stopped chatting and prepared to eat. Gao Ling invited Su Lele to sit down, saying happily, "Sister Su, try my cooking and see if it suits your taste." Su Lele took a bite and praised, "It's really delicious. Your culinary skills are excellent." Gao Ling beamed at the She kept urging Su Lele to eat more. The meal was a thoroughly enjoyable affair for both host and guest. After finishing, Su Lele took her leave, but not before confirming with Gao Ling that they would go to the library together later. In the week that followed, Su Lele immersed herself in materials for advanced certification. Ever since she agreed to go to the library with Gao Ling, their bond had swiftly deepened. As it was summer break and Gao Ling had nothing much to do, she would visit Su Lele every afternoon to spend some time together. They chatted and read, passing the days in leisurely tranquility. This gave Su Lele a chance to relax whenever she grew weary from studying. Their relationship grew closer by the day. One afternoon, while Su Lele was studying in her room, Gao Ling suddenly came looking for her. "Lele, have your exam results come out yet?" Su Lele had been enjoying herself so much lately that she had nearly forgotten about it. "They should be out by now. Let's check at the tax bureau later. Since it's summer break, no one will notify us. We have to check ourselves. They said results would be out in a week." Gao Ling's curiosity was piqued. "Can I come with you? I've never been to the tax bureau before." "Probably. I just need to see if I passed. The list should be posted at the entrance," Su Lele replied uncertainly. "No worries, I just want to tag along. If it's inside, I won't go in. He'll wait outside for you," Gao Ling said nonchalantly. "All right," Su Lele agreed. So the two set off together toward the tax bureau. "Hey Lele, do you think you passed?" "No idea. The practical exam really tests your ability to think on your feet." "Oh, is it that hard? I was thinking if it wasn't too tough, I might take the exam for a secondary school diploma too," Gao Ling said regretfully. "It's hard to say. If you're good with numbers, it could work in your favor," Su Lele comforted her. They chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the tax bureau. Su Lele saw people gathered around the notice board at the entrance and knew the results must be posted. For a moment, she hesitated, afraid to step forward. She feared she hadn't made it. Seeing her hesitation, Gao Ling asked, "Do you want me to check for you?" After a long moment of mental reassurance, Su Lele shook her head. "No, let's go together. I have to face it eventually." With that, she strode toward the notice board. The first name on the red list was Lu Fanqing. Su Lele gazed at it with envy. How wonderful it must be to have someone. Just as she was lost in thought, Gao Ling grabbed her arm and shook it excitedly. Lele, you're on there. 5th place." Su Lele's heart leaped with joy. She had actually made it. Even if it was near the bottom, she was still in. She hugged Gao Ling tightly, ecstatic. I passed. Some around them who hadn't made the list felt a sting of bitterness at Su Lele's delight and walked away. Just as the two girls were celebrating, a light chuckle interrupted them. "So happy." Su Lele quickly composed herself and turned toward the voice. It was the man they called Director Qin. She said, "Seemed like, because today Qin Lang was not in his usual formal work attire. Today he wore a simple white shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up, revealing strong forearms, paired with navy blue suit trousers. He looked both spirited and handsome. With his androgynously beautiful face, he appeared to be around 20. Embarrassed, Su Lele greeted him. "Director Qin, hello. Of course I'm happy. I passed the second round." The man Qin Lang nodded slightly. "Indeed, for someone your age to reach the second round is quite impressive. But if I recall, you're not yet 16 and still have half a year of school left. The third round might be a bit tricky for you." Su Lele felt as if struck by lightning. She had almost forgotten. She still had one more semester before she could start her in. But how did Director Qin know so much about her? Before she could ask, Gao Ling whispered excitedly in her ear, "Lele, who is that? He's so handsome." Su Lele's train of thought derailed by Gao Ling's enthusiasm. He was indeed handsome. No, she mustn't get distracted. Indulging in physical beauty was a pitfall. Su Lele quickly asked, "Director Qin, what do you mean by that?" Qin Lang noted her quick wit with satisfaction. "This isn't the place to talk. Follow me." Before turning, he glanced at Gao Ling. Understanding his intent, Su Lele said to Gao Ling, "Ling, could you head back first? I have something to take care of." Gao Ling saw that Su Lele called him Director Qin and knew he wasn't a bad person, so she agreed. "Sure, Lele." Come back when you're done. Okay, Su Lele promised before following Qin Lang. They entered the tax bureau and went straight to the director's office. Once inside, Qin Lang gestured for Su Lele to sit while he took his seat behind a desk. I read your second round paper. It was quite good, but some of your methods were too straightforward for the current tax bureau. They weren't, that's why you placed fifth. But as I said, you still have school. The third round exam conflicts with your academic schedule. Qin Lang folded his hands on the desk and looked at Su Lele with a gentle gaze. Su Lele's heart tightened. She knew this was a real problem. She hadn't expected to get this far, but now giving up felt Director Qin, what exactly are you getting at? A faint smile curved Qin Lang's lips. He appreciated dealing with sharp minds that caught on quickly. I can give you a chance. If you can complete a tax case analysis report within the next week and it meets the standards, I can arrange for your third round exam to be postponed. Su Lele was not entirely satisfied with this offer. She spoke directly. Director Qin, I know you were sent here directly from above. You must want to make a mark. How about this? They'll take on your request and deliver more than you expect. But in return, I want an extra opportunity, an internship at the tax bureau next year. Deal. Qin Lang was inwardly surprised. This young woman was sharper than he had imagined. Oh, quite the bold claim. Only if you have the ability to back it up, he said. Su Lele knew she had already won half the battle. She had been resigned to giving up on the interview after seeing the list, but now. Every cloud has a silver lining. Then let's let our results speak for themselves. What do you say, Director Qin? Qin Lang remained silent, studying her for a long moment. Su Lele didn't flinch. She met his gaze with a calm smile. This was a battle of wills. Qin Lang smiled. All right, see you in a week. Just come directly to my office then. Su Lele finally looked relieved. Okay, Director Qin. See you in a week. With that, Su Lele left the office. As she walked, she pondered. The reason she dared to claim she could deliver something truly valuable was that 2 days ago, while reviewing some advanced materials, she suddenly recalled a similar popular science piece she had seen in her past life. They were merely fragments of memory. Once she organized the draft in her mind, she would consult Sister Wu on how to make it more practical. Just as Su Lele was lost in thought, she heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw an unexpected person. You're calling me. Is there something? Su Lele asked in surprise. What did Director Qin want with you? Lu Fanqing inquired with a grim expression. Su Lele was momentarily taken aback, then replied impassively. Why are you asking about this? We're not exactly close. I don't see why I need to tell you. Lu Fanqing, recalling Wang Fang's description of this country bumpkin, was irritated to see her so familiar with the new Director Qin. She had previously asked Wang Fang about their feud. Wang Fang said Su Lele was a country bumpkin who liked to seduce men. She had seduced their class monitor and ruined his family. Lu Fanqing hadn't believed it at first given Su Lele's merely plain features, but her impression still soured. Since it was a trivial matter, she let it go. But now what was she seeing? Su Lele had just walked out of Director Qin's office. No wonder Wang Fang told her to be. You'd better stay far away from Director Qin, you country bumpkin. Lu Fanqing declared haughtily. Su Lele's head was filled with question marks. Was she crazy? It seemed everyone associated with Wang Fang was seriously unhinged. But that wasn't right. Lu Fanqing hadn't shown any hostility before. She was just a somewhat arrogant young girl. She kept her word and never engaged in gossip or underhanded tactics. Had Wang Fang said something to sow discord? Su Lele was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, what did Wang Fang tell you about me? Lu Fanqing blurted out, a country bumpkin, a vixen. She immediately felt embarrassed. Her upbringing normally forbade such rudeness in public. But Wang Fang's misleading explanation combined with seeing Su Lele leave Director Qin's office had caused her to lose her composure. Su Lele was speechless. She could understand country bumpkin, but vixen. Her looks were merely plain. Without exaggeration, Lu Fanqing was far more attractive. If she was a vixen, what did that make Lu Fanqing? Is your brain just for show? Anyone with eyes can see who's prettier. If I'm a vixen, what are you? Lu Fanqing had to admit she had a point. Still she persisted. Wang Fang said you failed to seduce your class monitor, so out of spite you destroyed him. Once her mind cleared, Lu Fanqing realized she might have been duped by Wang Fang. For a moment, she dared not speak. Su Lele nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Sometimes she was truly exhausted. You'd better stay away from Wang Fang. Stupidity is contagious. With that, Su Lele turned and left. Lu Fanqing, realizing she had been misled, felt too embarrassed to cause further trouble. So after returning home, she complained to her father, saying Wang Fang had set her up and asking him to teach the Wang Fang. She wouldn't stoop to arguing with Wang Fang. That would be beneath her. At that moment, Lu Fanqing forgot that picking a fight with Su Lele was equally degrading. Meanwhile, Su Lele, having left, hurried home to write down the fragmented memories of tax cases from her mind. It didn't matter if it was incomplete. She could consult Sister Wu later to polish it. Just as Su Lele finished her work for her, Gao Ling came looking for her. Lele, you're back. Don't worry. Su Lele knew Gao Ling was concerned and had come to check on her. Gao Ling understood and relaxed. Suddenly she gossiped. Lele, that man who called you today, he's your director? Such a young director. Yeah, the director of the tax bureau. I heard he was directly appointed at the beginning of this year. He's quite young, probably around 25 or so, Su Lele said uncertainly. Being a director at that age and so handsome, he must have a powerful background. But why did he call you? Gao Ling asked curiously. Su Lele changed the subject. Nothing much. It's about I don't know about his background, but he is indeed handsome. Right. So handsome. I wonder if he's married. Su Lele shook her head with a smile at Gao Ling's lovesick expression. Someone like that, married or not, has nothing to do with us. Don't get your hopes up. Gao Ling retorted, there's no harm in dreaming. True, no harm. But take it easy or you might have trouble finding a partner later. Su Lele teased. Gao Ling felt as if struck by lightning at her words. She thought it over and realized Su Lele had a point. Oh no, Lele. I really might have trouble finding someone. What's that? Never meet someone too dazzling in your youth. Su Lele instinctively quoted the classic line. Exactly. Never meet someone too dazzling in your youth. Gao Ling repeated excitedly. But Brother Gu is also very handsome. Compared to Director Qin today, he just seems a bit less imposing. Su Lele thought the two couldn't be compared. They have different styles. Each has his own charm. Gao Ling suddenly teased, Lele, between Director Qin today and Brother Gu, who do you like more? Ahem ahem. Su Lele was startled by the question and choked on her saliva. Ling Ling ahem. What are you? Ahem. Asking. Ahem. These two are completely unrelated, okay? Gao Ling, having asked on a whim, was shocked to see Su Lele choking and quickly poured her a glass of water to soothe her. Oh, I was just asking casually. Look how scared you got. Su Lele, finally recovering, said crossly, don't tell hoards. Seeing Su Lele's displeased expression, Gao Ling stuck out her tongue apologetically. In Gao Ling's heart, she was pondering that according to her Brother Gu treated Lele quite differently, and today's Director Qin seemed much the same. She just wondered which one Lele would prefer. Hee with her close bond with Lele, as Lele would put it, she could enjoy the drama up close. Su Lele caught the sly grin on Gao Ling's face and knew she was lost in some wild fantasies. Shaking her head, she decided to let it be. Su Lele's top priority now was to complete the assignment Director Qin had given her. Her future was paramount, everything else could wait. Over the following days, Su Lele worked intensively on refining the plan. She even sought Sister Wu's help a few times, but still felt it fell short of her expectations. Her mood grew somewhat restless. Then one day Gu Yuan showed up unexpectedly. Su Lele found it odd since he had just visited a few days ago. What brings you here today? Day off. Gu Yuan smiled. I heard from Gao, yes sister, that you've been cooped up in your room lately, barely going out, and seemed quite agitated while working on something. So I came to check on you. Su Lele felt a wave of gratitude. It's nothing. I can handle the interview preparations on my own. Gu Yuan replied, that's good to hear. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're still young. Even if you fail, you can always start over. Su Lele listened to Gu Yuan's comfort and found his words reasonable. Even if this attempt didn't work out, there would be future opportunities. Yet she also thought this was a chance to enter a state institution, a narrow bridge for thousands to cross. Securing the position now would be ideal, as delays could lead to changes. Su Lele fell silent, knowing Gu Yuan was trying to console her. But some people didn't need persuasion, as someone like her had a clear plan for herself, and she was willing to strive for it. Temporary setbacks wouldn't defeat her. Still, she appreciated Gu Yuan's concern. MMI no? Thank you. After all, being cared for felt good. How about going to the skating rink this weekend? Gu Yuan invited. Oh, such a sudden shift in topic. Su Lele was still pondering the plan. How had it jumped to going out? Gu Yuan explained, Gao Yu and I have a day off in 2 days. His sister Gao Ling has been wanting to go to the skating rink, so she asked us to take her. I figured since you're stuck, maybe going out and relaxing could spark some inspiration. Su Lele thought it over. It made sense. She was indeed at a loss. So she agreed. Alright. And so, Gu Yuan then left. After seeing him off, Su Lele returned to her work. The weekend arrived quickly. Today Su Lele woke up early, carefully chose a light outfit, and her mood lightened at the thought of going out. She decided to focus solely on relaxation and forget about work. After leaving, she went to the Gao residence and set off with Gao Ling and Gao Yu. They soon reached the skating rink, where Gao Ling bounced around like a joyful bird, chattering incessantly. She chatted with Su Lele and Gao Yu. Bro, did you bring enough money? Lele, let's skate together later. Lele, do you know how? I've never been here before. Gao Yu sighed. Don't worry, I've got enough. Today it's on me. Su Lele felt a thrill of excitement. Since arriving in this era, she had been focused solely on studying and climbing the ladder. It had been a long time since she had relaxed. Okay. No, I haven't either, but I guess there will be instructors. Su Lele replied uncertainly. Gu Yuan's home was in a different direction from the Gao's, so they agreed to meet at the rink's entrance. The group of 4 finally assembled. Gao Ling eagerly pulled Su Lele into the rink. First, they paid a deposit and exchanged their shoes for skates. There were both inline and quad skates. Su Lele thought for a moment and decided to start with quad skates for easier braking. Gao Ling followed her choice. The boys, however, were different. They knew how to skate. Inline skates were cooler, faster, and more challenging. The 4 after changing, Su Lele tested her balance and found it acceptable. She slowly entered the rink, holding the handrail, cautiously shuffling across the ice. Seeing this, Gu Yuan stepped forward and gently supported her arm, guiding her into a smooth glide. With his help, Su Lele was initially nervous, but gradually found her rhythm, her movements becoming more fluid. Gao Ling too was being led by her brother Gao Yu to get a feel for the ice. Suddenly, a reckless boy accidentally bumped into Su Lele, causing her to stumble. Gu Yuan, quick as a flash, caught. Su Lele's face flushed instantly, and her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Amidst the bustling rink, she could only feel Gu Yuan's warm embrace and steady heartbeat. Just then Gao Ling skated over with a mischievous grin. Lele, brother Gu is the knight in shining armor. Gao Yu also chimed in teasingly. Su Lele grew even more embarrassed and quickly pulled away from Gu Yuan's arms. Gu Yuan chuckled. Don't be silly. Someone bumped into Lele. She's still learning. He then prepared to continue guiding her, but Su Lele, now flustered, felt a bit scared and declined. She said she wanted to practice on her own by the handrail. She told Gu Yuan to go skate on his own. Meanwhile, Gao Ling, having been teased by her brother, joined Su Lele by the handrail to practice slowly. Gao Yu promptly dragged a dazed Gu Yuan off to skate. They circled the rink, picking up speed. With their good looks and skill, they soon garnered admiration from onlookers. Their tricks grew more elaborate. Su Lele and Gao Ling exchanged glances amazed. Who knew they had so many admirers? It seemed both men and women looked incredibly cool while skating. It was a bit like peacocks displaying their feathers. The sight excited Su Lele and Gao Ling. They wanted to join in. After about half an hour, Su Lele felt she had made some progress. Her balance had improved. Just then, Gu Yuan and Gao Yu finished a round, having had their fill, and offered to guide the girl. Gao Yu led with Gao Ling holding his jacket, Su Lele holding Gao Ling's, and Gu Yuan bringing up the rear for safety. At first, the two girls were towed along. As they sped up, they felt a mix of fear, excitement, and thrill. Su Lele's mind went blank, and she couldn't stop screaming. When they slowed down after one lap, Su Lele felt a lingering desire for more. She wanted another round. Gao Ling felt the same. Unable to refuse his sister, Gao Yu took them for a few more laps before letting them skate on their own. He then dragged Gu Yuan off to attempt more advanced moves. Su Lele and Gao Ling held hands, gradually finding their rhythm and gliding faster as they grew bolder. Time slipped away amidst their playful antics. By the time Su Lele felt a pang of hunger, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Unable to endure it any longer, she grabbed Gao Ling and went to retrieve the thoroughly entertained Gao Yu and Gu Yuan. In the following days, everyone returned home for their meals. After eating, Su Lele wasted no time in plunging into the composition of a tax plan. She meticulously cross-referenced the contents of her memory with Sister Wu's advice, carefully weighing every detail against the current policies and factory conditions. The pen tip rustled across the paper, gradually shaping precise data and a clear blueprint. After 2 days of relentless effort, a detailed and highly feasible tax plan was finally completed. Clutching the plan, Su Lele arrived at the tax bureau with a nervous heart. Upon meeting Director Qin, she greeted him politely and then began to systematically introduce the tax reform plan and its framework. Initially, Qin Lang listened casually, but as Su Lele elaborated, his expression gradually grew focused. In concise and clear language, Su Lele articulated how the plan could innovate tax policies and facilitate more precise audits with the finance departments of various factories. It would save time and effort. This was a win-win situation. Qin Lang nodded from time to time, a look of approval in his eyes. It seemed his judgment had been correct. This tax reform proposal indeed had many merits. Not bad, I was right about you. Seeing Director Qin's satisfied expression, Su Lele knew her internship position was secure. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Director Qin. This is all I should do. Everything for the betterment of the nation. Qin Lang found her resolute, patriotic expression amusing. She was flattering him, but he was not one to go back on his word. Qin Lang smiled and waved his hand. All right, this plan is approved on my end. He'll have HR issue you an internship certificate for early next year. Report then. Hearing this affirmative reply, Su Lele's heart brimmed with joy, and she quickly agreed. Then do I still need to attend the interview? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Su Lele understood. That meant no. She felt even more fortunate to have secured the internship without offending anyone, a double victory. Still, she wondered who would eventually take that interview spot. Would it be Lu Fanqing? She seemed to have the best chance. All right, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Director Qin. Sorry for the interruption, Su Lele said cautiously. Qin Lang saw that the young lady had frightened herself with her own thoughts, so he said nothing further and let her go. After leaving, Su Lele first went to HR to collect her internship certificate. Once it was ready, she left the tax bureau and jumped up and down several times, feeling as if her heart might leap out of her chest. Both nervous and excited. After a while, when her emotions had subsided, Su Lele found an empty alley, pretended to wrap a large bundle in cloth, and carried it back to her rented room. Then she rummaged through her space, selecting some pork belly, a dressed chicken, and potatoes, ready to showcase her culinary skills and prepare a lavish feast to reward herself. After a year of hard work, she had finally achieved something. Oh, and she must invite Lingling's senior brother Gao Yu and Gu Yuan over for dinner later. Su Lele was a woman of action. She took a detour to the Gao family home and told Gao Ling to bring her brother to her place. She also asked her to notify her brother and Gu Yuan, then headed back to prepare the grand meal. Once home, Su Lele peeled and diced the potatoes, cleaned the chicken, and prepared a potato stewed chicken. She sliced the pork belly thinly for braised pork. With practiced ease, she heated oil in the wok and added the ingredients, filling the kitchen with an irresistible aroma. Finally, she mixed wheat and corn flour to make steamed corn wheat buns as the staple. By the time she was nearly done, it was past noon. Gao Ling and the others soon arrived, bringing along some soda. The room was too small to accommodate everyone, so they moved the table to the doorway. As soon as Gao Ling entered, she exclaimed, "Lele, it smells amazing. Did you make meat?" Everyone gathered around the table, eyeing the 2 meat dishes and unable to resist swallowing. Su Lele said joyfully, "Yes, I finalized my internship today and am thrilled. I also want to thank you all for your help and companionship, so I wanted to share this with my dear friends. I prepared it with great care. Come, everyone, have a taste." Gao Yu gave a thumbs up. "Lele, your cooking is fantastic. This braised pork is rich, but not greasy, and it melts in your mouth. So delicious." Gao Yu gave a thumbs up. "Lele, your cooking is fantastic. This braised pork is rich, but not greasy, and it melts in your mouth. So delicious." Gu Yuan nodded vigorously. "Yeah, this potato stewed chicken is great too. The chicken is tender, and the potatoes are soft and flavorful." Gao Ling took a bite of the braised pork, her eyes lighting up. "Lele, you're amazing. With skills like these you could be a head chef. Hearing their praise, Lele beamed with happiness. I'm glad you all like it. Please eat more. I couldn't have secured the internship so smoothly without your help and support. They ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Midway through the meal, Gao Yu suddenly put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Lele, with your talent you're bound to achieve great things at the tax bureau. When you strike it rich, don't forget us, okay? Gao Ling chimed in, Lele is the best. I believe you'll become a pillar of the tax bureau. Keep getting better. Gu Yuan added, you're already amazing. Keep up the good work, but also take care of yourself and get some rest. Now that things have settled, take it easy for a while. You look as thin as when I first met you. Lele was deeply touched, but Gu Yuan's words left her both amused and exasperated. I know you're like a little housekeeper, but thank you all. With such wonderful friends, you'll keep striving in the future. Hearing this, everyone exchanged smiles, raised their glasses in a toast, and continued to enjoy the delightful dinner. In the days that followed, Lele's nerves were no longer tightly wound. Her job was essentially secured, and for the remaining time, she could focus on enriching herself while savoring life. This summer, devoid of any trouble stirred up by the Su family, Lele felt exceptionally at ease, as though she had returned to her past life. Each day she prepared delicious meals, occasionally went roller skating with Gao Ling and the others, or visited the park. At other times, she either read books or promoted small hair clips to Gao Ling's circle of friends. Though the earnings were modest, they were enough to cover 2 months' rent. Sometimes she would visit Sister Wang at the scrapyard to chat, and on the side, pick up some newspapers to paste on the walls. However, the scrapyard had become increasingly strict. After that, Lele only went there to exchange for second-hand items she could use, and she basically stopped browsing for bargains. The days of ease seemed to pass quickly. Soon the day of the new semester arrived. Lele turned 16 this year, and she would be entering her 3rd year. The 3rd year of vocational school was primarily focused on practical operations and internships. As soon as the semester began, Lele sensed a thick atmosphere of tension among her classmates. Because everyone had to start preparing for their internship assignments. Only those with high practical scores could secure good jobs. Thus, everyone became even more competitive. Previously, the competition was over textbook knowledge and exams. Now it was about practical skills. The homeroom teacher was incredibly busy, constantly being cornered by students seeking advice. However, Lele was no longer anxious. She should have been the one with the weakest background among her classmates, but after 2 years of hard work, she had unexpectedly overtaken them all. Her joyful mood came to an abrupt halt when she saw Wang Fong approaching with a look that spelled trouble. At the start of the semester, Wang Fong was filled with hatred at the sight of Lele. She had no idea what Uncle Lu had told her father, but her summer had been a living hell. She was confined to the house every day doing chores, and her allowance was cut off. Her parents said she had caused trouble for the family and never spoke a truthful word. They wanted to re-educate her. A flicker of something passed through Wang Fang's eyes as she sidled over and said sarcastically, "Oh, if it isn't Lele. Had a nice summer. Did you get a spot at the tax bureau?" Lele smiled calmly and replied unhurriedly, "It was indeed quite pleasant. But whether I have a spot or not has nothing to do with you. After all, I recall you were eliminated in the 1st round. How does it feel to have all your efforts come to nothing?" "You?" Wang Fang's face flushed red at Lele's words. But then she suddenly realized it was you. You were the one behind it. Lele's eyes sparkled with amusement. Not too slow on the uptake. Why did you do this? I've stopped targeting you, haven't I? Do you know you've ruined me? Wang Fong blustered. Lele was amused by Wang Fang. She replied bluntly, "You say you've stopped, but have you really? You know exactly what you said to Lu Fanqing. And did I ever say I would let you off? Didn't you think of the consequences when you schemed against me? This is all your own doing. Don't worry, this is just the appetizer." Wang Fong was left speechless by Lele's relentless questioning. Frustration welled up inside her, but she had no. Still unwilling to give in, she forced herself to remain composed. "What can a country bumpkin like you do? Don't think I don't know. The tax bureau spot belongs to Sister Lu. Someone without power or influence like you is just window dressing." Lele found it amusing. "At least I made it to the 3rd round. I have real ability. When the time comes, good internship units will recognize my skills based on my track record. What about you? For over a year you've been targeting me. What do you have to compete with me?" Wang Fong was confronted with the blunt truth that she was inferior to Lele. Her mental defenses completely crumbled, and she ran out of the classroom in tears. The other classmates barely glanced at her before returning to their own affairs. Even Lu Tian, Wang Fang's deskmate, didn't go after her to offer comfort. In truth, after what happened to class monitor Yang Yang's family, everyone had suspected that Wang Fong was involved. They hadn't openly broken ties only to avoid making an enemy, but they had distanced themselves nonetheless. Wang Fong, however, had been so focused on targeting Lele that she hadn't noticed. Watching Wang Fang's retreating figure, Lele found the whole thing rather dull. Really, with such a fragile mental state, how did she have the nerve to devise such malicious schemes? What Lele didn't know was that Wang Fong had dared to scheme against her, because even if she failed, her parents would always be there to clean up her mess. But when her hatred for Lele drove her to try to provoke Lu Fanqing into targeting her, Lu Fanqing discovered it and told her father. Lu Fanqing was not like Lele. Her father was a section chief at the tax bureau, a person with considerable power and influence. Moreover, the tax collection department was the direct superior of the finance departments in state-owned enterprises and factories. A word from her father could marginalize Wang Fang's parents at work. If it weren't for the iron rice bowl system, where employees couldn't be fired without major mistakes, the Wang couple would have lost their jobs because of their daughter. As a result, Wang Fong was blamed by her family and her standing at home. Wang Fong was terrified. Though she still hated Su Lele to the core, she dared not make any further moves. This was why Su Lele found Wang Fang's breakdown so sudden. But Su Lele was unaware of this. If she had known, she would have been furious. So just because someone else has power, you don't dare offend them, but you think you can bully me? Am I some kind of ultimate sucker? Unaware of the full story, Su Lele was in high spirits as she watched her classmates desperately scramble for practical experience. She, on the other hand, already had a clear job placement. What a wonderful feeling. The school days flew by. Su Lele spent her time studying and researching materials in the library, preparing thoroughly for her internship the following year. During this time, Su Lele also witnessed a dramatic falling out between two close friends. After failing to get the better of Su Lele, Wang Fang had quieted down. Seeing Wang Fang so intimidated, Su Lele lost interest and stopped paying her any mind. But just as the semester was drawing to a close, Wang Fang suddenly replaced her good friend Lu Tian, securing a financial internship at our city's department store. Originally, the spot had been confirmed for Lu Tian. No one knew why it ended up going to Wang Fang. In the end, the pair who had been close for 3 years fell out just before graduation. Su Lele watched the drama unfold with little emotion stirring within her. After all, it had nothing to do with her. The holiday had arrived, the new year was approaching, and she needed to prepare for her journey home. There were several joyous occasions at home today. Her male cousin, female cousin, and another cousin were all getting married. Second sister Cici had also found a partner. The wedding was set for before the autumn harvest next year. Furthermore, Su Lele's mother and third aunt had both given birth, and both were boys. Su Lele would have her hands full this time when she returned home. No sooner had Su Lele arrived home than she began assisting the family without a moment's rest. Her mother and third aunt had to nurse the babies from time to time. In 2 days, her second male cousin would marry the girl he loved. Wang Yue, the wife of the eldest male cousin, was assigned to help in the kitchen due to her culinary skills. As the most accomplished child of the Su family, Su Lele was busier than even the bride and groom. She had to accompany the elders in entertaining guests, and when the family was severely short-handed, run errands to buy things. For items that were difficult to procure, they needed Su Lele to figure out a way. Su Lele had a decent relationship with her cousins, so she helped as much as she could, but that was the extent of it. She had now made up her mind she needed to gradually sever ties with the Su family. The path ahead of her was fraught with hardship. She didn't care if her family couldn't offer help, she would strive for everything she wanted on her own. However, they must absolutely not become a burden to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't hesitate to place righteousness above family loyalty. Moreover, the current social climate was itself quite unfavorable, so Su Lele needed to be even more cautious. Su Lele planned to take advantage of the family banquet to speak with the village chief and the clan elders. Only if she thrived would the Su family prosper. Soon the wedding day arrived, and the proceedings were much the same as when her eldest male cousin got married. However, Su Lele had been away for nearly a year, so the new house for her second male cousin's wedding was built from fresh earth and bricks. It was festively decorated in red and bustling with activity. Su Lele went in to see her new sister-in-law, who was from another major family in the village. Her surname was Li, and she seemed to be called Liahua. Su Lele had some impression of this new sister-in-law. She seemed to have a good reputation in the village, diligent, capable, and the eldest child in her family. However, Su Lele essentially had no friends in the village anymore. She had some before, but after she started schooling, the village girls gradually grew distant from her. Moreover, everyone had different aspirations, some simply didn't enjoy studying. Su Lele didn't force this on anyone, but imposing one's own views on others was rather unpleasant. After that, Su Lele stopped making friends in the village. Seeing her nervous new sister-in-law, Su Lele comforted her sister-in-law, "Don't worry. Second brother will be here soon. Are you hungry? Let me get you a bowl of noodles." The bride Liahua looked at this strikingly different girl and guessed immediately, "You're Lele, aren't you?" "I am a bit hungry. Thank you for the trouble." "Yes, I'm Su Lele. Please wait a moment, Bill get you something to eat." With that, Su Lele went straight to the kitchen and brought the bride's meal to the new house. Watching the bride start to eat, Su Lele quickly said, "Sister-in-law, please eat first. Just leave the dishes on the table when you're done. I need to go out and attend to the guests. You rest for now, the tea ceremony will be later." Without waiting for a reply, Su Lele left. No sooner had Su Lele stepped out of the new house than Grandpa, Su, called her over. "Grandfather, what is it?" "The village chief and the clan elder have arrived. They want to ask you something, Grandpa," Su said with great vigor. Su Lele saw through his show-off attitude, but chose not to call him out. She simply greeted the village chief and the clan elder. "Grandpa, village chief, third great-grandfather, hello." "Good, good, good." The two old men replied with gratified smiles. Village chief Su Yongwei directly asked Su Lele, "Lele, I heard you're in a 3-year technical secondary school program. You should be graduating next year, right? Have you found a job yet?" Su Lele thought to herself, "Here it comes. This is what I've been waiting for. Grandpa, village chief, after the new year when I go back to school, I'll start my internship." However, the village chief asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the job?" "There's no problem with the job itself. It's just that for the internship, all the other students found better placements through family connections. I might not have a choice, so I don't know where the school will assign me." Su Lele pretended to be sad. Seeing her like this, the old men felt a pang of guilt. They had held Lele back. The clan elder third great-grandfather thought for a moment and then decisively declared, "Lele, don't worry. Even if your circumstances are a bit lacking, as long as you have a job, just do it with peace of mind. There will always be a day when you rise above. I will also restrain the other Su family members and ensure they don't cause you trouble." This meant he would prevent the Su villagers from bothering her for favors. Su Lele was satisfied inside, but on the surface, she still put on a magnanimous air. Third great-grandfather, how can you say that? I am also a member of Sioux village. If anything happens, I will certainly not shirk my duty. Whatever the elders truly thought, they all looked very pleased with Lele's declaration on the surface. Afterward, they chatted about other things until it was time for the banquet to begin. Lele promptly excused herself. The elders would drink and talk as she had been busy for a long time and was hungry too. She went to find a seat at the feast. After the lively meal time quickly passed to evening. Most of the guests had left and the tables and benches were mostly cleared away. Lele felt like she was falling apart. It had been a long time since she was this busy. Now that it was finally over, all she wanted was to lie down and not move. She didn't even feel like going to see her mother's newborn baby brother. In a few days, her female cousin would be married off, and they'd have to go through it all again. Lele felt as if the sky was falling. Last year, when she saw her eldest male cousin get married, she was full of joy and curiosity because it was new to her. She hadn't felt tired. This time she had just returned and was already preparing for her second male cousin's wedding. With 2 newborns added to the household, it had become noisy and chaotic. It felt like only now could she finally rest. Lele thought, I'm tired. Let it all burn. Just as she was lying in bed about to sleep, her second sister, Cece, opened the door and came in. Seeing Lele lying on the bed, Cece felt a surge of displeasure. She slammed things around and said some people are just born lucky, while others are busy to death. She's here sleeping. Lele heard Cece's veiled insults but couldn't be bothered to respond, since they had completely fallen out. Lele just let herself go, tuning out Cece's words like wind in her ears. Seeing that Lele completely ignored her no matter what she said, Cece grew even more furious. Just as Cece was about to drag Lele up, she suddenly heard Juan calling her, saying that Mother Sue wanted to see her about something. Cece stopped her movements, rolled her eyes at Lele's resting spot, and left. When Cece arrived at her parents' room and stood before Mother Sue, the latter scolded her with a tone of utter disappointment, poking her head as she spoke. Are you stupid? She's your own sister. Why must you keep at odds with her? Cece retorted defiantly. It's clearly her who's at odds with. Sisters don't hold grudges overnight. Listen to your mother. Stop fighting with your sister. You two are not on the same path, Mother Sue advised earnestly. Isn't that just favoritism? Cece said angrily. Favoritism? Even if I favored anyone, it would be you more. When has your sister ever come? You fool. Your sister is so accomplished. Can't you even flatter her? Cece knew her mother was right, but she couldn't help feeling resentful. Why should I? We're both born of the same parents. Why are we so different? Then blame your own lack of brains. Mother Sue said irritably. After a long pause to calm herself, she continued, behave yourself. Your sister will start working soon. I found a match for you, and I've checked him out. He's decent. Stop daydreaming and cut ties with that educated youth from the settlement. Understand? Cece was unwilling. She didn't want to give up her dream of marrying into the city. If her family wouldn't support her, couldn't she? No. His family is also in the city. I want to marry him. Mother Sue was furious, losing control of her voice as she shrieked, what's so good about that pretty-faced boy? He'll end up depending on you. Whether Cece was startled by the shout or not, Lele, who was drowsily sleeping in the next room, was jolted away. The newborn baby brother was also frightened by Mother Sue and wouldn't stop crying. Mother Sue had no choice but to soothe the baby while laying things out plainly for Cece. Ernio, let's stop dreaming of the city, alright? A good life here isn't so bad. Haven't you seen what happened to that female educated youth who married Sue Wayman's family? Her mother-in-law torments her, her husband ignores her. Life is hard. If you marry into a city family like that, can you Cece was moved by her mother's words, but she couldn't let go of her resentment. Why could Lele go to the city? It was an obsession too deep for anyone to dissuade. Awakened by the noise, Lele caught snippets of the conversation. What educated youth? Was her second sister involved with one? Hadn't she already been engaged with a wedding planned for next year? What was going on? And the female educated youth they mentioned, was that the one who married Sue Wayshing last year? What happened to her? Lele was full of questions. Her curiosity piqued. She decided she would get to the bottom of this juicy story once things settled down. In the days that followed, Lele helped around the house, while keeping an eye on Cece, waiting for a chance to see what was really happening. About 3 days after their cousin's wedding, the family finally had some free time. Lele was reading in her room when Cece suddenly came and changed clothes and went out. Lele guessed she was going on a date. Remembering the argument between Cece and Mother Sue, she thought, why not go see the fun? Soon after Cece left, she followed. With her job secured, Lele felt less pressure and her girlish curiosity returned. She followed Cece cautiously, keeping a safe distance. Cece walked quickly, her face a mix of anticipation and nervousness. At the meeting spot, Lele hid behind a big tree, observing quietly. She saw a vaguely familiar male educated youth. She thought she'd seen him somewhere before. But before she could place him, Cece walked up to him with a smile. They began chatting intimately, and Cece even blushed shyly. From a distance, they made a handsome couple. After watching for a while, Lele suddenly remembered. This was one of the educated youths who had ridden home with her on the ox cart. His name was Zhuo Guangming, and he had arrived with a lot of luggage, suggesting a well-off family. Lele thought Cece had good taste. He seemed like a promising catch. But then something struck her as off. Cece was already engaged. What was she doing? Was she throwing away her reputation? Before she could react, 2 unfamiliar girls appeared out of nowhere near Cece and the male educated youth. One girl started cursing Cece and tried to push her, but was held back by a prettier girl. Lele was too far to hear. She moved closer and heard the girl yell at Cece, have you no shame? Don't you already have a fiancé? Why are you seducing brothers? What? Vixen. Su Sisi shot back, brothers will loves me. Why can't we date? Besides, arranged marriages are outdated. That one doesn't count. Su Lele stopped in her tracks, unsure whether to intervene or pretend she hadn't seen anything. Su Sisi's logic was infuriating. The girl was left speechless. Yes, brothers didn't love her. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, on the verge of tears. She looked at Zhuo Guangming with tearful eyes. He, a grown man, couldn't bear to see a pitiful girl who liked him so distressed, so he said to Su Sisi, Sisi, don't be so harsh. She didn't mean it. Su Sisi was crushed by her beloved's words. Though she had started the relationship just to marry into the city, Zhuo Guangming was different from the rural boys. He was refined and polite, and she couldn't help dreaming of a happy future together. But now, before they were even married, he was calling her harsh and protecting another woman. She shrieked, what did you say? You're taking that bitch's side against me. Suddenly Su Sisi remembered her mother's warning, even if she married into the city, life might not be easy. Zhuo Guangming grew impatient at Su Sisi's angry questioning, feeling that she was not being sensible enough. Su Lele watched this scene from afar with more of a sense of amusement. Although she herself no longer cared about the Su family's affairs in others' eyes, she was still a part of the family. Su Sisi was her elder sister after all, and a tarnished reputation for her sister would also affect Su Lele. So while watching the drama out of boredom, she also kept an eye on Su Sisi to prevent any scandal from erupting at this. She needed to start her internship at the tax bureau after the new year and couldn't afford any issues during the political review. Seeing Su Sisi losing ground and their argument growing louder, Su Lele feared it would spiral out of control. She quickly stepped in to interrupt, saying, Sis, why are you out here? Mom is calling for you. Su Sisi, seeing Su Lele suddenly appear, realized she had been followed, but family matters were still family matters. With a dark expression, Su Sisi shot a glance at Su Lele and left without giving Zhuo Guangming a pleasant look. Su Lele watched Su Sisi leave without a word, only casting a glance at the pretty female educated youth who had been trying to mediate before following behind Su Sisi. As she walked home, Su Lele pondered why that pretty female educated youth always gave her such a familiar feeling. How strange. Before she could figure it out, Su Sisi's words interrupted her thoughts. Don't you dare say a word about today. I'm not that bored. Su Lele rolled her eyes. Hearing Su Lele's assurance, Su Sisi finally felt relieved. But Su Lele suddenly thought of something. If you're not happy with the match Mom and Dad arranged for you, just call it off. Don't string him along like this. I'm starting my internship early next year. If it affects my political review, don't blame me. Su Sisi was furious at Su Lele's words. What can I do even if I disagree? You go tell them then. Fine, give me a straight answer. You like the educated youth, right? They'll have Mom break off that engagement for you. Su Sisi hesitated at Su Lele's confident assertion. Before today, she had been certain. But seeing Zhuo Guangming side with another woman and speak to her like that, she suddenly realized city folk weren't all that great. Seeing Su Sisi's indecisive expression, Su Lele's heart skipped a beat. What are you hesitating about? Do you want to marry one while carrying on with another? Be careful you don't drown in gossip. If you ask me, don't waste anyone's time. Su Sisi felt humiliated by Su Lele's words. Doing it was one thing, but being called out on it was another. Why are you so sharp-tongued now? You weren't like this before, Su Sisi said, puzzled. Su Lele sneered, inwardly thinking, does she still think I'm the naive saint I was a year ago? Now anything that stood in the way of her future was her enemy, and she would show no mercy to her enemies. It seems you can't make up your own mind. He'll decide for you, Su Lele said, then entered the house and headed straight for her grand. Su Sisi panicked at the sight of Su Lele's retreating figure, tried to grab her, but Su Lele dodged. Su Sisi watched helplessly as Su Lele called out at her grandparents' door, Grandpa, Grandma, it's Lele. Are you free? I need to talk to you about something. What is it, Lele? It was Grandma Su who answered, wondering why Lele would suddenly come to find her and the old man. Could it be something important? She hurried out. As soon as she appeared, she saw Su Lele and Su Sisi standing at the door, with Su Sisi still trying to pull Su Lele away. Grandma Su assumed the two sisters were quarreling. If there's something you need Grandma to settle, Lele, just say it. Well, Grandma's second sister says she doesn't like her fiancé and wants to break off the engagement. Go ahead and annul it for her. Nonsense. How can you casually break off a settled marriage? Won't that give the villagers something to gossip about? Su Sisi stood silently, casting pleading looks at Su Lele, but Su Lele was unmoved. Grandma, if second sister doesn't break off the engagement and a scandal erupts, my job might be at risk. Grandma Su was startled, her voice rising sharply. What did you say? This outburst drew everyone else out of the house. The family had just hosted 2 weddings, albeit modest ones, and everyone was exhausted, so they had stayed home to rest instead of visiting neighbors. Startled by the old lattice loud voice, they all came out asking, Mom, what's wrong? What happened? Grandma Zu's expression turned extremely grave. Lele, what do you mean by that? What has your sister done? Before Su Lele could answer, Su Sisi panicked and quickly interrupted. Nothing. Grandma, don't listen to Lele's nonsense. Having lived so many years, Grandma Su might not have had much worldly experience, but she had plenty of insight. One look at Su Sisi told her she was lying. Ignoring Su Sisi, she fixed her gaze on Su Lele, wanting an explanation. Su Lele wasn't about to let Su Sisi gloss things over. If Su Sisi couldn't make a decision, she would make it for her. Grandma, did you know second sister is seeing an educated youth? What? Grandma Su was indeed unaware of this. The family had been busy preparing for the 2 weddings. She had to oversee everything and hadn't had time to mind the younger generation's affairs. Besides, the grandchildren had their own parents. She rarely interfered in their marriages, but she did know that Ernie had an arranged engagement. So Lele meant that Ernie was seeing an educated youth while already engaged. Her face immediately darkened as she turned to Su Sisi. Is what Lele said true? Speak. Su Sisi trembled at Grandma's roar. The authority of the family matriarch was no joke. The family hadn't split up, yet so Grandma Su was at the very top of the Su family hierarchy. Seeing Su Sisi's expression, Grandma Su understood everything. She quickly turned to Zu's mother and asked, "Second daughter-in-law, did you know about this? When did it start?" Zu's mother knew the jig was up the moment she saw the scene. Her expression was grim, not just because of Su Sisi, but also because Su Lele had exposed the matter so bluntly, causing her, as the mother, to lose face. Seeing this, Grandma Su understood everything. Furious to the point of dizziness, she grabbed a stick from by the wall and struck Su Sisi on the back. As she beat her, she scolded, "Has the family starved you or left you without clothes? How can you be so shameless? Do you even remember you have a fiancé? You're getting married next year. Where will the Su family's face go?" Su Sisi dodged the blows as best she could. Perhaps angered by the beating, she began to speak recklessly. "It's not like I chose him. Can't I find someone I like? They say women hold up half the sky now. I don't want an arranged marriage. I want the freedom to marry you." Grandma Su was severely shaken by these words. Su Lele was startled to see Grandma Su so furious. She only wanted Su Sisi to call off the engagement to avoid a scandal, not to enrage the old lady to the point of harm. Su Lele quickly said, "I'm not saying you can't have freedom in marriage. It's fine to like the educated youth, but not while you're still engaged. Call off the engagement first, then you can be with whoever you want." Hearing Su Lele's words, Grandma Su came to her senses. Yes, calling off the engagement was better than letting a scandal of two-timing ruin the Su family's reputation. Grandma Su stopped hitting Su Sisi and directly ordered Zu's mother to go to the groom's family to break off the engagement and return the betrothal gifts. Zu's mother was reluctant. She had found a truly good match for Su Sisi, the grandson of the village chief from her maiden home, a handsome and upright young man. Moreover, if the engagement was called off, her second daughter would be stuck with that educated youth for good. As a mother, she truly didn't want her daughter to suffer in the future. But Su Sisi didn't understand her. It was fortunate that the eldest branch's children had already married and the third branch's son was still young. Otherwise, there might have been a falling out with the eldest branch today. Torn between choices, Zu's mother suddenly lashed out at Su Lele. "Lele, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin your sister?" "What do you mean I'm trying to ruin her? If you keep indulging her like this, you'll be the one ruining her," Su Lele retorted without backing down. "Besides, if her reputation is tarnished, won't I be affected too?" Zu's mother was rendered speechless, but still argued irrationally. "Couldn't you have been more tactful?" "How could I be tactful? You probably don't know this, but second sister went out to see that male educated youth earlier and got into a fight with a female educated youth. It was a scene of two women fighting over one man. If I hadn't stopped it, you'd be watching the spectacle right now," Su Lele said irritably. Shocked, Zu's mother turned to ask Su Sisi if it was true. Seeing her daughter's defiant expression, she knew Su Lele wasn't lying. Su Lele didn't let up. "Mother, you should just go call off the engagement. Look at second sister. She's determined to stick with that educated youth. Don't be the one to break them apart, or she'll end up resenting you." Listening to Su Lele and seeing Su Sisi's indignant face, Zu's mother knew she was right. Suddenly feeling weary, she gave in. "Fine. They'll go back to my maiden home tomorrow." Su Sisi felt both joy and sorrow at her mother's words. Joyful that she could openly be with educated youths, yet sorrowful because she knew her mother seemed to have given up on her. Seeing that the matter was mostly resolved and wouldn't affect her much, Su Lele stopped concerning herself with it. Su Sisi wouldn't turn back until she hit a wall. Good advice is wasted on those who refuse to listen. In this era, many educated youths abandoned their wives and children. Afterward, the other family members gradually dispersed as it had little to do with them. They were just there for the drama. But the two new sisters-in-law gained a more vivid understanding of this promising younger sister-in-law from the second branch. Because Su Lele was accomplished, the elders listened to her opinions. She handled matters with impartiality, even insisting her own sister call off an engagement. Although Su Sisi had indeed acted wrongly, it was clear they had to tread carefully around this sister-in-law. The next day, Zu's mother took her younger son back to her maiden home under the pretense of a visit, but in truth, it was to break off Su Sisi's engagement. Seeing that the matter was settled, Su Sisi had no choice but to focus on getting educated youths to marry her. She often went to the educated youth quarters. Watching Su Sisi leave energetically every day, Su Lele silently shook her head. But it was no longer her concern, as she left it be. When tired of studying, she read picture books. Life was comfortable. However, a couple of days later, Su Lele heard her younger brother Wengang calling, saying their second sister. Su Lele thought to herself, "Well, that was fast. It's only been a few days since that last scene. Good thing I had the foresight to make second sister call off the engagement, or this would be more than just a fight." Su Lele tidied up and followed her brother to the fight scene. Seeing the two women already separated, she asked Su Wengang in confusion, "What's going on?" "Only the women. Where's the man?" "Huh. Educated youthly. He's not here." Second sister fought with educated youthly. "I know, but weren't they fighting over the male educated youth?" "He's not even here, and they still fought." It seems educated youthly said second sister was shameless and second sister said Lee liked being a homewrecker. Then they started fighting, Su Wengang said uncertainly. He hadn't heard clearly, only knowing his second sister was fighting and had run home for help. Su Lele fell silent for a moment, finding it all rather pointless. Was a mediocre man really worth fighting over? And coming to blows over him? Losing interest, Su Lele wanted to leave. But as Su Cece's sister leaving outright seemed improper, so she lingered in the crowd as a bystander. In short, she became invisible. But while Su Lele wanted to stay unnoticed, others had other plans. The girl who had fought with Su Cece suddenly taunted, "Su Cece, your sister is a technical secondary school student, and you are this desperate for a man. When you see a good catch, you throw yourself at him. Are you even worthy? If I'm not worthy, are you? Brothers will likes me. What kind of person are you knowing he likes someone else and still butting in?" Su Cece shot back without flinching. Su Lele was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Su Cece to be so fierce. Was it because the engagement was called off, and she had no stain on her record? She was full of confidence. The female educated youth's face turned red, silenced by Su Cece's retort. Su Lele thought Su Cece had the upper hand, and the matter would soon be settled. But unexpectedly someone else spoke up, targeting Su Lele. "Su Lele, as an educated person, aren't you ashamed of your sister?" Caught off guard, Su Lele was bewildered. What did this have to do with her? Who was this woman speaking? Su Lele quickly signaled to Su Wengang. He understood and whispered, "Third sister, she's a new educated youth this year, Zhao Haitong, and a friend of educated youth Li." Su Lele got it. This was someone standing up for her friend. Su Lele smiled and said to Zhao Haitong, "Sorry, but as far as I know, my sister and educated youth Zhuo are in love. She called off her engagement long ago. She's single, and if I'm not mistaken, educated youth Zhuo is also single. So two single people liking each other is perfectly fine. I'm just wondering what your friend educated youth Li's position is in all this." Zhao Haidang was so furious by Su Lele's speech that her chest heaved, but Su Lele's words held logic. They were in the wrong. Moreover, with the male party absent, this situation did them no favors and would only leave a bad impression on the villagers. It wasn't worth it. So Zhao Haidang persuaded the quarreling female educated youth to back down. The female educated youth was dissuaded by Zhao Haidang and refrained from continuing the quarrel with Su Cece. Instead, she cast a fierce glare at Su Lele before leaving with Zhao Haidang. Su Lele found it rather baffling. Why glare at her? Shouldn't it have been Su Cece? She couldn't figure it out, but Su Lele didn't dwell on it. The villagers who had gathered to watch the commotion dispersed now that the main parties had left, leaving only the three siblings, Su Cece, Su Lele, and Su Wengang. Su Cece was quite surprised. She had thought the two had fallen out, yet Su Lele had actually spoken up for her. If Su Lele knew what Su Cece was thinking, she would have said that falling out was one thing, but making a scene in public was another. It would reflect badly on her. But Su Lele paid no mind to Su Cece's thoughts. Seeing that the matter was settled, she prepared to head home. "Wangong, I'm going home first." Su Wengang looked between his two sisters, glancing left and right, and scratched his head. He didn't know what to say. When he was younger and more naive, his second sister had taken care of him more, so he felt close to her. But after he started school and matured, he realized how formidable his third sister was and came to admire her deeply. He knew what his second sister was doing was wrong, but she was still his sister. Su Wengang thought to himself, marriage is such a hassle. I never want to get married. When he suddenly heard his third sister say she was going home, he quickly snapped to attention. "Third sister will go with you." Then he turned to look at his second sister and asked hesitantly, "Second sister, are you coming home?" Su Cece didn't want to go home. She wanted to be alone and think carefully about what to do next. "No, you two go ahead." "Oh, okay." After hearing his second sister's reply, Su Wengang agreed and followed Su Lele home. On the way, still puzzled, he decided to ask his third sister, whom he considered the most remarkable. "Third sister, why doesn't second sister want the match the family arranged for her? What's so great about that male educated youth?" Su Lele looked at Wangong, who wore a troubled expression like a little adult, and found it amusing. "You're still young. Don't worry about adult matters. I'm not young anymore. I'm 13. Su Wengang retorted. Su Lele looked at his defiant face, thought for a moment, and replied, "Second sister knows what she's doing. We've advised her, but it's her own life. However, it turns out it's her choice." Su Wengang listened, half understanding. "You mean second sister will have a hard time in the future?" "Why?" Su Lele looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected him to grasp the key point so accurately. But Su Lele didn't elaborate further. She only said, "After all, this isn't the educated youth's home. They'll have to return to their own homes sooner or later." Su Wengang seemed to understand, yet not quite, but he had already begun to worry for his second sister. The two soon arrived home. Meanwhile, at the educated youth quarters, Li Min, the same Li educated youth who had been arguing earlier, was still perplexed despite being stopped by Zhao Haidang. So as soon as she returned to the quarters, she couldn't help asking, "Haitong, why did you stop me just now?" Su Cece was the one being shameless. Zhao Haidang looked at Li Min's lack of understanding and cursed inwardly, "Idiot." But she couldn't show it on her face, so she explained softly, "Xiao Min, I asked Su Lele earlier because I knew her standing among the villagers of Su family village. I wanted to test her attitude toward her sister. Didn't we hear the two sisters were at odds? Even if the sisters are on bad terms, Su Lele still protects Su Cece. I had already made it so clear. If I had continued, it would have worked against you, so I stopped you. Besides, Brother's Way isn't here, so you couldn't have shown him Su Cece's true colors anyway. Continuing would have been pointless." "Oh, I see. Thank you, Haidang. I misunderstood you." A look of realization dawned on Li Min, and she pressed on. "Then Haitong, do you have any way to make Brothers Way see that bitch Su Cece's true face?" Zhao Haitong, seeing that she had successfully fooled Li Min, breathed a silent sigh of relief. She thought to herself, Su Lele truly lives up to her reputation as Brother Zu's vicious ex-wife, a woman who thrived in the business world even after divorce. She's no easy opponent. But in this life, Brother Su is mine, and the title of regiment commander's wife is also mine. That vicious woman Su Lele will never marry Brother Su again. just as Zhao Haitang was lost in her fantasies. She was suddenly pushed snapping back to reality. It turned out Li Min had been waiting for her to answer, and seeing her daze asked again, "Haitang, do you have any way to make brothers with C, that bitch Su Cici's true face?" Zhao Haitang pulled from her reverie, and her fantasies shattered, was extremely irritated. But she still needed to exploit Li Min, so she suppressed her annoyance, and said after a moment's thought, "Xiao Min, don't rush. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil of gauze. You have more advantages than Su Cici. You come from a good family, you're a city girl, and your family knows the Zwa family. Su Cici only has her looks, and you're not bad looking either. Brother Zwa hasn't figured it out yet. When he does, he'll know who would be better for him to marry." Li Min didn't quite grasp it, and asked directly, "So what? Should I go tell Brother Zwa to marry me?" Zhao Haidang was momentarily at a loss for words. This idiot, let her die stupidly. Why did the transmigration god let her cross over only to be at someone's mercy? She Zhao Haitang had money, looks, and a golden finger in the form of a spatial realm. Just because her transmigrated identity was that of a stepdaughter, she had to accompany the original owner's love-struck daughter to the countryside in pursuit of true love. Still, it was lucky she came along, or she wouldn't have discovered she had transmigrated into a novel. In the county town, the best she could marry would be a worker. But now things were different. She just had to seize the chance to latch on to Su Weigua, a rising star, before he got promoted. Wouldn't the future regiment commander's wife be me? But for now she had to deal with Li Min. No, I mean, you should act more considerate and understanding. Men like that kind of woman. Over time, brothers will see your good qualities. Li Min found this reasonable and delighted, said to Zhao Haitang, "Haitang, you're so kind. What would I do without you? I'll write to my father later to see if Auntie's job has been arranged and ask him to send us more money and coupons. It's nothing. We're good sisters. Of course I have to help with your lifelong happiness." Zhao Haitang responded with a cheerful expression, while thinking to herself, "You're only useful for asking your father for money and coupons and getting a good job for my mother. Once my spatial crops mature and I sell them, see if he'll still bother with you." Zhao Haidang was already growing impatient, wondering when Brother Su would return home for a visit. The Su Lele she saw today had stirred a great sense of crisis within her. She had originally planned to take things slowly, but Su Lele seemed different from how she was portrayed in the book. Why was she attending a technical secondary school? Didn't the book say she only finished junior high before marrying Brother Su? Could she have misremembered? Or perhaps it was the butterfly effect of her time travel. But it would be by the end of this year when Brother Su would come home on leave and get married. She had to prevent Su Lele from getting close to Brother Su at all costs. After dealing with Li Min, Zhao Haitang began to ponder how to win the favor of Aunt Zhua, Su Weiguo's mother, and become the top candidate for Brother Zu's arranged marriage. Achoo! Achoo! Su Lele sneezed twice and found it strange. Who was cursing her? After returning home, she continued reading when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. She remembered why Zhao Haitang looked so familiar. Her outfit was somewhat reminiscent of later eras. Now in winter, most girls wore straight-cut floral-patterned padded jackets and black cotton pants. But Zhao Haitang was different. Her floral jacket had a cinched waist, making it more form-fitting, and her pants were slim-fit straight-leg trousers. They were unlike the current styles of clothing. Moreover, the name Zhao Haitang seemed to belong to the female protagonist of a period novel she had read before her time travel. A foreboding feeling crept into Su Lele's heart. Could she have stumbled into a novel? The name Susani was not uncommon in period fiction, so initially she hadn't thought much of it since she had a formal name. But now, paired with Zhao Haitang and Su Weigua, the context was Su Lele felt as if the sky had fallen. Damn it! Su Lele pounded her head vigorously, trying to recall the plot. It had been too long, and she couldn't remember the specifics. All she remembered was that this seemed to be a period military wife novel with the male lead named Su Weigua, an officer, and the female lead Zhao Haitang, a time-traveling educated youth. It seemed to be a story about a time-traveling educated youth marrying an officer and giving birth to twins, a daily tale of most period novels from later eras followed this trope. The reason Su Lele still had some impression of this book was rather cliched. The male lead was remarried, not a pure love story from start to finish. His first wife was apparently a girl from the same clan named Susani. Military marriages were hard to dissolve, and the divorce process dragged on for a long time. It was said that the woman was infertile, and people initially thought the male lead had been injured on a mission. But after the divorce, he remarried the female lead and fathered twin boys, dispelling the rumors. The ex-wife's life became much harder. Su Lele hadn't finished reading the novel before she time traveled. She racked her brain trying to recall if there was another Susani in Su family village. Damn it. It seemed there wasn't. All the other names were things like Hua, Chao Nyo Zhaodi, and the like. Could it be that she was the unfortunate ex-wife? Su Lele was utterly disheartened. Wait, maybe not. After all, she had already secured a job and was just waiting to start. She definitely wouldn't be marrying Su Weigua. But if this educated youth Zhao Haitang was the time-traveling female lead, then she probably had a spatial realm. One that could even allow people to enter and farm. The more Su Lele thought about it, the more bitter she felt. First, there was the reincarnated capitalist's daughter, and now a time-traveling educated youth with a farming spatial realm. Su Lele, caught in between, felt utterly miserable. They had everything: family, background, wealth, resources, and beauty. They effortlessly lived the leisurely life Su Lele envied. Only she had to rely on herself for everything. Heaven, were they all your beloved daughters while she was nothing but an illegitimate child? This wasn't fair at all. The thought that she might be living in a novel made Su Lele feel disgusted. She no longer even wanted to probe the female lead. After all, she could start her job anytime after the new year. She had better just hurry up and go to work. She loved work and work loved her. And so Su Lele found this new year particularly hard to endure. This should have been her most relaxing year, but discovering she was in a novel made her wish time would speed up. She just wanted to go back. Only work could give her any sense of security now. Su Lele desperately needed to distance herself from the female lead and Su family village. She silently resolved to avoid returning unless absolutely necessary, because she had a vague impression that Su family village would become quite lively later on. But she was just a cannon fodder side character, so it was better to stay far away. If she couldn't win, she could at least hide. Soon the new year passed. On the 5th day of the lunar month, Su Lele could hardly wait to return to school. Before leaving, she went to the village head to obtain her household registration certificate and a certificate of relocation. On the short walk from the village head's house to her home, the person she thought wouldn't appear still showed up before her. Seeing Zhao Haitong, who had no business being there, Su Lele pretended not to notice and prepared to leave directly. But then she heard Zhao Haitong call out, "Su Lele. Wait." Su Lele clicked her tongue in annoyance and had no choice but to turn around. "Comrade Zhao, is there something you need?" Zhao Haitong scrutinized Su Lele, carefully thinking that Su Lele was neither as attractive nor as wealthy as she was. Surely brother Su would choose her. After a moment's thought, she decided it was better to build a good relationship, and in the process probed Su Lele's opinion of Su Wei. "Comrade Su Lele, I'm sorry to bother you. I heard you're studying in the city, and since I've been feeling a bit bored in the countryside, I was wondering if I could borrow some of your books to read." Su Lele raised an eyebrow. What was she trying to find out? What kind of books? Zhao Haitong was momentarily taken aback. She had expected Su Lele to refuse, and had only used the book request as a casual excuse. She hadn't anticipated Su Lele taking her up on it. This girl was indeed no pushover. Any book will do, just something to pass the time. Su Lele rolled her eyes. "I only have textbooks here, but I can't lend them out. My younger brother still needs them. I see that was inconsiderate of me. I apologize. Are you at home lately? Could we chat sometime?" Zhao Haitong said sheepishly. Su Lele understood now the book request was just a pretext. Getting close to her was the real goal. She just wondered what this female lead wanted from her. But whatever it was, she wasn't going to let her succeed. "Sorry, I don't have time. I'm heading back to school soon. And if I'm not mistaken, your friend seems to be at odds with my sister. I wonder if your friend knows you're here talking to me." Zhao Haitong seethed inwardly at the veiled threat in Su Lele's tone. Damn it, Su Lele was really hard to deal with. Never mind, winning over brother Su was the priority. She had more or less gotten the information she wanted. As long as Su Lele wasn't in Su family village, it was fine. "Comrade Su, there's no need to be so hostile. I just thought you were different from your sister, so I wanted to be friends. Since you're unwilling, forget it. I have things to do, we'll be going now." With that, Zhao Haitong hurried away. Su Lele watched her retreating figure, a strange feeling stirring in her heart. Somehow she always felt something was off about this female lead who had transmigrated, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Su Lele stared at the household registration certificate and the relocation permit in her hands, thinking to herself, well, even if something's off, it doesn't matter much to me anymore. In this life, I'm not marrying Su Weigua. She had her own path to walk, and the life written for her in the book had long since diverged. After coming to this realization, Su Lele cast aside the matter of transmigrating into a novel, packed her belongings, and boarded a train back to school the next day. Su Lele first went to the dormitory to drop off her things, then headed to the tax bureau with her documents. She found the HR colleague at the tax bureau and handed over her internship certificate, school documents, and household registration proof to the staff member handling the procedures. After about an hour, the staff member gave Su Lele a work badge for a tax bureau intern. She was assigned to the Taxpayer Service Department, where her tasks involved introducing tax obligations to taxpayers and organizing their accounts. It primarily involved liaising with the finance departments of various factories, which aligned with the plan she had previously outlined to Director Chin. First, to familiarize herself with the account books of each factory's finance department. She also received a temporary household registration booklet. The official one would be issued after her probation period. The staff then asked Su Lele if she needed accommodation. When she replied yes, they inquired whether she preferred a double room or a 4-person dorm. Su Lele was surprised at the option and quickly whispered, "Sister, since we're colleagues now, could you let me in on the difference between the double room and the 4-person dorm?" The staff member handling her paperwork thought it over. They would be colleagues after all, so it was worth extending a favor. Nothing much. The double room just requires an extra monthly rent, only 2 yuan. Su Lele figured fewer people would be better, so she handed the staff member a handful of candy and agreed, asking for a good location. Pleased with Su Lele's savvy, the staff member felt satisfied. She had noticed the internship certificate bore the signature of the new bureau chief and decided to do a favor. Clearly, this young girl was one of the new bureau chief's people. She might need her help someday. With the staff member's subtle guidance, Su Lele was assigned a dormitory that appeared to be a double room, but was effectively a single. Her roommate mostly went home, only staying there at the end of the month to settle accounts. Su Lele took the keys and saw the dormitory environment, realizing the new bureau chief wielded considerable influence. But it worked in her favor, and there was nothing wrong with that. Letting others believe she was aligned with the new bureau chief would help. With the onboarding complete, Su Lele finally felt at ease. She returned to the dormitory to fetch her luggage and moved it to the staff quarters. The room had 2 single beds, one made up with bedding, the other empty, with bedside tables for storage. Closing the door, she retrieved her daily essentials from her spatial storage, placing the small drawer cabinet she had found at the scrapyard by her bedside to hold skincare items. There was also a coal stove. Since the dormitory lacked a private bathroom and water source, those were located at the ends of the corridor. On the third floor, the toilet to the left, the washing and water area to the right, and the cooking space just outside the door. So she placed the coal stove behind the door along with a sack of coal, making it convenient to cook small meals. It took about an hour for Lele to finish organizing. Looking at the dormitory, which was currently hers alone, she wondered about the roommate, who could occupy a spot without living there. But it was convenient for her, private space, something she hadn't had in a long time. Her stomach growled, feeling hungry, so she lit the coal stove and cooked herself a bowl of noodles. After eating and drinking her fill, she grabbed her toiletries, took a shower, and went straight to bed. She needed to be well rested. The next day, Lele arrived at the taxpayer service department half an hour early as the staff had instructed. The door was locked and no one was there yet. After waiting a while, she saw an older woman approaching her. "You must be the new colleague," the woman said, unlocking the door and greeting Lele. Lele quickly responded, "Yes, hello. I'm here today. My name is Lele. You can call me Xiao Su." The woman opened the door and invited her in. "Oh, I'm Du. Call me Sister Du. You're early. The taxpayer service department usually opens at 8:30. Lele nodded, saying apologetically, "Got it, Sister Du. Sorry for troubling you to open the door. Is there anything I can do?" Sister Du was pleased with the modest demeanor of the new girl. At least, she wasn't a spoiled princess. Their department had to liaise with the finance departments of various factories, and they needed someone who knew how to handle things. "No need. Your desk is here. Oh, just tidy it up. Another intern will be coming soon, and you'll both wait for the team leader's arrangements." "Okay," Lele replied, looking at the workstation. The office had desks facing each other in pairs, 8 in total. Only 2 desks were empty, likely for her and the other new colleague. Lele found a rag and a bucket, cleaned her assigned desk, and as she worked, the other veteran colleagues gradually arrived. They glanced at Lele and then started chatting with Sister Du. While working, Lele discreetly observed them. There seemed to be 3 men and 3 women, a fairly even gender split. She wondered whether the other new colleague was male or female. Soon she finished cleaning up, just as the clock struck 8:30. 2 people entered, a man around 40 and a young woman. The other colleagues greeted the man, "Good morning, team leader." Lele followed suit, "Good morning, team leader." The man, team leader Du Huajun, found the arrival of the 2 new female colleagues quite troublesome. One was sent by the new bureau chief, the other by his old superior. He couldn't afford to offend either, so he responded to his team members with a stoic face. "Good morning. New colleagues, please." Lele glanced at her new colleague, who seemed a bit embarrassed. After a moment of thought, she decided to take the lead since someone had to start. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lele. I'm 16 years old, a first-year student in accounting class 1 at XX Technical Secondary School. I'm truly honored to be here for my internship, and I hope we can get along. Thank you all." After finishing, Lele even gave a slight bow, displaying utmost humility. In contrast, the other new colleague's self-introduction was remarkably distinctive. "Hello, I'm Jiang Chunlan. I'm 18. Nothing much to say, so that's a Jiang Chunlan," said nonchalantly. Team leader Du Huajun found her introduction quite headache-inducing. "This one's a handful." Nevertheless, he had to continue. Turning to the veteran colleagues, he said, "You should introduce yourselves too, so we can all get to know each other." With that, he glanced at Sister Du, who immediately caught his meaning. "I'm Du Wan. Just call me Sister Du," she said. Lele noted the surname Du. Was there a connection to the team leader? It seemed likely. "I'm Sun Quan. I'm Wang Zhengwo. I'm Ma Liang. I'm Wang Feifei. I'm Tian Shufan." As Lele listened, she began matching names to faces. Sun Quan was a bespectacled man around 30. Wang Zhengwo had a beer belly. How did he manage that in this era? It suggested he wasn't exactly clean-handed. The name didn't match the man at all. Ma Liang was a young man in his early 20s, appearing somewhat shy. The other 2 women were dressed like typical married women. However, Wang Feifei seemed more capable and efficient, while Tian Shufan had a plump, kindly demeanor that felt very approachable. None of them were simple, Lele mused. Once everyone had introduced themselves, team leader Du Huajun said, "All right, let me assign tasks. Lele, you'll follow Du Wenwan. Wenjuan, take her under your wing. Jiang Chunlan, you'll be with Wang Feifei." The 4 of them nodded in agreement. With the arrangements made and the post-New Year period not being very busy, Du Huajun gave a few brief remarks before heading to his office. Seeing the team leader leave, Lele quickly approached Sister Du and asked in a low voice, "Sister Du, is there anything I can help?" Du Wenwan thought for a moment. Since it was after the New Year and things were indeed slow, she suggested Lele review past records to familiarize herself with the financial data of various factories. Lele agreed with the idea. Following Sister Du's advice, she prepared to fetch some documents from the cabinet to read, hoping to pass the time. This must be what they call the cold bench period, she thought. She wondered how long it would last. Just as Lele retrieved the documents and was about to return to her seat, she noticed her new colleague Jiang Chunlan eyeing 2 empty desks and heading toward the one Lele had just cleaned. The surrounding colleagues remained silent, watching with amused expressions. Lele's eyes flickered. She stepped forward and said to Jiang Chunlan, "Comrade Jiang, this is my spot. You must have made a mistake. I just cleaned this desk. If you don't know where the rag and bucket are, I can show you. Please get up." Jiang Chunlan, seeing that Lele's smile didn't reach her eyes, felt a sudden unease and instinctively stood up. "Really? I thought we could sit anywhere. It just looked cleaner," she said. Lele gave a tight, insincere smile. "I cleaned it. If you want to sit here, you'll have to clean your own." "Oh, okay, sorry," Jiang Chunlan apologized, and then went out to find the rag and bucket. Seeing her new colleague apologize and leave, Lele realized she might have misjudged the situation. She followed to point out where the supplies were. Could this new colleague be socially anxious? Her introduction was so aloof that Lele had assumed she was a spoiled young lady with a bad temper. The veteran colleagues, disappointed that no argument had erupted, lost interest and returned to their own tasks. During this slow period, the men typically sipped tea and read newspapers while the women knitted and gossiped. Everyone was occupied in their own way. Just as Lele was about to dive into her documents, she saw Comrade Jiang enter with a bucket and rag. Watching her clumsy movements, Lele reconsidered her earlier assumption and decided to help tidy up the dirty works. Two people worked faster, and soon the desk was clean. Lele told Jiang to return the bucket and rag to the utility room, then washed her hands and prepared to go back to the office to study the documents. Back in the office, Jiang Chunlan walked straight up to Lele with a grateful and slightly shy smile. Lele, thank you for helping me clean the desk earlier. Without you, I'd have been at it forever. Lele waved her hand with a smile. No problem. We're both new here, we should help each other. Internally, she thought, with hands so unused to work, this one's probably another rich girl here to gild her resume. After that, Jiang Chunlan kept gravitating towards Lele, often neglecting her assigned mentor Wang Feifei. Whenever Lele was reviewing documents, Jiang would join her, and they'd occasionally analyze the data together. As they talked, Lele's opinion of her new colleague shifted. Initially assuming she was a sheltered rich girl who was hard to approach, she now discovered Jiang was an academic overachiever with solid professional skills. Their views on work were surprisingly similar, which astonished Lele. She had the advantage of future knowledge, but Jiang was a native of this era. Sharing the same mindset was truly remarkable. The two grew more engrossed in conversation, and a whole morning passed in the clash of their ideas. It wasn't until Lele's stomach growled that they stopped. They looked at each other, amazed at how fast time had flown, and burst into laughter. Lele spoke, "First, let's go eat first. We can continue discussing later." Jiang Chunlan rubbed her stomach and nodded reluctantly. This was the first time she'd met a girl who could keep up with her intellectual. It was a novel experience. They had completely lost track of time. Together they headed to the cafeteria. Today's menu featured braised fish, Jiang's favorite, and she eagerly pulled Lele into the line. After getting their meals, they found a seat. Jiang wanted to continue their discussion, but Lele stopped her. Right now, Lele just wanted to enjoy her meal in peace. She said to Jiang Chunlan, "When we eat, let's just eat. Talking about work during meals will cause indigestion." Finding this reasonable, Jiang quietly ate with Lele. After lunch, they agreed to take separate naps. Lele returned to her dormitory only to discover they lived in the same building on the same floor in adjacent rooms. The floor Lele was on mostly had double rooms, so Jiang Chunlan had one too. It seemed Comrade Jiang wasn't so. Lele sat idle for about a week, spending her days reviewing materials, partly due to the post-New Year lull. A week later, Lele accompanied Sister Du to the factory to audit accounts and promote new tax policies. Their destination was the finance department of the machinery factory. Sister Du explained that it was a major taxpayer in City C, so they needed to establish rapport and ensure smooth communication. Lele thought to herself that since she was at the machinery factory, she could finally inform Gu Yuan about her new job. She had jumped straight into her internship upon returning, and this was a convenient opportunity to find him. Following Sister Du, Lele registered at the security booth before being allowed in. The factory, a key heavy industry site for mechanical parts, maintained strict checks, with most guards being former military personnel. Observing the stringent security and hearing the loud machinery, Lele pondered that this was where Gu Yuan worked. She reflected that the nation's strength relied on such dedicated workers, each like a vital screw. Du Wenwan turned to see Lele looking around and asked, "Impressive, isn't it?" Lele replied, "A bit. It's astonishing that much of our country's machinery is handcrafted by these people." Lele nodded and said, "Indeed, it's no easy feat." Sister Du agreed. "Yes, we're all cogs in the machine. Though inconspicuous, each plays a part in society." They soon reached the finance department. Sister Du resumed a serious demeanor and knocked on the door marked Finance Direct. "Come in." Sister Du pushed the door open and entered with Lele greeting, "Director Fong, I'm here to bother you again." "Ah, Sister Du. A rare guest." Director Fong immediately stood to shake hands upon seeing the tax officials. "And this is A." Sister Du introduced Lele. "This is our new intern here to gain some experience. Just call her Xiao Su." "Oh, is that so? Young and promising. Call me Sister Fong then." Director Fong flattered, knowing the importance of maintaining good relations with future contacts. Lele seized the opportunity and said, "Sister Fong, hello. I'm Lele, you can call me Xiao Su. I'm here with Sister Du today to learn." "Sorry for the intrusion." "No worries, we all started somewhere. Feel free to ask if you have questions." Director Fong thought to herself that even an intern from the tax bureau should not be underestimated. Director Fong invited them to sit. Lele remained quiet, listening to Sister Du and Director Fong discuss the quarterly financial data and the latest tax policies. "I understand, but what about the new policy? You know, we have a new director who wants to make a mark, so we need to execute flawlessly." "Understood. Rest assured, we'll cooperate fully." As Lele listened, she recalled the new policy she had proposed to Director Chin, compiling first quarter data with detailed organization. The machinery factory, a massive employer of 10,000, raised questions about the cleanliness of its data. After half an hour of pleasantries, they began work. Lele and Sister Du audited the books for any tax evasion. From 9 a.m. to noon, they only completed half the review. Director Fong arranged a special meal for them. The meal included both meat and vegetables, a clear sign of good treatment. Lele's mind wandered, wondering if Wang Jiangwo's beer belly came from such perks during audits. After lunch, Sister Du said she had matters to discuss with Director Fong and suggested Su Lele take a break before resuming. Su Lele understood and tactfully mentioned she had a friend at the factory she wanted to visit. Sister Du's expression softened, appreciating Su Lele's discretion. In truth, Su Lele did have a friend, Gu Yuan, and wanted to talk to him. She also had a fair idea of what Sister Du and Director Fong might discuss. Since reforms were inevitable, she chose not to be the bearer of unpleasant news. Su Lele suspected Director Qin had larger plans but lacked sufficient evidence or a substantial lead. She decided not to cause unnecessary friction. After excusing herself, she headed to the workshop area to ask about Gu Yuan and Gao Yu. At the workshop entrance, she saw a young worker and asked, "Excuse me, do you know Gu Yuan or Gao Yu?" The worker eyed her warily. "Who are you? You're not from the factory. How did you get in?" Su Lele smiled. "I'm from the tax bureau here for an audit. I'm looking for a friend during lunch break." The worker relaxed. "Gu Yuan. Never heard of him. But I know Gao Yu. He's probably in the workshop. What do you want with him?" Su Lele replied, "I'm his friend. I need to see him." The worker considered. "I'll call him out. You can't enter the workshop." "Thank you." The worker re-entered the workshop, approached a tall figure by a machine, and pointed toward the entrance. The noise was overwhelming. Gao Yu noticed, and came out surprised to see Su Lele. "Lele, what brings you here? Is something wrong?" Su Lele smiled. "Senior Gao, I've secured my job, and happen to be at the factory today. I wanted to invite you all to dinner this weekend." "Which workshop is Gu Yuan in?" "Gu Yuan is a designer and technician. He's rarely on the shop floor. He'll take you to him. Dinner this weekend." So, as Gao Yu led the way, Su Lele said, "Really? That's impressive. He never mentioned it." "Yes, dinner this weekend. Remember to invite Ling Ling. It's a small celebration for my new job." "Sure. Don't worry about us eating you out of house and home. If funds are tight, we can chip in. Take care of yourself first." "Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't pretend to be rich." They chatted as they walked to find Gu Yuan. As the two were conversing, a girl's voice rang out from not far away. "Gu Yuan, can't you reconsider me? What exactly is wrong with me?" Su Lele, hearing the familiar name, followed the sound and saw a girl in a floral dress tugging at Gu Yuan's arm, her face full of displeasure. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, a helpless expression on his face as he tried to free his hand from the girl's grip. "I've already told you you're great, but I don't feel that way about you." "Why not?" The girl persisted relentlessly. "What's wrong with me? Tell me, and I can change." Su Lele and Gao Yu, witnessing this scene, both halted in their steps. Gao Yu secretly glanced at Su Lele's expression, his heart racing. What kind of love battlefield is this? Am I even allowed to watch this? Su Lele, on the other hand, felt a sudden pang of discomfort, finding the sight before her somewhat jarring. The girl was quite pretty, and standing beside Gu Yuan, they seemed a well-matched pair. Yet the protagonist's face was etched with impatience, shattering that harmony. Ahem ahem. Before Gu Yuan could say anything, Gao Yu, noticing Su Lele's souring expression, deliberately made some noise. The two who were struggling saw Su Lele and Gao Yu. The girl's face darkened as she released her grip on Gu Yuan's arm. Upon seeing Su Lele, Gu Yuan's expression instantly brightened from gloom. He quickly strode over to Su Lele. "Why are you here? Are you looking for me?" Su Lele, seeing how Gu Yuan avoided the girl like the plague, felt her mood improve. She spoke gently. "Yes, I happen to be working at the machinery factory today. I realized I haven't told you all about my job yet. I wanted to invite you to dinner this weekend." Gu Yuan only caught the part about dinner and immediately agreed with delight. "Great, congratulations. But let me treat you. You've just started working and probably haven't gotten your salary yet. Don't splurge." Beside them, Gao Yu rolled his eyes at Gu Yuan's utterly smitten demeanor. "Hey old Gu, am I invisible, or what? It's not just you she invited, gets me and my sister too," Gao Yu said. Gu Yuan glanced at him, but remained silent. Instead, he continued asking Su Lele, "Is the work treating you well?" "Not bad. My colleagues are all easy to get along." The girl watched as Gu Yuan focused entirely on chatting with Su Lele, his whole demeanor softening. So different from the cold, taciturn person she knew. Jealousy surged within her. "Who are you?" she asked sharply. "How can you be in the machinery factory?" Su Lele looked at the girl, a sudden realization dawning on her. Gu Yuan held a special place in her heart. Yet this feeling was still nascent. "I'm Gu Yuan's friend. I have something to discuss with him." "And who are you? Why are you pest?" The girl snorted coldly. "My name is Fong Yu. I am Comrade Gu Yuan's admirer. This kind of matter seems beyond the authority of a mere friend." Gao Yu, watching the two women clash, sidled up to Gu Yuan and nudged him with his elbow, whispering, "What's going on?" Gu Yuan, already irritated, didn't want to entertain Gao Yu. He hadn't expected Fong Yu to cling to him right in front of Su Lele. He had spent so long trying to change Su Lele's poor first impression of him. Now who knew how much damage this would do to his image? Su Lele frowned. The girl had a point, as she had no real standing here. But after a moment of thought, she pieced together clues from their past interactions and guessed that Gu Yuan probably liked her. She was curious to see how he would handle this situation. So Su Lele turned her gaze to Gu Yuan. Flustered under Su Lele's stare, Gu Yuan quickly said to Fong Yu, "I don't like you. Please stop bothering me. I have someone I love. You've already become a nuisance." Fong Yu rejected so bluntly, and in front of a potential rival burst into tears. "Who is it? Is it her?" Su Lele raised an eyebrow at the finger pointing at her. She continued to watch Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, as if his secret had been exposed, blushed deeply, partly from embarrassment, partly from anger. He hadn't intended to reveal his feelings to Su Lele so soon. He knew Su Lele well. She disliked complications. If she didn't return his feelings and his affection brought her trouble, they might not even remain friends. Now that Fong Yu had laid his heart bare, he was panicked, angry, and mortified all at once. He lashed out, "What business is it of yours? I just don't like you alright. You're really annoying, you know that. Fang Yue, devastated by his outburst, glared at Su Lele as if she wanted to kill her. If I won't give up. Fang Yue spat out the words in front of Gu Yuan before running off. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as she left, thinking, thank goodness she's gone. Who knows what she might have said next. He was about to engage Gao Yu in conversation to distract Su Lele, but the unreliable Gao Yu had already slipped away when now it was just him and Su Lele. After mustering his courage, he turned to face her and said hesitantly, don't believe any of Fang Yu's nonsense. Oh, which part was nonsense? Su Lele, seeing how nervous he was, decided to tease him. That you have someone you love, and it's me, eh? That part. Gu Yuan was rendered speechless. Deciding to take the plunge, he blurted out, yes, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Su Lele watched him look like a martyr heading to his death, and she couldn't help but laugh. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She laughed heartily for a long while before calming down with a light cough. Sorry, you look really cute when you blush. But is that all you're going to say? Huh? What? Gu Yuan looked a bit dazed. Su Lele thought it over. She didn't seem to dislike Gu Yuan. Dating wasn't out of the question. After all, in this era, marriage was inevitable, and she absolutely refused an arranged marriage with a stranger. But with someone familiar, it might not be so bad. At least she knew his character. I admit you're a bit special to me. But I'm still young, so how about we start by being in a relationship? Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment before the realization hit him, his eyes shining like stars. Yes, I'm willing. I will treat you well. He was so excited he didn't know what to do with his hands, his face beaming with unrestrained joy. Seeing him like this, Su Lele's smile deepened. From now on, you're my boyfriend. But you can't let other girls pester you. Gu Yuan nodded eagerly. Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart. I won't let that happen again. The two walked side by side with Gu Yuan sneaking glances at Su Lele and occasionally letting out a silly chuckle. Even Su Lele thick-skinned as she was found his behavior a bit much. Don't stare at me like that, you fool. Gu Yuan grinned. I just can't believe you agreed to be my girlfriend. It feels like a dream.